This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Start with a car. Dear players, welcome to the road survival game. If you want to survive, please remember the rules of the game. First, each player's initial supplies are a car and a stick. Other survival resources are obtained by yourself. Second, there will be scattered resource boxes, resource points, and various dangers on the road. What you can get depends entirely on your luck. Third, don't trust anyone. He may be an ally or an enemy. Death in the game is real death. Fourth, never abandon your car. Don't stay away from the road. It's dangerous to travel at night. Fifth, a natural disaster will occur every 7 days. Please upgrade your vehicle as soon as possible to survive. Sixth, the first 3 days are the novice period. There will be no large beasts. Please collect supplies as soon as possible to welcome the horrible natural disaster on the 7th day. Silently say game to get the system page and learn more information. Finally, I wish you all a happy game. The mechanical and stereotyped sound echoed in the air. Lee Sejing frowned and observed the surrounding environment. The asphalt road is more than 10 meters wide, and it is more than enough for 4 cars to drive side by side. The road goes straight forward, and there is no end in sight. There is an endless desert on both sides, and not even a blade of grass can be seen. The sun is hanging in the sky, looking a little hot. The senses are so real, which means that she really came from home to this unknown desert road. Lee Sejing grabbed the steering wheel in front of her with all her strength, calming down her panic. She was sitting in a car with only 2 seats, and a wooden stick was placed on the passenger seat. Are these the initial supplies mentioned just now? Are the other news true? In any case, she had to get more news as soon as possible. Lee Sejing tried to silently recite in her heart, "Game." Suddenly, a blue light screen flashed in front of her eyes, like a holographic image in a science fiction movie, full of high technology. In the middle of the blue screen, a few blood-red characters were displayed. Natural disaster type, extremely hot. Countdown, 5 days 22 hours 56 minutes 42 seconds. The time that kept counting down, like the countdown of life, made Lee Sejing feel the tragic environment for the first time. The top of the blue screen showed that the current time was 10:03 and the temperature was 26 degrees. She was wearing a thin coat, which was suitable. Lee Sejing calculated in her mind. That is, at 9 o'clock in the morning of the 7th day, the natural disaster began. Then looking down, below the countdown, there were 4 modules, which read, Channel, Transaction, Manufacturing, and Message. Lee Sejing was ready to check the channel first, but before she reached out, the blue screen automatically displayed the channel content. It showed 2 options, the World Channel and the Regional Channel. The World Channel was gray and could not be opened. After entering the Regional Channel, messages with real avatars flashed past her eyes, just like a chat group. I was shopping with my bestie, and suddenly I appeared in the desert alone. What happened? Is this the case with you all? This can't be true? Is there anyone who can save me? Ha ha ha. I am indeed the protagonist of destiny. Watch me kill everyone. My dad is A. Whoever saves me will be rewarded with 10 million. Does anyone have food? I just got up and haven't had breakfast yet. I'm so hungry. There was no useful information, but at least Lee Sejing knew that she was not the only one who had this bizarre experience. Her channel was in zone 369, with 10,000 people online, which means there were at least 369 10,000 people, or even more. Without wasting time, Lee Sejing continued to study the remaining content. Trading is a material exchange platform, where you can choose to buy and sell, without handling fees, but it is now empty. Manufacturing can make all kinds of things, but it only requires drawings and materials, and she can't do anything now. Messages are divided into friends and private messages, which is easy to understand. A place to chat. After roughly figuring it out, Lee Sejing turned off the blue screen and began to ponder. The situation is obvious. Don't expect to go back now, but think about how to survive. Fortunately, she is alone and has nothing to worry about. It's just a pity that the salary from last month in the bank card has not been spent yet. Before she finished her sigh, a line of words suddenly appeared on the fuel gauge she was staring at. Fuel level, 20/40. Fuel consumption, 1 unit of gasoline for 10 kilometers. Lee Sejing tried, picked up the wooden stick on the passenger seat, stared at it for only 3 seconds, and the words really appeared. Novice wooden stick. It can make you feel safe. Attack too hard and it will break. It is indeed a game world. It seems that all items will have notes as long as you stare at them for 3 seconds. Now that the information is almost understood, let's take action next. Compared to sitting here and waiting for others to explore the news, she still wants to take the initiative. However, there was a bolt from the blue. She can't drive. This rubbish game. Has it never considered that someone can't drive? As a social animal who just graduated from college, isn't it normal not to be able to drive? However, there is no place for feedback here. After all, it is a game that doesn't even care about the life and death of the players. Li Sijing's hands on the steering wheel loosened and tightened, her face struggling. In the end, between life and death, she decided to challenge the high difficulty and learn while driving. As for why she didn't stay where she was and move forward after learning, please! The stingy game didn't even fill the tank. 20 units of gasoline can only run 200 kilometers. Who knows how far away the resource box will appear? Of course, all resources must be used. Li Sijing adjusted the distance of the driver's seat, fastened the seatbelt, and checked it twice carefully. Recalling the video I saw online, I took a deep breath, started the engine, stepped deeply on the clutch with my left foot, shifted gears, and gently stepped on the accelerator. The car really started to move. Li Sijing was nervous, controlling the speed and steering wheel, driving on the road, from crooked to straight, from slow to 20 yards. After running 5 kilometers in half an hour, she finally got familiar with this two-seater car. The high tension of emotions made Li Sijing's stomach growl. Her mouth was dry, and she wanted to drink water and rest. But there was no food here, not even a drop of water. Enduring the discomfort, Li Sijing continued to move forward at a speed of 20 yards. The yellow sand on the roadside was blown up by the wind, and the endless desert had no end. 10 minutes later, Li Sijing finally saw a white box on the left side of the road, about the size of 2 palms. The square wooden box of about 20 centimeters made her excited and stepped on the brakes hard. After unbuckling the seatbelt, Li Sijing was about to open the car door when she suddenly heard a mechanical voice. Ding! The sign-in system is successfully bound. You can get various resources by signing in every day. Please complete today's sign-in to get supplies. After saying that, a 9-square grid suddenly appeared in Li Sijing's mind, and the names of various supplies appeared. Portable space, farm system, off-road RV, full luck, double physical fitness, armored vehicle, hot weapon production line drawings, full defense, combat value plus 100. Chapter 2: The Spring of the African. The voice of the speaker seemed to be electronically synthesized, which was obviously different from the mechanical feeling of the first time. It was more textured and felt a little subjective, unlike the voice of the highway survival game, which had no emotion at all. It was just the sign-in system? Her golden finger? Are all these things that came to her mind real? Reason reminded her not to act rashly, but her mouth opened uncontrollably and said, "Sign in." After all, if it was true, then wouldn't she have more hope of survival in this unknown game world? The 9-square grid in her mind jumped with her words. A dazzling afterimage. The light stopped on the off-road RV. Before Li Sijing was happy, it jumped again, and finally stopped at doubling the physical fitness, and stopped moving. The 9-square grid disappeared, and Li Sijing suddenly felt a heat flow from the heart to the internal organs, and finally spread to the whole body. Not only was the body full of strength, but even the 5 senses and reaction ability were also strengthened. She clenched her fists and felt that her overall strength had increased by more than 3 or 5 times. Now, she could easily deal with a strong man. The regretful mood was diluted by this power. After all, the body is the capital. She couldn't help but feel distressed when she thought of the other good things that disappeared. It seemed that the god of luck did not favor her. As expected, people are greedy. Li Sijing shook her head to comfort herself. How could she despise something that was obtained for free? Sign-in system. System. Li Sijing called twice, but got no response. Sign in. Li Sijing tried again. Ding. Today's sign-in is completed. Please come back tomorrow. The electronic sound finally responded. Li Sijing shrugged. Okay. It seems that there is no way to communicate. She still went to see what was in her resource box, picking up the wooden stick on the co-pilot seat to build up courage. Li Sijing opened the car door and walked towards the resource box on the road. When she came to the front and stared at it for 3 seconds, the note appeared as expected. White resource box. The lowest level resource box. Filled with low-level supplies. That's it. Li Sijing tentatively picked up the box. It was very light. Almost weightless. It wouldn't be empty. It's so small. What can be inside? Li Sijing muttered to herself. Took the box back to the car and closed the door. In this game world where danger is everywhere, Li Sijing didn't want to stay outside the car for long. The resource box was not locked, and Li Sijing opened the lid with full of expectations, but only saw a white mist. How could there be no resources in the resource box? After hesitating for a while, Li Sijing reached his hand into the white mist and fumbled around. Sure enough, there was something. 50 milliliters of turbid mineral water. The thumb-sized bottle turned into a normal size in Li Sijing's hand. But this magical space technology could not resist the surprise in Li Sijing's heart. The little water just covered the bottom of the bottle. Through the transparent mineral water bottle, you can still see the unidentified objects floating in the water. After driving 8 or 9 kilometers, the resource box that I found with great effort only had this little water. I wonder if it can be drunk. What a joke. With such a difficulty. Is there any way to survive in this game? Li Sijing couldn't help but silently recite the game. The blue screen appeared and entered the regional channel. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, I found 2 resource boxes. One gave me 550 milliliters of mineral water, 23 G*2 egg yolk pie, and the other gave me 5 units of gasoline. I was so happy. Fuck. Is the person above the boss lucky? Why did I get useless materials? My resource box gave me 5 metal fragments, but I don't know what they are for. I'm so thirsty. I'll use 1 unit of gasoline to exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Is there anyone who can exchange it? I got 550 milliliters of mineral water, but I won't exchange it with you. The more I look at Li Sijing's face, the uglier it gets. Look at other people's unboxing gains, and then look at her own. Although she has always thanked everyone for participating in any lottery since she was a child, she always gets her cards when drawing cards in the game. And she has never won even the rock paper scissors game. But she shouldn't bring her non-African attributes to this game. Right? Then how should she live? There is no use for any sign-in system. No. This is the only case. And it doesn't count. Li Sijing threw the things on the passenger seat, fastened her seat belt, and set off again, gnashing her teeth. Her expression tense, her eyes staring ahead. A little red? Half an hour later, after driving about 10 kilometers, she finally saw the second resource box. Like the first box she encountered, it was white and 20 centimeters in size. After a round trip, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat and opened the box again with a solemn expression. Dry and hard bread slices 10G. The palm-sized bread slices, without even a package, were so dry that it made people doubt whether they could crack walnuts. Shouldn't she be thankful that at least the box was not empty? Li Sijing bit her lips, trying hard not to let her tears fall. A myriad of thoughts surged into Li Sijing's mind, making her feel as if she had hallucinations, with an expression looming in her mind. Sign-in system? Li Sijing wiped her eyes and guessed hesitantly. What could appear directly in her mind was definitely not a survival game. Ding. The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it has been forced to bottom out and rebound. Please reopen the resource box. The electronic sound sounded again, but this time the sound felt like it was carrying an indescribable emotion. The expression in her mind gradually became clear, and it was a crazy expression. What did you say? Li Sijing was a little overwhelmed. Ding. Please reopen the resource box. The luck value fell through the sky? Forced to bottom out and rebound? Is that what she thought it meant? Li Sijing was a little unbelievable, and immediately threw away the bread slice in her hand that could hit people, and snapped it, closing the resource box. She reopened the resource box with trembling hands, took a deep breath, and reached in devoutly. Spicy beef instant noodles 510G, 260G strawberry sandwich bread, 2 liters of mineral water, 2 plastics, 10 rubber fragments. The series of words displayed in front of her eyes made Li Sijing wonder if there was something wrong with her eyes. All the basic materials flashed, and then flew into the air and disappeared. Li Sijing realized that these basic materials did not disappear, but were directly stored in the production board. Of course, if she wanted, she could also exchange them. But there was no need. It was troublesome and took up space. After the remaining food and water became bigger, she couldn't hold them with both hands, and they fell on her legs one after another. How could so many things appear? Did she really open them? The contrast with the previous one was too obvious. This emotion, like riding a roller coaster, made Lee Sijing not know how to vent. And finally she could only scream. Ah! The feeling of being carried away by the golden finger was really great. The sign-in system is awesome. You are so awesome. YYDS. The compliments came out of her mouth without any money. As the compliments came, the frantic expression in his mind gradually turned into a proud one. Wait. Lee Sijing suppressed her excited and confused thoughts, and suddenly found the bright spot. System. You have thoughts and can communicate. Right? Chapter 3 Sundra's System Star Glory. Under Lee Sijing's constant questioning, the sign-in system finally responded. This system has never seen someone like you, whose luck has fallen to the bottom. This is not the choice of the unlucky person. Originally, the first sign-in can produce very powerful items, but you only got the bottom. And it's the lowest level. It's really... Don't say it. She is also very sad about the sign-in. How did you meet this system with a negative luck value? Lee Sijing tried to speak. I spent all my luck points in exchange for meeting you. From the contact just now. This system likes to hear compliments. And I don't know if this earthy love talk is useful. The sign-in system was silent for a long time. Lee Sijing couldn't help asking. What happened just now? Look at what mess you opened. How can the host of this system use these garbage? So I used a little trick. I heard that you humans are cunning, and will be deceived if you contact too much. I didn't intend to talk to you. But I got angry and lost control. It was still an emotionless electronic voice. But Lee Sijing heard the taste of Sundra from it. Boss, you are really awesome. Then can I sign in again? Lee Sijing said a little embarrassedly. After all, she also knew that she was a little too demanding. You are not beautiful. So don't think too much about it. She reached out and touched her face reflexively. She was also a beautiful girl. She thought about what was wrong. You can't let me sign in again. But you can control the resource box. Lee Sijing murmured to herself. It seems that you are better than the survival system. Don't compare me with that program. I am a highly intelligent life. Lee Sijing then asked, then you should have a name. What should I call you? Who created you? This system is called Xingyao. It is great. Halfway through, Xingyu suddenly stopped talking. Do you want to keep it a secret? Then I won't ask. Lee Sijing raised her eyebrows. But unfortunately, she didn't get any information out, putting her attention back on herself. Lee Sijing felt that her throat was dry and painful, and her stomach was twitching with hunger. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. It turned out that it was lunchtime. But before eating, she still had one thing to do. That is, unboxing. This resource box. Can it be reopened? Lee Sijing picked up the first resource box she encountered on the co-pilot and asked. Just now. She was only busy chatting with Xingyao. But she still had a resource box that she hadn't reopened. Ding. Please reopen the resource box. Xingyao's words became formal again. Lee Sijing suddenly became excited. Closed the lid. Reopened it. And reached in. She had already learned this process. Gasoline 10 units. Blanket 1 kg asterisk 1. Fresh meat buns 100 g asterisk 10. Waha drink 220 ml asterisk 4. Apple 200 g asterisk 3. All the things became bigger and fell down again, instantly filling her knees. Lee Sijing hurriedly sorted out the supplies. She finally experienced the fun of being a European emperor. It was really happy. First, decompose the 2 resource boxes to get 2 wood fragments. 10 fragments can be synthesized into 1 wood. And the same is true for other basic materials. 10 units of gasoline were directly added to the tank. Driving consumed about 2 units. And now the fuel level has become 2840. The blanket was put away. It is not used now. I heard that the temperature difference between day and night in the desert is large. I don't know if it will be cold at night. 5 packs of instant noodles were put away. Now there is no container and hot water. So I'd better eat it later. The favorite plate of Waha drinks and 3 apples were put away. There were 10 small packs of strawberry sandwich bread, which were also put away. Fresh meat buns can't be kept for long in this weather. So let us eat them first. Pick up 2 liters of mineral water and drink it first to relieve the thirsty throat. And then take care of the stomach. The buns are the size of a fist and are still a little hot to the touch. Take a bite hard. And the delicious soup spreads in the mouth instantly. After eating 4 buns in a row, Li Sijing stopped and burped in an unsightly way. The sun was in the sky, and the slight heat made her take off her coat. It was already 30 degrees. After eating and drinking, she turned on the blue screen and began to check the situation of others. Regional channel. A Patek Philippe watch. Bought for 2 million. In exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Send me a private message if you want it. I don't dare to drive forward. Are you in danger? Brothers? I'm dying of thirst. Who can give me some water? I will definitely return it double in the future. I encountered 7 resource boxes in 2 hours. The harvest is not bad. Anyway, enough for me to eat and drink. Everyone, hurry up and drive forward. There is no danger now. As long as you act, you will gain, accumulate more capital. And I don't know what dangers will be waiting for us after the novice period. The speaker was Wu Igua, and his words coincided with what Li Sijing was thinking. Thinking of those who were still waiting there, Li Sijing couldn't help but shake her head. In this cruel world, who can help whom? Continue to read down. Skipping useless words. A message caught her eye, and she couldn't help but sit up straight instantly. A speech by a person named Lu Yizhou. The blue box is an intermediate resource box, and there will be wild beasts. Everyone, do what you can. There were also photos below, and Li Sijing quickly clicked on it, and some bloody pictures instantly caught her eyes. A feline was lying on the ground, a bit like a leopard, less than 1 meter long, with sharp claws and fangs. The head was knocked down. The front paws were twisted at a weird angle, and blood was scattered all over the ground. This photo instantly detonated the regional chat, and also made Li Sijing change her somewhat complacent mentality. It seems that she also has to work hard to strengthen herself. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the system is, it can't take away those who don't work hard. After browsing it for a while, there was no more useful information. So Li Sijing went to the trading area. After 2 hours of harvest, there were already a lot of buying and selling information in the trading area. She browsed one by one, looking for something useful for her. Metal fragments *10. Exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Rubber *1. Exchange for any food, as long as you are full. Patek Philippe watch *2 million. Exchange for a bottle of mineral water. Here, I actually saw the guy who chatted in the area again. He is really persistent. Li Sijing continued to look down, most of which were trading requests for basic materials in exchange for food and drink. It seems that the proportion of food and water in the resource box is not ideal, and it cannot meet the needs of some people. Not seeing any items that make her heart move, and knowing the market more or less, Li Sijing is ready to initiate a transaction herself. She drank a quarter of her 2 liters of water, and there was also a box of waha, but she was not ready to exchange. In the desert, water is far more precious than food. She ate 4 of the 10 buns, and there were 6 left, and she was ready to exchange them all. She was a little tired of eating buns all the time, so she was ready to change the taste for dinner. These buns would probably go bad if they were left tomorrow. Besides, the trading area now only has bread and biscuits, and there is no hot food. Scarcity makes things valuable. Maybe her buns can be exchanged for something good. Chapter 4. Where did the resource box go? For sale, 100g fresh meat buns *6. Exchange, things that enhance strength, such as weapons and armor. After posting the transaction message, less than a minute later, Li Sijing's private messages began to flash non-stop. Sister, please be kind and give me a bun. My child is starving to death. Beauty, how about I exchange it with you for 3 wood fragments? Give me a bun on credit, and I will help you to rise to prominence in the future. Seeing that there was a filter button under the private message, Li Sijing quickly clicked it, and only displayed the messages with supplies, which immediately reduced a lot. There are people who want to get something for nothing everywhere. But it's a pity that she is just an ordinary person, without so much love and ability. Li Sijing looked for useful information in the remaining private messages. All basic materials were passed, and there was not a single drawing in the entire market. What use did she have for these materials? A machete. This is okay. A bulletproof vest. This is good. A pistol. And unfortunately there is only 1 bullet. To be determined. High voltage anti-wolf electric baton. That's it. Li Sijing finally found the item she wanted. The high-voltage electric baton should be able to ensure her safety with her current physical fitness. Of course, she would not use 6 buns to exchange for an electric baton. She was also very envious of other things. It would be great if they could all be exchanged. Click to add a friend. This is an acquaintance. Luijo, the big guy who sent a photo warning in the area just now. After being accepted as a friend, Li Sijing sent a message. 1 bun for your electric baton. 3. Luijo replied with 2 words. Then the 2 are done. I want to exchange the remaining buns for a knife and a bulletproof vest. It's meaty anyway, so this price is not too bad. Electric baton and Tang Dao in exchange for 4 buns. Then there is a picture of Tang Dao. For a novice like her, there should be no difference between a machete and a Tang Dao. Li Sijing agreed. Okay, let's trade. After initiating the trade and clicking agree, she instantly had an electric baton and a sharp Tang Dao in her hand. It seems that there are a lot of good things in this intermediate resource box. Li Sijing thought about it, took a photo of the supplies on the co-pilot seat, and sent it over. Boss, if you have any good stuff, just come to me. It would be great if I could pick out some good stuff. This is considered showing off your wealth. But she is not afraid that the other party will have bad intentions. And she doesn't know if she can meet him. Besides, they are all food. When she really meets him, it will probably have been in her stomach. Seeing that the boss did not respond, Li Sijing turned to other targets, leaving only 2 buns. Since you already have a Tang Dao, you don't need a machete. Click to add the friends of the bulletproof vest and the pistol. 1 bun. Exchange? Li Sijing sent the same message to 2 people. The replies from the 2 people came almost at the same time. 4 buns. This was sent by the bulletproof vest. 2 buns. This was sent by the pistol. The pistol only has 1 bullet, so Li Sijing must prefer the bulletproof vest. Send the message. 2 buns. Only the last 2 left. Too little. Give me some. Do you have water? Add 200 milliliters of water to me, and I'll give you 5 metal fragments. Li Sijing thought about it, and clicked agree. A camouflage vest appeared in her hand, and metal fragments floated into the production page. She put the vest aside. There was another person waiting for her message. Sorry. The buns have been exchanged. If there are no buns, anything else will do. I will exchange it as long as it is edible. The owner of the pistol is Zhao Xinyuan. Zhao Xinyuan said urgently. I had a hangover yesterday, and haven't eaten anything so far. I am so hungry that I have no strength. A pistol with 1 bullet is not as good as a knife for her. But if the price is right, it is better to exchange it and keep it. Strawberry sandwich bread 26G*4. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Zhao Xinyuan is a character. Without any hesitation. After getting everything she wanted, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen. In the 2 hours of the morning, she only harvested 2 resource boxes, which was not enough compared to the 7 or 8 of others. Put on the bulletproof vest. Start the car. And let her start working hard now. She will not stop until she finds 10 resource boxes today. Li Sijing made a bold statement. The sun was strong at noon, and there was no wind around. Li Sijing was about to close the car window, but found that this car did not even have air conditioning. And she cursed helplessly. As an old hand who had driven for 2 hours, she drove the car to 30 yards. In less than 20 minutes, she saw the familiar white resource box in the middle of the road again. Although she had not heard of any dangers of low-level resource boxes, Li Sijing still got out of the car cautiously with an electric baton. She returned to the car with the resource box and opened it without hesitation. With fragments *1, Li Sijing was so angry at what she got out that she laughed. She found a wood fragment when she decomposed the box. Ding! The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it has been forced to rebound. Please reopen the resource box. Fortunately, she has a sign-in system, and the process is a set, and she has to start over. Cooling spray 300 milliliters, gasoline 5 units, Oreo cookies 58G*12, mineral water 5 liters, wood *10. This is the result she likes. After adding gasoline to the tank, it became 37 to 40, and it was almost full. Other things were placed on the passenger seat, and 5 liters of mineral water could not be placed, so it had to be placed in the trunk behind the seat. Next, Li Sijing drove on and searched for resource boxes along the road. But there was no movement for half an hour. After another hour, she became anxious. According to the rules of obtaining resource boxes before, someone had already concluded that the distance between 2 resource boxes would not exceed 10 kilometers. Her 3 resource boxes also followed this rule. How come this time, after 45 kilometers, there was still no resource box? Could it be that her non-African attribute has begun to affect the appearance of resource boxes? Li Sijing nervously muttered game and entered the channel. The channel was very lively at the moment, except for some people who were waiting and giving up on themselves. Everyone was discussing the issue of resource boxes. Why are there no resource boxes? I drove for almost an hour and didn't see anything. The car is almost out of gas. This shitty game brought us to this hellhole. After an hour, we only saw a resource box. What can we do with it? What are you doing? Do you want us to die of thirst here? Almost 100 people have died. I won't be the next one. Li Sijing was shocked when she saw it. 100 people died? She looked at the number of people in the area. 9908/10,000. Before she retracted her gaze, the number above suddenly changed to 9907. There was one less person. Did one person die? Li Sijing's hands trembled as she held the steering wheel. So many people had died. How could she have experienced such a situation in her peaceful life? Try to calm down. She knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. If we don't find the reason for the reduction of resource boxes, everyone will follow suit soon. Chapter 5: The First Battle. Go to the World Channel. There is the answer. Just when everyone was panicking about the reduction of supply boxes, such a message suddenly appeared in the regional channel. The one who sent the message was Louis Zhou. Because of the bloody first kill picture before, he was also well known in the channel. The World Channel was actually opened. Li Sijing quickly clicked it, but still could not speak in it. In the entire World Channel, there was only one message. A red game notification. Notice, the first 3 hours of the game are the resource explosion period. You can meet a resource box at least 10 kilometers away. After 3 hours, it will return to normal. You can meet a resource box at least 50 kilometers away. Note, various new gameplays will be launched at irregular intervals, so stay tuned. Expect nothing. Li Sijing couldn't help but swear. They all came to the game world at 10 o'clock. And 3 hours is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But it's already past 2 o'clock now. And the explosion period has long passed. What's the point of talking? 3 hours are enough for her to find 10 resource boxes. But it was wasted like this. Seeing that there was no other important news, Li Sijing didn't want to read it anymore and turned off the blue screen. She had just driven more than 40 kilometers. According to the notice, if she had to drive at least 50 kilometers, she should be almost there. Sure enough, before 3 o'clock, she finally encountered a resource box. This time, after getting on the car with the resource box, Li Sijing didn't even open the box and continued to move forward. Seeing that the time was getting late, she didn't know when it would be dark, so it was important to find a few more resource boxes. She remembered that there was a rule in the survival game that it was dangerous to travel at night. She listened to the advice and had a full meal. She had been fooled once, so she couldn't suffer the loss again. Afraid of missing the resource box, Li Sijing didn't dare to drive too fast, but just slightly accelerated and controlled it within 40 yards. From 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, in more than 3 hours, she drove more than 140 kilometers, and the fuel tank was more than half consumed, becoming 1740. Her non-African attribute made her step on the 50-kilometer bottom line every time to encounter the resource box. The first 2 were low-level resource boxes, and the third one was about to be obtained. It was almost 7 o'clock, and it should be dark. She planned to take a rest after getting this resource box. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, she saw a box on the right edge of the road. 30 centimeters. Blue. It turned out to be an intermediate resource box. Li Sijing stopped the car from a distance and entered a state of preparation, putting the pistol on the side of her waist. Looking at the tang sword and the electric baton, she finally picked up the electric baton. Few modern people know how to use cold weapons. Let's talk about it after we have time to get familiar with them. Touching the bulletproof vest on her body to give herself courage, Li Sijing got out of the car, closed the door, and walked forward slowly. Blue resource box, intermediate resource box. There is a chance that a blueprint will appear. 3 steps away from the resource box, a white mist suddenly appeared in front of the empty resource box. And then a human figure appeared. A closer look revealed that it was a monkey, half a person's height, pouncing over with its claws and teeth bared. Li Sijing quickly took 2 steps back and dodged to the left. The sharp nails rubbed against her nose. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel lucky that her body agility had improved a lot. Otherwise, it might have hit her head with that blow just now. Li Sijing tensed her body and held the electric baton horizontally in front of her, blocking the monkey's claws that were stretched out again. She pushed forward with both hands, and the monkey was pushed back a few steps. She also staggered and almost fell. She tried to stand up quickly, but the monkey did not miss this opportunity and quickly scratched her with a claw. Li Sijing had no choice but to roll on the ground and half kneel on the ground. Then she raised the electric baton in her hand, which had not been used for a long time, and put it on the monkey's chest and pressed the switch. The high voltage arc flashed, and the monkey shook like a convulsion and lost consciousness in an instant. Li Sijing turned sideways and slumped on the road, and the monkey fell to the position before her. The road was scorching hot under the sun, and her buttocks felt like they were about to be roasted when she sat on it. But she didn't have the strength to move at all. You are also the first one to use the electric baton as a stick, the sign-in system Xingyao, which had not bubbled for a long time, suddenly started to complain. First time. Forgive me, Li Sijing answered weakly. After a long while, she got up limply, gave the monkey next to her another electric baton, and then returned to the car with the blue resource box. She was not ready to leave, but changed her weapon, came to the monkey again with the tang sword, and slowly raised the tang sword, since she wanted to survive in this cruel world. Li Sijing never thought of being merciful. If she didn't take advantage of the novice period now to practice more, would she wait for those large beasts to appear in the future? In fact, her cooking skills are not bad, and she has killed chickens, ducks, and fish, but monkeys are still different. Seeing Li Sijing holding the knife and not moving for a long time, Xianyao asked, "Who has held you down?" She also knew that hesitating any longer was not a solution. So she gritted her teeth and swung her knife hard. Puff! Congratulations to the player for killing a beast monkey. Do you want to disassemble it? It can't be disassembled by itself? But this way, it saves a lot of trouble. Disassemble. She wiped it with a frown, and a lot of blood splashed on her pants. Obtained 500 G*10 monkey meat. The corpse and blood of the monkey on the ground were instantly replaced by 10 pieces of fresh meat. It's a bit black after disassembly. This monkey weighed at least 50 kilograms, but only 10 kilograms of meat came out. Back in the car, Li Sijing finally had time to summarize the battle just now. First of all, she lacked experience and was too panicked, so she lost the initiative. Secondly, although her physical fitness was enhanced, she did not adapt, just like a child wearing adult shoes. Finally, she was not familiar with the weapon, and did not give full play to her advantages. The conclusion is to exercise more. When Li Sijing was reflecting, the time came to 7 o'clock. The sky suddenly turned dark, and she could not see her fingers when she stretched out her hand. And there was not even a little starlight. She wanted to turn on the interior lights reflexively, but found that this broken car not only had no interior lights, but also no exterior lights. She was so angry that she almost blurted out the classic Chinese curse. What should she do? Li Sijing was ready to see if other people in the channel had any ideas. As a result, when the blue screen was turned on, she found that the light was just right, which could illuminate the interior of the car without attracting other things outside the car. With the light of the blue screen, she began a happy unboxing moment. She now had 3 low-level resource boxes and 1 mid-level resource box in her hand, and she didn't know what would come out. 1 unit of gasoline, 50 milliliters of mineral water, 12 G*2 of want snow cakes. These are 3 low-level resource boxes. 3 G*10 of milk candy. This is a mid-level resource box. This is okay, much better than at the beginning. Is it possible that the unlucky attribute is moving away from her? Ding! The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it is forced to bottom out and rebound. Please reopen the resource box. X4. The 4 consecutive prompts instantly broke her fantasy. She is still the same unlucky. As for these, is it because the distance between the resource boxes has increased, so the supplies inside have improved? Chapter 6 4 Blueprints. Planting pot *1. Intermediate nutrient soil *1. Multifunction electric cooker *1. Gasoline 20 units. Glass *5. Auto repair card *1. Sportswear *1. Pure milk 200 ml *12. Rubber *2. Kitchen seasoning package *1. Noodles 800g. Wound medicine *5. Crossbow *1. Egg 50g *5. Strong light flashlight *1. Bulletproof glass blueprint *1. Sunshade blueprint *1. Fuel tank expansion blueprint *1. Fan blueprint *1. Dagger *1. Such a rich supply of materials was something Li Sijing had not expected. Especially the blueprints in the intermediate resource box, which turned out to be 4. Others must be so happy to get a blueprint when they open the box. After taking out the planting pot, it is about the same size as the low-level resource box, and the intermediate planting soil has been installed inside, just under the co-pilot seat. Don't look at it as small. In fact, there is a square area inside, which can simulate the growth environment of any plant. Intermediate planting soil can also shorten the time for crops to mature by 10 times. It's a pity that she doesn't have any seeds now. Otherwise, a crop of vegetables can mature in a few days. And this multifunctional electric cooker is a good thing, because it can not only be connected to electricity, but also to the fuel tank of the car. And 1 unit of gasoline can be used for 2 hours. You know, her 2-seater car is not connected to electricity, and it is more convenient to use both oil and electricity. In addition to the gasoline just opened, the current fuel volume is 3840, and there is no need to worry about insufficient gasoline. There are 5 kinds of seasonings in the kitchen, including oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and sugar. If one person uses it, it is enough for a month. There was no room for so many things on the passenger seat, so she put a box of pure milk and noodles in the trunk. She also put her sportswear there, and she would find a time to wipe her body and put it on. Now her clothes were stained with blood. The flashlight was placed next to the seat. Now there was a blue screen, and it was not used for the time being. The wound medicine was hidden well. It was a life-saving thing at this critical moment. The car repair card, which could repair all the problems of the car. The crossbow came at the right time, with a long-range attack weapon. She didn't have to fight every time. Next, let's take a look at the 4 drawings. Bulletproof glass. It can resist small arms fire to a certain extent. Materials required for manufacturing. Glass *5. Metal *1. To make glass? What kind of metal do you need? Li Sijing secretly complained. I checked my basic materials. There were exactly 5 units of glass, and only 5 pieces of metal. It seems that I can't make it now. I have to exchange some basic materials with others later. Fuel tank expansion. Expand the fuel tank capacity by 10 units. Materials required for manufacturing. Plastic *4. Metal *1. This blueprint is average, and there is no material. Sunshade. Cover the car to isolate heat. Do not affect the car's driving, and effectively reduce the temperature inside the car by 5 degrees. Materials required for manufacturing. Cloth *2. Plastic *1. Rubber *1. Electric fan. Can be connected to the fuel tank. Oil and electricity. 1 unit of gasoline can be used for 10 hours. Materials required for manufacturing. Metal *5. Plastic *1. These 2 are good, both practical and can be traded. Li Sijing couldn't help but smile. You should know that there are 2 types of blueprints. One is directly used on the car and can only be used once, such as the glass and fuel tank blueprints she got. As for the other kind of drawings, as long as you have the materials, you can produce them in unlimited quantities, such as the last 2 she got. Today's highest temperature is 35 degrees, and it will continue to rise tomorrow. After all, natural disasters are called extreme heat. Then, as long as the fan and sunshade are made, there is no need to worry about no one trading. Of course, the most important thing now is to collect materials. But before that, she must first prepare dinner for herself. Her stomach is about to rebel. From lunch to now, more than 6 hours. She only took the time to drink a bottle of Waha while driving, and ate the remaining 6 small strawberry sandwich bread. The passenger seat was already full. Li Sijing looked around, and finally had no choice but to put the multifunction pot on the dashboard of the car. At this time, she didn't dare to go outside the car. Although the car was crowded, it was safe. Only half of the 2-liter mineral water was left. Li Sijing held it and drank a few sips, and then poured the rest of the water into the pot. For dinner, she was going to eat instant noodles. Just now, she had 5 eggs, and added 2 eggs to the instant noodles to reward herself. While waiting for the water to boil, she entered the channel and clicked on the world. There was still only one previous notification in it, so she felt relieved. After entering the regional channel, many messages were flooding the screen. Obviously, everyone had nothing to do now. Li Sijing flipped through it roughly. It was just bragging and nonsense, and there was no useful information. It is worth noting that the number of people in the area is 9712/10,000. Logically speaking, the first day in the game should be the easiest. But almost 300 people have died? Seeing the water boil, she didn't care about the spring and autumn, and quickly put in the instant noodles, beat 2 eggs, and finally added the seasoning packet. The unique aroma of instant noodles spread in the small car. Li Sijing took a deep breath and felt her saliva overflowing instantly. It has been less than 10 hours since she came to this game world, but it feels like a long time has passed. Even the instant noodles have become particularly tempting. Without a bowl, she can only eat with the pot. As for chopsticks, isn't there a spatula that comes with the pot? Although the eating appearance is touching and the process is a bit sad, it does not affect the deliciousness. After eating, keep the soup and add some noodles to eat tomorrow morning, which will be another hearty breakfast. Then she picked up an apple, wiped it with her hand, and took a crack. It was still full of moisture. In this situation, don't even think about washing the apple. She couldn't bear to spit out the apple peel. It's okay to eat it if it's not clean. While eating the apple, Li Sijing counted the basic materials she needed. She was going to trade all the monkey meat 500G*10 she had just obtained. She was not nervous about eating and drinking, but this monkey meat was really hard to swallow. Sell 100G monkey meat x12. Exchange metal *5. Sell 100G monkey meat x5. Exchange plastic *5. Sell 100G monkey meat x3. Exchange rubber *5. Sell 100G monkey meat x5. Exchange cloth *5. Each portion is 100G, and she divided it into 25 portions in total, so that the transaction should be faster. There are not many people who exchange food in the trading area now, not to mention that hers is meat. Within 2 minutes, all the transactions she posted were completed, and people kept asking questions below. Boss, do you have any more? I was a second slower, and it's all gone. Can I exchange one for 10 pieces of wood? Are there any more? If you don't have meat, other food will do. Please. It seems that everyone accepts monkey meat well. After getting all the material she wanted, Li Sijing clicked on the manufacturing page and first made bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass drawings detected. Manufacturing materials complete. Do you want to manufacture and install? Manufacture and install. With a buzzing sound, the glass of the car was instantly transformed. She knocked on it curiously, but couldn't figure out what it was, so she could only expand the fuel tank to 38/50. The remaining materials can also make 12 sunshades and 11 electric fans. But Li Sijing is not going to continue manufacturing. After all, there is no place to put them after manufacturing, so she doesn't plan to take these things out for trading now. As for when to trade? Of course, when the weather is hotter. Chapter 7, Really Lucky. In the regional channel, many people were discussing the meat sales. In one day, many people encountered the intermediate resource box, but most of them fled with their heads in their arms. There were more than 9,000 people in the area, and the number of people selling meat was no more than 2 hands. Among these people, Li Sijing was the only girl, so it was no wonder that everyone was talking about it. Of course, it was not ruled out that someone encountered the intermediate resource box, killed the beast, but did not sell meat. Li Sijing ignored those flattering and questioning words, but thought of a problem. The blueprint was only released by the intermediate resource box. If these people could sell meat, it meant that they might have the blueprint in their hands. She felt the benefits of the blueprint, and Li Sijing instantly became energetic. She thought about it, took a photo of the unopened 5-liter bottle of mineral water and a bunch of food, and then uploaded it to the area, leaving a message. Long-term acquisition of drawings. Water and food can be traded. Some with pictures. Please chat privately. Serious buyers only. The 2 photos instantly ignited the chat atmosphere in the area, and Li Sijing's discussion became even higher. Wow! Such a big bucket of water. Enough for a week. She actually has so much food. How many resource boxes did she open? Look! There are eggs! This Li Xijing is the Emperor of Luck. After the message was released, it was time to check the results. Li Xijing opened the private message, faced with a lot of messages, and directly checked the filter with pictures. In an instant, only a lonely message was left in the private message, and clicked on the drawings. Special steel body, enhances the strength of the car, and can withstand the impact of ordinary explosives. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *tin, plastic *2, rubber *2. Do you have other meat? No monkey meat. Li Xijing didn't expect that the other party actually needed meat. After all, if there is a blueprint, it means that there is an intermediate resource box in hand, which should also be the beast killed. Li Xijing was particularly tempted by this blueprint, but unfortunately, she didn't have any meat, not even monkey meat. Click to add a friend. What Li Xijing didn't expect was that the other party was actually a cute girl named Zhou Qinghuan. She could only ask tentatively, "No meat. Can I exchange it with other food?" "No. I just want meat," the other party replied, looking at the other party's avatar. He should have just become an adult. Li Xijing was soft-hearted for a while, and replied, "You can find Lui Zhou. He should have meat. And the transaction is fair. Of those who have meat, she has only dealt with Lui Zhou. No. I just want to trade with girls. Let's trade when you have some meat." Li Xijing was a little surprised when she saw the message, but she would not refuse the benefits that were delivered to her door. Then wait a minute. I'll go ask. Li Xijing clicked on her friend Lui Zhou and prepared to send a message to ask. Then the other party suddenly sent a message. "How do you trade the candy in your hand? I only have 10. Do you want? Well, what do you want? Do you have meat in your hand?" Li Xijing remained calm, but she was very happy in her heart. "For sale, 500 G goat meat. In exchange for 10 candies. If you have candies, please contact me. I will buy them for a long time." The boss was very efficient, and sent the transaction information directly, and was more generous than her. Trading meat by caddy. But did he actually like to eat candy? Goat meat? It seems that he encountered more than one intermediate resource box. I wonder what kind of blueprints were opened. Li Xijing clicked on Zhou Qinghuan's avatar. "Is goat meat okay?" She then sent the transaction information directly. "For sale, 500 G goat meat. In exchange for special steel body blueprints." Zhou Qinghuan on the other side immediately agreed. "Thank you, sister." Li Xijing couldn't help her curiosity and sent a message asking, "Why are you buying meat?" "To eat. I can't live without meat. I've been craving it all day." "Can't you eat the meat of the beast you encountered?" "What kind of beast was it?" Li Xijing thought about it. "Could it be a poisonous snake or insect?" "I didn't encounter any beast." "Then where did you get the blueprint?" "Can a low-level resource box also open a blueprint?" The resource box opened a blue resource box. Zhou Qinghuan answered without hiding anything. Li Xijing's eyes almost popped out. Isn't it true that there must be beasts in the intermediate resource boxes? She watched everyone in the area discuss, but she didn't see anyone encounter an intermediate resource box without beasts. "I'm going to fry mutton." "Bye, sister? By the way, sister, can you leave me a piece of meat every day? I can exchange it with a blueprint." Zhou Qinghuan added. "Every day? Exchange it with a blueprint?" How many intermediate resource boxes without beasts did Zhou Qinghuan encounter? Such a situation can no longer be simply described by the word lucky. Did she meet a real European emperor? Ding! A friend message sounded, interrupting Li Xijing's painful fantasy. Zhao Xinyuan, the one who traded a pistol with her. "Sister Jing, can you lend me a unit of gasoline?" "Borrow gasoline?" Li Xijing frowned. Before she could reply, messages popped up one after another. "I know this request is very abrupt, but I really have no choice. My supplies are all used up, and the car has no oil. But I have walked 41 kilometers from the previous resource box. As long as you let me drive another 9 kilometers and give me 1 unit of gasoline, I will definitely meet the resource box. At that time, I will only keep the supplies that can be exchanged for 5 units of gasoline, and the rest will be given to you. I guarantee it with my personality. Please believe me. Please believe me." Seeing this, Li Xijing hesitated. Reason told her that no one in this world can be trusted, and personality is worthless in the face of survival. But she was a little emotional and wanted to agree to him, although that 1 unit of gasoline might not come back. But who cares? It's better to take a gamble. she can still afford to lose 1 unit of gasoline. If she wins the gamble by chance, at least she will know that in this cruel world of survival, human nature still exists. For sale, 1 unit of gasoline. Exchange, none. Without reading the thank you message sent by the other party, Li Sijing closed her friend and clicked on the blueprint she had just exchanged. Special steel body blueprint detected. Manufacturing materials are complete. Do you want to manufacture and install? Manufacture. After misappropriating the materials used to make electric fans, Li Sijing directly built the body. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the temperature became a little cool. It was only 28 degrees. Thinking that the temperature would drop again in the middle of the night, Li Sijing took out the blanket she had gotten before, covered her stomach, and then lowered the seat to prepare for sleep. Xingyou, can you help me set an alarm for 6:30 tomorrow morning? Then don't sleep too deeply, Xingyou instructed. Just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly thought of something. She still had an empty planting pot? What a waste. I quickly posted a message in the regional channel. Collecting seeds. Some with pictures. Private messages. Ready to sleep. Reply tomorrow. After posting, I didn't care if there was a reply. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Tomorrow is another tough battle, and a good rest can ensure sufficient energy. Chapter 8 Abnormal Temperature. When the time came to 7 o'clock, the sky, which was originally as dark as ink, suddenly became bright. Without the mood of dawn, Li Sijing was awakened by the fire alarm sounded by Xingyou at 6:30. Just in time to see this outrageous scene of black and white conversion. It was dawn, and she could get out of the car. Li Sijing walked out of the car slowly in a strange posture, grinning and stretching. Staying in the narrow driver's seat for a night made her feel that her body was not her own, and it was more tiring than taking a train during the Spring Festival travel rush. Go to solve personal physiological needs first. As for how to solve it, don't ask. After spending 2 minutes to completely stretch her body, Li Sijing let out a long breath of comfort. Next, she was ready to start exercising. She remembered the embarrassing first battle yesterday. She didn't know any advanced exercise methods. First 100 push-ups, then 100 squats, and 100 frog jumps. Hey, I still have energy. Then I'll do another 100 sit-ups. 15 minutes is enough. Next, I have to get familiar with the weapons. First, the Tang sword. It's still the simplest action. Pick up the Tang sword and swing it vigorously 100 times. Finally, the hand crossbow that I just opened last night. She hasn't looked at it carefully yet. The hand crossbow is not big. It is automatically wound and can be operated with one hand. It is equipped with 12 arrows and a leather quiver. I tried it, and the range is 20 meters. Forget about using such a one-handed crossbow to shoot large beasts. It may not even break the skin. However, it is enough to deal with small beasts or humans. The next step is to repeat the shooting and practice the accuracy. It was not until 7:30 that Li Sijing stopped exercising, put away her weapons, and took out 5 liters of mineral water from the car. First, she took off her shirt, wiped her whole body with water, and then quickly changed into new sportswear. It was deserted, so she was not afraid of being seen by anyone. She would not throw away old clothes, so she put them away first and washed them when there was more water. Then she drank a mouthful of water, gurgled it in her mouth and spit it out, which was considered as rinsing her mouth. Next, she prepared breakfast. She brought out the leftover instant noodle soup from yesterday, added a handful of noodles, an egg, and a box of pure milk. There was no way to be picky now, so Li Sijing sat on the ground and ate from the pot. While eating, she opened the regional channel, but the number of people on it made her heart tremble. 9489/10,000. She clearly remembered that there were 9,700 people before going to bed last night. How come more than 200 people were missing in one night? Everyone was discussing this matter in the channel. Li Sijing found out after looking through it. After she went to bed last night, many people couldn't restrain their curiosity and impulse. Some opened the car door and walked out, or drove in the dark. Some of these people drove out of the road in the dark and got stuck in the desert. More people disappeared directly. Li Sijing felt a little scared. In fact, she had this idea in her mind, but fortunately, she didn't put it into action. After warning herself in her heart, she looked at her private message again, and she didn't know if there were any seeds. Leek seeds. Boss, I want to change food. A pack of instant noodles. If not, a pack of Oreos will do. Lettuce seeds. Beauty. My lettuce seeds are good stuff. They grow fast, taste good and are nutritious. It's not too much to exchange them for your bucket of water. The price of leek seeds is not expensive. A pack of Oreo cookies. Li Sijing directly added her as a friend and sent the transaction. As for the lettuce seeds, she couldn't help but sneer. Did he treat her as a rich man? No matter how good the lettuce is, it's just seeds now. 200 milliliters of mineral water. If you don't want to exchange it, just keep it for yourself. As a result, the other party really kept it. I guess he is going to find the next rich man. Li Sijing didn't care. Anyway, the leek seeds were already in hand. She picked up the pot, drank the remaining soup in 2 gulps, washed the pot with the least amount of water, and then got in the car. The leek seeds are 10g. Li Sijing kept half of them and evenly spread the rest in the planting pot. Then poured some water, and then waited. The leek matures in about 30 days, which is 10 times shorter. That is, 3 days. After patting the loose dirt on his hands, he picked up an apple and took a bite. Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a car modification card. Car modification card. After use, you can change all the decorations in the car. Note, the car can be remodeled every time it is upgraded. Not bad. Li Sijing was quite satisfied. Use it. Ding. Use it successfully. Please note that you only need 10 minutes of modification time. In Li Sijing's mind, the 3D graphics of the car immediately appeared, and she could control it like playing a game. First, remove the co-pilot seat. It is useless for her to have 2 seats. It's a pity that we can't add things that don't exist. Otherwise it would be great to put a bed here. Then adjust the color of the car to sky blue. And then embellish it with her favorite Peppa Pig. And confirm it. Li Sijing only felt a flash in front of her eyes. And then her car became what she imagined. Too perfect. She has been looking at the endless road outside and the monotonous desert. And she has lost her aesthetic sense. After removing the co-pilot seat, the space in the car has become much larger. Take the open box of pure milk and put it in the original co-pilot position. And then put the pot on it, which is quite good as a small table. Feeling a little hot, she took off the camouflage jacket and only wore short sleeves. But she didn't feel cold. She looked at the temperature. 35 degrees. Li Sijing's face suddenly became serious. Did the temperature rise so fast? At 8 o'clock, the apples were eaten. The car was packed, and they were ready to set off. It was still a speed of 40 yards, because the resource box was not very big, and she was afraid that it would miss it if it was too fast. The car was moving forward, and the temperature was rising. When she encountered the first resource box of the day, it was already 37 degrees. At 10:30, she encountered the second resource box, drank a bottle of Waha and ate a bag of Oreo cookies. At this time, it was almost 39 degrees. At almost 12 o'clock, she encountered the third resource box, and the temperature reached 40 degrees. She was not going to move forward. This damn weather. 35 degrees yesterday. 40 degrees today. It won't be 50 degrees tomorrow. Right? After stopping the car, Li Sijing's first move was to open the manufacturing page and create a sunshade and an electric fan. The sunshade is silver white. After clicking to use it, it will fly to the roof and fix itself, without affecting her opening the window. After the cover is on, the temperature in the car drops to 35 degrees instantly. When the fan is turned on, she immediately moans in comfort. Next, let's take a look at the harvest in the morning. There are 3 resource boxes in total, all of which are low level. Li Sijing opens them directly. Mineral water 100 milliliters, mineral water 100 milliliters, gasoline 1 unit. Ding. The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it is forced to bottom out and rebound. Please reopen the resource box. Not bad. She no longer has any expectations for what supplies she can get when she opens the box. But today's resource box has a high chance of getting mineral water. Chapter 9, Small Freezer Blueprint. Underwear set. 3M folding parasol. 50G asterisk 4 hot pot base. 500G pak choi. 750 milliliters red wine. 1500G down quilt. 5 kilograms flour. 5L mineral water. 5 rubbers. 5 cloths. Single tableware set. 100 wet wipes. 500 milliliters thermos cup, 2 glass, 20 units of gasoline. After the bottoming out of Xingyao, Li Xijing got a lot of supplies from the 3 resource boxes again. Wet wipes are just right for wiping the face and body. The tableware is a complete set, with bowls, plates, chopsticks, spoons and forks. And she likes it very much. The hot pot base, pak choy, flour, and other food are placed in front together, which is more convenient when taking them. 5 liters of mineral water was put at the back, and the previous bucket was half full. The parasol and thermos cup were quite practical. But what was the duvet for? Would it be so hot? Fortunately, it was compressed and packed. A small package, and was stuffed directly at the back. After sorting out the supplies, it was lunchtime. After eating 2 meals of noodles in a row, Li Xijing was ready to change her taste. She happened to have flour and tableware. She had also opened a common seasoning package before, and she was going to make a simple version of scallion pancakes to eat. She prepared it directly in the car. The temperature outside was too terrible, and she was not going to go out. She grabbed a handful of flour, beat in the last 2 eggs, added some water and stirred. She felt that something was missing, and when she saw the cabbage next to her, she immediately had an idea. She took out the dagger she had obtained before, and before she opened the kitchen knife, she decided to use it as a kitchen knife. Pick up a small cabbage, chop the leaves with a dagger, and add it to the bowl. It looks so green. That's it. If there is no green onion, you can use green leaves. Will it taste better if you add a vegetable? Xingyao didn't quite understand the principle. Li Xijing answered as a matter of course. Of course. This is how you make scallion pancakes. But you added small cabbage, not green onions. Xingyu stated the facts rationally. Li Xijing was choked. I didn't add small cabbage. I added feelings. A system. Of course. Couldn't understand Li Xijing's feelings, so she could only find others to share her happiness. The pancake was shiny and shiny. She took a photo at a good angle and sent it to the regional channel, with a sentence. On the 2nd day of coming to this world, I finally achieved the freedom of scallion pancakes. In the channel, everyone was originally discussing the abnormally high temperature, and there were messages asking for water everywhere. As soon as this photo of Li Xijing appeared, it immediately caused an exclamation. Fuck. Boss. Is it so showy? And it's a woman. It's her. The boss who sold me yesterday. Others have achieved the freedom of scallion pancakes, but I have to think for a long time before drinking a sip of water. The gap is too big. There are still a lot of people who want to buy below, but unfortunately there is nothing good. And Li Xijing doesn't plan to be a cook. Just thinking about this, her friend rang, and she clicked on it and saw 3 messages. First clicked on Zhou Qinghuan, who left a deep impression on her. Sister, I also want to eat scallion pancakes. Can I exchange this with you? Outdoor folding chair. This is okay. Moreover, Li Xijing was coveting the drawings in the other party's hand. Okay. I'll make 2 for you. But I don't have any green onions. I'll use cabbage instead. While cooking, she clicked on the second message. 5 scallion pancakes. Exchange for meat. Big brother Louis Zhou was still very frugal with words. Wait. Since this cook did it for the first time, she didn't care about doing it for the second time. The third message surprised Li Xijing a little. It was sent by Zhao Xinyuan 3 hours ago. Maybe she didn't hear it because she was driving at the time. Sister Jing, thank you for believing in me last night. But unfortunately I can't repay you. These are the supplies I opened. I'll give them all to you. It's a waste for me to keep them. Finally, I hope I can return to Earth after I die. Li Xijing's pupil shrank. She didn't even look at the supplies sent by the other party. She immediately sent a message. What's wrong with you? The avatar was still lit, so it shouldn't be a problem. Right? For sale, small freezer blueprint. Wild wolf meat 500G*10. Mineral water 2 liters. Gasoline 10 units. Exchange, none. Seeing this transaction message, she instantly understood that the other party had actually encountered a wolf. Where are you injured? I was unlucky to meet a lone wolf, and there was a cut on my stomach. In such hot weather, if there is no medicine for the wound, it will definitely get inflamed. No wonder he was like leaving a last will. Li Xijing rubbed her fingers, hesitating and not knowing what to think. Finally, she glanced at the transaction information, gritted her teeth, and clicked to agree. She didn't look at the things that were sent to her. but just searched around and took out the golden wound medicine she had hidden before. For sale, golden wound medicine *1. Wild wolf meat 500 g *10. Mineral water 2 liters. Gasoline 10 units. Exchange, none. I'll take the blueprints. Just think of it as you exchanging the wound medicine from me. You can keep the rest of the supplies and try to survive. After sending the things, Li Sijing looked much more relaxed and looked at the blueprints carefully. Small freezer, oil electric dual purpose. Consumes 1 unit of gasoline per day. Capacity 100 liters. Dual purpose for freezing and refrigeration. Materials required for construction, metal *10. Plastic *10. Glass *2. Rubber *5. According to their exchange conditions yesterday. This blueprint, including those supplies, should have been hers. And she didn't need to exchange them for the wound medicine. Just think of her as being full of sympathy. Having sympathy means that she is still a person. A person with some strength. Before Li Sijing finished her sigh, she suddenly smelled a pungent smell of burnt food and screamed, "Ah! My scallion pancake." Finally, she scraped off the black part of the burnt scallion pancake and put it into her own stomach. After completing the order and becoming a cook again, she got an outdoor folding chair and a 500 g piece of rabbit meat. Lu Yizhou actually killed a new beast again. He is indeed a big boss. 2 large scallion pancakes. A bottle of pure milk. And the last apple finally filled her stomach. Li Sijing then clicked on the manufacturing page. The materials required for this small freezer are the most among the drawings she has seen. But she is still ready to make it. Clear the space behind the driver's seat. Then click on the manufacturing. And the freezer will instantly appear in the designated position. The height of the car is 1.2 meters. And the freezer is about 0.8 meters. The lid can only be half opened. But it doesn't have much impact. It is mainly for oil and electricity. And only 1 unit of gasoline is needed for 1 day. She happily put the rabbit meat she just got in. And also put a few boxes of pure milk in. Such a good thing. Of course. Should be shared. However, this thing requires too many materials. And most people probably can't afford it. Fortunately, there are 2 rich people lying in her friend list. Chapter 10. Get some free stuff. In the desert with a temperature of 40 degrees. There is no shelter from the crowd. No air conditioning or fans. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is purgatory. While others were suffering, Li Sijing sat in a car with a temperature of 35 degrees, blowing the fan, and began to prepare to get some free stuff. Do you need a freezer, electric fan, or sunshade? Bring your own materials. 3 drawings were sent out along with the message. She sent the same message to 2 people in her friend list, Lu Yizhou and Shou Qinghuan. Without waiting for the 2 to reply, she opened the trading channel again and hung up the electric fan and sunshade. As for the fee, only 1 basic material is charged. Metal, glass, cloth, plastic, or rubber. Anyone is fine. And of course, the construction materials must be brought by yourself. For sale, electric fan X3. Exchange, any one of the 5 basic materials *1. Metal *5. Plastic *1. For sale, sunshade X7. Exchange, any one of the 5 basic materials *1. Cloth *2. Plastic *1. Rubber *1. Then she went to the regional channel, posted 2 drawings, and added a sentence. Electric fan and sunshade for sale. The first batch is limited to 10 minutes. And the second batch of transactions will start at 7 p.m. For these 2 things, she did not offer a high price, but only planned to make a batch of basic materials, which was considered a small profit but quick turnover. Of course, this was not because she was full of sympathy, but because she had a plan in mind. Everyone has been here for less than 2 days. Except for the cheaters like her and a few talented people. It is imaginable what the situation of ordinary people is like. It is difficult for them to eat and drink every day. The manufacturing materials of electric fans and sunshades themselves are a huge burden for them. In this kind of weather, if there is no way to cool down, it is not just a matter of words that people will die of heat. If she charges a high price, it is estimated that few people can afford it. It is just right to charge a basic material. If too many people die, who can she find to make money in the future? Besides, if it is cheaper, everyone can afford it, and she will not make less money. As for the freezer, She hesitated for a moment, but still added a sentence. In addition, I have a small freezer in my hand. If you need it, bring the supplies to private chat. Things like freezers are not what ordinary people need. After all, everyone does not have enough food and drink. So where else do they need to freeze things? This is prepared for a few people. And these few people should have no shortage of supplies. Electric fans and sunshades cannot make money. But she plans to make it back on freezers. The regional channel has begun to flood the screen because of her words. There's an electric fan. What a lifesaver. She's the one again. Is she so awesome? There's only enough for one kind of material. But I want both of them. What should I do? Can it be cheaper? Did you notice that she actually charged us one more basic material? So mean? Boycott her. Lower the price quickly. Don't set the tone. The price she offered is already cheap enough. Others worked hard to kill the beast to get the blueprint. They can't just give it to you for free. The last message was sent by a person named Huaigua. Li Sijing remembered him. It was also him who urged everyone to act quickly on the first day. Although she didn't care what others said. Huaigua spoke for her. And she remembered the favor. At this time, messages from friends rang one after another. All. This is the reward. Luizhou said concisely. For sale, 500 G*4 Sika deer meat. 15 metals. 12 plastics. 2 glass. 6 rubbers. 2 cloths. Exchange, small freezer. Electric fan. Sunshade. Wow. For caddies of deer meat. The boss is as generous as ever. Did he kill another beast? Zhou Qinghuan also sent a message. I want a freezer and a sunshade. You are not short of food and drink. I will exchange it with you for 30 units of gasoline. Okay? For sale, 30 units of gasoline. 2 cloths. 2 plastics. 1 rubber. 5 metals. Exchange, small freezer. Sunshade. She didn't want an electric fan. Did she also open an electric fan? But now is not the time to think about this. Immediately complete the transaction between the two. And get 4 caddies of deer meat and 30 units of gasoline. The fuel tank was filled directly. And there were 14 units left, which were put in a small oil pot and could only be placed in the trunk. Turning to the trading page, the electric fans and sunshades she had put up had been sold out. Didn't they say they would boycott? It seems that there are more smart people. She immediately remade them and put them up again. For 10 minutes, she kept repeating this process. And the electric fans and sunshades she sold added up to more than 1,000. The materials she harvested were also very gratifying. Metal *400, plastic *200, rubber *150, cloth *150, glass *100. She no longer had to worry about having drawings but no materials. Finally, she made a batch and put up 50 copies of each. She exited the trading area and came to the regional channel. The last batch is up. Wait until 7 p.m. if you want it later. It was already 12:30. And she was going to take a half-hour break and set off again at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, Li Sijing was awakened by Xingyao's fire alarm again. Rubbing her eyes, she suggested, Xingyao, can you change the ringtone? I will have nightmares every time I am awakened by this ringtone. I have counted that when you hear this ringtone, you humans run the fastest. Xingyao felt a little aggrieved. It was specially prepared for warmth, but was disliked by the host. Li Sijing complained in her heart that she ran fast when she was escaping. But she said, you are here. I don't need to work so hard. So change it to a normal ringtone for me. That's right. Xingyu agreed silently. She got up and opened the freezer. Took out the pure milk that had been frozen into a lump. Cut it with a dagger. Took a sip. And was immediately startled by the ice. Li Sijing drove with one hand while eating ice milk. And she was not panicked at all. After driving for an hour, she became serious. The resource box was about to appear. A blue resource box appeared in the middle of the road, shining in the dazzling sun. And it was somewhat reflective. It turned out to be an intermediate resource box. Li Sijing raised her eyebrows and stopped the car 10 meters away from the resource box. She didn't bring a gun this time, as it felt useless. She picked up a small crossbow with her right hand. She hung the quiver on her belt. She had just practiced stringing the crossbow this morning. She could do it in 5 seconds. The electric baton was inserted at her waist. After yesterday's battle, she was quite familiar with the electric baton. As for the tang sword, she would wait a few days. She got off the car and came to the resource box. She checked it one last time. The bulletproof vest on her body was put on, and the crossbow was already strung. So she stepped forward resolutely. The familiar white mist spread, and a low image appeared. It was a rat. It looked half a meter long, up to her knees, with hair on its body. It was the first time Li Sijing had seen such a big rat. Although the rat looked huge, it was not clumsy at all, and rushed towards her nimbly. Chapter 11: The Second Battle. Has anyone seen a 50-gene rat? Li Sijing has seen it now. Although she was frightened by such a big rat, she reacted quickly this time, and kicked the rat that rushed over. The 50-gene rat was kicked up, and landed 1 meter away. Li Sijing did not waste the opportunity. She instantly raised her crossbow to aim, and pulled the trigger. With a buzz, the crossbow string drove the arrow to fly out. The arrow hit the rat's hind legs, and it squeaked in pain. But it still rushed forward. Unfortunately, she originally shot the rat's head, but only hit the hind legs. The rat became bigger, and even its cry became more unpleasant, making her frown. Li Sijing retreated while changing arrows. When the string was ready, the rat was less than 1 meter away from her feet. She pulled the trigger again, and this time it finally hit the bullseye, and the arrow went straight through the top of the rat's head, without even a chance to wail. The mouse stopped at her feet, and died without moving. Congratulations to the player for killing a beast mouse. Do you want to disassemble it? Hit 500G*8 mouse meat. This battle ended neatly. Compared with the first time, Li Sijing was quite satisfied. It's just that the mouse, this time, was fatter than the monkey yesterday. How come there were 8 kilograms of meat? Wipe the sweat flowing into her eyes. Pick up 2 arrows. Hold the resource box in one hand, and carry the meat in the other hand back to the car. Under the scorching sun at 40 degrees. The short battle made her whole body wet with sweat. After getting in the car, Li Sijing opened the resource box, the intermediate resource box. And didn't he know what drawings would be produced this time? Windproof lighter *1. Looking at the lighter in her hand, she couldn't help shaking her head. If there was no sign in system, she probably wouldn't be able to survive for a day. Insulating glass drawings, car bumper drawings, machete drawings, wind oil 3 ml *20. Paper towels 300 sheets *25. 3 drawings. Not bad. With the comparison just now, Li Sijing was already very satisfied. Insulating glass can isolate high temperature and effectively reduce the temperature in the car by 10 degrees. Required manufacturing materials: glass *5, plastic *2, rubber *1. Bumper, effectively reduce the damage caused by car collision and protect the car body. Required manufacturing materials: plastic *5, metal *1, machete, 1.5 feet long, straight back and straight blade, for field use. Required manufacturing materials: metal *3, plastic 1, rubber *1. Insulating glass is a good thing, more powerful than sunshade. But it's a pity that you can't make money from it. Just make it, and install it on the car directly. The temperature in the car directly became 25 degrees. And Li Sijing quickly turned off the electric fan. The bumper was also made directly. The car is her reliance in this world, so it must be protected. As for the machete, she almost exchanged it for steamed buns yesterday. Now the blueprint is directly opened, which is fine. She can't use it now, but she can make it and trade it to others. The tissue was finally opened, and Li Sijing couldn't help hugging and kissing it. You know, she was unbearable to recall this morning. Debriefing is a very small bottle, but 20 bottles are enough. When you doze off while driving at noon, apply a little on your temples and under your nose, and your mind will be awake instantly. As for the rat meat she just got, Li Sijing still didn't eat it. She decided to exchange it for other things at night. But this game is too biased. She met monkeys and rats, while Lu Yizhou met rabbits and deer. Sitting in the car, she ate 2 pieces of one snow cake she opened herself, and drank the last bottle of Waha. After resting for a while, she set off again. The rest of the journey was smooth. After harvesting 3 low-level resource boxes, she was ready to end today's trip. Today, like yesterday, she harvested a total of 7 resource boxes and fuel tanks, one of which was a mid-level one, which was not bad. There were only 30 units of gasoline left in the tank. After adding the previous 14 units, the fuel volume reached 44/50. It was already 6 o'clock, and there was still an hour before dark. She planned to leave it for herself to make dinner. Li Sijing didn't want to be busy in the car with the light of the blue screen like yesterday. Let's open the remaining resource boxes first. 30g Shikima 100 ml mineral water 10g loquat. I can't wait. Let's do it a second time. Oral hygiene products *1. Strawberry 500g. Chocolate 14g *16. Metal *5. Plastic *3. Chinese cabbage 2.5 kilograms. Kettle *1. Ice cooling patch *20. Wood *10. Glass *2. Egg yolk crisps 50g *10. Potato chips 104x3. Portable toilet *1. Rubber *3. Cloth *3. A lot of supplies fell down. First put strawberries, chocolate, Chinese cabbage, egg yolk crisps, potato chips. These foods in front. The appearance of toothpaste and toothbrush is so considerate. She didn't brush her teeth this morning, so she felt that her mouth tasted bad all day. The kettle was placed at the end. It was not used in such a hot day. Cool patch, apply it to the body. Lower the body temperature by 10 degrees. Effective for 1 hour. This is good? It was the 7th day of the natural disaster. And I didn't know what the temperature would be. I would use it when the time came. The last one was the portable toilet, which was quite practical. You know, it was 12 hours after dark. And you couldn't get out of the car during this period. After sorting out the things, Li Sijing opened the door and got out of the car. After staying in the car for 10 hours. She also needed to move around. The temperature now dropped to 36 degrees. And it was still a little hot in an unsheltered place. She took out the folding parasol she had gotten before from the car. And it was indeed much better after unfolding it. She took out the outdoor folding chair she got from Zhou Qinghuan and placed it next to the car. She took out the pots and pans. And finally the seasoning. The Chinese cabbage and a 500g piece of venison. She was going to eat fried meat today. First, slice the venison with a dagger. Marinate it with some seasoning. And also pack the Chinese cabbage with many less leaves. Spread the venison all over the bottom of the pot. And fry it slowly over the lowest heat. Gradually, the fat mixed with a special fragrance drifted away. Li Sijing turned the meat over while drooling with greed. Finally, she couldn't help but pick a piece that was about right and put it in her mouth. Hiss, the tender meat juice burst in her mouth. And she didn't want to spit it out even if her tongue was burned. After eating several pieces of meat in a row, she slowed down, put 2 pieces of cabbage in the pot, fried them casually, and put them in her mouth. Without lettuce, it can also relieve the greasiness with cabbage. And then have a box of pure milk. Leaning on the chair, eating meat, drinking milk, looking at the wild desert in front. And behind her is the car she depends on for survival. Such a day feels not bad. If there weren't so many wild beasts. Of course, if there was no sign-in system, she would definitely not have such feelings. And now she is probably still fighting for a bite of food. Chapter 12 Agent. On the second day of arriving in the game world, Li Sijing relied on the sign-in system to raise the standard of her meals. This dinner took half an hour, and the cabbage was all consumed. There was still a small part of the venison left. She had also made plans in her mind. Didn't they open a bottle of red wine this morning? Beef stewed with red wine is a big dish. And I think stewed venison will also be delicious. Right? I'll stew it later. It will definitely be mushy overnight. I'll have it as breakfast tomorrow morning. Drink a box of pure milk to supplement calcium. And take some of the small loquat and strawberry that just opened. There were only 10 minutes left until 7 o'clock. And Li Sijing began to put away the things outside the car. Brush your teeth with the toothbrush you just got. Then wipe your face and body with wet wipes. And finally put on new underwear before returning to the car. Take advantage of the last 2 minutes before dark to stew the venison. Close the car door. And the world becomes dark again. Li Sijing, who had nothing to do but stay in the car at night, started playing with her phone. No. She started looking at the blue screen. She opened the regional channel. And it was indeed the busiest at this time. After 2 days, everyone quickly adapted. And there were a lot more trading messages. And even many people selling meat and blueprints appeared. Li Sijing looked through it, and found a lot of things that interested her. She also found that there was a man named Qian Long who was also selling electric fans. And the price was twice hers. And there were quite a few buyers. As for why they bought the expensive ones instead of waiting to buy the cheap ones she had, it was because a group of people kept talking in the channel. saying that the electric fan blueprints in her hands had been sold. Everyone thought that her electric fan blueprints had been sold to the other party. Although the price had increased, they could only place orders with curses. Li Sijing frowned. It was too mean to steal business and spread rumors. She also saw Zhao Xinyuan's speech, constantly asking everyone not to believe the rumors and wait to buy cheaper ones. But unfortunately few people believed it. Turning to the trading area, Li Sijing directly made 100 copies of electric fans and sunshades and hung them up. Please don't believe the rumors. The second batch of electric fans and sunshades have been hung up. By as soon as possible. As soon as the message was sent out, many people immediately took over. What? You didn't sell the blueprints in your hand? Ah? I just bought an electric fan from Qianlong. Fuck. I just got all the supplies and got such good news. I went to grab it right away. Beauty conscience price. Before, people always said that she was black-hearted. But because of this Qianlong, her reputation was reversed. Sure enough, everything must be compared. No longer paying attention to these people, Li Sijing clicked on Zhao Xinyuan's avatar. Thank you for helping me explain in the channel today. Zhao Xinyuan replied quickly. Don't be polite, Sister Jing. It's my duty. I haven't thanked you for the medicine yet. If it weren't for you, I would have died twice. From today on, my life belongs to you. If you have any requests, just tell me, and I will do it. As a grateful person, Li Sijing didn't expect him to repay her. How effective is the medicine? Are all your injuries healed? She was not sure about the effect of the wound medicine. She sent it at that time just to give it a try. Well, within a minute after taking the medicine, the wound showed signs of healing, and I was able to move as usual in half an hour. Li Sijing's face suddenly showed joy. She still had 4 pills of this medicine, which was 4 lives. Before she could say more, the electric fans and sunshades hanging in the trading area were sold out. Li Sijing could only make another batch and put them up. It seemed that she would not have time for an hour. She had originally planned to make a machete to sell at night. But now she was a little hesitant. She didn't want to be trapped in the trading area all the time. What should I do if I don't want to do repetitive work all the time? Don't use the blueprint? Those who don't make money are fools. I met a cheetah today. I don't have a weapon, so I can only run away. If I can get the blueprint tomorrow, I will send it to you directly. Zhao Xinyuan's message came again. Looking at this message, Li Sijing suddenly had a way to have the best of both worlds. Do you really want to repay me? Li Sijing asked in a message. Zhao Xinyuan answered without hesitation. Of course. What do you want me to do? I will do it even if I risk my life. I just want to cooperate with you. Don't be so serious. Li Sijing sent him her idea. I have a weapon blueprint in my hand, and I want to give it to you to operate. Ah? Why? Zhao Xinyuan was confused. Is this to take care of him? Li Sijing explained. I usually have a lot of things to do, and I don't have time to watch the transactions all the time. In order to prevent what happened today from happening again, I plan to find an agent. Do you want to do it? The reason why those people in the channel were able to fish in troubled waters today was because she didn't reply to everyone for a long time. All the profits will be divided into 80% and 20%. I will get 80% and you will get 20%. Okay. Before the message was sent, the message of Zhao Xinyuan's agreement had been sent. Then he added, no need to share. I don't want any reward. If you often look after the trading area, you will spend less time looking for resource boxes. Don't you need to live? That's it. As for the price, it's still a basic material. Small profits, but quick turnover. Li Sijing directly traded the blueprint of the machete without asking for any collateral. As for whether the other party would not give her the profit, Li Sijing was not worried. If a blueprint could make her recognize a person, it would not be a loss. While watching the transaction, Li Sijing thought that if Zhao Xinyuan was reliable, she would have a partner. Then she could hand over all these low-end blueprints to Zhao Xinyuan. She only needed to master the high-end blueprints. Wishing Yao, she could open boxes continuously, which was the correct development route. Clicking on the regional channel, Li Sijing found that Zhao Xinyuan had already started to exert his strength. He did not leave after sending a message like Li Sijing did, but kept sending messages and saying different things, because the price was not expensive, and he kept promoting it. People who wanted to buy responded one after another, and it was even more lively than her side. Yes, professional things really need professionals to do it. If he didn't have any bad intentions, she would definitely take him as her brother. The transactions on both sides were going on hotly. It seems that those who can survive to this time have some basic materials in their hands. Li Sijing looked at the number of people. 9246/10,000. And more than 200 people died. According to statistics from people in the channel, half of the people died because of encountering wild animals. And the remaining half died because of problems with survival supplies. Heat stroke, dehydration, starvation. But this time, she will no longer be frightened by the reduction of those people. She finally began to adapt to this cruel world, becoming stronger and cold-blooded. Chapter 13 Resource Point Activities. Sister, are you busy now? I want meat. Trade this. When Li Sijing was busy, Zhou Qinghuan sent a message. High-temperature resistant tires can keep the car running at normal speed at high temperatures. The higher the temperature, the shorter the service life. Materials required for manufacturing: rubber *10, metal *4, plastic *1. What a good thing. Li Sijing's eyes lit up. You know, when the air temperature is 40 degrees, the ground is at least 60 degrees. It is unknown how much the temperature will rise during a natural disaster. The melting point of ordinary tires is around 100 degrees. Generally, 70 degrees is prone to tire blowouts, wear and slippage. With this tire, she can at least guarantee that there will be no tire blowouts during natural disasters, and the car will not be able to drive. Such a good thing. She actually took it out like this, instead of waiting for a price. The other party was so honest. Li Sijing couldn't be sneaky, and reluctantly took out the remaining 3 pounds of venison. For sale, 500G venison *3. Exchange, high temperature resistant tire blueprint. Thank you, sister. I'll come see you tomorrow, Zhou Qinghuan said happily. With the blueprint in hand, she had no shortage of materials, so she made it immediately. But now all the delicious venison had been exchanged, and she didn't even eat the rat meat she killed. What should she do? Thinking of the chocolate she opened today, Li Sijing immediately had an idea and clicked on Luizhou's avatar. Boss, do you want chocolate? Boss likes to eat candy, so chocolate should also be considered candy. Yes, or trade with meat. Right? After Luizhou finished speaking, he sent the transaction. Selling, raw deer meat 500G *5. Exchange, chocolate 14G *16. So much? Li Sijing was so surprised that she forgot to click confirm. Although things are precious because they are rare, in such a survival world, food should be more important. Last time, she exchanged 10 candies for a pound of meat, and she took advantage of it. She also wanted to ask for less meat this time, so as not to be considered greedy. Luizhou replied, Not much. There is too little candy on the market. I bought it at a high price. Since the other party is not afraid of losing, Li Sijing can only take advantage of this. After clicking confirm, she quickly put the meat in the freezer, and she could trade the blueprint with Zhou Qinghuan tomorrow. After 2 days of beatings, she no longer had hope for the beasts she encountered. At this time, the transactions of electric fans and sunshades in the trading area have gradually decreased, and those who have materials have almost exchanged them. Li Sijing took inventory and found that she had exchanged more than 1,000 this time. The basic materials were enough for her to use for a long time. Now that she had no shortage of basic materials, what should she exchange the rat meat for? For sale, 500G rat meat *8. In exchange for various blueprints, guns and ammunition, heat stroke prevention and cooling materials. Without specifying specific materials, she marked everything she wanted. Next, she began to look for things of interest in the trading area, and she actually experienced the fun of shopping on Taobao. It was not until she had exchanged all the rat meat that she realized that she had exchanged a lot of things. Water bucket blueprint, 10-liter capacity. Materials required for manufacturing, plastic *1. Portable fire stove, add wood to burn. Materials required for manufacturing, metal *3. Shoe blueprint, can make comfortable sports shoes. Materials required for manufacturing, plastic *1. Cloth *1. Among them, the wooden barrel blueprint has the lowest price, only costing 1 pound of rat meat, and it is estimated that no one needs it. So Li Sijing bought it for her own use. She didn't buy the portable fire stove to make a fire, but to make skewers on it. The person who sold this blueprint even relied on this reason to ask for the price of 2 pounds of rat meat. The shoe blueprint is the most practical and the most expensive, with 3 pounds of rat meat and 10 pairs of shoes for the other party. But it's not a loss. This blueprint is still profitable. After all, no one doesn't wear shoes. And I will give it to Zhao Xinyuan when the time comes. The remaining 2 pounds of rat meat were exchanged for a soy milk machine and a bag of 400 g salt. The salt is worth it. If a person does not eat salt for a long time, he will become listless and weak. As for the soy milk machine, Li Xijing was just shopping and forgot that she didn't have any soybeans. But it doesn't matter. If she doesn't have it now, it doesn't mean she won't have it in the future. Right? Li Xijing put the soy milk machine in the innermost part. It's true that impulse shopping is not good. After everything was done, it was already 9 o'clock, and she was ready to go to bed. At this time, the temperature outside was 35 degrees, and the temperature inside the car was 25 degrees. Li Xijing was too lazy to remove the sunshade and directly covered herself with a blanket. Xingyao, set the alarm for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Since it has been confirmed that 7 o'clock is the dawn time, there is no need to wake up so early. Nothing happened that night. At 7 o'clock the next day, Li Xijing woke up to the normal alarm. It was already dawn. It was still the same process as yesterday. Exercising, getting familiar with weapons, washing up and having breakfast. Deer meat stewed with red wine was indeed a delicious meal. But it was a bit greasy to eat it early in the morning. It was just right to eat it with the remaining strawberries. And finally a box of pure milk. I don't know if other drinks can be opened today. She is a bit tired of pure milk and wants to change the taste. There are also fruits. In the hot weather, these foods with high water content are the fastest to consume. It would be great if there was a watermelon. After issuing these beautiful wishes, Li Xijing felt that it was okay to drive 50 miles per hour today, aiming for the goal of 10 resource boxes. When Li Xijing finished eating and was ready to get in the car, the temperature outside was already 40 degrees, which was indeed a lot higher than yesterday. She got in the car, unfastened the seat belt, and was about to buckle it when a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. The voice was cold. Exactly the same as the voice she heard when she came to this world. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving to the 3rd day. Today is the last day of the novice period, and it is also the last moment for all players to accumulate strength. Next, our resource point activity is officially launched. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the activity is based on regions. Players in the same region will be teleported to the same resource point. Second, the activity is voluntary. Players who do not want to participate can refuse and will stay on the road. Third, during the activity, the road is a rest area and all resource boxes will no longer refresh. Fourth, the resource point area is 10 square kilometers, with 9 high-level resource boxes built in, and there is a chance of skill books. Fifth, during the activity, players can attack each other, and the initial supplies cannot be robbed. Sixth, the activity time is 10 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. Chapter 14 Car Upgrade Card. On the 3rd day of the survival game, just as everyone was getting familiar with this cruel world, an activity called Resource Point appeared. It sounded like a good thing. But after listening to the rules of the game, Li Xijing knew that things were far from that simple. The first rule directly stated the core of this activity, that everyone was going to meet. Humans are a very strange creature. When they are trapped in a desperate situation, they will try to unite and fight bravely. But once they adapt to the environment, they will compare, stratify, resist, and finally cause war. These things have been repeated over thousands of years of history. So Li Xijing was not looking forward to this encounter. Who can be sure that this encounter will not be the beginning of a war? Originally, Li Xijing didn't want to wade into this muddy water. But during the event, there were no resource boxes on the road? For everyone who lacks supplies. How can they survive a hot day? Isn't this forcing everyone to participate? Of course, Li Xijing, who has Xingyao, will definitely survive. But if everyone participated, and she was the only one who didn't, wouldn't she be far behind others? If she fell behind, she would be beaten. She was used to taking advantage of others. So how could she tolerate others taking advantage of her? So, in the end, she decided to participate in the event. Unfortunately, the rules did not reveal any details about the event. All we know is that all people in the entire area will be deployed to an area of 10 square kilometers. The base population of the area is 10,000. But after counting those who died in the past 2 days, there are still about 9,500 people. 10 square kilometers is about the size of a small town. It is quite spacious for 10,000 people to enter. The activity lasts from 10 to 1800 hours, which is 8 hours. It is a bit long. I don't know if there is time for lunch. Since there is no resource box today, there is no need to drive. There are still 2 hours before the activity starts, so she can prepare some convenient food. Li Sijing said while looking through her supplies. Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a car upgrade card. Car upgrade card? What? Li Sijing looked through it with some confusion. A card that can be drawn every week. Don't you know your own luck value? Xingyao answered. Car upgrade card, after use. The car can be upgraded to 1 level. Note, the host's current car level is a 2-seater car, which can be upgraded to a 4-seater car. After seeing the card information clearly, Li Sijing stood up suddenly in shock. And with a bang, she hit the roof of the car. She rubbed her head in pain. But she didn't care. She asked excitedly, can it really be upgraded to a 4-seater car? There is such a card? And it can be drawn every week? Is it really such a good thing? I said. This is just a guarantee. The real good thing is the advanced version of this card. The car promotion card. Xingyao introduced. The car promotion card allows your car to be upgraded once every 7 days. So you don't have to waste a sign-in opportunity every week. Although the car promotion card is good, she still knows her own limitations, and probably won't get it. Li Sijing is not very interested in things that are too far away from her. She only cares about what she can get in front of her. Can you really draw it every week? Xingyao was helpless. Yes. Car upgrade is a series card. As long as you draw the guaranteed card, you will draw this series again every 7 days. Unless you draw an advanced version card, it will not stop. Now, do you still think it's good? Li Sijing thought about it seriously and nodded. It's good. Although she wasted an opportunity every week, she didn't feel it was a loss. But she is more concerned about another question now. So, the car transformation card I signed in yesterday is an advanced version card. Low-level cards like car transformation only have this one card. And it can't form a series card at all. Xingyu was speechless. So she is still the non-African. And there is no possibility of becoming European? This topic is a bit hurtful. Li Sijing immediately skipped it and clicked to use the card. The whole car suddenly seemed to be stuck. And it changed instantly in the next second. And the space inside the car became much larger. Ding. It is detected that the host has a car modification card. Do you want to use it? Use. Ding. The use is successful. Please note that you only need 10 minutes to modify it, since she has modified it once. Li Sijing is quite skilled and clicks to confirm in less than 2 minutes. Still as before. Remove other seats. Keep only the driver's seat. And then change the color atmosphere. After removing the seat, the trunk directly connects to the driver's seat. And it is about 2 meters long to the gearshift. The area inside the car is about 5 square meters, which is enough for Li Sijing now. All the supplies were piled behind the driver's seat. And the seats from the original co-pilot seat to the back were all vacant. Looking at the vacant seats, Li Sijing's original thoughts suddenly reappeared. If a bed is placed here, it should be much more comfortable in the future nights. Right? Li Sijing opened the regional channel. Does anyone have a drawing of a bed? A real one is also fine. Preferably a folding bed. And some with pictures? Please send a private message. Li Sijing is now a well-known figure in this area. Everyone was originally discussing the event. And her message immediately attracted a lot of attention. What do you need a bed for? Stupid. Of course it's for sleeping. Sure enough. We're not on the same level. While we're still worrying about the next meal, the boss is already improving the quality of life. There's no place to put a bed in the car now. Is the boss going to sleep outside at night? Ignoring other people's discussions, Li Sijing finally decided what food to prepare after sorting out the supplies. Steamed buns. After the steamed buns are made, they are directly placed in the freezer and frozen. When needed, they can be taken out and heated up. When busy, you don't have time to cook. And you don't have to delay driving when eating. It just so happened that she just opened a 5-gene cabbage yesterday. And she also had flour and meat. But she was still short of something. So, She could only send out a purchase message again. Who has yeast? It's for making dough. It's urgently needed. Buy it at a high price. And rolling pins and other tools for making pasta are also collected. Yeast is often used in making pasta. It is a natural leavening agent. Without it, buns can't be made. I wonder if anyone has come up with something so niche. If not, I can only make dumplings. But that would be even more tedious. And I don't know if 2 hours would be enough. Chapter 15 Cabbage and Pork Buns. On the third day after arriving in the game world, Li Sijing had a rare leisure time. Unlike the previous 2 days when she was constantly driving in the channel, the attention she attracted disappeared in a few minutes. And the most discussed topic was still today's resource point activity. Li Sijing waited for a few minutes. And several things were collected, including measuring cups, rolling pins, onions, ginger, and garlic. What surprised her was a folding table. The measuring cups and rolling pins were not expensive, and she exchanged them for a pack of Oreo cookies. Onions, ginger, and garlic were not necessities for everyone, and the total amount of 2 kilograms only required 5 packs of Oreos. The folding table was a little expensive, and after a long discussion, it was finally exchanged for 2 packs of instant noodles. Unfortunately, the yeast powder that she wanted most did not move at all, and Li Sijing frowned in disappointment. Just as she was about to change her plan and make dumplings, a friend's message suddenly rang. When she clicked on it, it was Zhou Qinghuan. Sister, I have yeast powder. Are you going to make pasta? Li Sijing replied with surprise. Yes. What do you want to exchange? How about rabbit meat? I haven't eaten the rabbit meat I exchanged for scallion pancakes before. 1 pound should be enough for the exchange. No meat. I want to exchange for the finished product you made. After Zhou Qinghuan finished speaking, a blueprint was sent over. Yeast making machine. Add materials. 10 g of yeast powder can be made in 1 minute. Materials required for construction: metal *5, rubber *2, glass *1. It turned out to be the blueprint of the yeast making machine. She thought it was just yeast powder. Sure enough, everything related to this European emperor is good. Clicking to accept the blueprint, Li Sijing replied, Okay, I'm going to make cabbage meat buns and send them to you when they are ready. What she lacked the least now was basic materials. After receiving the blueprint, she clicked to make it directly. The yeast making machine was 1 inch square. As long as you add fermentable food, you can make yeast powder. Li Sijing tried to put in 100 g of flour and let it work by itself. She needed to make other preparations. There were cabbage, green onions, ginger and garlic. As for meat, because of the event, there were no resource boxes and beasts today, so there was no way to get new meat sources. In her freezer, there were only 5 caddies of roe deer meat and 1 caddy of rabbit meat. If she made dumplings, she would have no meat to exchange blueprints with Zhou Qinghuan in the evening. Li Sijing hesitated for a moment, but decided to find Louis Zhou. Big brother, do you have any meat? Exchange 5 caddies for me. At this time, everyone was idle, and Louis Zhou replied quickly, Are you going to make pasta? Yes. Make cabbage and meat buns. It seems that because of her acquisition of things in the channel, everyone has guessed what she is going to do. I'll give you the meat and the steamer blueprint. Once you're done, give me half of it, Louis Zhou said directly. For sale, 500 g *5 pork chops. Adjustable steamer blueprint. Exchange, none. She's just making steamed buns. Why are so many people coming to get a piece of the pie? But looking at the deal Louis Zhou sent over, she couldn't say no. What kind of meat is best for making steamed buns? Of course it's pork. She didn't even dare to think about beef. Originally, she didn't expect pork either, and wanted to use roe deer meat, rabbit meat, or something else instead. Now pork has come to her door. Is it true that being associated with Zhou Qinghuan brings good things? It seems that she has to find opportunities to get more. There is also a steamer. Her multifunction electric cooker is only equipped with a steamer, which can only hold 10 buns at a time. She originally planned to make less, so as not to steam too many times and not have enough time. But he actually sent the drawings directly. Adjustable steamer. When making a steamer, the size can be set freely. Materials required for manufacturing: 3 * metal, 1 * plastic, 1 * cloth. However, Li Sijing did not accept the pork, but sent a message. Chop the meat into stuffing and send it to me. I can't handle so much by myself. If you want to take advantage of her labor, you can't just give things. You have to work hard. Of course, the emperor can sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. On the opposite side, Luizhou, who was chopping meat stuffing, naturally didn't know that Li Sijing was so hypocritical. While chatting, a lot of yeast had been made, and Li Sijing was going to mix the dough first. There was no suitable container, so she made 2 buckets directly. Only half of the 5 liters of water yesterday was used, so she poured it directly into one of the buckets and added yeast powder. Stir and stir. Wait for the yeast powder in the water to dissolve. Add 5 kilograms of flour. Stir thoroughly, and knead into a smooth dough. At this time, the temperature outside has risen to 42 degrees, and the temperature inside the car is 27 degrees. In order to let the dough ferment as quickly as possible, she removed the sunshade on the roof. The temperature inside the car immediately began to rise to 32 degrees. At this temperature, the dough can be fermented in half an hour. Taking advantage of this time, Li Sijing began to prepare the fillings. Someone chopped the meat filling, and she still had to deal with the cabbage, onion, ginger and garlic. The cabbage was chopped, and the onion, ginger and garlic didn't need so much, so half of them were left out. After everything was ready, the meat filling was seasoned, and the dough was kneaded. It was already 8:30. Fearing that there was not enough time, she prepared to make more steamers and steamed them in 2 batches, so that it should be finished before 10 o'clock. Dividing half of the dough, Li Sijing rolled the dough and wrapped it at the same time, wrapping 153 buns at a time, with 15 layers and 3 more stacked together. It was a full 1.5 meters. Such a height certainly could not be put in the car, so she put it outside to steam. While steaming this batch of buns, she started to wrap the next batch of buns. By the time the second batch of buns was steamed, it was almost 9:30. She directly sent the first batch of buns and steamers to Luizhou. After all, he not only provided the drawings, but also the meat, and finally worked hard. After putting away the things in the car, Li Sijing rested and ate to replenish her energy while watching the area and chatting, waiting for the buns to come out of the oven. The egg yolk pastry that was finally opened last night tasted pretty good. Li Sijing swallowed an egg yolk pastry, commented while patting off the residue in her hand, and then opened a box of cucumber-flavored potato chips. In the area, as time gradually approached 10 o'clock, there was not much news about discussing activities, and everyone was chatting. In such a survival world with insufficient clothing and food, the only topics that can make people chat are those about food and drink. Do you think that Li Delao collected those things to make pies, buns, or dumplings? No matter what she made, I want to eat it, and I don't know if she will take it out for trading. What are you thinking? Even if the boss takes it out to sell, do you have anything good to trade? Suddenly I remembered that I once cooked a pot of quick frozen dumplings, ate 2 and felt that the meat was not fresh, and finally threw it all away. What a waste! I don't know if the boss ate it. Is it as delicious as I imagined? Seeing this, Li Sijing couldn't help but twitching the corners of her mouth. Thank you for the invitation. She didn't know whether it was delicious or not, because she hadn't eaten it yet. Chapter 16 Classmate. You should study. When the second batch of buns were steamed, there were only 10 minutes left until 10 o'clock. Li Sijing quickly separated 8 layers of buns and gave them to Zhou Qinghuan. The remaining 68 buns were for her. After almost 2 hours of work, she made a total of 298 buns, but less than a quarter of them fell into her hands. But think about it. The meat for the buns this time was provided by others, and she finally got 2 drawings for free, which was not a loss. Put the buns and 7 steamers into the car, and put them in the freezer when they were completely cool. Fortunately, the car has been upgraded. Otherwise it would not fit, and she would have to discard the steamer that had just been used. After eating 3 buns in a row and drinking a box of ice milk, Li Sijing finally filled her stomach. At this time, the temperature outside the car had reached 45 degrees, and she quickly reinstalled the sunshade that had been removed before. Finally, I got back into the car, fastened my seat belt, and then I was ready to face a new challenge. At 10 o'clock, the mechanical voice sounded on time. Dear players, the resource point activity has officially begun. Players who participate in the activity, please drive the car forward 1,000 meters, pass through the portal, and enter the resource point. For all relevant information afterwards, Please check the world channel. Hearing this, Li Sijing opened the world channel. And there was nothing in it. It seemed that only by entering the resource point could she really see the information. She no longer hesitated, started the car and drove forward, and saw a road filled with white fog at 1,000 meters. Although she was nervous, she made this choice. And Li Sijing could only step on the accelerator and rush in directly. In less than a minute, she felt her eyes light up, and she had rushed out of the white fog and appeared on a road. On both sides of the road, neatly arranged trees were scattered. Street lights, zebra crossings, modern buildings. Everything was so familiar that she thought she was back on Earth, back to her hometown. The scenery here was completely different from that on the survival road. But there was one thing in common. That was silence. There was a deathly silence around her. And there was no sound except the sound of her car engine. This strange silence reminded her all the time that this was not Earth. Not a place she was familiar with. After a long while, Li Sijing collected her somewhat swaying mind and checked the world channel. And there was indeed a new notification in it. Notification. This resource point is divided into 9 areas, including stadiums, mineral water plants, breeding plants, planting plants, shopping malls, landmarks, police stations, hospitals, and schools. Each area has an advanced resource box and several resource monsters. Clearing the level or killing resource monsters can drop specific resources. All materials in the resource point can be used by players at will. But only the resources dropped by the resource box and resource monsters can be taken out of the resource point. 10 minutes before the end of the event, the portal will appear again. Players are requested to evacuate in time. After the event ends, players who have not left the resource point will stay at the resource point forever. In addition to these rules, there is also a real-time positioning map. It clearly shows the location between the 9 areas and her. The landmark is located in the middle, surrounded by the shopping mall, hospital, school, and police station. The remaining 4 areas are scattered on the outermost periphery. She is now in the middle of the school and the stadium, and the school gate is just 200 meters in front of her. As for where to go first, of course, the principle is to go to the nearest place first. Find the advanced resource box first. This is a good thing that only exists in one area. When Li Sijing drove into the university, several 2-seater cars drove over from behind. Obviously other players. After they entered the university, they each chose to park in front of a teaching building. They did not talk enthusiastically, and they were probably wary of each other. However, most of their eyes were attracted by Li Sijing's 4-seater car, wondering if it was a player or... At this time, Li Sijing did not want to show up. So she drove the car far away and stopped the car when she could not see other people. The temperature outside was 45 degrees. She was afraid that it would affect her condition. So she put a piece of the ice-cold patch she had obtained before on her body, and instantly maintained a temperature of 35 degrees. Then she checked her bulletproof vest, put the pistol behind her, inserted the electric baton at her waist, and got out of the car with a crossbow in her right hand. The whole school is not small. She just drove by and saw 2 teaching buildings, a laboratory, a dormitory building, a canteen, and a canteen. Li Sijing chose a building that no one had entered and started searching from the first floor. This should be a teaching building. In addition to many tables, chairs and benches, she only saw some projection equipment used for class. These were of no use to her. She went up all the way and found something useful in a classroom. A student-style backpack, which was probably left by that student. Then, as if her luck had turned, she found a lot of useful small things in succession, such as a comb, a sun hat, sunglasses, etc. After putting all the useful things into her backpack and then putting it on her back, Li Sijing continued to search. When she reached the top floor, she heard noises from afar. She couldn't help but frown. Could it be that someone got there first? Someone came earlier than her? Li Sijing was a little unwilling and continued to walk forward 2 steps to see who it was. She saw a figure coming towards her from afar. When she saw the person clearly, Li Sijing was stunned. The person who came over could not be called a person, but a book with hands and feet? The gray-brown book was about 50 centimeters long, with 2 1-meter-long legs like chopsticks growing underneath, and 2 short hands on the left and right. On the cover of the book, there were 2 strange round eyes and a trumpet-like mouth. After experiencing such an outrageous thing as traveling to the world of survival games, Li Sijing thought that there would be no more outrageous things. As a result, the facts now tell her that there is no most outrageous. Only more outrageous. What on earth is this ridiculous thing with hands and feet? Li Sijing didn't come to her senses until the book got closer and closer to her. She quickly raised her crossbow and aimed it at the book. The book stopped 3 meters in front of her and didn't move forward. Instead, it spoke with its trumpet mouth. "Classmate, why are you still hanging around outside during class time?" The slightly sharp child's voice was amplified by the speaker and sounded a bit harsh. How should she answer this? If you don't work hard when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. Classmate, you should study. Come and do a question here. As he said this, the book slowly opened. Chapter 17, The Possessed Card of the Academic Master. As a liberal arts student, the thing that Li Sijing hated most during her student days was doing math problems. She didn't expect that, after coming to this world where life is not guaranteed, she still couldn't escape the fate of doing problems. It's normal to have books in school, but it's abnormal that this book has hands and feet and asks people to do problems. Could this be a resource monster? It's really weird. The book resource monster appeared in front of Li Sijing and slowly opened the cover. Inside was a high-level function problem. Looking at the densely packed mathematical symbols such as X and Y on it, she was immediately overwhelmed. Please solve this problem within 30 minutes. The small speaker of the book resource monster moved. In front of Li Sijing, a set of student desks and chairs appeared instantly, and a stack of draft paper and pencils were neatly placed on the table. Solving the problem is considered passing the level. Right? Li Sijing suddenly remembered what was written in the World Channel. There are 2 ways to encounter resource monsters: passing the level or killing them. Compared to solving questions to pass the level, she suddenly felt that killing monsters seemed to be more suitable for her. Thinking of this, she aimed her crossbow at the book resource monster and fired it immediately. I don't know how strong this resource monster is. The arrow came to the front of the book resource monster in an instant and hit the question directly. With a sound of dong, the paper that should have been pierced made a sound of metal collision. The arrow fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and there was not even a mark left on the book. When teaching the book resource monster, it is a special period and can defend against all attacks. The reminder flashed in front of Li Sijing put her mind at ease. She thought it was invincible. It turned out to be only temporary. Classmate, what are you doing? Books are for you to learn, not for you to play. You intend to damage the books, so I will punish you with 3 slaps on the hand. Stretch out your hand, the book resource monster said, and his short right hand shook, and a ruler flashed out. How could this be possible? If you can't afford to provoke her, can't you hide? Li Sijing quickly put her hands behind her back and stepped back to escape. But to her horror, she couldn't move. She raised her heels and used all her strength, but she couldn't fall down. You still want to escape? You are really naughty. 2 more slaps on the hand. Stretch out your hand. The book resource monster walked in front of her with a stern tone. After hearing this, Li Sijing was really out of control. Slowly raised her right hand and showed her palm. Snap! 5 consecutive rulers. None of them were merciless, making her palm red and swollen. You must remember the lesson. Don't make the same mistake again next time. Come and do the questions. The book resource monster's tone softened. Like a wooden man, she followed the book resource monster and sat down at the table. Li Sijing finally regained control of her body. After realizing that her body could move, Li Sijing immediately raised her right hand and blew it. It hurt so much. It turns out that it hurts so much to hit the palm of the hand with a ruler. It seems that her previous teacher was still merciful. While rubbing her hands, she carefully looked at the questions, thinking that if the questions were simple, it would be good to be able to do them. As a result, the poor student traveled through the world and was still a poor student. After thinking for 5 minutes, she found that she really couldn't do it. She didn't dare to think about escaping now. The time it gave for doing the questions just now was 30 minutes. It seems that I can only try to attack it after finishing the questions. Li Sijing, who had nothing to do, secretly opened the blue screen and was relieved when she saw that the book resource monster ignored her. She opened the regional channel and prepared to see how other people were doing and whether there were any miserable people who had the same fate as her. As she expected, many people were complaining that they had encountered strange resource monsters. In addition to these messages, she also saw many messages of curses and condemnations. Wang Ling, You robbed my mineral water. You will die badly. Zhang San. You actually attacked me. Don't let me meet you again. Lucy. You beast. You actually want to molest me? Everyone. I am going to die. Not at the hands of a beast, but at the hands of a human. The person who killed me is Qianlong. You must be careful of him. Such dense and shocking messages made Li Xijing feel cold in her heart. Has it started? In a place without law? The demons in everyone's heart gradually revived. And the situation was far more tragic than she had imagined. It seemed that she had to find the advanced resource box as soon as possible. Otherwise it was unknown whether she could protect herself in this chaotic environment. The waiting time was extremely long. As soon as the 30-minute question time was over, Li Xijing immediately launched an attack. The arrow of the hand crossbow shot out again. And this time it finally left a mark on it. Li Xijing was happy. But a closer look revealed that the arrow that could shoot through the mouse's head actually only shot through a piece of paper. Looking at its thickness, at least hundreds of pages, she couldn't help but feel desperate. It was so powerful, and I didn't know if she could escape now. Would she be killed in one move? Classmate, how can you tease the teacher? The book resource monster asked angrily, but did not fight back. Li Xijing was stunned, and had a guess in her mind. She couldn't help but shoot another arrow, and pierce through its page again. Classmate, it's wrong to tease the teacher. The book resource monster preached again. Such an action confirmed her guess in her heart. Sure enough, how could the teacher hurt the students? So this book resource monster can only trap students during teaching, but will not fight back to hurt students. Isn't this a glaring target? Li Xijing didn't mention escaping. She was determined to kill this book resource monster. Next, she started her journey to kill monsters. There were a total of 12 arrows. After shooting, she squatted down to pick them up, and then continued to shoot. She shot dozens of rounds. Her shooting accuracy improved a lot, and finally pierced through the last page. The book resource monster flashed, and instantly disintegrated into a card, floating in the air. Successfully killed the book resource monster. Obtained specific resources. Shueba possession card. Finally it's over. Just now, every time she shot an arrow, she had to be taught a lesson, which made her think she was back to her school days. Reaching out to take the card, Li Xijing frowned and checked it. Shueba possession card? I don't know what it's for. Could it let her get into Tsinghua University or Peking University? Enduring mental torture. The resource monster that was killed with great effort. Wouldn't it be so pitfall? Shueba possession card. After using it, you will be possessed by Shueba, and you can master any skill book immediately. Li Xijing's eyes lit up. What a good thing. It seems that she blamed this resource monster wrongly. The skill book opened from the advanced resource box can let them learn a certain skill, but they also need to practice diligently to master it. With this card, she can master it immediately, saving a lot of time. Is this the happiness of Shueba? Click to use it immediately. But she has not mastered any skills yet, so the specific effect is not yet visible. Chapter 18 Advanced Resource Box. After killing the book resource monster, this building has no value anymore. Li Xijing hurried downstairs and prepared to move to another place. After coming down, she found that this quiet school has become lively, and there are people holding weapons everywhere. Everyone walked in silence, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, and the atmosphere seemed a little tense. Seeing that several people's eyes were still on the backpack behind her, Li Xijing couldn't help but speed up her pace. She was not afraid of anyone, but she didn't want to waste time on these people. It took her almost an hour to find the building just now, and she didn't know if the advanced resource box had been found. Maybe the crossbow in her hand still had some power, and the eyes of several people flickered, but they didn't catch up. Back in her car, Li Xijing relaxed her body and began to look for the next destination. There were too many people in this area, and it was obvious that there would be no gain. Li Xijing continued to drive forward. Passing several buildings, she witnessed a fight at the entrance of the convenience store she had seen before. The cause was probably a few bags of food or a few bottles of water. 5 people took novice wooden sticks and beat each other in teams of 3 or 2, with sweat and blood mixed and spilled. This is probably a microcosm of all places now. Li Xijing stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and rushed over. After driving for about 5 minutes, crossing most of the campus, there were finally fewer people here. She found a hidden corner, parked the car, changed a cooling patch on her body, and got out of the car. Her target this time was a laboratory building. Others probably thought that the laboratory building was full of beakers and instruments, and there were no useful resources. But there was no one. Li Sijing didn't care about other resources, except for food and drink, which she put directly into her stomach. But how much can a person's stomach hold? As for other resources, no matter how much she found, she could only use it today and couldn't take anything away. There was really no need to waste time looking for them. If she could find them, she would take them with her. In the laboratory building, there was nothing except the instruments and utensils used for experiments. Li Sijing turned around and found a locked room on the top floor, and the key was inserted on the door. Would there be any traps inside? She hesitated for a moment, but still turned the key and turned the doorknob. The moment she pushed the door open, Li Sijing suddenly turned sideways and raised her crossbow to the room. As a result, nothing happened. There was no one in the room, and no traps were seen. She was nervous, but she didn't relax her vigilance. She carefully turned sideways and slowly entered, ready to escape at any time. The room was not big, about 10 square meters, just an ordinary lounge, a bed, a cabinet, and you could see the inside at a glance. But how could an ordinary room be locked? She lifted the bedding on the bed and found nothing. She then carefully came to the closet and opened it. Looking at the things in the closet in amazement, Li Sijing felt that she was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could she see a yellow box, about 40 centimeters, in this ordinary closet? The most important thing is that after staring at it for 3 seconds, the words appeared on it. Yellow resource box, advanced resource box. There is a chance that a skill book will appear. Is this true? There are only 9 advanced resource boxes in the entire resource point, and they appeared in this ordinary room just like that. There were no difficulties, no traps, and no ways in the middle. So she, a non-African, got it just like that? Could it be that she really changed her luck? Li Sijing suppressed her inner excitement and went forward to pick up the resource box. Congratulations to player Li Sijing. Successfully obtained this resource point. The first advanced resource box. The resource box will be opened in an hour. In this hour, the location information of the advanced resource box will be marked on the map in real time and visible to all players. The system will announce the news in 5 minutes. Please escape as soon as possible. Li Sijing's face changed instantly, and she exerted force. But the box really couldn't be opened. She said how could it be so easy to get the advanced resource box? It turned out that the pit was here. Let everyone know that she got the advanced resource box, and tell everyone the location of the advanced resource box. Li Sijing could imagine what a huge hunt would be waiting for her. But she was unwilling to give up this advanced resource box now. How could she give up something she had already obtained? The news would be announced 5 minutes after the game. She still had a chance. How could she know if she didn't try? Without hesitation, she hugged the resource box, turned around and ran downstairs to the car, opening the real-time map as she ran. The location that belonged to her flashed bright red on the map, attracting the attention of many people. Hey, why is there a red dot on my map suddenly? Mine is also. And it's still moving. It can't be a boss, right? What's the benefit after killing the boss? Is it an advanced resource box? Unfortunately, I'm too far away and can't get there. It's near me. I'll go check it out. Back in the car, Li Sijing fastened her seat belt, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow. Less than 3 days after learning to drive. This was the first time she drove so fast, and the first time she knew that the maximum speed of this car was only 80 miles per hour. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and before she drove out of the school gate, the game notification had already sounded. Players, please note that the first advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning, and the time is 1 hour. Everyone who heard the sound was stunned, and their emotions were instantly ignited. They all clicked on the real-time map to check. Some people who were far away had no choice but to give up, while others were ready to rush over to participate in the competition. Those who were close, especially those in the school, immediately got on the car excitedly and took action. Those who happened to be at the school gate, looking at the red dot getting closer and closer to them, all got off the car and waited. Is it in this car? Damn. It's a 4-seater car. Who is so awesome? Quick! Stop her! Li Sijing ignored the people waving at the roadside. As long as she rushed out of the school, she would be halfway to victory. Seeing that the car was approaching the school gate, the people around her became anxious. Some of them were so desperate that they stood in the middle of the road to stop it. Li Sijing knew that this was not the time to be soft-hearted. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed forward regardless of what was in front of her. Seeing that the car had no intention of stopping, these people became anxious again and could only avoid it. One of them failed to avoid it in time and was directly hit and fell to the side, unable to get up for a long time. The school gate was right in front of her. Seeing victory in sight, Li Sijing's heart was pounding with nervousness. Just as she was leaving the school gate, a car suddenly appeared on the left side and rushed over at a speed no less than hers. Chapter 19. The European Emperor shows his power. Outside the school in the resource point is a wide road. Li Sijing knew that she would pass the first level by leaving the school gate, but she didn't expect that when she was about to go out, something unexpected happened at the last level. The school gate was 10 meters wide, but the car was driving straight towards her. The key is that she was sitting on the left. If the car hit her, her driver's seat would be the first to bear the brunt. At this time, she could actually avoid it by turning the steering wheel to the right. But this would delay her time and increase the chance of being caught up by others. There was not much time for her to think. At the critical moment, she decided to take a gamble and rush out. The person sitting in the two-seater car that rushed over was one of the people who had stared at Li Sijing's backpack before. His face was full of smug smiles, and he was very satisfied with the position he chose and the timing of his appearance. He didn't believe that a little girl would dare to do anything in this situation. So when Li Sijing showed no intention of avoiding, and the two cars were getting closer and closer, he suddenly showed a look of fear on his face. With a loud bang, the two cars collided. The rapid speed of both sides brought a more intense impact to the collision. Li Sijing was hit sideways, and almost couldn't hold the steering wheel. If she hadn't been wearing a seat belt, she would have been thrown out. This collision also caused the left rearview mirror of the car, including the left door, to be dented. Fortunately, she had installed a special steel body, bulletproof glass and bumper before. Otherwise the car next to her would have been her fate. The other car was half dented due to the collision, and white smoke was coming out of the engine. I don't know if it can still be used. The windshield in front of the car was full of cracks, and the person in the driver's seat was lying on the steering wheel motionless due to the impact, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Li Sijing did not pay attention to the other party's miserable appearance, and did not even give him any extra eyes. After all, it was all his own fault. The accelerator was stepped on to the bottom, and the car entered the main road and rushed out like an arrow, leaving everything behind, because the speed was too fast, and most importantly, she did not trust her own skills. Li Sijing did not dare to go into the alley, and only dared to drive on the wide main road. This also led to more and more cars following her, and cars from all directions gradually merged into the main road and chased her. She turned the steering wheel quickly and narrowly avoided the cars that drove across from the opposite side and blocked her. Li Sijing could sense that her car should be much faster than the other two cars because of the upgrade. However, she was trying to dodge the vehicle coming from the opposite direction, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. This was not a solution. She would be caught up sooner or later. But at this time, she could not think of any solution. I signed in this morning. If I could show a driving skill, Li Sijing muttered to herself. And then she evaded another car. Xingyao could not help but retort. If there was no car upgrade card, could you run so fast now? That's right. If the speed of both sides was the same, no matter how high her driving skills were, the situation would not be much better than it is now. So what can you do now? Li Sijing asked with hope in her heart. Seeing that half of the 1 hour time had passed, the car behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could not hold on any longer. Seeing that Xingyao had not spoken for a long time, Li Sijing was desperate. Don't you have any other ideas? Do you really want to abandon the advanced resource box? Li Sijing was a person who knew how to read the situation very well. Between life and supplies, she knew very well how to choose. Anyway, with Xingyao here, without this resource box, she would only develop a little slower. Just when Li Sijing made up her mind and was about to lower the window and throw the resource box out, Xingyu suddenly spoke. How about you send a message to Zhou Qinghuan and try? Xingyao hesitated. Will this work? Li Sijing was almost stunned by this idea. The outrageous method had been said, and Xingyao did not hesitate, and directly suggested, try it. Then give it a try. It can be regarded as the last effort. At this time, Li Sijing was thankful for the first time that the blue screen of the game was operated by thinking. Otherwise she would not be able to make the final dying struggle. Sister Qinghuan, do you eat leek boxes? The leeks I planted will be ripe the day after tomorrow. After thinking seriously, Li Sijing said this. After these 2 days of contact, she has already had a preliminary impression of Zhou Qinghuan's attributes. Foodie, European Emperor. Hate men? Since you want to take advantage of other people's luck, of course you have to come up with something to attract her. Leek boxes are good. Without letting Li Sijing wait, Zhou Qinghuan replied almost immediately after receiving the message. I like leek boxes very much. When I was steaming buns just now, I was still thinking that it would be nice if it was filled with leeks. I'll reserve half of it in advance and exchange it with you with this drawing. If you need anything else, tell me. Li Sijing didn't want to look at the drawings Zhou Qinghuan sent over. Okay. I'm a little busy now. Let's talk about the details in the evening. After turning off the blue screen, all she had to do was wait. As for whether this weird method would work, who knows? With a bang, a car suddenly hit the rear of Li Sijing's car, and she was thrown forward by the impact. It turned out that after a few minutes of pursuit, the car behind her had gradually caught up. Li Sijing tried to stabilize her body, and she was alert and continued to drive forward. Ignoring the collision behind her, she made up her mind to wait for 2 minutes. If there was no obvious turnaround, she would give up. 2 minutes passed in a flash, and the collisions behind her became more and more frequent, and even some vehicles tried to hit the side of her car. Is she really crazy? Looking at the approaching vehicles on the left side of the car window, Li Sijing finally gave up. But giving up also requires a good time. Looking at the intersection ahead, she decided to drop the resource box at the intersection and turn right. Seeing the intersection getting closer and closer, Li Sijing pressed the car window. Seeing this, the driver next to her also lowered the window and shouted, "Hand over the advanced resource box quickly. You can't escape." The car owner, who was only concerned about entangled with Li Sijing, did not see that several cars were speeding at the fork on his left. Looking at the vehicles rushing over, Li Sijing's eyes lit up, and she instantly gave up her previous decision, raised the car window, and turned the steering wheel to the right. Seeing that Li Sijing still wanted to escape, the car owner on the left also turned the steering wheel to the right, ready to chase and block him, and naturally did not notice the vehicle getting closer and closer to him. Li Sijing, who turned into the right lane, only heard a boom behind him, followed by a series of collisions. She drove far away and couldn't help looking back, with a fire in her eyes and a beautiful face in panic. Chapter 23 Skill Books. Li Sijing's car drove away, but the car accident behind her had just begun. Several cars rushed out from the left side, and when they hit the first car, the cars behind were unable to dodge and crashed into it one after another. Bang 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 was like setting off firecrackers. Even if a car had reacted and wanted to brake, the car behind did not give it the opportunity. So the scene of the car accident at the intersection continued to stretch backwards, a distance of several hundred meters. So many cars were paralyzed here, and the cars behind wanted to chase Li Sijing, and there was no chance. Li Sijing believed in metaphysics. After all, every bad luck she had since she was a child was strong evidence. There will be lucky European emperors when there are non-Africans like her. She has met them more than once in her life, but there has never been a time that made her so deeply realize the gap between the two. It turns out that the powerful European emperor has such great power that he can save her from the water and fire from a distance. In fact, when she sent the message, she had already made the worst plan. But Zhou Qinghuan gave her such a big surprise. For this car accident, Li Sijing firmly believed that it must be Zhou Qinghuan's luck that played a role. After all, everything was too coincidental. If she hadn't talked to Zhou Qinghuan, she wouldn't be distracted, causing the car behind her to catch up so quickly. If there was no car that caught up to block the left side, then the person who encountered the convoy just now and didn't react in time should be her. After driving for a few kilometers, Li Sijing finally came back to her senses from the shock. She couldn't help but sigh. How good is Zhou Qinghuan's luck? Could it be that she has never encountered a wild beast? Since Zhou Qinghuan kept exchanging drawings for meat, she had this guess in her mind. Through today's incident, she can almost confirm it. Xingyu paused and answered, I think so. Others have to kill beasts desperately to get intermediate resource boxes, but she can pick them up at will. Is this the happiness of the European emperor? The envy in Li Sijing's voice can almost be condensed into substance. There are cars chasing us from behind, Xingyu reminded. Li Xijing glanced through the rearview mirror and saw that there were indeed several cars falling behind. It's okay. It should be over soon. After the thrilling pursuit just now, such a long distance is just a piece of cake for her. The event started at 10 o'clock, and Li Xijing was delayed for almost an hour at the book resource monster. It was 11:09 when she encountered this advanced resource box. And now it is 2 minutes to 12 o'clock. In other words, in 13 minutes, this endless pursuit will end. As time went by, the scattered vehicles behind gradually increased and gathered into a convoy again. However, Li Xijing at this time was no longer the Amon of the past. She stepped on the accelerator hard and got rid of most of the vehicles in a few seconds. When there was only 1 minute left, there were only 3 cars that could follow her closely. 1 hour has passed. Players can open the resource box at any time. The real-time positioning function has been cancelled. For the first time, Li Xijing felt that this emotionless voice was so pleasant. One hand on the steering wheel. The other hand can't wait to open the resource box. UV-proof sunglasses *1. Can't even Zhou Qinghuan, a god-level European emperor, change her treatment when she unboxed? Li Xijing shook her head, threw the sunglasses aside, closed the lid of the resource box, and then opened it again. Basic Gun Skill Book. Basic Combat Skill Book. Master Racing Driver Skill Book. Camera *1. Solar Panel *5. Looking at the 3 skill books, Li Xijing's eyes lit up. She was wrong. How could a god-level European emperor be useless? Zhou Qinghuan had a great influence on her unboxing. This time, all the skill books she needed were actually in urgent need. The gun skill book finally made her pistol, which had been idle for a long time, useful. The combat skill book finally made up for her physical fitness, but no rules for fighting. How come these two are both basic? Fortunately, a master racing driver was released, allowing her to get rid of the title of novice driver. Clicking to learn in succession, the 3 skill books instantly turned into a beam of light, entered Li Xijing's eyebrows, and then disappeared. A lot of knowledge was stuffed into her mind in vain. When Li Xijing was feeling uncomfortable, another message appeared. The player has been detected to have a top student possession card, and it is activated immediately. At this moment, she felt that she suddenly became much smarter, and the knowledge in her mind was immediately integrated. Li Xijing, who had mastered all the knowledge, thought about the car she had just driven and shook her head speechlessly. What was she driving? If she had turned the steering wheel 1 centimeter less to the left, the rear wheel would not have slipped slightly, and she could have been much faster than now. With the skills of a racing driver, Li Xijing now wanted to get rid of the tails behind her easily. But at this time, she didn't think so. Being chased like a stray dog for so long, now is the time for her to fight back. It's a good time to try out how powerful the newly mastered fighting skills and her current physique can be. After driving at full speed for an hour, this is already the second circle she has driven around the resource point. She remembered that there was a large stadium less than a kilometer ahead, which must be a good place to exercise. Driving the car, Li Xijing went straight into the stadium and parked under a tree. To be honest, she was not very willing to get out of the car in this weather. The result was that someone was so ignorant of life and death that 3 cars surrounded Li Xijing's car and stopped in the middle. Bang bang bang, her car window was knocked continuously, and 3 men blocked the doors on both sides of her car, holding weapons in their hands, shouting fiercely to open the car door. Li Xijing in the car was not in a hurry at all. She slowly and methodically tore off a cold patch and stuck it on her body, and immediately shivered from the cold. The people outside the car probably had bad tempers, and they couldn't help themselves when they saw Li Xijing doing this. A man raised the novice wooden stick in his hand and smashed it hard against the left window glass. If it hit hard, Li Xijing, who was next to the glass, would have her head exploded. The wooden stick hit the car window with a dong sound, making a muffled sound, and then a cautious sound. The car window was intact, and the wooden stick in the other person's hand broke into 2 pieces, one of which flew up and hit the other person's head. The 3 of them were in a mess, and Li Xijing was about to laugh out loud at this treasure. However, the quality of the novice wooden stick was really not good. Then could the one in her car be thrown away? Li Xijing moved her wrist, opened the car door, and got out of the car with bare hands. Seeing this, the 3 people surrounded her again. Chapter 21, Fighting Techniques. Under the shade of a tree in the stadium, Li Sijing didn't care about the three people around her, but was observing the surroundings. As a place for sports, the stadium probably doesn't have anything in it, but things that everyone needs. So there are not many people around. 3 grown men surrounding a woman to find fault. This kind of thing in the past. Everyone might surround them and enthusiastically dissuade them. But in this world without laws, everyone is in danger. Everyone is watching coldly. Of course, this is probably because they don't know that Li Sijing has a high-level resource box in her hand. After all, the red dot of real-time positioning has disappeared. Who would know except the 3 people who have been following her? Seeing her looking at other people, the man standing opposite her with a machete said arrogantly, "Don't look. No one will come to save you." After he finished speaking, the other 2 men on both sides turned their heads very cooperatively and glared at the people around them viciously. Seeing that these people were not easy to deal with, several people hurriedly got into the car and drove away, not even watching the excitement, so as not to get into trouble. There were less than 10 people left at the scene, but Li Sijing did not expect anyone to come forward to help. The man standing on the right, holding a broken novice wooden stick in his hand, asked, "What kind of magic did you use on the car just now? The glass couldn't be broken?" Li Sijing laughed immediately. "Learn about bulletproof glass." The leader in the middle heard this, and suddenly felt embarrassed. He slapped the other person's head hard and whispered, "Shut up. It's embarrassing." The man on the left, holding a baseball bat in his hand, said with some envy, "Her glass is actually bulletproof. And her car has 4 seats. Boss." He leaned over to the middleman's ear and whispered, "Why don't we rob the car as well?" The middleman looked at the car with ill intentions, and finally returned his gaze to Li Sijing. With a meaningful tone, "I want the advanced resource box, the car, and even all the supplies in the car." Li Sijing, "What do you think?" "Li Sijing? The female boss who sells meat in the area?" the man on the left exclaimed. The man on the right licked his lips when he heard it. "Does she have a lot of meat hidden in her car? Will we have meat to eat?" When chatting in the area, everyone has a real avatar. With her fame in the area, it is only a matter of time before she is recognized. And Li Sijing is not surprised. But others can recognize her. And her memory is not bad, so she can naturally recognize others. "Qianlong, you have stolen so much of my business by spreading rumors. And you are still not satisfied?" "Qianlong, the man who sells electric fans in the area." Li Sijing has a deep impression of him. And he was recognized as soon as he got off the car. "I was recognized." Qianlong's face was a little proud. "For the sake of the previous relationship, if you take the initiative to open the car door, I can let you go and let you join my team. Otherwise, in the 45-degree high temperature, even if she stood in the shade of the tree and had a cooling patch on her body." Li Sijing was still sweating from the heat. Raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, she casually hooked her fingers and said provocatively, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Come on." Being looked down upon like this, Qianlong immediately lowered his face. "Shame on you. Come on." With a wave of his hand, the 3 rushed over together. Li Sijing, who had basic fighting skills, would never panic like the first time when facing the attack of the 3 people. He took a half step back with his left foot and dodged the baseball bat of the man on the left. He took his baseball bat and took a big step forward to block the machete swung by Qianlong. The man on the left staggered because of her pull, and Li Sijing kicked him on the buttocks, making him rush to the man on the right. The half-broken wooden stick hit by the man on the right could only be taken back to catch him, and the 2 hugged each other and fell backwards, falling into a ball. At this time, Qianlong had raised his knife again and chopped it over. Li Sijing leaned back slightly to avoid the blade. Then he looked for an opportunity to grab his right hand holding the knife, and used a hand knife to chop his numbness and knock off his weapon. Then he took a step forward, turned his body to the right at 45 degrees, raised his left elbow, and turned around. The right elbow hit Qianlong's face directly, and he fell back, covered his nose and mouth with both hands, and cried out in pain. The 2 people who fell beside him stood up quickly, and the man with the half-stick picked up the knife and helped Qianlong up. "Boss, are you okay?" Another man raised the baseball bat and rushed over again. Li Sijing simply didn't let him get close this time, and kicked him in the waist with a spinning kick, and fell to the ground. Qianlong, who was next to him, also recovered at this time, put down his hands, and spit out a mouthful of bloody sputum. There was something in the sputum, and a closer look showed that it was 2 teeth. Just as he helped the boss up, another brother fell down again, and the man with the stick could only help another person up. He was the only one among the three who had no serious injuries, and he supported one with one hand, which formed a sharp contrast with his previous arrogant attitude. Seeing that the battle ended in less than 2 minutes, and the weak woman won, the people around were a little surprised. Li Sijing took a step forward slowly, and her action frightened the three people so much that they couldn't help but shiver and quickly step back. Li Sijing raised her eyebrows. Now I'll tell you what I said just now. Open the car door yourself, and I'll let you go. But join my team. Forget it. I don't accept scum, she added. Li Sijing was a little hesitant about how to deal with these three people. Although they were very bad, she couldn't kill them now. She was unwilling to let them go just like that. So she thought about giving them a taste of their own medicine. Take away all their resources, and whether they can survive in the future depends on their own luck. After hearing what Li Sijing said, Qianlong sneered, revealing his mouth with 2 missing front teeth. Do you think you're sure to win? You don't know that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. After saying that, he didn't wait for Li Sijing to react, and retreated repeatedly, shouting loudly, You probably didn't recognize who she is. Li Sijing, do you remember? The voice was so loud that it echoed in this wide stadium, allowing everyone present to hear it clearly. Li Sijing? The big boss in the area? She ate scallion pancakes yesterday. Did she make buns or something today? It turned out to be her. No wonder she is so powerful. 3 people can't take her down, as long as we control her. All her food and drinks are ours. Don't you want them? Qianlong bewitched. But the others were not fools. They saw Li Sijing's skills just now clearly. Seeing this, Qianlong cursed inwardly, and had no choice but to throw out the bait again. The high-level resource box that appeared before is in her hands. Catch her. The 3 of us brothers only want the car, and the rest is yours. Chapter 22. The first shot was fired. For the first time, Li Sijing clearly felt that in the face of vested interests, the bottom line of human beings can really be lowered again and again. Looking at the crowds gradually surrounding her from all directions, the little pity she had for the weak in her heart was gradually eroding. The world has changed, and she should change too. If she still follows the old way of doing things, she will be torn into pieces one day. Li Sijing, whose mentality has changed little by little, watched the crowd form a circle and circle her in the middle, and her eyes became colder little by little. Under a tree in the distance, a short-haired man wearing a vest was sitting at the front of the car, watching everything that happened coldly. Li Sijing looked at the only person who didn't come over. Don't you want to come together? The short-haired man shook his head and replied, No. I don't have the habit of bullying the few with the majority. This sentence immediately attracted the angry eyes of everyone. But the man didn't care about it, and still watched the excitement leisurely, since the other party didn't want to intervene. It seems that he doesn't need to be counted when the settlement is made later. Yes, Li Sijing was already thinking about the settlement later. She didn't take these 10 or so rabble seriously. Scanning their faces one by one, Li Sijing said, Let's get started. This time she was not going to be modest. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward 2 steps and came to a person. The first person she attacked was Qianlong, the culprit of this incident, who had lost 2 front teeth. She punched at the cheek, bent down to avoid the punch next to her, and swept her leg, and the surroundings fell down instantly. Next, Li Sijing kept dodging, punching, elbowing, and sweeping her leg. These people were beaten out one by one, and then joined the battle one by one. Although Li Sijing had the upper hand in fighting a group of people, she was inevitably hit by 1 or 2 punches. The pain made her feel irritable, and she fought harder. The besiegers were knocked down 2 or 3 times in a row, but the besieged were not injured at all. These people gradually stopped working so hard. Seeing this, Qianlong quickly encouraged them. Don't be scared. Although we can't beat her, women have poor endurance and can always wear her out. After we take her down, everyone will drink water and eat meat freely, and there will be advanced resource boxes. You can't take off immediately. As soon as these words were said, everyone got excited again, and they really worked harder. How could men be afraid of a woman in a competition of endurance? Li Sijing couldn't help frowning, and the next battle became much more difficult. Although she worked harder, these people were like cockroaches that could not be killed, constantly coming forward to consume her physical strength. Just as Qianlong said, if this continued, she would eventually run out of energy. Just as Li Sijing was thinking about how to get out of the encirclement, the man who had been watching the excitement nearby suddenly said, "You can't kill people with fists. You should use a knife." Li Sijing was stunned when she heard it. And after thinking carefully, she understood it instantly. Why did these people persevere and not know fear at all after being beaten so many times? Because she used fists. And every punch hit the flesh but no blood was drawn. Which was not scary at all. If she used a crossbow or a knife, and every blow could draw blood, would these people still be so brave and fearless? Of course not. They are just a temporary interest group. Not loyal and righteous people. However, in this case, how can she get back to the car to get her tang sword and crossbow? Take the enemy's knife? Li Sijing stared at the only knife at the scene, which was in Qianlong's hand. Qianlong quickly took 2 steps back, fearing that the knife in his hand would be taken away. He pointed at the short-haired man and warned, "Shut up. If you don't leave, I will deal with you later." Then he joined the battle again. Li Sijing did not snatch the knife that appeared in front of her again, because she suddenly thought that she was not very good at using it. She only got the basic fighting skill book, not the sword skill book. If she took the knife, she might be worse than now. However, the reminder of the short-haired man also gave her a flash of inspiration. It should not be difficult to get rid of the current predicament. You know, the skill book she got not only as basic fighting, but also basic firearms. The gun she got before happened to be pinned on her waist. With a combination of actions, these people were repelled a few steps. Li Sijing went around with her right hand, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at everyone. Then he looked at the man with a crew cut and said, "You're right. But a knife probably can't cure these people's greed. A gun is more useful." The pistol that Li Sijing suddenly took out frightened everyone, and they all retreated, not daring to take a step forward. After working so hard for so long, Qianlong was unwilling to just run away like this. Don't be scared by her. There must be no bullets in the pistol. Otherwise, why didn't she take it out earlier? He comforted everyone. Li Sijing smiled. Whether there are bullets or not, you will know if you try it. Her ambiguous attitude made everyone more hesitant. Qianlong advised again, "Don't be afraid. Let's go together. Even if she has bullets, she can't hit all of us at once." Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Qianlong made up his mind and raised his right foot to lead everyone forward. A sound like thunder exploded in everyone's ears, shocking everyone's mind. And there was a moment of blankness. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qianlong with the pistol in Li Sijing's hand still smoking. Qianlong still kept his foot raised. His eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. What frightened everyone was that there was a little red spot between his eyebrows. A baby's finger-like hole, revealing blood red. It was not until the bright red blood slowly flowed out of the hole between Qianlong's eyebrows, along the bridge of his nose, that everyone reacted. "Ah!" The crowd scattered, and Qianlong's body was immediately thrown to the ground. And the sound made everyone shudder again. Does anyone else want to try it? Li Sijing put her trembling left hand behind her back and looked at everyone and asked calmly, "I can't hit everyone, but I can hit the first person who takes a step." Everyone looked at Li Sijing as if they saw a scary devil. But they were the first to take action. Li Sijing said coldly, "Get lost." Seeing that everyone was too scared to move, she added another sentence. "Before I change my mind, I don't mind wasting a few bullets and leaving all of you here." Seeing that she was really going to let them go, everyone immediately ran away and ran back to their cars. In less than a minute, the entire stadium was left with only Li Sijing, the short-haired man, and Qianlong's hideous corpse. Chapter 23. Wuaigua. The first time she killed someone, Li Sijing couldn't tell what it felt like. She told herself in her heart that she didn't need to be afraid, because this person deserved it, and she had to adapt to this world. But the trembling of her left hand reminded her that she was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze, and she just couldn't adapt. No matter how intense the shock in her heart was, she couldn't show it at this time, because there was another person at the scene. Although he seemed like a friend rather than an enemy, she still didn't dare to reveal any flaws. "Thank you just now." Li Sijing looked at the short-haired man who walked slowly over. "Why don't you leave everyone behind?" the short-haired man said, looking at her pistol, and asked meaningfully. "Or do you simply don't have that many bullets?" Even though the other party was right, Li Sijing remained calm on the surface, pointing the gun at him. "Do you want to try?" "No need to try." The man waved his hands repeatedly. pointing at Qianlong's body and said, "The lesson from the past is here. Big sister really loves to joke." Li Xijing put down the gun she was holding, but her finger on the trigger had not been retracted. "Isn't Mr. Wu also a joker?" Seeing the other party's somewhat surprised eyes, Li Xijing said bluntly, "Based on your speech in the area, how could you suggest that I kill everyone?" Wu Aiguo was the one who reminded everyone in the area on the first day to drive forward as soon as possible to get supplies. His speech has always been a positive guide for everyone. Later, when she was selling electric fans in the area and was led by others, he also spoke for her, because she had always kept this in mind. She remembered it as soon as he spoke just now. "So you recognized me a long time ago." "It's an honor." Wu Aiguo smiled. "I have always remembered your previous righteous words. And thank you for your help this time." Li Xijing clasped his fist solemnly. "You're welcome. It's just a matter of a word. I spoke because your deal is fair and gives ordinary people a way to survive." Li Xijing did not expect this response, and said hesitantly, "You are really kind-hearted." Wu Aiguo smiled suddenly. "There is no way. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect the people." Li Xijing gave him a thumbs up. She admired such a lofty idea, but she obviously couldn't do it. "Your skills and marksmanship are good. Have you practiced it?" Wu Aiguo asked curiously. Although compared with him, he was still a little behind, but he could already fight on par with ordinary veterans. Li Xijing hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "No. It's a skill book obtained from the advanced resource box." You should have heard what Qianlong said before. Everyone heard Qianlong's previous shouting clearly, and it was impossible to hide it. So it was better to tell the truth. Wu Aiguo was immediately interested after hearing it. "Is it so magical? It seems that I have to find one as soon as possible to try it." "Okay. Let's say goodbye," Wu Aiguo said, clasping his hands together, saying goodbye with a sense of chivalry, and then turned back to his car. Seeing the other party's car start, Li Xijing was completely sure that he really didn't covet his supplies. In this case, Li Xijing quickly got in the car, fastened her seat belt, and chased after him, leaving Wu Aiguo's car in front. Wu Aiguo lowered the window. "Big sister. What's wrong?" "Brother Wu. Are you looking for the advanced resource box?" "I have some news to tell you." Li Xijing smiled and said, "I have already obtained the advanced resource boxes in the school area, and now there are only 8 other areas left. According to my observation, advanced resource boxes are usually placed in unexpected places. That is to say, in an area. The area with the least number of people going there is most likely to be placed there, and it is usually placed far away from the main gate. At least a place where you can't get out of the main gate even if you drive for 5 minutes. Brother Wu should have been walking around the stadium for a long time. I wonder if you can think of such a place." After listening, Wu Aiguo thought carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "There is a place that fits your description just now." "Just?" Li Xijing waved her hand. "Don't tell me. You can go by yourself. As a reward for your help just now." This, Wu Aiguo hesitated. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. But in this way, wouldn't he be taking advantage of it? "Brother Wu, you must remember that after you get the advanced resource box, your location will be instantly marked in the real-time positioning. You have 5 minutes to escape, so you must plan your route well. After all, everyone's reaction will be faster than the first one. Of course, the above are just some of my speculations. As for whether it is accurate or not, I am not 100% sure. I can only wish you good luck." After finishing what she had to say, Li Xijing stepped on the accelerator and left without waiting for Wu Aiguo to react. Li Xijing, who left, did not leave the stadium, but found a remote corner to rest. She planned to stay here for a while to see if her speculation was correct. It was already 12:30. Although she had only eaten 3 buns at 10 o'clock. But along the way, there was an exciting pursuit of thousands of miles and a tense fight, and the food in her stomach had long been consumed. At this time, she did not want to make any complicated food, so she directly took 5 buns and steamed them, taking advantage of this gap. She also ate a shaki ma and an egg yolk crisp to fill her stomach. The buns were just steamed, and Li Xijing suddenly heard some movement in the distance, and the street seemed to become noisy. Just as she was about to open the blue screen to check, she heard the sound of the game. "Players, please note that the second advanced resource box has turned on real-time positioning for 1 hour." Then, not far away, there was a sound of the engine working violently. A car drove quickly towards the door from a distance. After passing through the door smoothly, it drove to the left, followed by many cars behind. Clicking on the blue screen, a red dot very close to her flashed on the real-time map. It seems that her guess about the advanced resource box was completely correct. The turmoil outside did not affect Li Sijing. She ate lunch leisurely. The buns were a little hot, and she couldn't help tossing them back and forth with her hands. It feels like her appetite has become bigger and bigger since she came to this world. She ate some snacks, and now 5 buns are just right. It seems that she needs to work harder. Otherwise she will become a big eater and can't even fill her stomach. Li Sijing shook her head and sighed while drinking the iced milk. Chapter 24 Resource boxes appear one after another. After eating and drinking, Li Sijing had time to deal with other things. First of all, there were scars on her body. Although those were ordinary people, they were still very painful after being punched and kicked. In the hot weather, clothes could not play a buffering role. Li Sijing lifted the clothes on her back and saw several glaring bruises. If she didn't treat the injury, it would be painful. If she used golden wound medicine, she would be reluctant to do so. After thinking about it, she decided to ask for help from the omnipotent masses. Open the regional channel and send a message. Buy ordinary wound medicine. Some with price private chat. In the regional channel, everyone was broadcasting the situation of the advanced resource box in real time. Li Sijing's message did attract some people's attention. Buying medicine for injuries? The boss is injured? Who is so powerful? If the boss is injured, then aren't we, the lower level staff, in even greater danger? I'm scared. The injury is worth it. And he has already got the advanced resource box. What do you mean? The first advanced resource box was obtained by Li Sijing? Really? What's the situation? Brothers who know the inside story, please tell me. Then the following content is completely off topic. Li Sijing had not expected that he had diverted his attention away. He sighed helplessly, and it seemed that he could only endure it. There was no medicine to treat his minor injury. So let's take a look at the damage to the car. He got out of the car and walked around the car. After a careful look, there were traces of collision on the left and back of the car. I remember that on her first day, she opened a car repair card, which was just suitable for this situation. After taking out the card, Li Sijing hesitated for a moment and put it back. Why not use it? The car looks too ugly. Xingyu asked curiously. Li Sijing replied, it's a little ugly, but it doesn't affect driving. We have to find other resource boxes later. It's hard to guarantee that it won't be hit by someone else again. There is only one car repair card. Let's wait until this event is over before using it. Yes. Next, Li Sijing prepared to set out again to find the advanced resource box. The skill book is still very good. There are 9 advanced resource boxes in total. She got 1. Wu Aigua took 1. And there are 7 left. She has almost guessed the specific rules of the advanced resource box. And Wu Aigua has just tested it. I think that this time she will not be as panicked as the first time when she finds it. After sorting everything out, Li Sijing prepared to leave the stadium. But it was a pity that she didn't have time to find the resource monster unique to the stadium this time. I saw someone say in the regional channel before that the resource monster in the stadium is a football. And it likes to play football with others very much. Stopping at the entrance of the stadium, Li Sijing was thinking about which way to go. On the left was the plantation, and on the right was the mall. Players, please note that the third advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning for 1 hour. Players, please note that the fourth advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning for 1 hour. Players, please note that the fifth advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning for 1 hour. Players, please note that the sixth advanced resource box has been enabled for real-time positioning for 1 hour. For consecutive messages disrupted all of Li Sijing's preparations. It seems that she is not the only one who has discovered the pattern of the appearance of high-level resource boxes. Through the 2 resource boxes that have appeared, smart people can already find useful clues from those clues. I just didn't expect that there would be so many smart people, and they would act so quickly. Clicking on the real-time positioning. The 4 areas where the resource boxes were taken away were the plantation, the breeding farm, the hospital, and the police station. Then the areas with resource boxes were only the water plant, the shopping mall, and the landmark. On the street, everyone was stimulated by the 4 consecutive high-level resource boxes and took action. Half of the people were chasing Wu Aigua, and the other 4 resource boxes. And the other half rushed to the remaining resource box locations. Looking at everyone's chaos, Li Sijing frowned. And she had no way to guarantee that she would benefit in such a situation. There was no need to think about the resource boxes that were already in the hands of others. They were just meat bones in the dog pile. As for the remaining 3 resource points, when she rushed over, she didn't know if there were any left. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing finally made a decision. She opened her friends list, selected Luizhou, Zhou Qinghuan and Zhao Xinyuan, and sent them a message. Which area are you in? Do you want to know about the news about the advanced resource box? The situation is so complicated now. She has already obtained a resource box. Since she cannot guarantee to get the rest, she might as well give it out as a favor. She has contacted the 3 people she chose more often, and they all seem to have good character and personality, using some news that is almost known to everyone to exchange for their favors. It doesn't feel like a big loss. Zhou Qinghuan's message is always the fastest to reply. I didn't participate in the event. I'm still on the road. I know about the news you want to say. It's probably useless. But thank you, sister. She didn't participate in the event. But I think she is not short of supplies. Is this the confidence of the Emperor of Europe? I'm at the hospital. Do you want me to fight for the resource box? It may be too late. Zhao Xinyuan's message also came back. Before Li Sijing could reply, another message came. But before Li Sijing could check, dear players, please note that the 7th advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning. And the time is 1 hour. Are there only 2 left? I'm in the mall. You say. Luizhou's message surprised Li Sijing a little. Now only the landmark and mall resource boxes have not been found. I hope it's still in time. Without mentioning the reward, Li Sijing directly sent the message she had told Wu Aigua to Luizhou. Thank you. I'll give you the reward later. Luizhou replied. Li Sijing didn't have to wait for long. 5 minutes later, the message came again. Players, please note that the 8th advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning. And the time is 1 hour. I don't know if it was Luizhou who got it. At this time, the mall was in chaos. Li Sijing's car turned left and drove towards the plantation. Since there was no hope for the advanced resource box, she might as well go find a resource monster. I don't know if the resource monster in the plantation will explode seeds, or planting pots, or planting soil. As someone who can turn the balcony into a vegetable garden, 1 square meter of land doesn't seem to be enough. Chapter 25 Rice Resource Strange. The plantation is the largest area among the 3 areas that Li Sijing has seen. Next to a large area of plantation land, there are several low houses, probably a temporary resting place for people who take care of crops. There are not many people in the plantation. Most of them are chasing after the high-level resource box. The remaining people have similar ideas to Li Sijing, and have given up the fight for the resource box. Therefore, the atmosphere is also relatively comfortable and peaceful. Li Sijing found a place to park casually, and got out of the car to watch. In the distance, there is a group of people who are burning fire around a clay stove, and they are probably cooking something in the pot. In the planting area farther away, there are a few people who are constantly searching for something in the land. If it weren't for the hot weather, Li Sijing almost thought that this was just an ordinary rest day on Earth, and everyone came to the countryside to relax. Outside is a bloody chase and struggle, but here is a peaceful time. Perhaps Li Sijing was stunned for a long time, and someone in the group of people who were cooking waved and invited, Sister, do you want to come over and eat something together? Li Sijing walked over hesitantly. She had been here for less than 3 days, but she was already a little unfamiliar with the crowd. The woman who called her over looked to be in her 30s. She took 2 steps forward enthusiastically, and pulled her over. Come and eat something together. We found it from the fields. Don't be polite. We can't take it away anyway. The earthen stove was connected to the ground. It should be the house here. Thank you. But I've already had lunch. You can eat it by yourselves. Li Sijing quickly refused. She looked into the pot, and saw a big hodgepodge of potatoes, beans, eggplants, tomatoes, and sweet potatoes. That's a pity. There's not much else in this farm. But there's enough food. I really want to stay here forever. Yes. If I can't go back to Earth, I'd rather stay here forever. It's better than on the road. Didn't the game say that? After the event, cars that don't return to the road in time will stay there forever. Otherwise, after the event, we'll make an appointment to stay together and not go out. What do you think, Sister Hong? The people around were talking about it, and the atmosphere was very lively. The woman who pulled her over was Sister Hong. She smiled and said, "Let me think about it," said Sister Hong. She looked at Li Sijing and asked, "If it's not for food, then what are you doing in the plantation? Looking for advanced resource boxes?" "Unfortunately, they have been taken away," Li Sijing replied. "No, I'm here to find resource monsters." "Why are you looking for those things? They are so fierce. They have killed several people." The person next to him interrupted. "Murder?" Li Sijing was stunned. She had never heard that resource monsters that kill people. "Don't they all trap people?" "Yes. The resource monsters here are all in the shape of plants. Just like Plants vs. Zombies, with strong attack power, and ordinary people are no match for them." After Sister Hong explained, she asked again, "Why are you looking for resource monsters? There will be no skill books inside. The materials exploded by resource monsters should be related to the area. This is a planting area. I want to see if I can explode seeds. There is nothing I can't say about what I think." Li Sijing answered directly, "You'd better not go. It's not worth losing your life for inedible seeds." Someone dissuaded. Sister Hong looked at the crossbow hanging beside Li Sijing, grabbed the man directly, and waved to Li Sijing. "Come here. I'll show you." Sister Hong not only told Li Sijing where the resource monster appeared, but also explained in detail the process of the resource monster killing people before. After explaining everything, she waved to Li Sijing and prepared to leave. Looking at this person who showed kindness to her, Li Sijing couldn't help but call her, "Sister Hong, wait. After the event is over, you'd better leave the resource point as soon as possible and don't stay here." With the nature of the survival game in the past 2 days, she didn't believe that there would be such an obvious loophole. Just like the high-level resource box that was easily obtained, there must be a bigger pit waiting for them behind. Sister Hong was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. "Don't worry. I didn't plan to stay. I have a 6-year-old son at home. I don't want to get stuck in it." Li Sijing was relieved and suggested, "Sister Hong, after you eat, you can also go find resource monsters. Only the resources that resource monsters explode can be taken away." Sister Hong shook her head. "I'm not as capable as you. I can't beat resource monsters. In addition to killing resource monsters, you can also pass through the level. For example, the first resource monster I encountered was in a school." Then Li Sijing briefly explained the process of encountering book resource monsters. You can watch more regional channels and find resource monsters that will not hurt people and have some confidence. Li Sijing concluded. Hong Jie nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for the news." After saying goodbye to Hong Jie, Li Sijing returned to the car and drove for about 2 minutes according to the route she gave. Arriving at the destination, it was a rice field with a pleasing growth. Each rice grain was golden and heavy and half-drooped. The rice field was about half an acre, and there was a guard patrolling around all the time. Which was Li Sijing's target? A rice grain. This rice resource was strange. Golden yellow. Twice as tall as ordinary rice. About 1.89 meters. And a head taller than Li Sijing. Its branches were developed like a small tree, and the roots below were like feet, supporting it to keep turning on the ridge. Looking at the rice that could be harvested, Li Sijing's saliva instantly overflowed, and the image of white rice appeared in his mind. On weekdays, I eat white rice every day, and I always want to eat something else to change the taste. Now I haven't eaten it for only 3 days. For the first time, Li Sijing realized the charm of rice, which is incomparable to any other food. I hope this rice resource monster can explode rice seeds. Li Sijing's greedy eyes are not concealed, and the rice resource monster guarding the side is immediately attracted. It staggered to Li Sijing, and a branch full of rice, like a hand, pointed at her and questioned. "Ah, what are you doing here? Human? Do you want to harvest us again?" Li Sijing's eyes were directly attracted by the rice it sent to her. She sipped her saliva before answering. "It's ripe. If it's not harvested, it will rot in the field. It's really a bad guy who covets us. Watch and fight." As he said, the rice resource monster shook one of the branches, and the plump rice on it fell off instantly. One by one, the rice with sharp ends like thorns flew towards Li Sijing like bullets. Chapter 26 Optimizing Rice Seeds. Li Sijing had harvested rice before, and she still remembers the weather at that time, which was as hot as today. On such a hot day, you must wear long sleeves when harvesting rice. because the sharp ends of the rice will scratch your arms and make them itch constantly. When such rice flies over at a speed that breaks through the air, the power can be imagined. While dodging in a panic, Li Sijing regretted why she didn't wear a coat. She took a few hits on her body, aimed with a crossbow, and shot 2 arrows. But unfortunately, she didn't hit them at all. As a plant that can walk, the rice resource monster can dodge. It's a bit difficult to hit it with her current accuracy. The crossbow is useless, and she can't get close, and basic fighting skills are useless. If she continues like this, she will only get beaten in vain. After thinking it through, Li Sijing tried to retreat, hoping that this rice resource monster would not be like the book resource monster, which could control the freedom of life. After she retreated about 10 meters, the rice resource monster stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly returned to the rice field to continue guarding. Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing her body with a grin. Where she was hit, the rice grains were pointed at both ends, and they directly pierced her skin when they hit her, causing small spots that were red and swollen. The old wounds had not healed yet, and now there were new wounds. Did she really need a golden wound medicine? Li Sijing opened the area again, hoping that the masses could bring her good news. Unfortunately, at this time, everyone was discussing fiercely about the ownership of several resource boxes, and why the last resource box had not appeared yet. Zhou Qinghuan sent a message, and Li Sijing opened it to take a look. Is my sister injured? I have a large bottle of ordinary medicine. I can't use it anyway, so I'll trade it to you. Li Sijing's eyes suddenly curved in surprise. This European emperor is indeed her lucky star. What do you want to trade? Meat? Well, I haven't used the medicine, so I don't know how effective it is. But it's marked as ordinary medicine, so I don't think it's a good thing. It should be very dangerous at the resource point. After your event is over, just give me a pound of meat. Zhou Qinghuan said very considerately. After clicking to accept, a large bottle of medicine was sent over. There was 250 g of half a pound. When I opened it, there was a milky white paste inside. Li Sijing tried to rub some on the wound. It was icy and cool, and the burning sensation on the wound disappeared instantly. The effect was not as ordinary as Zhou Qinghuan said. Such a large bottle and a pound of meat. It felt a bit of taking advantage of her. By the way, I just saw a drawing to be received. It seems that Zhou Qinghuan said it was used to trade for leaks. At that time, she was so busy trying to get rid of the vehicle chasing her that she didn't have the heart to read it. And she completely forgot about the battle afterwards. Engine acceleration, after use. The car's speed can be increased by 25%. Materials required for construction, metal *8, plastic *1, rubber *1. After reading it, Li Sijing was stunned for a moment. What did she miss? It turned out that Zhou Qinghuan's European Emperor attribute had helped her so early. But she just didn't grasp it. If she could have taken a closer look at that time, she would have made it on the spot. The car's speed increased so much that she could directly get rid of the vehicle behind her. Why wait for the thrilling car accident later? Remember this lesson. In the future, she will check the news about Zhou Qinghuan as soon as possible. Li Sijing promised in her heart. However, Zhou Qinghuan is also easy to trust people. Such a good thing was sent to her without even taking away the collateral. Of course, she will not live up to her trust. When the chai box is ready, she will give her more. Click to make the engine acceleration blueprint. After equipping, the speed of the car directly increased from 80 yards to 100 yards. After that, Li Sijing applied medicine to the remaining wounds while thinking about how to deal with the rice resource monster. After taking inventory of all her resources, Li Sijing finally found a fairly reliable method. That is fire attack. Of course, she would not set fire directly. Otherwise the entire plantation with lush vegetation would be burned. The portable stove blueprint she bought in the trading area yesterday came in handy at this time. Click to make one, with a diameter of about 50 centimeters and a height of 30 centimeters. Next, Li Sijing clicked to exchange for a few wood fragments, each 50 by 20 centimeters in size. Each resource box can decompose a wood fragment. But so far, no blueprint requires this material, and she has accumulated a lot. She pulled a handful of thatch, lit it with the windproof lighter she opened yesterday, and then threw the wood fragments in. After it burned, Li Sijing took the portable oven and went to find the rice resource monster, which was still on the ridge. This time, after it came over, Li Sijing started fighting directly. The burning wood fragments were like torches, and she rushed forward in 2 steps, not giving the other party time to react. The process of approaching the rice resource monster was unexpectedly smooth. Li Sijing directly waved 2 torch-like woods, and the fire shadows filled the sky. The rice resource monster was forced to retreat again and again, and even its own seeds could not be launched. The nature of plants to fear fire was fully demonstrated at this moment, and even if they turned into monsters, they could not be spared. Retreating to the edge of the rice field, the rice resource monster was probably afraid of hurting the rice field, and stayed on the edge tightly. Even if many branches were scorched, it did not retreat. The final result of whipping the burning wood with the branches of the plant can be imagined. The suppression of nature and the concern behind made the rice resource monster lose without any suspense. Successfully killed the rice resource monster and obtained specific resources. Advanced planting soil *1. Planting pot *1. Optimized rice seeds *10. Oh my god! She actually got the seed she dreamed of, as well as a complete set of planting soil and planting pots. An advanced planting soil can increase the growth rate of plants by 100 times, which means that she can plant rice, and it will mature in about a day. Unfortunately, there are only 10 seeds. It is the first crop planted, and the seeds need to be saved, and it is probably not edible. Take the planting pot to the car. Carefully scatter the 10 rice seeds, and water them more. Fortunately, the optimized rice seeds do not need to be raised and transplanted, and can be directly scattered in the planting soil, but they need to be watered more. In general, although I suffered some minor injuries during this visit to the planting area, it is completely worth it. In this case, of course, the trip must continue, and the speed must be accelerated. It is now 1:30. According to the tour of 1 area per hour, there are still 2 areas that cannot be passed by the end. I just came from the stadium on the right, and now I continue to go left. She remembered that there seemed to be a police station on the left side of the plantation. She didn't know what the resource monster inside would explode. Would there be bullets? Chapter 27 Handcuffs Resource Monster. With the proficiency of a racing driver, Li Sijing no longer needs to drive carefully, and can do 2 things at the same time: watching the chat in the regional channel while driving. At this time, the 7 high-level resource boxes found before have all been owned. In addition to the one Wu Igua got at the stadium, Louis Zhou also got the one he found at the mall. As for the other people who got it, Li Sijing didn't know any of them. I heard that there was a woman among them. Now there are 9 high-level resource boxes, and only the last one is left, which is in the landmark area. It is now crowded. While checking the message, the police station has arrived. There are many cars parked at the door. It seems that there are still many people inside. With a cold sticker and a crossbow, Li Sijing slowly entered the police station. The hall of the police station was empty, and she couldn't help frowning. Where did everyone go? There are so many cars parked outside. This unspeakable weirdness made her unable to help but string the crossbow and secretly alert. After walking through the empty hall, Li Sijing turned a corner and came to the corridor. Suddenly, 2 huge metal circles appeared in the air. Each metal circle was 1/2 meter long, and 2 of them were connected together, as long as her 2 arms, floating in front of her. Li Sijing took a step back nervously, and carefully observed the 2 strange metal circles. Only then did she realize that it was actually a pair of handcuffs that had been magnified countless times. Is this the resource monster in the police station? The handcuff resource monster? Are you here to report a crime? Your name? The handcuff resource monster asked in a majestic and powerful voice. These handcuffs are made of metal. Can they be killed? She was confused, so she prepared to take a look before deciding whether to take action. Li Sijing. After hesitating for a long time between giving a fake name and her real name, she chose to tell the truth. Li Sijing. Female. 23 years old. When she was 3 years old, she accidentally strangled a chick to death. When she was 6 years old, she fed a cat chocolate, causing its death. When she was 10 years old, this series of introductions about herself made Li Sijing stunned. She didn't remember many of them, or she didn't know them clearly. From birth to before she crossed over, all her intentional or unintentional mistakes were counted one by this handcuff resource monster. She felt something was wrong and was ready to escape, but found that she couldn't move again. It was indeed the same routine as the book Resource Monster. After reading her life story, the handcuff resource monster began to summarize. Based on the crimes you have committed over the years, You will be sentenced to 1 hour in prison. After speaking, a pair of handcuffs appeared directly on Li Sijing's hands. With a click, she was handcuffed tightly. This is too overbearing. Looking at the handcuffs on her wrists, she looked a little unbelievable. As soon as she entered the room, she was questioned. If she had given a fake name just now, she would have been more guilty. After that, she was directly convicted and handcuffed. And they were not even given a chance to fight back. Li Sijing followed the handcuffed resource monster and walked forward uncontrollably to the door of a room. When she entered, she immediately understood why the owners of the cars outside had disappeared. It turned out that they were all caught here. In the small room, there were 2 long benches, one on the left and one on the right. 5 people sat in a row on the left and 4 on the right. Several people looked like her, with their hands handcuffed, holding paper and pen in their hands, scratching their ears and cheeks and writing something. You sit over there and wait for your release. Pay attention. A sincere self-review can reduce your sentence. After the handcuffed resource monster finished speaking, a pen and paper appeared in Li Sijing's hand. The people sitting there looked at him as if they were all the same. How many hours are you in prison? One of the young men asked curiously. Li Sijing was still a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming a criminal. 1 hour. That's good. Those who can be assigned to our side are not very evil. Another uncle said. Are there any other people assigned to other places? Li Sijing asked in surprise. Of course. The person who came with me actually killed someone and was directly sentenced to 10 days in prison and assigned to the next door. The young man continued. 10 days? Then when the activity is over, won't he be able to get out? The rules turned out to be like this. Li Sijing was terrified when he thought about it carefully. I guess he can't get out. But he deserves it. The person next to him said gloatingly. In this room, we have all made minor mistakes. The imprisonment time is no more than 3 hours. It will be over in a while. Someone comforted. Li Sijing raised the paper and pen in her hand and asked. Didn't you say that writing a self-criticism can reduce the sentence? It has not been passed. Those who can pass have been released long ago. The young man was helpless. I don't want to waste that brain cell. Anyway, there are only a few minutes left. You can try it, the uncle suggested. Li Sijing naturally wanted to try it. While thinking about it, she wanted to see what time it was, but found that she couldn't open the blue screen. Why can't I open the blue screen? Li Sijing asked others in a panic. The young man was immediately amused. You can't open it after being handcuffed. Don't you know? Otherwise, why don't you think there is any news about the police station resource monster in the regional channel? If I knew the situation inside earlier, I would never come here. The person sitting opposite complained. Don't worry. You will recover after leaving the police station. The uncle comforted. Li Sijing nodded, relieved, and then concentrated on writing a self-criticism. She didn't expect that this activity would be so strange. Not only did she have to do the questions, but she also had to write a self-criticism. Fortunately, compared with the advanced math questions, she was quite handy with self-criticism. After all, she had written a lot. After writing a 1-page self-criticism, which was about the length of an essay, Li Sijing felt that it was almost enough. There was no way to check the time, and I didn't know how much time had passed. According to the instructions of the cellmate, she called the handcuffed resource monster and handed in the self-criticism. After scanning the whole thing, the handcuffed resource monster put away the apology letter and said, The apology letter is sincere, and the sentence will be reduced by half an hour. Li Sijing's sentence has expired, and she will be released immediately. Please follow me. Just after he finished speaking, the handcuffs on Li Sijing's wrists disappeared directly, and the people around her looked at her enviously as she left. Following the handcuffed resource monster to the hall, she was about to leave this ghost place when the other party spoke again. In view of the fact that Li Sijing's detention time exceeded 10 minutes, compensation will be given. Congratulations on receiving the gift from the handcuffed resource monster, a pair of walkie-talkies. Looking at the resources that suddenly appeared, Li Sijing was dumbfounded. It turned out that there was a reward for being detained for a few more minutes. If she had known that she would wait to submit the apology letter, would she be rewarded with the bullets she wanted most if she was detained for a longer time? The walkie-talkie seemed to be of no use. Unfortunately, there was no if, so she could only put away the walkie-talkie and leave the police station. Chapter 28 Mineral Water Resource Monster. To the right of the police station is the plantation, where Li Sijing just came from. To the left, the hospital and water plant are relatively close. She checked the news in the regional channel and finally decided to give up the hospital area because there were too many people there. And according to the news, the resource monster in the hospital is a scalpel. And it wants to operate on people when it sees them. And its defense is extremely high. The scalpel resource monster is the most frightening in all areas. There are many people who have been disemboweled. And the scene is bloody and brutal. Of course, some people have killed the scalpel resource monster. And it is said that they got a small first aid kit. This is also the reason why everyone knows the danger, but still flocks to it. However, Li Sijing has 4 life-saving golden wound medicines in her hand, as well as ordinary wound medicines traded from Zhou Qinghuan. The first aid kit is not a necessity for her, and there is no need to risk her life to find it. Then go to the water plant. In such hot weather, it is a happy thing to be able to go to a place with abundant water resources. For her, who grows rice, no amount of water is too much. Only half of the last 5 liters of mineral water is left. And the weather will probably get hotter and hotter. And more water will be consumed. It is always a good idea to store as much water as possible. After Li Sijing entered the water plant, she was surprised by the lively scene inside. There were dozens of large and small water tanks on the roof of the factory building, and a row of faucets below, with people queuing up to get water. Some big men took off their shirts, wore big shorts, held a large basin of water, and poured it on their heads. Women are more particular. They carry buckets to the side, find a closed room, lock the door, and take a bath with peace of mind. There are also buckets, basins, washing powder, shower gel, shampoo cream, and towels for sale nearby. The business is pretty good. Li Sijing was immediately tempted. She still had a set of dirty clothes in her car that had not been washed. She stuffed the dirty clothes directly into the bucket she made before, and ran to line up to get some water. She also bought some shower gel, shampoo cream, washing powder and towels. They were not expensive. She spent 2 basic materials in total. In fact, it would be cheaper if she exchanged them with food. But she had too many basic materials to use up. So of course she would not waste food. She scrubbed the dirty clothes clean and followed other people to hang them directly on the roof of the car. In this weather, it would take less than half an hour to dry. As for taking a bath, Li Sijing was ready to wait for a while. She still had to find the resource monster. It would not be too late to wash before leaving. After asking someone and understanding some basic information about the resource monster, Li Sijing was ready to act. The resource monster in the water plant is a bottle of mineral water. It likes to play water splashing games with people. In this weather, playing water splashing games is actually not bad. But the water splashed by this mineral water resource monster is just like the water sprayed from a high-pressure water gun, which has a strong lethality. The key is that as a bottle of mineral water, it never explodes mineral water after being killed, but only some machine materials in the water plant. This greatly reduces the attractiveness to everyone, and no one looks for it. Li Sijing was a little disappointed that mineral water could not be exploded. But since she came here, it would feel like a waste if she didn't kill a resource monster. According to the news, I came to the back of the water plant and saw a bottle of mineral water, 2 meters high, standing there listlessly. As Li Sijing approached, the mineral water resource monster instantly became energetic, straightened his waist, and jumped forward. Are you here to play with me? How about the water splashing game? Li Sijing didn't even reply, raised her crossbow, and shot an arrow. This time she was ready to fight quickly, and wanted to take a shower. The arrow nailed the mineral water bottle, making a dent and a small hole, and small water splashed out. The mineral water resource monster didn't care about the small wounds on its body, and shouted excitedly, "It's fun. Let's play together." As it said, it bent slightly, aimed the bottle mouth at Li Sijing, and instantly shot out a stream of water from it. The water stream sprayed straight, and Li Sijing dodged it sideways, and the water stream shot out a distance of 10 meters. As expected, the power is similar to that of a high-pressure water gun. If such a water flow hits the body, it will be directly injured. Then there is a fight between you and me. Li Sijing adopted the method of the ancestors. Guerrilla warfare. Using body skills, he constantly dodges the water flow sprayed by the mineral water resource monster, and takes the opportunity to fire a crossbow. Within a few minutes, Li Sijing's body is completely wet. This time it is not sweat, but the sprayed water flow that splashes on the body. Of course, the mineral water resource monster also paid a certain price. Just look at its current shape. The big mineral water bottle was pierced with many small holes by besieging with a crossbow, and the water inside was spilled like a fountain. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, when the mineral water resource monster had only half of the water in the bottle, it finally died. I had so much fun this time. After saying this, the mineral water resource monster fell to the ground and dissipated. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the mineral water resource monster and obtaining a specific resource, water purifier. The water purifier is half a meter tall and is somewhat similar to a water dispenser. It has a water inlet on the top and a water outlet on the bottom. Li Sijing looked at the instructions and realized that this water purifier can purify all water sources. Water sources are divided into 5 levels: dirty water, sewage, daily water, drinking water, and mineral water. Every time you go up a level, half of the water source will be consumed, and this machine can only use electricity. Li Sijing couldn't hide her disappointment. Such a piece of iron is really useless and takes up space for her now. First of all, this machine cannot be connected to the fuel tank, although the previous advanced resource box has a 5 square meter solar panel. I don't know how it generates electricity. The most important thing is that if you want to use this machine, you must have water first. But where can she get water when she is trapped in the desert? Of course, she will not throw away the things she has worked hard to get. It doesn't mean that it will be useless in the future. After the vehicle is upgraded, the internal space has expanded a lot, and her supplies have not reached the point where they cannot be loaded. Of course, she will work hard in that direction. After defeating the resource monster, I can finally take a shower. The clothes that were hung on the roof before have long been dried. After carrying 2 buckets of water and a towel, I found a locked room, and Li Sijing was finally able to rub herself well. I haven't taken a shower for 3 days. In such hot weather, she has been fighting in various sports, and she can rub off a few pounds of mud on her body. First wash it with a bucket of water. The dirty water can fertilize an acre of land. Then wash it with clean water for the second time, and it will be a little clearer. After taking a shower, she washed her sportswear and hung it up, and finally washed her hair. For the first time, Li Sijing was thankful that her short hair was not so unkempt that she could not be seen in public. Chapter 29: Fully Automatic Ice Cream Machine. After Li Sijing cleaned herself up, ate 2 egg yolk crisps and a box of potato chips to fill her stomach. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. She drank enough free water and filled 2 buckets of water in the car for today, and then she left the water plant. Next, she planned to bypass the hospital and go to the shopping mall area. As a shopping mall with the most complete supplies, this is the first choice for many people, because no matter what you want, you can find it here, although you can't take it away in the end. As for what can be taken away, the advanced resource box has been taken away by Luizhou. It is said that the resource monster in the mall is a human who likes to sell goods very much. He will pull everyone he meets to sell his strange products. This sales resource monster will not hurt people, and it can also be traded. But what can be traded depends on the person. It is said that someone used a pot of roses to exchange a box of Nutri-Express from the sales resource monster. Some people also used a piece of meat and only exchanged for a fruit knife. All the things exchanged can be taken away. So many people will come to try their luck. Li Sijing certainly has no confidence in her luck, but she is lucky. Some distance from the entrance of the mall, the car can no longer drive in, and there are 2-seater cars parked everywhere. Her 4-seater car is really conspicuous, so she found a remote corner to park the car, and then she walked into the mall with the backpack she found before. This mall is the area with the most people since she came to the resource point. There is a huge supermarket on the first floor of the mall, with people coming and going. From a distance, she thought she was back on Earth, but a closer look would reveal the difference. People inside would take whatever they liked from the shelf, unpack it, and stuff it into their mouths. There was no need to pay here at all. The free 0 yuan shopping made the atmosphere very lively, and Li Sijing couldn't help but join in. She took a bag of her favorite spicy strips from the shelf, opened it, and continued to shop while eating. Ice cream, candy, cake, all kinds of fresh fruits. Li Sijing ate them one by one, and put some in her backpack, only regretting that she had eaten snacks in the car just now. She couldn't eat anymore, so she left here and went to the second floor. The second floor is where you buy clothes and bedding. But it's a pity that these things can't be taken away. Otherwise she would have to choose a few. all the way up. Jewelry stores, skincare products, furniture, shoe stores, watches, outdoor, etc. Li Sijing felt particularly uncomfortable. She was so tempted by many things. But unfortunately, she couldn't take them away. She could only turn away her eyes, and not be bothered. She quickened her pace, and came to the top floor of the mall. The sales resource monster had always been at the top. When she came up, there were still more than a dozen people queuing in front of the sales resource monster. So she quickly lined up behind him. The transaction speed was not fast. And it took 2 or 3 minutes for one person. She observed it, and found that it was indeed strange. Not only was the sales resource monster strange, the things it gave were strange. And even the things everyone took out for trading were strange. The chance of this relying on luck was too high. So she still had to get lucky. Clicking on Zhou Qinghuan's avatar, she roughly told her about the situation of the sales resource monster, and then sighed. It's a pity that you didn't participate in the event. If you could come, what would you most like to exchange? Yes, it's a pity. I want an ice cream maker. It would be nice to have ice cream in this weather. Ice cream machine? It feels good. Li Sijing quickly agreed. It will be my turn soon. If I can exchange for an ice cream machine, I will definitely make it for you. Okay. Thank you, sister. Don't be so polite. Li Sijing replied with a guilty conscience. I took advantage of her, and got her thanks. Isn't this a bit shameless? While chatting with Zhou Qinghuan, the previous few people had already completed the transaction. And it was Li Sijing's turn. Beautiful lady. I have a lot of goods here. And there must be something you need. All the goods are good quality and cheap. You won't suffer a loss or be cheated. How about taking one away? A series of sales talk came out of its mouth without a pause for a long time, leaving Li Sijing no time to interrupt. She finally understood why it took so long to trade just one thing. It turned out that she had been listening to its sales pitch. A minute later, when it finally took its last breath, Li Sijing was able to say, "But I don't have money." The enthusiasm of the sales resource monster remained unabated. It doesn't matter if you don't have money. If you have anything you don't need, you can come to me and exchange it for something else. Li Sijing took out the things she had prepared long ago. They were 5 frozen cabbage and meat buns that she had made in the morning. Why did she choose this? Because someone has analyzed that the chance of getting good things by exchanging water and food is much higher than exchanging with other things. Seeing what Li Sijing took out, the faces of several people behind her were strange, and they thought they had recognized her. At noon, the survivors in the area were making a big fuss about her obtaining the advanced resource box and killing people with a gun. She was already famous. And now she is also famous. But I don't know if it is notorious. Oh, Bozzy. It just so happens that I haven't found dinner yet. So I will exchange this with you. In the hands of the sales resource monster, a 40-centimeter, small, milky white machine appeared. Now the weather is hot. It's a good time to eat ice cream. The small mini fully automatic ice cream machine only needs to pour in the materials. And the fully automatic full mode can make 1,000 milliliters at a time. Sure enough, it succeeded. Li Sijing's face was calm, but she was screaming like a groundhog in her heart. If Zhou Qinghuan was in front of her at this time, she would definitely hug her and kiss her a few times. The people behind her saw that she got this machine. Most of them were indifferent, and a few of them were even gloating. In hot weather, it is very enjoyable to eat an ice cream, but when you can't even guarantee to eat enough, this machine is just a chicken rib. For them, this machine is not as good as the buns that Li Sijing just traded. At least the buns can fill their stomachs. In general, in the eyes of others, Li Sijing's transaction this time is a loss. So when she left the mall with this machine, it was very smooth, and there was no snatch at all. Others probably disdained to snatch such a machine. It took a long time to dawdle in the mall. When Li Sijing returned to the car, it was already 4 o'clock. Next, she was going to the central area of the resource point. The landmark. That is, the area where the advanced resource box has not been discovered. She went there now, just to try. And it would be best if she could get the last one. The advanced resource box. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. Just go to the farm directly. Kill a resource monster. And get some meat. Which is also possible. Chapter 30. Lend a hand. The landmark of the resource point is located in a park, and is a building that looks like a phoenix. After several hours of searching, The advanced resource box here still did not appear, and many people had given up when Li Sijing arrived, except for a few stubborn people who were still searching. The others were watching a lively scene. A group of people looking for trouble with a woman. If it was just looking for trouble, it would not attract so many people's attention. It was really the operation of that woman that was too surprising. The resource monster in this landmark area is a camera. It likes to take beautiful photos for people and requires others to constantly change beautiful poses. At noon, a group of people chased the woman and came here to fight. Seeing that the woman had already lost, she encountered a camera resource monster and pulled her to take a photo. The camera resource monster, during the photo period, is a special period. She and the car cannot be attacked. This group of people also have a deep hatred. They actually waited here and refused to leave. The woman had many photo poses. She took photos for more than half an hour and cleared the camera resource monster. I don't know what she got. The woman who escaped from the special period could be attacked. But when she saw others surrounding her, she made a showy move. She went to take photos with the camera resource monster again, and was trapped in the special period again. Just like being stuck with the boss. She cleared the camera resource monster 7 or 8 times in a row, delaying the time until now. It seems that this woman is either a model or a star. Otherwise she can't take photos for 4 or 5 hours in a row. Li Sijing, who understood, walked over and prepared to satisfy her curiosity, until she saw the woman surrounded in the middle. Her face suddenly became strange. She didn't expect that this bustle had something to do with her. This woman was the face she saw when she looked back at the serial car accident at noon. At that time, several cars rushed out from the left and collided with the car behind Li Sijing. She was the last car that rushed out from the left, and the only one that survived among the cars on the left. Then the people surrounding her were the surviving vehicles that chased after Li Sijing. As the culprit of this car accident, it is understandable that she was hated by these people. While Li Sijing was thinking, this woman passed the customs again and got out of the special period. Just when she was about to copy the gourd again, before she could say it, a beautiful woman suddenly ran out from the side. She invited the camera resource strangely. You take pictures so well. How about taking a few for me? It turned out that while waiting, the people who were looking for trouble were not idle, but were preparing to intercept. They had tried to intercept before, but they all failed because the photos were not good. This time they finally spent a lot of money and found a little star. And it worked. The woman looked upset when she was intercepted successfully. There were still 2 hours left. How would she spend it? Those people surrounded her with sinister smiles, and the people watching the excitement around them retreated one after another, not wanting to get involved. Take pictures? Go ahead and take pictures. You ruined our good thing. If you don't hand over all the materials, you can't leave today. I've spent half a day with you in this broken place. Don't you want to compensate me? It seems that your supplies are not enough for the brothers. Why don't you offer yourself to the brothers and let them have fun? Yes. After the fun, we will let you go. How about it? This woman is beautiful. No wonder these people have dirty thoughts. The woman retreated in panic, looking around, and the people she swept her eyes avoided and retreated. What? Still expecting someone to save you? Seeing this, the woman desperately accepted the reality and took out a fruit knife from her pocket. The people on the opposite side laughed at it. Haha. Do you think resistance is useful? Are you going to use this knife to add interest to the brothers? The woman ignored their ridicule and tore a piece of cloth from her clothes. Then she tightly entangled her hands and the knife, obviously ready to fight to the death. Li Sijing admired the woman's actions. She thought she was just a beautiful vase, but she had the courage to fight to the death. Speaking of which, Li Sijing was able to leave so smoothly at that time because of her kindness. In this case, let's give it back to her now. A 10-inch arrow suddenly shot out and nailed it to the ground, stopping the group of people who were ready to act. They looked around with ugly faces, and finally locked on Li Sijing, who was holding a crossbow. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business? A man with a short hair threatened. It's you? Li Sijing, the person who spoke, stood in the middle, with a dragon tattooed on his shoulder. The identity was exposed, which immediately caused a commotion among them. Even the woman, who was expecting something, suddenly had a complicated look. I didn't expect to meet you here again. We are destined to meet. Li Sijing was chatting while stringing the crossbow. The other party was still quite afraid of the crossbow in her hand and couldn't help but retreat. It was all a misunderstanding before. How about we write off our grievances? The tattooed man suggested. Sure. Li Sijing nodded, looking very easy to talk to. Then please don't interfere in what happens between us and her next. The tattooed man said again. Li Sijing asked curiously. What if I must interfere? You? Li Sijing interrupted the other party, and looked over coldly. Where did I make you feel easy to talk to? I agreed to one of your conditions. And I have to agree to the second one. The short-haired man immediately shouted, There are so many of us. Are we afraid of you? You are. Before he could say anything unpleasant, Li Sijing pulled the trigger, and an arrow shot at him. The arrow rubbed his neck and flew backwards. He covered his neck in fear, blood flowing from his fingers. Actually, you should thank this beautiful woman. If you have read the chats of other people in the regional channel, you should know. Li Sijing said slowly while winding the string. If you continued to chase me at that time, you would not be greeted by arrows, but bullets. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my pistol when I got off the car this time. Do you think I should go back to get it? After hearing this, everyone looked at the neck covered by the short-haired man and took a big step back in fear. Apparently, they still knew about the follow-up of the first advanced resource box in the regional channel. They knew very well that if they continued to chase, Qianlong would be their fate. Chapter 31. The activity is over. That group of people finally retreated unwillingly, without the motivation of interests. They were not as brave as Qianlong and his men. Of course, it could also be that the crossbow and Li Sijing's reputation for killing people forced them to take it into consideration. Li Sijing was a little regretful that there was no fight. But it was better this way. If there was a fight, although she could guarantee her own safety, the safety of the woman next to her was not guaranteed. If she was still injured in the end, she would not have achieved the purpose of her attack. And it would not be worthwhile. Wang Yulan, thank you for saving my life. Seeing that everyone retreated, the woman took 2 steps forward and came to Li Sijing. No need to thank me. After all, you are also implicated by me. Li Sijing shook her head. Wang Yuan said bluntly, I drove the car myself. And what happened later cannot be blamed on you. No matter what she thought in her heart. Li Sijing felt very comfortable when she heard her say that. Let's add each other as friends. I'll repay you. Wang Yuan suggested. You can add me as a friend. But you don't need to repay me. The previous car accident helped me. So we're even. Li Sijing replied. While adding friends, Wang Yuan retorted, how can it be the same? Li Sijing didn't want to say more, but asked, what are your plans next? There's more than an hour left before the event ends. If you go to other areas now, you won't get anything. Let's stay here and take pictures. Wang Yuan thought about it and replied. It seems that this camera resource monster has very good specific resources. But Li Sijing won't snatch them. Although she was India's, it was still difficult for her to pose in so many poses for the photo. Li Sijing thought for a while. Then I'll stay here with you. I'm a little tired from running around. So it's a good time to take a rest. If she left now, there was no guarantee that those people would not come back to kill her. So she might as well send the Buddha to the west. As for the breeding area that she was originally going to go to, it was okay not to go. According to the news on the regional channel, the resource monsters in the breeding area are ordinary animals, and killing them will explode meat. She has Luizhou, a big meat supplier, so she shouldn't be short of meat for a while. Wang Yuan certainly knew why Li Sijing stayed, and immediately showed a grateful face. Thank you. It was about her own life, and she couldn't say no, so she could only make up her mind in her heart to repay Li Sijing twice as much. While waiting for the little star who suddenly appeared to take pictures, they also chatted. Only then did Li Sijing realize that Wang Yuan was indeed a model. A well-known flat model. And she had worked part-time as a Taobao model before. No wonder she is so good at posing and has so many actions. The little star's photo quality is obviously not as good as hers. It has been half an hour, and the camera resource monster has not ended. After the little star passed the level, she immediately ran away in panic. Obviously, although she was taking pictures all the time, she also knew what had just happened. Next, Wang Yuan started taking pictures. Li Sijing did not leave, but ate a few bags of snacks taken from the mall while watching the news on the regional channel. There was only 1 hour left, and everyone had gained what they could, and they were all chatting enthusiastically in the channel. Some people showed off what they had gotten. Some talked about what happened today, and some condemned others. Someone sent a message saying that he was going to stay in the resource point and asked if anyone wanted to join him. Many people responded. Someone announced that he had found a partner and they were going to ride in the same car, saying that it was safer for 2 people to survive than 1 person. Someone said that they had formed a team and invited others to join them and go out together. All kinds of ideas really opened Li Sijing's eyes. She also saw Wu Aigua's speech, persuading others not to stay in the resource point and not to abandon their cars. It's a pity that not many people read such remarks. Li Sijing shook her head, saying that it was hard to persuade the damned ghost with good words. After Wang Yuan passed the level, she saw that there were still 40 minutes left. So she triggered the level again. Li Sijing calculated that when she passed the level this time, the activity should be over. And she was not afraid of those people coming again. So she waved to her, turned around and returned to her car, ready to leave. There were still 2 buckets of water in the car, which could not be taken out of the resource point, and she was going to use them up. After driving for more than 10 minutes, I finally found a locked room. It looked like someone's rest room. Li Sijing carried 2 buckets of water and her dry sportswear and went in to take her second shower of the day. Once she went out, she didn't know when she could take another shower due to the shortage of water resources. Now the temperature outside has dropped to 40 degrees. So a cold shower is just right. She washed from head to toe, scrubbed the clothes clean, and hung them up. At this time, it was already 5:50, and the sound of the game sounded on time. Dear players, the resource point activity is about to end. The portal has been opened. Please drive forward 1,000 meters and return to the survival road. Dear players, please note that the last advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning, and the time is 10 minutes. The 2 messages appeared at the same time, and Li Sijing frowned instantly. 2 completely different choices. Is to drive forward 1,000 meters back and still chase the last advanced resource box? She didn't think too much and made a decision directly. Go back. Although the red dot is very close to her. But there are only 10 minutes. This is obviously a trap. There are many people like Li Sijing who are safe. And there are also many people who choose to take risks. Ignoring others, Li Sijing stepped on the accelerator and drove forward directly. 1,000 meters away, she saw the diffuse white fog again. This time, she will no longer be as nervous as in the morning. She drove out of the white fog smoothly and returned to the survival road. From the earth to this survival road, Li Sijing has always wanted to go back. After 10 hours at the resource point, she found that she actually missed this lonely and cruel survival road. At least, there would be no backstabbing from humans on this survival road. And there would not be so many intrigues. Stopping on the road that she left in the morning, Li Sijing turned on the blue screen and looked at the number of people on the channel. 8543/10,000. She remembered that there were more than 9,200 people in the morning. Did more than 700 people die in an activity? And among them, there was a number that she created herself. Time slowly moved forward. When it was 6 o'clock, the resource point activity officially ended, and the number on it changed again. 8022/10,000. The sudden reduction of more than 500 people made Li Sijing's pupils shrink, and it really confirmed her guess. Chapter 32 Lucky Necklace. When the resource point activity started, the game emphasized that after the activity ended, those who did not leave the resource point would stay there forever. At that time, Li Sijing was wondering if those who stayed at the resource point would die. These suddenly reduced numbers confirmed her thoughts. And those who chased the advanced resource box at the last moment probably met with an accident. In the regional channel, there was a heated discussion about these things, and Li Sijing had no intention of participating in it. She first took out the car repair card and clicked to use it, so that the part of the car that was hit was instantly refreshed. Then, there was meat owed to Zhou Qinghuan. After applying the wound medicine she gave, the wound was almost healed. And of course, the reward had to be given to others. However, Zhou Qinghuan had helped her too much, both openly and secretly. And a pound of meat was a bit embarrassing. After thinking about it, Li Sijing had an idea. First, put the inner tank of the fully automatic ice cream machine into the freezer to freeze. Then send a message to purchase various fruits and eggs. Everyone had just returned from the resource point, and everyone had gained something more or less. After a while, she bought 2 eggs and a dragon fruit, and used her last 3 packs of Oreo cookies. Then she began to prepare the ingredients for making ice cream. Separate the egg whites and yolks. Add all the white sugar in the kitchen seasoning package to the egg whites and beat them into cream. Then add the egg yolk liquid and 2 boxes of pure milk. Stir evenly and pour them into the frozen inner pot to start making. After everything was done, it was already half an hour later, and she hurriedly got off the car to move around, because it would be dark soon. She had eaten a lot of snacks from the mall at the resource point before, so she wasn't very hungry now. She was going to prepare dinner and wait until it got dark and she was hungry, so she could just steam some buns. During the event, her friend Zhao Xinyuan sent a message. Sister Jing, this is the basic material I got from selling the machete. Please accept it. There was also a transaction sent along with it. For sale, metal *356, rubber *112, plastic *217, glass *98, cloth *65. The total was more than 800. And with the 20% he had deducted, the machete had sold for more than 1,000 points in one day. Well, by the way, I have another blueprint here. You can sell it together. As she spoke, Li Xijing sent the shoe blueprint over. Received. By the way, I saw you collecting beds this morning, and I happened to get a folding bed at the resource point, so I sent it to you. Li Xijing was immediately surprised. Zhao Xinyuan actually had something that she hadn't purchased in a day. The folding bed he sent was a military green marching fabric bed, 180 centimeters long and 60 centimeters wide. It can be folded up when not in use and does not take up space. After opening it and putting it in the car, Li Xijing tried it and was very satisfied. She thought she could have a good sleep tonight. The other party cared about her so much, so she couldn't treat him badly. After thinking about it, Li Xijing took out 10 buns and sent them to him. Thank you, Sister Jing. Zhao Xinyuan did not refuse, and Li Xijing was very satisfied with this behavior. The activity was almost over, and Li Xijing got on the car and closed the door before 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, it was dark on time. In half an hour, the ice cream was also ready. Li Xijing directly divided half of it, along with 500 g of rabbit meat and 500 g of roe deer meat, and sent it to Zhou Qinghuan. Thank you for the ice cream, sister, but you are wrong about the meat. Why is it 2 kilograms? Zhou Qinghuan's message came immediately. Yes, your wound medicine is very useful. It's such a big jar, and I'm taking advantage of it by giving you 2 kilograms of meat. Li Xijing answered while eating the remaining ice cream. She could only say this. Could she also say that she gave you more meat because of your good luck? Sister, you are too polite. Wait, I will prepare a good thing for you tomorrow. Zhou Qinghuan is not a person who likes to take advantage. After saying this, Li Xijing couldn't help but imagine it. What would be the good thing that even the European emperor said? 2 friends' messages interrupted Li Xijing's fantasy. Thank you for your message today. This is a reward. Lu Yizhou's message was sent along with the transaction. For sale, pork 500 g *5. Exchange, none. There were actually 5 pounds of pork. Li Xijing happily clicked to confirm and quickly put the meat in the refrigerator. Another message was sent by Wang Yuan. Thank you for your help today. I said I would repay you. Please accept it. I said you're welcome. Having just gained a lot, Li Xijing became reserved. Take it. After all, because of you, I also got the last advanced resource box. Wang Yuan persuaded again. Li Xijing looked at the message with a surprised expression. The last advanced resource box was actually obtained by you? Although the red dot was very close to her at that time, she had never thought that it was Wang Yuan who got it. Well, I cleared the camera resource monster 10 times, and the final reward was the advanced resource box. So this is the last advanced resource box. And how to get it? This lucky result made Li Xijing envious. But she couldn't do it for a resource monster to clear 10 times, since the other party has said so. Li Xijing will accept the reward with peace of mind. Okay, then I'll take it. As she said, Li Xijing clicked to accept. A transparent crystal necklace fell from the air and landed in her hands. The necklace pendant is round, with a few simple carvings on it, showing a ghost face. Of course, these are not the point. The point is what it shows. Lucky necklace. Increase the player's luck value by 10 after wearing it. It turned out to be a prop that increases the luck value. Li Xijing was so surprised that she almost screamed. Fortunately, she finally reacted. It was dark now, so it was better not to make a sound. waving her arms excitedly twice to vent her excitement. With this necklace, she won't be so unlucky. At least she won't get a piece of wood again. Such an outrageous resource. Right? Li Sijing quickly put the necklace on her neck, touching it happily from time to time. I advise you to take this necklace off. Xingyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Why? Oh, it doesn't work for you. Right? How can the props in the survival game work for the sign-in system? Li Sijing suddenly realized. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work for you, as long as I can have good luck when I open the box, Li Sijing said with a smile. Seeing her like this, it was obvious that she couldn't hear any advice clearly. Xingyu was a little speechless. Forget it. You'll know tomorrow. Chapter 33 Intelligent Driving System. Although many people died in the resource point activity on the third day, everyone who survived had some gains. So Li Sijing became extremely busy that night. The electric fans and sunshades that were not selling well became popular again. In addition to these two blueprints, even the small freezer that no one had been interested in had several people asking for the price. However, Li Sijing had enough basic materials, so she rejected several people who wanted to use basic materials as compensation. In the end, there were only two people left to trade, Guan Yuanxing and Lu Hehua. And these two names were familiar. Li Sijing thought carefully and remembered that she had seen them many times in the regional channel just now. They were both among the people who got the advanced resource box today. Little sister, I don't have much supplies. Only 200 G of white sugar. You can exchange with me. Okay? Lu Hehua asked. Li Sijing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows after reading the message. How can she act like a spoiled child? 200 G of white sugar. This price is not much. After thinking about it, she finally agreed. Sugar is a high-calorie material, and it is also a scarce material for the current situation of lack of food and clothing. And it is rare for a girl to rise in the area. And she is called sister. So let's get in touch with her more. If her personality is good, there will be one more person to chat with. I will use 250 G of enoki mushrooms, 250 G of bean sprouts, a total of 1 kilogram of vegetables. How about exchanging with you? This is the message sent by Guan Yuansheng. Although vegetables are rare, they are not very popular here. After all, if you want to make them delicious, you need too many basic conditions, and they don't fill your stomach. 1 pound of vegetables. Just want to exchange her small freezer. The calculation is quite shrewd. It's a little less. You can add more as you see fit. Li Sijing is not so easy to talk to men. Guan Yuansheng waited for a while before sending a message. Add a set of kitchen utensils. This is the highest price I can offer. After successfully completing these two orders, Li Sijing also gained 200 G of white sugar, half a pound of enoki mushrooms and bean sprouts, and a set of kitchen utensils. It was not until 9 o'clock that Li Sijing felt a little hungry. So she steamed 2 buns and rested after filling her stomach. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 4th day of the survival game, Li Sijing was awakened by Xingyu's alarm clock service on time. After getting off the car, he took a deep breath of fresh air and stretched comfortably. People really have to sleep in bed. Although it was just a simple folding bed with a thin blanket, it was still much more comfortable than curling up in the driver's seat. At least after a night's sleep, she won't have backaches and needles all over her body when she gets off the bus this morning. The first thing she did after getting off the bus was to exercise and get familiar with the weapons. Although she had already acquired basic fighting skills, she couldn't stop exercising. After the exercise, she washed up, cooked a pack of instant noodles and ate them, and then prepared to set off. You know, there are still a lot of staple foods in her car, but there is only 1 liter of water left. There shouldn't be any moths in the survival game today. Right? She is also ready to do a good job. With a lucky necklace, she is no longer the non-African before. And she doesn't know what she can gain today? It's just that the 3-day novice period has passed. From today on, the difficulty of the survival game will not be known. What kind of power will those so-called large beasts have? But before setting off, there is one thing that cannot be forgotten. Xingyu, sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Intelligent Driving System. Intelligent Driving System, low-level artificial intelligence, which can intelligently control all functions of the car, with automatic driving, monitoring road conditions, and other functions. Automatic driving? Li Sijing was stunned. This is too pit. This thing didn't come at the beginning. Now she not only knows how to drive, but also has the skills of a proficient racing driver. What's the use of it? Xingyao. Will it be as smart as you? Li Sijing asked expectantly. You think too much. I said it's just low-level artificial intelligence. Xingyao broke her extravagant hope. Li Sijing clicked to load and asked, it won't be like those mobile phone assistants on the Earth. Like an artificial idiot? I don't know. After all, I haven't seen an artificial idiot. Xingyu objectively told the truth. After loading, Li Sijing waited for a long time, but didn't hear any movement, and couldn't help but feel a little confused, until she saw a display screen next to the steering wheel of the car, which was similar to the one that controls the air conditioner in ordinary cars. The car originally did not have this display screen. After all, it was a stingy survival game, so it did not have any lights or air conditioners. A line of words appeared on the display screen that suddenly appeared. Master. Hello. Please name me. Li Sijing was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. This artificial intelligence can't speak? It's even worse than the artificial idiots on Earth. What use do I have for it? Xingyao's answer was a bit speechless. First you have to equip it with a voice system so that it can make a sound. Li Sijing laughed awkwardly twice. This broken car doesn't even have a stereo? She changed the subject directly. What's the best name? After thinking for a moment, she clapped her hands and thought of a name. Your name is Xingya. Then call it Xingkong. You can tell we are a family at first glance. No. It's a low-level artificial intelligence. How can it be called the same word as me? Xingyu flatly refused. Li Sijing didn't expect that artificial intelligence also has a contempt chain. Oh. I'm a bad namer. And I can't think of a good name for a while. So let's call it this. At worst, I'll call it Xiaokong, and change it when I think of a new name. Seeing that Xingyao didn't refute for a long time, Li Sijing smiled secretly in her heart. Once she got used to calling it, she couldn't change it. Xiaokong, start the automatic driving at 50 kilometers per hour. We were going to leave early today, but ended up dawdling until 8 o'clock. Got it. Master. Xingkong's words appeared on the display screen. Although the automatic driving was turned on, Li Sijing's hands and feet were always ready, fearing any accidents. After driving for more than 10 minutes, seeing that Xingkong performed well, Li Sijing gradually relaxed. At this speed, she would be able to encounter the first resource box of the day in about an hour. Calculating the time, when it was almost 9 o'clock, Li Sijing kept her eyes on the road, fearing that she would miss the resource box because of the high speed. There is a resource box 500 meters away. Do you want to stop? A line of words suddenly appeared on the display screen. There is a resource box 500 meters away? Is it true? She hasn't seen it yet. Stop 10 meters away from the resource box. Li Sijing gave a tentative command. I saw a shadow in the distance. And when I drove over, it was indeed a low-level resource box. The car came to 10 meters away from the resource box and slowly stopped. Chapter 34 Lost and Found. Li Sijing originally thought that after she mastered the skills of a proficient racing driver, Starry Sky was just a useless thing for her. So she didn't think about this intelligent driving system and wanted to learn more about it. But she didn't expect that the role of Starry Sky was far beyond her imagination. The sign and system really loved her. After a careful understanding, she realized that Starry Sky was equipped with a radar. Although it was only 500 meters, the radar can monitor all conditions on the road, and can identify resource boxes, humans, beasts, and roadblocks. In other words, she no longer has to stare at the road all the time, for fear of missing the resource box. It seems that she has to equip Starry Sky with a speaker as soon as possible, so that it can be used to the greatest extent. Opening the car door, Li Sijing got out of the car to get the resource box. In just a short round trip, she was already sweating. After getting in the car, Li Sijing was relieved. But it was just 9 o'clock in the morning. Was it so hot? She had been staying in the car and didn't feel it. She checked the temperature and was shocked. It was 47 degrees. And the temperature inside the car was 32 degrees. In such weather, without air conditioning and fans, people would be directly killed by the heat. In the uninhabited deserts on the Earth, I don't know if there is such a high temperature. And you can make soft-boiled eggs. The most terrible thing is that high temperature will bring a series of consequences to humans, such as heat stroke, dehydration, and loss of salt and sugar. There are still 3 days before the natural disaster, and the temperature has risen so outrageously. Li Sijing showed a worried look on her face. It seems that we need to speed up the pace of stockpiling supplies. Keep driving and stop when you see a resource box. At this time, Li Sijing felt the biggest benefit of the starry sky, which could completely free her hands. In order to get more resource boxes before, she could only keep driving. But that would prevent her from doing other things. Now with the starry sky, she can find the most resource boxes and do other things leisurely. Such as now. The car continued to drive at a constant speed, and Li Sijing was ready to see what supplies she could get with the lucky necklace. Mineral water 500 ml *2. Pork jerky 4G *20. She actually got 2 resources. And more than one of each. This is the first time. Sure enough, she has changed her luck. Right. Li Sijing's mouth was about to grin behind her ears. After putting the supplies away, she was ready to open the box again. Close the resource box. Reopen it. No response. Li Sijing tried again in confusion. Closed the resource box. Reopened it. And still no response. Xingyu, are you asleep? She asked. I don't need to sleep. Xingyu answered soberly. Then why is reopening useless? What about the bottoming out? She asked, holding up the motionless resource box. You said it was bottoming out. But do you know what bottoming out means? Xingyu asked back. What is bottoming out? Bottom out. Li Sijing lowered her head and thought. Wait, you mean I can only bottom out and reopen if I open the box when my luck is the worst? She finally reacted. I thought you understood the meaning of this sentence when you first heard it. Xingyu said helplessly. Of course, I understand the literal meaning. But I thought it was just your way of saying it. Just an excuse to give me a cheat. She didn't expect that this statement was really just the literal meaning. So her luck value has always been very stable. Poor? Li Sijing was a little incoherent. After all, reopening this cheat is too important to her. You know, there is only one sign-in per day, but she can have many resource boxes a day. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Li Sijing complained with a sad face. I remember I persuaded you yesterday. Xingyu calmly stated the facts. Indeed, it was just that at that time. She was overwhelmed by the lucky necklace she had just obtained, and didn't care about Xingyu's persuasion at all. Now she could only blame herself. Li Sijing patted her head regretfully. What should I do now? She quickly took off the necklace. Is this okay? Can I change back to my previous state? Will the luck value be affected? She never thought that one day she would worry about the disappearance of her non-African attribute. We'll know after we try. Xingyu answered. Then there was a long wait. For the first time, Li Sijing realized that time could pass so slowly. When it was about 9:50, she finally encountered the second resource box of the day, which was still a white low-level resource box. She took the resource box to the car as quickly as possible and opened it with great anticipation. Metal *1. Ding. The host's luck value has fallen to the bottom, and it has been forced to rebound. Please reopen the resource box. The pleasant voice made Li Sijing breathe a sigh of relief. 2.5 kilograms watermelon. 1 kilogram plain yogurt. 500 g raisins. 3 fabrics. 5 metals. Li Sijing was very happy and proud when she first got the sign-in system and got the golden finger for unboxing again, because she knew very well that if nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely stand at the top of everyone. She always reminded herself to be cautious. But she knew whether she had done it or not. Now that the golden finger was lost and recovered, her gratitude for the sign-in system has also reached the top. The hidden pride in her heart was instantly dispelled without a trace. Li Sijing slowly sorted out the supplies, trying to adjust her mood and correct her mentality. With the starry sky, the car kept moving forward. At 11 o'clock, the temperature reached an unprecedented 50 degrees. Li Sijing finally sorted out her emotions and met her third resource box of the day. 500 milliliters mineral water. Unboxing again. 5 liters of mineral water. 30 g of ham sausage *8. 330 g of cola *6. Glass *1. Rubber *2. Finally, a large barrel of mineral water was opened. If she didn't open it, she would run out of water. In order to take care of rice, a large water user, Li Sijing had used up more than 1 liter of mineral water left. Although the optimized rice seeds no longer need to be cultivated in paddy fields, they consume too much water. If the temperature continues to rise, she is considering whether to postpone the planting of rice and ensure that she has enough water first. In this kind of weather, she also consumes a lot of water. After all, In 50-degree weather, the temperature in the car has risen to 35 degrees. Even if the fan is turned on, she will still sweat. In this case, if she doesn't replenish water in time, she is really afraid of heat stroke and dehydration. Chapter 35 Large Beasts. Many people live in places with temperatures of minus 50 degrees. But few live in places with temperatures of 50 degrees. After all, when the temperature is low, humans can still keep warm by wearing more clothes. But when the temperature is high, they can only survive by relying on some high-tech, such as fans and air conditioners. On Earth, the hottest time in summer is only about 40 degrees. And there are few temperatures above 45 degrees. Even so, there are many reports of people dying of heat in some places during the hottest days of the year. On this 50-degree desert highway, scavenging couldn't imagine how those who didn't have cooling tools could survive. With a smart starry sky, scavenging, who didn't have to drive, sorted out the supplies in the car and was completely free. She was used to being busy these 2 days, but she was really not used to it. She didn't have a mobile phone, so she had nothing to do but turn on the blue screen. It was when she was looking for resource boxes, but the regional channel was unexpectedly lively. Help! The weather is getting hotter. I can't stand it. In this horrible weather, even the wind from the electric fan is hot. I'm almost dying of heat. Who has air conditioning? Be content. What about air conditioning? Having an electric fan is good enough. I just bought a sunshade. Now the car is like a furnace. Don't draw hatred from the higher-ups. I don't have enough supplies. I didn't buy anything. Now I'm so hot I can barely breathe. Who has water? It's too hot. I'm sweating all the time. There's not enough water to drink. I'm afraid of heat stroke and dehydration if I save a little. Fuck. When I was killing a beast, I accidentally fell. My arm stuck to the road, and I got burned and blistered. It hurts. Who has burned medicine? After watching their chat, scavenging also had a general understanding of the situation of ordinary people. Compared with him, scavenging once again thanked the sign and system for not letting her struggle like others. It was 50 degrees outside, and the temperature in the car was 35 degrees, with the sunshade and heat-insulating glass for double cooling. The fan was installed on the top of the driver's seat and blew towards her, but she was still sweating from the heat. After thinking about it, she made another fan and installed it on the side of the original co-pilot. The two fans blew towards each other, and she felt better. But if the temperature continues to rise, no matter how many fans she made, it would not be of much use. She still needs air conditioning. In such weather, her electric fan and sunshade are also popular. However, there are also people selling electric fans and sunshades in the channel today. And there are more than one. And they are not expensive. It seems that as the weather gets hotter, these cooling drawings are gradually increasing. Although she has taken away her business, she has already eaten the meat in front. And someone has to drink the soup. As long as it is not vicious competition, she will not care. While selling orders one after another, scavenging ate pork jerky and occasionally drank ice water. As for the ice water, she froze ice cubes in the freezer and added them to the water. However, the speed is a bit slow, and the freezer is a bit small. The frozen ice cubes are only enough for her. It would be better if there is an ice maker. In the case of doing her best, she still cares about others. After all, if people die of heat, who will she fleece? Just after a batch of electric fans were put on the shelves, scavenging turned to the regional channel. A message made her sit up straight instantly. Are there any large wild animals beside your road? A lion appeared on my side. Lions? Are you kidding? Then how are you still alive? Yes. There is a group of wolves next to me. A group of dozens of them. So scary. Don't be afraid. There is also a tiger on my side. And they seem to be unable to enter the road area. Is this the large wild animal mentioned in the game? Do you have any beside your road? Why isn't there one here? Don't worry. They should appear one after another. A large wild animal actually appeared. And it didn't appear with the resource box, but appeared directly beside the road? scavenging hurriedly looked out of her car window, and a tall figure came into her eyes. A body 3 or 4 meters tall. Big ears like a cattail fan. A pair of teeth longer than hers. And a long nose hanging at the feet. It was an adult elephant. The elephant was dozens of meters away from the road, following her car and moving slowly forward. scavenging couldn't understand how the elephant, with such a huge body, could keep up with the speed of her car. She also couldn't understand how a herbivorous elephant could appear here and survive in the barren desert. She didn't even know when the elephant appeared beside her. After all, with Xingkong, she didn't have to observe the environment all the time. Xiaokong, there is such a big beast next to you. Why didn't you remind me? Li Sijing was sure that there was no warning on Xingkong's display screen. Master, the radar shows that there are no large beasts in the current area. Xingkong's answer made Li Sijing not understand. No beasts? Is there something wrong with her eyes? Li Sijing looked outside the car to confirm. Seeing the elephant again, she was sure that she was not hallucinating. So what was going on? She opened the regional channel again to find possible answers. Amidst a bunch of panic or fearful remarks, Li Sijing finally found useful information. It was from an old friend. Wu Aigua. According to my observation, there should be an invisible barrier on both sides of the road to block large beasts. As long as we don't leave the road, large beasts outside the road will not affect our lives. The specific situation. Let me try it out before I tell you. This statement also caused a lot of discussion. Really? I feel more relieved when the boss says that. Reassure. Can you guarantee that you will never leave the road? Before, I always walked a little further when I went to the big game. But now I can't leave the road. Do I have to solve it on the spot? Will these large beasts always be there? Isn't it like there is a knife hanging over my head? And I don't know when it will fall? I can only run when I encounter small beasts. But now these large beasts appear. Is there any need for human survival? It's high temperature, lack of water, and wild beasts. Is this game going to kill them all? Knowing that large beasts will not appear on the road, everyone is relieved. But with it, there are a series of unsolvable problems that keep bothering everyone. Even Li Sijing couldn't help but worry. Is she trapped on the road? Although her physical fitness has been improved, she has weapons in her hands, and has acquired basic fighting skills. She is still confident in dealing with small beasts. But if she encounters these large beasts, she can only be a food delivery. Chapter 36 Venomous Snakes. Have you ever been off the road before? Of course. Otherwise, where would you go to the bathroom? When I was chased by a small wild animal before, I ran off the road for hundreds of meters. What should we do now? Should we stick to the road? Knowing that complaining out of fear is useless. Everyone vented a few words and started exchanging information again. When everyone first came to this game, they were warned not to leave the road, as it would be dangerous. At the beginning, everyone was still quite careful, fearing that there would be some invisible danger. Later, they gradually tried and saw that there was no movement. So everyone relaxed. It has become normal to go off the road every day. But everyone is careful and dare not go too far, for fear of getting lost in the desert. Now that the novice period is over, everyone understands what the dangers mentioned in the game are. I just tried it. As long as we go out of the road, even if we only stretch out half a foot, we will definitely be discovered by large wild animals. They will immediately sense it at a distance of 200 or 300 meters. And I don't know about farther. After being discovered, they will rush over immediately. And their attack consciousness is very strong. However, if we return to the road in time, even if it is only half a meter behind you, it will not attack again. Wu Aigua, who went to test it, finally came back with his news 10 minutes later. These specific information are very useful to everyone, and many people left messages below to thank them. The situation is roughly understood. If this problem cannot be solved, everyone still has to live their lives. Just as many people gradually fell silent, a photo once again attracted everyone's attention. It was a lying giant with brown hair, a bulging belly, and curved horns that showed its identity. A bison. The 2-meter-long bison looked majestic, but a long spear pierced its neck from bottom to top. The gun, known as the king of cold weapons, finally let these modern people see its power. Along with this photo, there was also a sentence. These beasts are not invincible. Another old acquaintance, Lu Yizhou. Only then did Li Sijing know that his weapon was actually a 2-meter-long red tassel spear, and his combat power was so terrifying. Fuck. It blinded my dog eyes. Wipe it! A giant appeared. Big brother. What you said is too precise. How to defeat it? Teach us. Even Wu Aigua commented below. Awesome. The originally dull atmosphere became much more lively. Li Sijing looked at the bison in the photo and slurped her saliva unconsciously. The boss is the boss. So awesome. I don't know how much meat this bison can produce, Will the boss sell it? Buy some meat. It should be delicious. But unfortunately, she doesn't have sugar now. And she is not going to exchange it for white sugar. I will try to ask later. And I don't know if I can exchange it with other materials. While checking the information, the time has come to 12 o'clock. And there have been changes on the display screen of the starry sky. Li Sijing finally encountered her fourth resource box today. She saw the blue from a distance. And it was actually an intermediate resource box. After parking the car 10 meters away, Li Sijing began to make preparations in the car. First, choose a weapon. A crossbow is a must. It is the most convenient to use when the pistol has no bullets. Then she hesitated between the electric baton and the tang sword. In the end, she chose the electric baton. It seemed that the tang sword was useless after she got it. After putting on the bulletproof vest, she looked at the scorching sun outside the window again, then put on a cooling patch and got out of the car. In such a high temperature, even with the cooling patch, Li Sijing still began to sweat the moment she got out of the car. Then she had to fight quickly. After she was fully prepared, she came to 3 meters in front of the resource box. White fog emerged, and a low shadow appeared in the field of vision in an instant, which scared Li Sijing. A flower snake as thick as a rolling pin looked 2 meters long, and its long core hissed. The flower snake raised its triangular head and confronted Li Sijing for a moment, then slid over quickly on the ground. Girls are somewhat resistant to slippery things, and Li Sijing is no exception. She couldn't recognize what kind of snake it was, but judging from the color and shape of its head, it must be poisonous. Seeing it approaching her quickly, Li Sijing was a little flustered. However, the conditioned reflex of basic fighting skills made her step back a few steps and avoid the snake. After dodging twice, she also reacted and raised her crossbow to aim and shoot. This time the accuracy was quite good, hitting the 7 inches directly. But unfortunately, the smooth snake body made the arrowhead slip directly. In ancient times, snake skin could be used as armor to defend against arrows. Right? Li Sijing just remembered it. It should be impossible to shoot a snake with a crossbow, as she didn't have such superb skills. It seems that she can only change her weapon. Throwing the crossbow aside, Li Sijing quickly pulled out the electric baton. A stick should be more useful for dealing with snakes. Unfortunately, this electric baton is still a bit short. With her agility, Li Sijing fought the snake in a decent manner. After overcoming her fear of snakes, she gradually gained the upper hand. After adapting to the rhythm, Li Sijing aimed at the opportunity, put the electric baton on the snake, pressed the button, and turned on the current. The flower snake was instantly electrocuted and stiffened, and it would not move at all. It was judged dead by the game. Congratulations to the player for killing a poisonous snake. Do you want to decompose it? Get snake skin *1. Snake gall *1. Snake skin? Snake gall? It's not meat. But it's okay. Even if she gets snake meat, she doesn't want to eat it. Snake skin can be made into armor. Need blueprints. Snake gall can detoxify. Not bad. I don't know when I can get the armor blueprint. Although bulletproof vests are safe, it is a bit hot to wear in this weather. I think snake skin armor should be more comfortable. Snake gall can detoxify, which is also a good thing. It is stored together with the golden wound medicine. Li Sijing took the harvest and held the intermediate resource box, and hurriedly got into the car. Her clothes were already wet with sweat. The temperature of 40 degrees suddenly turned into 25 degrees, which made her shiver in comfort. She quickly turned off the fan and wiped the sweat off her body with a towel. In this case, there is no way to cure a cold. Shao Kong, keep driving forward. Li Sijing instructed Shinkong while wiping. She was not going to stop at noon today. Anyway, Shinkong was driving. If she was sleepy, she could just rest directly. As for lunch, it would be the same to do it in the car later. The current situation is so serious. It is better to get as many supplies as possible, so that she can feel safe. Next is the time to harvest, and see what drawings this intermediate resource box can bring her. Blueberry 250G. Chapter 37 Advanced Special Air Conditioner. Quilted Jacket Blueprint. Onboard Power System Blueprint. 20 units of gasoline. 10 mushroom sticks. 1 cold noodles. A mid-level resource box open 2 blueprints. Quilted jacket can be made into 3 weights of half a caddy, 1 caddy, and 3 caddies, with the size of your choice. Materials required for manufacturing: cloth *3, 5.10. Cotton asterisk 0.5, 1.3. What can I say about this blueprint? Li Sijing was a little speechless. The blueprint is very good and practical. And it divides the thickness into 3 levels thoughtfully. And the size can be adjusted, so that both fat and thin people can wear it. But even so, in such hot weather, she can't use it now. Of course, there may be a day when she will need it. The key is that she doesn't even have the materials needed for manufacturing. And she has never heard of cotton. If this blueprint disappointed Li Sijing, then the next blueprint will make her particularly surprised. Car power system. Car power system can supply power to all electrical devices. Materials required for manufacturing: metal asterisk 10, rubber asterisk 2, plastic asterisk 2. Power system. With this system, all electrical devices can be used in the future. And gasoline will no longer be consumed all the time. You know, her gasoline is also a bit tight. She has driven 200 kilometers from morning to now, and used 20 units of gasoline. In addition to the consumption of small freezers, electric fans, and multifunctional steaming pots in the past 2 days. Her fuel tank has only 11 units of gasoline left. Fortunately, this intermediate resource box opened gasoline. Otherwise she would have been ready to buy gasoline. 20 units of gasoline were added to the tank. And the remaining fuel became 31 units, which was only enough for today's journey. After clicking to create the power system, Li Sijing began to search in the pile of supplies. She remembered that a solar panel was opened in the advanced resource box yesterday. She didn't install it before because it couldn't be used even if it was fully charged. Now that there is a power system, all electrical appliances can be used with variable frequency. While the cooling patch on her body is still effective, she can go out and install it. She took out the solar panel and spread it out. There were a total of 5 square meters, and it was a little too big to fit on the roof. After installing it, the car continued to drive, and she continued to look at the remaining things. First, the mushroom stick. What is this? Li Sijing looked at the 10 wooden stakes in her hand in a daze. Mushroom stick, placed at a suitable temperature. After spraying water for 10 days, mushrooms can grow and can be harvested 5 times. After reading the instructions, Li Sijing's eyes lit up. Shiitake mushrooms? This is a good thing. It can be used as a seasoning for cooking and making soup. But what is the suitable temperature? It can't be above 35 degrees. Right? Then she can't grow it? Just when she was worried, she suddenly saw the planting pots placed aside. An idea flashed in her mind. She could put the shiitake mushroom sticks in the planting pots. The planting pots have their own space, which can simulate the growth environment of any plant and make the plants grow twice as fast. Although shiitake mushroom sticks can grow without soil, rice can survive in planting pots. So it seems that shiitake mushroom sticks are not a problem. After solving the problem of planting shiitake mushroom sticks, Li Sijing came to see the last item left. A large bowl of cold noodles and a disposable takeaway box. Gently opening the lid, a sour and spicy smell hit her face, making her drool. Originally, she was thinking about what to eat at noon. The weather was too hot, and she felt that she had no appetite for anything. Now there is no need to think about it. This bowl of cold noodles came at the right time. Gently picking with chopsticks, the transparent and tough cold noodles were wrapped in rich juice. The shredded cucumber and bean sprouts were crisp and tender. The gluten was full of soup, and coriander, onion and garlic were dotted around. A bite was sent to her mouth. The sour and spicy taste opened her appetite, and it was no problem to finish this big bowl. While eating, Li Sijing opened the regional channel and prepared to continue to see what these people were talking about. Through this morning, she understood that places with many people always have the most sources of information. In order to get more resources before, she kept driving. Except at night. She never looked at the region when she had nothing to do. She had no idea what others talked about every day, and she didn't know how much information she missed. Now that she has Shinkong, she is finally freed from the driver's seat, and she still needs to collect more information. It's noon. What are you eating? It's too hot today. No appetite. I drove out a pack of instant noodles this morning, but there's no water, so I can only eat it dry. I cooked a bowl of noodles and prepared to eat it cold. You have no appetite, but I don't have anything to eat, and I don't know where lunch is. The above. I'll tell you a way. Pour a bowl of water and put it on the road for 5 minutes, and you can soak the instant noodles. Seeing this, Li Sijing was stunned. It's actually possible? Sure enough, the power of the masses is huge. and they can think of any way. After finishing a bowl of cold noodles, she poured a cup of iced yogurt and tasted it slowly. Well, the original flavor is still a bit sour. It would be nice if they could make a strawberry-flavored yogurt next time. At this time, a friend message interrupted her leisure time. Sister, are you busy? Show you this. If you see it, please reply to my message. I have something to talk to you about. Zhou Qinghuan sent 2 messages in a row, along with an introduction to items in a survival game. Advanced Special Air Conditioner. Adjust the temperature by power consumption. The maximum temperature can be increased or decreased by 50 degrees. And 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline is consumed per hour. Li Xijing's eyes were wide open, and she read the content again in disbelief. It turned out to be the air conditioner she loved so much. And it was a special version of the air conditioner. You should know that the highest temperature that ordinary air conditioners on Earth can adjust is only 10 to 20 degrees. This special air conditioner directly raised the value by more than twice. A full 50 degrees. That is to say, even if the temperature rises to 90 degrees during a natural disaster, she can use this air conditioner to adjust the temperature to 40 degrees. If she has this air conditioner, Li Xijing is absolutely confident that she can survive this natural disaster safely. What kind of treasure is this, Zhou Qinghuan? Is this air conditioner for sale? I want it. Can you sell it to me? Li Xijing almost couldn't wait to ask. It's prepared for you. Didn't I promise to give you something good yesterday? Zhou Qinghuan answered as a matter of course. It turned out that this was the good thing she said yesterday. And it was indeed a good thing. It was better than she expected. What are you going to exchange? Meat? I still have 5 caddies of pork and 4 caddies of roe deer meat. Which one do you want? For this air conditioner, Li Xijing was willing to trade even the bottom of the box. I don't want these. But I have a request. I don't know if you can agree to it. What request? Tell me. Li Xijing was a little uneasy. She didn't even want meat, so it couldn't be a particularly difficult request. Right? Chapter 38 Exchange for Beef. Zhou Qinghuan quickly stated her request and explained a few words. I want beef. The bison that Louis Zhou killed. Is that okay? I know my sister is very busy at noon, and I was going to exchange meat with you in the evening for this air conditioner. But the cow that Louis Zhou killed is so tempting. I'm afraid it will be gone if it's too late. If it were normal, Li Xijing would really have no time at noon, as she had to make lunch and rest to ensure her energy in the afternoon. But today she was quite free, not having to cook, and Shinkong was driving. What she didn't expect was that Zhou Qinghuan's request was so ordinary. But the beef was really delicious, and she was also quite greedy. It was understandable that Zhou Qinghuan, a foodie, wanted it. You introduced him to me before, so I think we have a good relationship. So we should be able to exchange for beef. Right? Zhou Qinghuan asked again. How much do you want? Li Xijing said directly. She was naturally willing to exchange meat for such a powerful air conditioner. She didn't know how much meat the cow could decompose, and whether she could keep 2 kilograms for herself after giving it to Zhou Qinghuan. It seemed that she had to exchange the white sugar in her hand. See how much you can exchange. Just enough for me to eat 1 or 2 meals. Zhou Qinghuan answered without greed. Okay. Wait. I'll go ask. After Li Xijing replied, she found Louis Zhou's avatar directly. Is the boss done? How many kilograms of meat did the cow produce? Is there any for sale? After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, she got a reply. Wait for me for 2 minutes. There is only a little left before it is decomposed. Li Xijing, who read the message, was full of questions. It had been an hour, and he was still dissecting. Did the boss kill another beast? Did you encounter another large beast? What was it? Could it be that after killing a large beast, another one would appear immediately? If so, wouldn't it be more dangerous than imagined? After waiting for a few minutes, Louis Zhou finally finished his work and started to reply to the message. No. It's still the same bison as before. The game does not provide dissection for large beasts. You need to dissect it yourself. Li Xijing looked out the window in astonishment. After being exposed to the sun for an hour, wouldn't it all stink? It's quite fresh. The game should have reserved time for dissection. Louis Zhou explained. It was so magical that Li Xijing asked curiously, how did you deal with such a big cow? I'm not a professional butcher, and I don't have any handy tools. I can only give up some scraps and internal organs. A total of more than 600 kilograms of meat. How much do you want? Seeing the previous words, Li Sijing still felt sorry in her heart. How much good things would be wasted? But the following sentence directly made her pay attention to something she had always ignored. How much meat can such a big cow produce? So much? 600 kilograms? A person would have to eat meat for a year. Well, there is no place to put the meat. Give me another one of your small freezers. I will trade with you for 5 kilograms of beef. There is no place to put too much meat. This sentence is too Versailles. Li Sijing shook her head and sighed. While making a freezer, traded it, and exchanged it for 5 kilograms of beef. This piece of meat is bright in color, very elastic and not sticky. And it is still steaming. It is really fresh. How much beef do I want? The more the better. Of course. But I don't have that much sugar to exchange. The food is quite sufficient. And some water can be exchanged. Do you think it's okay? A small freezer can only hold 200 kilograms of meat at most. And the trunk of a 2-seater car can only hold 2 freezers. He got more than 600 kilograms of beef at one time. Which means he still has more than 200 kilograms of beef. Which must be sold. Such good beef. Of course she wanted to take the opportunity to collect more. Whether she eats it herself or trades it to Zhou Qinghuan. But so much beef. Her little white sugar can't be exchanged. So she'd better keep it for making ice cream. Okay. Any food with sugar is fine. Lu Yizhou replied. With sugar? Do you like sweet food so much? Such a powerful boss actually likes sweets. Which is really a bit of contrast. Not knowing what the other party wanted. Li Sijing took a photo of all her supplies and sent it to him. Take a look. Tell me if you like anything. The other party replied after a while. And ordered a long list of things. Egg yolk cake. Yogurt. Red wine. Ham sausage. Instant noodles. Raisins. Blueberries. Watermelon. Paper towels. Mineral water. According to the list ordered by the other party. Li Sijing took out all the things and put them aside. She liked the egg yolk cake very much. And only had 6 left. And only 1 pack of instant noodles was left. However, a whole pack of ham sausages was not touched. With a total of 8 in it. She just drank a glass of 2 kilograms of plain yogurt. And she would just send the rest over. The red wine had been used to cook venison before. And there was still more than half a bottle left. About 500 milliliters. She didn't even try any of the 1 caddies of raisins she just got. And traded them all. She had 25 packs of tissue paper. So she gave him 10 packs. There were still 6 liters of mineral water left. So she gave him half. She was reluctant to give up the 5 caddies of watermelon and half a kg of blueberries. Fruits were hard to come by in this weather. After hesitating for a long time, she kept 2 kinds of fruits and only sent the other things. I'm going to use the fruits to make ice cream. So I won't trade them. Look at the remaining things. And trade as much as you can. Lu Yizhou has always been generous. So she is not afraid that the other party will default on the debt. The other party killed such a big bison. So he would not covet her small supplies. Then the other party sent a transaction. And Li Sijing didn't look at it carefully. And she clicked to agree. Then with a bang, a large piece of meat fell down and hit her leg. Almost breaking her leg. What's the situation? Why did you send so much meat? Li Sijing quickly sent a message to ask. There are 180 kilograms of meat in total. 20 kilograms of which are your material transactions. And the remaining 10 kilograms of meat are my reward for you to put the remaining 150 kilograms of meat in your freezer. Aren't you afraid that I will take your meat and not return it? Li Sijing asked doubtfully. It's not expensive to use 150 kilograms of meat to see a person clearly. Lu Yizhou replied. This sentence is quite familiar. She seemed to think so when she lent Zhao Xinyuan the blueprint of the machete before. But the other party's courage is much greater than hers. She only dared to take a blueprint to gamble. But the other party used 150 kilograms of meat to test people's hearts. Knowing that it was a test. But the other party said it so openly. She didn't feel uncomfortable in her heart. Okay. Li Sijing agreed directly. The refrigerator was empty anyway. And 10 kilograms of beef was still very fragrant. Do you have extra ice cream? I want to exchange some too. Lu Yizhou sent a message to ask. There should be more. We'll tell you how much we can give you later. She had to see how many eggs she could collect before she knew how much she could make. Chapter 39 Long-Term Trading of Eggs. The beef has been exchanged. And next, it's time to exchange it for the air conditioner she has always dreamed of. She traded the 5 kilograms of beef exchanged for the small freezer and said something in passing. This 5 kilograms of beef is a little less. But I have to make ice cream in the afternoon. And I will give you some then. How about it? Not a small amount. Thank you, sister. Zhou Qinghuan answered happily. The air conditioner that was traded was already made, and Li Xijing directly clicked to install it, and it instantly merged with the car. Looking at the new air conditioner hole next to the steering wheel, Li Xijing suddenly had an idea in her mind. This air conditioner should have been installed on your own car. Did you draw the blueprint? Can you make another one? It can be made. Sister, isn't one enough? Zhou Qinghuan was a little surprised. Of course one is enough for me. Don't you like to eat beef? I mean you can use the air conditioner to exchange with Luizhou. Li Xijing suggested. That's fine. Then sister, can you help me change it? Zhou Qinghuan requested. Of course. Li Xijing agreed directly. Although she was curious about why Zhou Qinghuan was so resistant to contact with men, she still didn't want to ask about other people's privacy. She forwarded the introduction of the air conditioner directly to Luizhou and asked, Do you need it? Exchange it with beef. Yes. Luizhou replied. And 10 kilograms of beef were sent over. It was too generous. Li Xijing smacked her lips while sending the beef to Zhou Qinghuan. Compared with his 10 kilograms of meat, isn't what I gave a little too little? Li Xijing asked, a little embarrassed. Of course, it's not a small amount. I'll be angry if you're so polite. Sister, you helped me to make connections, but I haven't paid you for your hard work yet. Zhou Qinghuan felt much better after hearing this. She couldn't compare with Luizhou, who had a big family and a lot of wealth. Although the meat was half less, she promised to give ice cream, so it wasn't too stingy. She made a small freezer again and put Luizhou's 150 kilograms of meat in it. Her 30 kilograms of meat were placed in the original freezer, plus the original 9 kilograms of meat, so she could be considered free to eat meat. Then she put the inner tank of the ice cream machine into the freezer, and then opened the regional channel and sent a message. Buy eggs, milk, whipping cream, white sugar, egg beaters, ice cream powder, etc., and can trade with food or water. At this time, it was time for everyone to have lunch, and the channel was very lively. Many people replied to the message immediately. This big guy is here to collect weird things again. Look at these materials. Maybe he wants to make cakes? Or ice cream? Stop talking. My tears are flowing out of my mouth. She made scallion pancakes the day before yesterday, dumplings yesterday, and ice cream today. This big guy is really good at playing. Other people can't even get enough food, so it's not good for her to show off like this. That's right. If she has this free time, she might as well spend her money and help the poor. The guy upstairs. How long is your face? Why is it so big? We all started from the same starting line. What kind of life others can live is their own efforts. Why should they help you? A poor household? That's right. Moral kidnapping is not acceptable. Isn't the boss helping the poor? He's using food and drink to exchange for things that people don't need. I'm going to exchange for some food. This boss is quite generous. At first, Li Xijing was a little worried that everyone would be emotional and spray without thinking. Unexpectedly, everyone's minds were still relatively clear. I think the experience of the past few days has made everyone understand their situation. At this time, a friend's message rang. I clicked it and saw that it was the person who exchanged eggs with her yesterday. Xiong Shuangyan. Boss, you want a few more eggs? I have them. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Li Xijing was ready to buy them all. Eggs have many uses. They can be used to make ice cream, cakes, steamed, boiled, fried, and almost omnipotent. And they are rich in nutrition. I have 2 in my hand now. But by the evening, I will have 2 more. Xiong Shuangyan's words were strange. What do you mean? 2 or 4? Li Xijing didn't quite understand. I only have 2 eggs. But I have 2 hens. And they can lay 2 more eggs tonight. Xiong Shuangyan explained. Really? I want them all. What do you want to exchange? Li Xijing asked with some envy. The other party actually raised chickens. The hen that lays eggs that everyone often talks about has become true. I still want to exchange for food. Xiong Shuangyan replied. Food? She had just exchanged meat with Luizhou, and almost all of her snacks were picked up, leaving only potato chips and pork jerky. She wanted to keep them for herself. Li Xijing looked and found a bag of noodles in the corner. It was eaten only once, and there was still 700 G. How about I trade 200 g of noodles for 4 eggs? 4 eggs weigh about 200 g, which is an equal exchange. But noodles will expand after being cooked. And these 200 g noodles are enough for 3 meals. This price is very fair. Mainly because Li Sijing still wants the other party's endless supply of eggs. Is there any food that can be eaten directly? I don't have a pot, so I can't cook noodles. Xiong Shuangyan asked a little embarrassedly. Eat directly? She does have buns, but they are frozen and need to be heated before eating. She really doesn't want to trade snacks. But she wants this egg. What should she do? Li Sijing's eyes turned and she had an idea. Or I'll cook it for you. Really? Will it be too much trouble for you? Xiong Shuangyan was immediately surprised. Don't get excited. Listen to my conditions first. Li Sijing then stated her requirements. I want to make a long-term deal with you. You use 2 eggs every day in exchange for a bowl of noodles from me. Of course, because boiling noodles requires water. The amount is not as much as the direct transaction of noodles. But don't worry. You will definitely be full. I agree. Xiong Shuangyan was unexpectedly straightforward. This deal can continue until I have no noodles. Or you find a pot. And either of us proposes to terminate it. Li Sijing added. Seeing that the deal was settled, Li Sijing smiled immediately. Not only because she could get eggs every day, but also because someone finally took over her noodles. You know, she doesn't like eating noodles very much. Every time she cooks noodles, she feels that they are tasteless and not as delicious as those made in restaurants. She ate the soup of instant noodles before, but she never touched it again. She really doesn't want to cook them. She was worried that the open noodles would go bad if they were not eaten for too long, which would be a waste of food. Now it is a good deal to use the noodles she doesn't like to eat in exchange for other people's eggs. Isn't it just to help cook? Now we have an electricity system and solar panels to generate electricity. So we don't even need gasoline. As for the wasted time, she might have cared about it before. But now she doesn't care at all. Chapter 40 Selling Beef. While helping to cook noodles, Li Sijing looked through private messages to see if there were any useful supplies. Then she was very surprised to find something she needed. Ice cream powder. She bargained with the other party for a long time for 1,000 g of ice cream powder, and finally exchanged it for 1 liter of water. This price is a bit expensive. The other party probably knew that she was in urgent need of it, and he insisted on the price and refused to give up at all. After getting the things in exchange, Li Sijing also remembered this profiteer, Lo Wenwen. The noodles were already cooked, and a large bowl was filled and said directly to Xiong Shuangyan. My cooking skills are not very good. Please forgive me. Li Sijing left a message a little embarrassed. In the past, there were so many seasonings, and the noodles she cooked were not delicious. Now there are only salt and vinegar, and it is probably even more unpalatable. How could it be? It's delicious. I haven't eaten hot food since I came to this damn place. Xiong Shuangyan replied. Is it so miserable? No wonder everyone says the noodles she cooks are delicious. Li Sijing put the 2 eggs she traded away. Since she has ice cream powder, she can keep the eggs. Pour out 200 g of ice cream powder. Pour in a box of pure milk. Add half of the blueberries. Then pour in 400 g of mineral water. And finally stir. In fact, it would taste better if all the milk was used. But unfortunately, she only had the last 3 boxes of pure milk left. So she didn't dare to waste it. After stirring evenly, wait for 10 minutes or so, and then put it in the machine. While waiting, Li Sijing still opened the regional channel to watch those silly netizens chatting. I didn't see any strange words, but I saw Luizhou selling beef. Of course, unlike the good meat in her freezer, what he sells in the area are all scraps, viscera and the like. Such a big bison must weigh at least 2,000 kilograms. According to the 50% meat yield, there must be 1,000 kilograms of meat, excluding the good meat that was collected. There are still more than 300 kilograms left. It would be a waste if it was really thrown away. Selling it to people in the area who haven't eaten meat for a few days is also a good use of it. And he sells it quite cheaply. 5 basic materials can be exchanged for 1 kilogram. If there is really no meat, he will sell half a kilogram. You know, before, 5 basic materials could only be exchanged for 2 taels of meat, and there was often no market. Although these meats of his were only scraps, they also brought down the price of meat. However, thinking of the weight of large beasts and the characteristics of self-dissection, she could understand his approach. With Luizhou as a demonstration, There should be many people who are ready to kill large wild animals in the future. Each large wild animal can get a lot of meat. And when there is more meat, the price is bound to drop. Li Sijing understood. But others may not understand. And they all started discussing. Where did the boss get so much meat? How many wild animals did he kill to sell it so cheaply? Isn't this disrupting the market? Still talking nonsense here. The meat is almost sold out. Fuck. You guys are so fast. Leave some for me. It's rare for the boss to save all living beings. And today I can finally eat some meat. Several hundred kilograms of meat were sold out in less than 2 minutes. And many people said they couldn't buy it. After all, there are more than 9,000 people in the market. Large beasts can be dissected by themselves. And the meat will be as much as their weight. Louis Zhou left this sentence and disappeared from the regional channel. What? So that's why the big guys sell it so cheaply? Really? Then kill a large beast. Won't you get rich? Thousands of pounds of meat. You have to lie down and eat for a month. You said that. I'm tempted. How about getting one? Do what you can. Everyone. Don't be blinded by the benefits and forget your own strength. Seeing this, Li Sijing couldn't help but squint and think. It seems that this market will have a group of big sharks again. Before, everyone relied on opening boxes. And meat was always scarce because of the game decomposition. And it couldn't become a climate. The most profitable thing in the market is still practical blueprints, such as Li Sijing's electric fan, sunshade and machete. Now, people with enough strength will probably kill large beasts and exchange them for resources. From the popularity of Louis Zhou's meat just now, we know that he has earned a lot of basic materials. And this is only the least valuable part of the bison. It seems that there will be many people who will compete with her for basic materials in the future. While thinking, the car suddenly stopped. Li Sijing looked forward and found that she had encountered a resource box. In the 50-degree high temperature, Li Sijing quickly went back and forth and brought the low-level resource box back to the car. Take the ice cream machine liner out of the freezer. Pour the ice cream liquid into it, and put it into the ice cream machine. Then, Li Sijing opened the resource box. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Toast bread 1 kilogram. Weilong small gluten 20g * 30. Wood * 10. Cloth * 5. Well, it's not bad. She was just worried that the water was not enough. So she exchanged beef with Louis Zhou. And then exchanged ice cream powder. Made ice cream. And cooked noodles. Originally, there was only more than 1 liter left. And now there are 5 liters. It seems that there is no need to worry for the next 2 days. The toast bread is a big bag of sliced bread. And 2 kilograms is enough for her to eat for a few days. However, the Weilong spicy strips surprised her. She used to like spicy strips very much. The few packs she ate in the mall yesterday completely aroused her greed. She opened a pack directly, pinched 2 with her fingers and put them in her mouth. This is the taste. And her eyes are about to squint with joy. She finished a small pack in 2 bites, licked her fingers reluctantly, and struggled for a long time, but gave up the idea of eating another pack. I don't know if I can open spicy strips in the future, so she'd better save some. At this time, the ice cream was almost ready. About 900 G, and 400 G was given to Zhou Qinghuan, who was warmly thanked. The remaining 500 G was traded directly to Louis Zhou, which was what he had agreed to before. It's delicious. I'll trade it with you for 5 kilograms of beef. Louis Zhou's message came. 1 kilogram for 5 kilograms. Li Sijing was very satisfied with this ratio. It was worth her hard work. She didn't leave any for herself. Of course, she wouldn't treat herself badly. After lunch break, she would make another portion for herself to eat slowly. You can just take 5 kilograms of the meat you have, Louis Zhou said again. After saying that, she had an idea. It seems that I have to make more delicious food and try to keep all the 150 kilograms of meat with me. Louis Zhou was very calm about Li Sijing's ambition. Then you work hard. This somewhat contemptuous attitude made Li Sijing shrug helplessly. Putting the ice cream liner in the freezer, she yawned and looked at the time. It was almost 10 minutes past 1. No wonder she was so sleepy. It was time for a lunch break. Lying on the folding bed, Li Sijing said to Xingyao, I'll sleep for a while. If Xiaokong stops the car, just call me. Okay. Xingkong stopped the car, which means it encountered a resource box. Even after closing her eyes, Li Sijing was worried again. If anything happens on the way, You must wake me up. After all, it was the first time to sleep in a moving car. Xingkong was not equipped with a speaker, so she couldn't speak to remind her. She was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Got it. Xingyao had no choice but to answer. Chapter 41 Harvesting Rice. Li Xijing was awakened by an alarm. When she looked up, she found that the car had stopped. On the display screen, Xingkong reminded her that a resource box had been found. Not far in front of the car, a white resource box was quietly placed on the road. It was 2 o'clock. It seemed that she had rested for almost an hour. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep at night. She took out the scavenging, dripped 2 drops on her fingertips, and rubbed them on her temples and under her nose, which instantly drove away the sleepiness. She got out of the car in the scorching sun, brought up the resource box, and then let Xingkong continue driving, while wiping the sweat off her body with a towel. Li Xijing sighed. The car didn't need to be driven anymore. If she could get out of the car without getting out, the resource box could come to the car by itself, which would be even better. Shaking her head to interrupt her unrealistic fantasy, Li Xijing began to prepare to make ice cream for herself. In fact, it was no different from the ice cream she made for them before lunch break. At most, she added a few more blueberries. While waiting, she opened the low-level resource box. 23G*1 egg yolk pie, 1000 G milk powder, 80 by 3000 sheets, 2 pairs of socks, 5 rubber sheets, 5 glass sheets, 1 egg yolk pie. Opened and ate it directly, and then looked at the next supplies. 2 kilograms of milk powder, 30 G soaked in 200 milliliters water, can make a total of 33 cups of milk. This amount is still very good. In addition to drinking a cup every morning to supplement protein, you can also add a little when making ice cream. Just made ice cream. She only has the last box of pure milk left. 3,000 sheets of tofu. Put them away and eat them at night. 2 pairs of socks were a pleasant surprise. You know, the pair of socks on her feet were the ones she had worn from Earth before. Changing shoes every day couldn't solve the fact that her socks were getting more and more smelly. Now she finally had something to change and wash. Feeling that the time was about right, she took out the inner liner that had been frozen in the freezer in advance, poured in the ice cream liquid, and put it into the machine. It would take a while before she could eat it. Li Xijing took the opportunity to open the private message. She didn't know if the purchase message she had posted before would be useful. The private message box was full. Since her fame in the region has been growing, more and more people have sent her private messages every day. These private messages are all kinds of strange. Some are asking for purchases. Some are crying. Some are cursing. And some are shameless. After flipping through them, Li Xijing was really enlightened. She didn't want to waste time anymore, so she clicked to filter directly. Not only did she delete those useless messages, but she also set them so that these messages would not be sent in the future. At this time, the ice cream was finally ready, and the amount was about the same as last time. She put the inner liner on her knees and ate it with a spoon. While eating, she continued to sort out the private messages, read through the remaining more serious messages, and deleted the ones that could be replied to. After some processing, the private mailbox was finally much cleaner. And she also took the opportunity to exchange a few useful things. She exchanged a dagger for a mirror slightly larger than the palm of her hand and a small comb. The comb she collected at the resource point before had disappeared with her. Although she had short hair, it was better to have a comb to scratch it a few times. The dagger she opened was used as a kitchen knife before, but now it has a complete set of kitchen utensils. Instead of leaving it idle, it is better to exchange it for something useful, which can be regarded as making the best use of it. She also exchanged 5 small bottles of scavenging for a bag of 25G scavenging children's cream. The climate in this desert area is too dry. After she wipes her face with wet wipes every day, she will feel tight and painful on her face. In fact, if she does not wash her face every morning and evening, this situation will probably not happen. Just look at other people in the area. The oil naturally secreted by the human body is a very good protective film, which is particularly important in such a situation. But if she has the conditions to clean herself up, she really can't stand not washing her face and body for several days. In such an environment where she lives day by day, she doesn't want to wrong herself for something that can be easily solved with 5 bottles of scavenging. Finally, she also exchanged 500G of toast for a small electric meat grinder, which is a bit expensive. She thought that she would probably cook for herself in the future. And things like meat filling should be needed frequently. She couldn't ask Louis Joe to chop the stuffing for her every time. The other party was dealing with hundreds of pounds of meat every minute. After dealing with a private message, Li Sijing realized that she had eaten half of the ice cream in her hand without realizing it. If she ate more, she would have diarrhea. She quickly put the remaining ice cream in the freezer and saved it for tomorrow. Next, she should deal with the rice in the planting pot. The rice was planted at almost 2 o'clock yesterday, with 100 times the acceleration time. It should have been harvested before 2 o'clock today. But she was afraid that she didn't have enough time. So she deliberately waited a little longer. And it should be almost done now. Thinking of this, she picked up the rice planting pot and checked it. The area inside the planting pot has shrunk by 5 times. And it seems that the height has also shortened by several times. The rice that should have been 1 meter high is now only 20 centimeters high. It looks like a seedling that has not grown up. If it were not for the golden color, she would not dare to confirm that it has matured. 10 rice grains are sparsely distributed in 1 square meter of planting soil. It seems that at least 100 seeds are needed to fully plant it. Without a sickle, Li Sijing searched for it, and finally used a tang sword to cut off the 10 rice grains. She did not expect that the tang sword that was originally prepared as a weapon would eventually become a farm tool. After the rice was cut, the remaining rhizomes rotted directly in this soil and became nutrients. Looking at the empty planting pot, Li Sijing was already thinking about what to plant next. She now has 5 grams of leek seeds, 10 mushroom sticks, and freshly harvested rice in her hand. She was not going to plant rice anymore because it was too water-consuming. It took her almost 3 liters of water to grow 10 seeds to maturity. If she wanted to plant a full pot, she would need 30 liters of water until it matured. In such a natural disaster, it was really not worth it. Let's wait until the 7th day of the natural disaster is over and see what kind of natural disaster will happen next time. As for leeks, she has planted a pot and can harvest 3 times. The first crop can be harvested tomorrow, and there is no need to plant again. Then, there are only mushroom sticks left. They mature in 10 days, which is 100 times faster. That is 2.5 hours, and can be harvested 5 times. A total of 12.5 hours. The time is not long, and it is very fragmented. I can't plant now. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Harvest every 2 hours or so. Let's wait until tomorrow morning to plant again. After sorting out her thoughts, Li Sijing put the planting pot aside and looked back at her hands. The handful of millet in her hand was heavy. But if she wanted to get the rice off the rice stalks, she had to dry it in the sun. In this weather, there was no need to worry about the sun. Now the car was driving. So she had to wait, and she had to do some preparations. I posted a purchase information in the area, mainly wanting to trade some tools, such as gloves, oilcloths and the like. Now there is only this handful of rice, which may not be used. But when more is planted in the future, it will always be needed. At this time, everyone had rested and started to work hard, and the chat in the channel was not refreshed much. Before waiting for others to reply, the car suddenly stopped. And looking forward, Li Sijing realized that she had encountered a resource box. Chapter 42 Eat Hot Pot. 7 hours after getting the intelligent driving system, Li Sijing became lazy. She didn't have to drive. And after finishing all the things she could do, she was completely free. Others were struggling for survival at this time. There were few people chatting in the area, and she had no gossip to read. Shinkong couldn't chat, and Xingyao, as a topic terminator, was not a person to chat with. This situation was a bit boring, but she enjoyed it very much. It would be even better if she could have something to kill time. It seems that she can pay attention in the future and collect some things to kill time. She stared out the window in a daze. The unchanging desert scene made her whole person lazy, and she was too lazy to look at the resource box. She got off the car again and took back a resource box. Looking at the 3 white resource boxes sitting in a row beside her, Li Sijing realized that it was already 5 o'clock. From 3 o'clock to now, she has been in a daze for 2 hours. And it's time to do something. Open the 3 low-level resource boxes, and the supplies inside fell out one after another. 1 unit of gasoline, 30 units of gasoline, 250g sesame paste, 20g asterisk 10 soda crackers, 10 wood, 5 plastics, 1 cloth, 330 ml asterisk 6 Tsingtao beer, 150 by 80 mat, 5 10g canned yellow peach, 3 rubbers, 5 metals, 550 milliliters mineral water, 5 liters of mineral water, 500 milliliters mouthwash, 160g chocolate mousse cake, 2 glass, 5 rubbers. Finally got the gasoline. After driving for so long in the afternoon, it was almost empty. I added more to the tank, and it became 37 units. Another large barrel of mineral water came. Plus the barrel opened at noon. A total of 10 liters of water. If she uses it alone, 3 days is not a problem. It seems that she will not lack water until the end of this natural disaster. The mat came at the right time, and she can use it when sleeping at night. It is a little wider than the folding single bed, but it doesn't matter. The mat is made of straw and rattan, and one edge can be folded up. The mouthwash is placed aside. Now there is toothpaste and toothbrush, and it can't be used for a while. Lee Sejing was still very surprised to be able to open a piece of cake, and she saved it for dinner. 10 soda crackers were placed aside. She didn't like to eat them very much, so she could exchange them for supplies. 6 cans of beer were put aside. When she was interested, she would open them and drink them. A large can of yellow peach cans, with large pieces of flesh inside, looked very tempting. This was her favorite, and she saved it for later. As for sesame paste, seeing that she had these supplies, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. How about having hot pot? The enoki mushrooms and bean sprouts that I exchanged last night were in the car at noon, and I didn't have a chance to cook them. They have been left for almost a day and have become a little wilted. She originally planned to fry them and eat them when she got off the car at night to avoid waste. But there was no white rice, and it felt that the fried vegetables would not be very fragrant. So it would be better to make a hot pot. The hot pot base in her hand was open the next day, and she had no time or supplies, so she had never taken it out. Now she has time, meat, vegetables, and sesame paste, so she has to have a meal. Once this idea came up, it lingered. After thinking for a moment, Lee Sejing decided, let us eat it. Then she took action, made all the preparations first, and ate a few pieces of toast to fill her stomach. When it was 6 o'clock, she encountered the 10th resource box of the day. There was 1 hour left before it would get dark, and she was going to stop here and end today's trip. From 8 o'clock in the morning to now, she had been in the car for a full 10 hours, and she had to leave some time to get out of the car and move her body. At this time, the temperature had dropped to 45 degrees, but it was still very hot. Lee Sejing put on a cooling patch, got off the car, took back the resource box and put it in the car. She spread the rice on the road to dry. With such strong sunlight, it would be enough to dry it until dark. Finally, she opened the parasol, stood in the shade under the umbrella, and began to move her body. Exercise. Familiarize yourself with weapons. Nothing new, but Lee Sejing did it very seriously. More than half an hour later, she started to wash, especially changed a new pair of socks, and finally put away everything and entered the car. She was going to eat hot pot in the car, mainly because she was afraid that she would not have enough time to eat outside, and she was a little rushed. She always ate hot pot while playing, which took 1 or 2 hours, and it was too hot outside. Eating hot pot at this temperature would be torture. After the car was upgraded, the space inside was still large, so it would not be crowded even if she ate hot pot. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, she started to make the long-awaited hot pot. Put away the folding bed, put on the folding table, put the electric cooker on it, and turn on the fire. Add a small piece of hot pot base. Stir-fry it with oil, and then add water, so that it will be more fragrant. While the pot was cooking, Lee Sejing then put the prepared things one by one. Vegetarian dishes included enoki mushrooms, bean sprouts, and the 1,000 sheets that were opened earlier. Meat dishes included sliced roe deer meat, beef, and pork. Drinks included a can of frozen beer and 2 cans of Coke. Desserts included watermelon and chocolate mousse cake. Finally, a dip was made with sesame paste. Looking at the full table in front of her, which was almost full, Lee Sejing was full of pride and accomplishment. Find a good angle and take pictures of everything on the table. It was finally 7 o'clock and it was getting dark, but it didn't affect her. While waiting for the hot pot to boil, she also opened the last resource box. Wood *2, braised medicine 50g *10, lollipop 5g *108, a pair of slippers. Wood *10, Cloth *2. A pair of cotton slippers, which was useless in such a hot day, was put at the end. There is a can of lollipops. The kind sold on the roadside. The kind that can be inserted into the lid. It is not a high-end product. But you can't ask for too much now. It's good enough to be able to open it. 108 sticks. You can exchange a lot of meat with the boss. But she is not short of meat now. Let's talk about it later. A big bag of stewed herbs. Which is also a good thing. But she doesn't want to look at it now. Because the hot pot soup base has been boiled. The red soup base is rolling. And the spicy smell spreads in the air. Eating hot pot alone is so boring. Li Sijing sent the photos she just took to the regional channel for others to see. Which is also considered eating together. Picking up a few chopsticks of ingredients and putting them in the hot pot. She watched the reactions of others while eating. Look what I see. Hot pot. How can there be hot pot in this ghost place? I must be hallucinating. You are not alone. It seems that I am also hallucinating. Someone please wake me up. Wake up. It's hot pot. It seems that the boss has made another move. It turns out that the gap between people can be so big. Looking at the dry bread in my hand, I burst into tears. Did you see that there is not only hot pot, but she also prepared a dipping saucer. There are also fruits and cakes after the meal. The key is the space in her car. Why is it so big? It can actually put down such a big table. I can't even stretch my legs when I sleep in the middle of the night. The weather is already. It's hot. And you're eating hot pot. You're going to die of heat. That's right. You're just trying to show off. Don't show off your IQ. The boss can prepare so much food. How can you not think of cooling it down? Maybe he's even turned on the air conditioner. Don't say it. I want to go to the boss directly. To be honest, there are so many bosses in the area. And I envy this one. Of course I envy her. Among all the people, her quality of life is the highest. Even Luizhou, who just killed a large beast, can't compare to her. Chapter 43 Lucky Value. After eating a few bites of hot pot, Li Sijing began to sweat from the heat. It seems that she really needs to turn on the air conditioner. The solar panels have been installed for several hours. According to the heat of the sun today, it is a piece of cake to turn on the air conditioner. Turn off the fan. Turn on the air conditioner. Lower the temperature by 10 degrees. And the temperature in the car directly becomes 20 degrees. Then drink a cup of ice cola. It is so refreshing. Eating hot pot under the air conditioner on a hot day and eating ice cream in a cotton-padded jacket in winter are simply the two most enjoyable things in life. While eating and watching the area, the topic inside has changed from worshipping and envying the big guys to showing off their own dinner. Looking at the sand sculpture operations of some netizens, Li Sijing was amused and laughed out loud. It felt like watching a drama while eating. Just as she was having fun, the atmosphere inside suddenly exploded again. This time because of a transaction information. Li Sijing followed everyone and found the transaction area to see. Only to find that the things were quite familiar. She also had it. Lucky necklace. Wang Yuan gave her one. She almost flipped over when she used it today. She was very impressed. Wang Yuan posted 3 lucky necklaces in the trading area and marked the items for sale as blueprints, weapons and water. It also detailed the supplies she could get from opening the box before. And after wearing the necklace, the supplies she could get from opening the box almost doubled. Finally, she also sent a message saying that the 3 necklaces would be auctioned for half an hour. And the highest bidder would win. The unique effect of the lucky necklace and her auction method in half an hour immediately attracted many people to discuss. We all come from the same place. Isn't it bad for her to do this? Why is she holding an auction? She is really profit-driven. That's right. Other people don't sell things this way. You don't care what other people do. If you don't like it, just don't participate. The most important thing is, does her necklace really have the effect she said? If it's true, it's worth spending more resources. This is a long-term business. Is there really such a magical necklace? After checking, Li Sijing found that although some people don't like the auction method, most people are still entangled in the effect of the necklace, biting the chopsticks and struggling for a moment. Li Sijing still sent a message about this matter. It can indeed increase the resources for unboxing. I have experienced it myself. Followed by the photo of the lucky necklace. This necklace is a pit for her. But this cannot be denied. It does have the effect of increasing luck. Standing up and speaking, Li Sijing also made the decision after repeatedly weighing the pros and cons in her heart. How powerful can the European emperor be in this survival world? Just look at Zhou Qinghuan to know. Wang Yuan, who has so many lucky necklaces, obviously has the potential to become a European emperor. It's just a matter of speaking the truth. If it can further deepen the relationship, it will be a good thing. As Li Xijing's words spread, everyone became eager for lucky necklaces. Wang Yuan is too unfamiliar to everyone, and Li Xijing is much more famous in the area. Everyone is always willing to believe that famous people should not lie. Then Wang Yuan's message came. Thank you for helping to speak. You're welcome. Just telling the truth. Although she wanted to make friends with the other party, Li Xijing would not flatter. I owe you a favor. Tell me if you have anything to say next time. Wang Yuan was also very straightforward. Li Xijing certainly had nothing to do now. She was just playing a casual chess game. However, she was a little curious about one thing. This lucky necklace works well. Why do you want to sell it? You don't have any supplies to survive? If so, it would be a bit of a waste of time. No. The lucky necklace has a usage limit. I can only wear 4 at most. And then it will have no effect. Usage limit? Is it the upper limit of the luck value? So, what is her luck value? It can't be a negative number. Right? Li Xijing sighed with some resentment, and then took a big bite of meat. At this time, another friend message rang. It was sent by Luizhou. That necklace is really useful? This big guy would actually be interested in the necklace. She didn't expect it, so she told the truth. It does work, but the specific effect varies from person to person. Is Luizhou unlucky? Thinking carefully, he can encounter so many wild animals every day. I don't know whether it is good luck or bad luck. She didn't delve into things that had nothing to do with her, and continued to eat hard. When it was 8 o'clock, the 3 kinds of vegetarian dishes were all gone, and only a little pork was left out of the 3 kinds of meat. A can of beer and 2 cans of Coke were also all empty, and her stomach was almost full. Today was an extraordinary performance, and it was also the most refreshing meal she had eaten since she came to this world. I couldn't eat the watermelon anymore, but fortunately I didn't open it, so I'd better save it for tomorrow. It's best not to keep the chocolate mousse cake overnight, otherwise it will not taste good. She planned to wait a little longer to let her stomach digest it, and eat it before going to bed. Before I finished packing, another message came. This time from Xiong Shuangyan. Boss, are you available now? Here are 2 eggs for dinner. Exchange for a bowl of noodles. Li Xijing slapped her forehead and realized that she had almost forgotten about her. Exchange now? Don't you save them for tomorrow's lunch? The other party's chicken only lays 2 eggs a day, which can only be exchanged for 1 meal. If I exchange them now, there will be nothing for tomorrow's lunch. Well, I want to exchange them every night in the future, so that I can run a little more at noon and encounter an extra resource box. The other party was so motivated that Li Xijing would certainly not object. Okay, then set it every night. If I forget, remember to remind me. By the way, can you eat spicy food? Li Xijing looked at the soup base in the pot and suddenly asked. Excuse me, boss. I'm from Hunan and can eat spicy food. Why are you asking this? Xiong Shuangyan didn't understand. I still have a lot of soup base from the hot pot I had today. If you don't mind, how about I use this to make noodles for you? Li Xijing thought. She had just put a lot of meat in it, so it can be considered as broth, and the taste is good, much better than the watery soup. And the most important thing is that it is simple. Of course, if you are not used to it, I can also cook noodles for you again, but you have to wait a while. She also knew that many people have misophobia, and if the other party is unwilling, she will not force it. I am willing. I am so sloppy myself. What is there to dislike? Okay, then you wait a moment. It will be ready soon. She grabbed a handful of noodles and threw them into the pot. After cooking, Li Xijing not only served a full bowl of noodles, but also the fish that slipped through the net in the pot that she did not pick up were all picked up into the bowl. After the noodles were sent over to exchange for 2 eggs, there was really only soup left in her pot, so she would pour it out tomorrow morning. Put away everything. Fold the table and put it in the corner, and then put the bed in place. The air conditioner was more comfortable than the electric fan, so she didn't plan to turn it off. She just raised the temperature by 5 degrees, and the temperature in the car became 25 degrees. Then she watched everyone chat and talk until 10 o'clock, and then it became quiet. After all, Everyone had to get up early on time tomorrow. Li Sijing's stomach was almost digested, and she rested after tasting the chocolate mousse cake. Chapter 44, Natural Disaster Prediction Card. On the morning of the 5th day of the survival game, the first thing Li Sijing did when she woke up was to plant the mushroom sticks in the planting pot. She was afraid that the area of 1 square meter would be too dense, so she only planted 5 sticks in the end, leaving 5 sticks for another crop tomorrow. Then she opened the car door and prepared to get off, but was forced back in an instant. The hot air outside burned her skin and made her mistakenly think that she had entered a furnace. After staying in the air conditioner for a night, she almost forgot the unbearable high temperature outside. The temperature had risen to 50 degrees just after dawn, which really left no way for people to survive. Looking at the only 3 cooling patches left, she reluctantly put one on her body. Originally, she was going to save it for the day of the natural disaster, but now it seems that it is hard to say whether it can last until then. After putting on the cooling patch and getting off the car, the temperature had turned to 40 degrees. Although it was still very hot, it was still bearable. When she got off the car to take care of her physiological needs, Li Sijing found that the elephant from yesterday had disappeared at some point. Even so, she still didn't dare to leave the road. Who knows when those large beasts will appear again? After exercising under the parasol, she began to prepare today's breakfast. She didn't want to eat noodles, and she was not used to foreign breakfasts such as toast bread. In the end, she steamed 4 buns. If she could have a bowl of white porridge and pickles, it would be more comfortable to eat. Unfortunately, the rice she harvested yesterday has not been threshed and shelled yet. Try to finish it today, Li Sijing encouraged herself in her heart. Since there is no porridge, let's make a cup of milk powder. Try it and see how it tastes. Take this time to wash up and apply the yumyajing that she exchanged yesterday. The weather is too hot, and she doesn't plan to eat breakfast outside the car. She packs up and goes back to the car directly. Xiaokong, keep the temperature in the car at 25 degrees. Drive. As an intelligent driving system, Xinkong controls all the instruments connected to the car. Next, the temperature will gradually rise over time, so she simply let Xinkong control the air conditioner to keep a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Picking up a bun. It was still a little hot, so she blew it, then clicked on the regional channel, ready to watch the news while eating. So many people died suddenly last night. What happened? I heard that they were attacked by large wild animals for no reason. It's so scary. Didn't a big boss say that the large wild animals were isolated from the road? They didn't attack for no reason. It seems that they were attracted by light sources and sounds. The specific situation has been analyzed by a big boss. If you want to know, go to the top of the building and take a look. At 7:10, Wu Igwa sent a message. There is too much information in these chats, so Li Sijing didn't know which one to focus on first. Looking at the number of people on the regional channel, 7324/10,000. This number made Li Sijing look shocked. There were still 8,000 people yesterday morning, and then large wild animals appeared. But because they were isolated from the road, the casualties for the whole day were relatively small. In a few days, everyone has adapted to this kind of life. Before going to bed last night, she took a look and saw that there were about 7,800 people. How come 400 or 500 people were missing in just one night's sleep? Li Sijing kept scrolling through the information until she saw the time when netizens pointed the way, and saw a long string of messages sent by Wu Igwa. After spending some time reading it all from beginning to end, she had a general understanding of the matter. The incident happened in the early morning. As soon as it was past 12 o'clock, many people asked for help in the regional channel, saying that they were attacked by large beasts. The reason for the attack, many people later analyzed, was probably because the car was too bright or made a loud noise. These people who asked for help either hid in the car and shivered, or abandoned the car and fled. And in the end, there was no news. In fact, for most modern people, it is impossible for them to go to bed and rest at 7 o'clock in the evening. Some people took out candles, flashlights, and even car lights from the resource box, which attracted the envy of many people. So many people would do other things to pass the time after dark at night. After discovering that there would be no danger as long as they did not get off the car, everyone's behavior gradually became bolder. No one expected that after the novice period, such an accident would happen. Li Sijing also had a flashlight in her hand, which she had unpacked on the first day. But she always thought that the light from the blue screen was enough for lighting. So she never used it. Now it seems that she is just glad that she didn't use it. As for the large beast, why can it pass through the barrier on the road and appear next to the car? Wu Igwa analyzed that this barrier on the road should gradually disappear as it gets dark and reappear after dawn. After understanding the situation, Li Sijing fell into deep thought. The road barrier would disappear, which was something no one had expected, and it had a huge impact on everyone. In the dark, large wild animals would be attracted by light and sound. It is worth noting that everyone cannot abandon the car and escape. No one knows what dangers are outside the car at night, because those who have been out have disappeared. Choosing to drive away will only make a louder noise. Who knows if it will attract more wild animals? As for staying where you are, only God knows what the final result will be. In summary, if you want to survive, it is best not to attract large wild animals in the dark. In this way, after dark, everyone cannot make a loud noise or show too strong light. These are all survival skills summed up with human lives. After sorting out her thoughts, Li Sijing came back to her senses and found that her buns were almost cold. A look of pity suddenly appeared on her face. She still prefers to eat hotter cooked food. She didn't want to taste it carefully, so she took a few bites and prepared to finish a few buns quickly. Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Natural Disaster Prediction card. Natural Disaster Prediction card can predict the type of natural disaster next time. Ahem. Li Sijing choked on a bun and coughed non-stop. After drinking several sips of milk, she quickly asked, "Prediction card? Is there really such a thing? You already got the card, but you still don't believe it?" Xingyou asked back. "I just can't believe it. Is this a serious card?" Li Sijing took the card and looked at it over and over again. And she was very curious. "Yes. You wasted another quota every 7 days." Xingyou complained helplessly. Li Sijing didn't understand her helplessness. She just felt that she was lucky today. Such cards have come out. As for Xingyou's complaints about wasting quotas, it's more like a good thing for her. That is to say, she can get this card again on the 5th day of every natural disaster in the future. Knowing the type of natural disaster in advance, she can make more preparations and be ahead of everyone else. Leading once, leading every time. The gap between her and others will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Looking at the card in her hand, Li Sijing seemed to see hope and clicked to use it devoutly. Chapter 45 Competition. Ding. The Natural Disaster Prediction card was used successfully. The next natural disaster type, extreme cold. It turned out to be extreme cold, which is the opposite of the extreme heat of this natural disaster. From hot to cold. That is to say, the resources they have worked hard to obtain now may not be used in the next natural disaster. Everyone has worked hard for a week, saving resources bit by bit. And the next natural disaster, do they have to start from scratch? Li Sijing fully understands the sinister intentions of the survival game. She can almost imagine the collapse when everyone saves water resources hard, and finds that there are water everywhere in the next natural disaster. Fortunately, she has received the news in advance, and 3 days are enough for her to make adequate preparations. Li Sijing is thinking about how to give full play to the role of the prediction card while preparing to deal with what she has to do today. The chives planted 3 days ago are now mature. She promised Zhou Qinghuan the chive box the day before yesterday, and it's time to fulfill it. After all, the reward has been received. Without sickles, they still use tang swords to harvest. They harvested a small bundle of about 5 jin per square meter. After harvesting, they put down the planting pots and waited for more than 2 days to harvest another wave. This time, they didn't have to drive, so they didn't have to rush to make noodles. Li Sijing could prepare slowly. She found a kettle that had never been used, opened a bucket of 5 liters of mineral water, filled it up and boiled it. There were still 4 jin of flour left, and Li Sijing poured out more than half, which was estimated to be more than 2 jin. Use boiling water to scald the noodles into flocks. Knead them into smooth dough, and put them aside for use. In the meantime, she encountered the first resource box of the day, a white low-level resource box, and she took the time to pick it up. Next is to prepare the fillings. Beat 4 eggs and stir. Fry and set aside. There are more vegetables than eggs. Li Sijing thought about it, and took out another pound of pork. She minced it with a meat grinder, fried it, and put it together with the eggs. When making buns last time, Add all the remaining half of the green onions, ginger and garlic. The chives are not dirty, so it is not too difficult to clean them. Chop them all. Add cooking oil and stir gently to avoid water coming out. Stir all the fillings together, and add seasonings to taste. The seasoning packets she opened before were enough for her to use for about a month. But they were almost used up for making buns and chive boxes. She only had a bag of unopened salt in her hand, and she was thinking about when to buy some in the area. After the fillings were prepared, she started kneading the dough. When all the preparations were done, it was already 9:30. The mushroom sticks planted when she got up were mature at this time, and the first batch could be harvested. The mushrooms on the mushroom sticks were densely packed together. The harvest on one mushroom stick weighed 2 kilograms. 5 mushroom sticks yielded a total of 10 kilograms of mushrooms, which she couldn't eat all at once. It was too troublesome to sell them, and it was estimated that she wouldn't get anything good in exchange. Li Sijing had already decided to dry them all and keep them for later. However, the car was moving now, so there was no way to dry them. She had to find a place to spread them out to avoid crushing them. She looked around in the car and found a good thing. The steamer used to steam buns last time was just right for placing mushrooms. Li Sijing happily spread out the mushrooms, and couldn't help but praise her clever idea. The mushroom problem was solved, and she also encountered the second white resource box of the day. After getting the resource box back, she didn't have time to open it, so she prepared to roll the dough and wrap the chive box. The multifunction electric cooker was turned on, and she wrapped and fried it at the same time, so that it wouldn't take too much time. Because it wasn't eaten immediately, it was fried until half cooked and fixed, and then picked up, so the speed was quite fast. Just when Li Sijing was concentrating on her work, a voice suddenly sounded on the empty and quiet road. Congratulations to all players. You have successfully survived until now. Water resources are scarce, but the temperature is gradually rising. Do you feel that the heat is unbearable and difficult to survive? Don't worry. The intimate game activities have started again, and you can get everything you want here. Next, our car race event is officially online. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the competition starts with the car itself, and the first 10 players to reach the end of the 300-kilometer journey will receive points. Second, the points treasure box will be refreshed along the way, and you can get a number of points by opening it. Third, when the event starts, the game mall will appear in the world channel. Drinking water, gasoline, skill books, air conditioners, etc. can all be purchased with points. Fourth, all players must participate in the competition. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be directly eliminated. Fifth, all players on the way will gradually converge on a main road and can attack each other. After reaching the end, they cannot attack each other. Sixth, the event time is 12 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. The survival game has a moth again. Frowning, Li Sijing looked at the time. It is now 10 o'clock, which means that the event will start in 2 hours. Li Sijing loves and hates this activity. Just think about her last experience. She loves it because she can get a lot of resources, but she hates it because it is dangerous, and she will fall into it if she is not careful. Moreover, everyone must participate in this competition. Those who fail to reach the end will be eliminated. After checking the rules of the game, Li Sijing opened the regional channel to see what others think. In the regional channel, everyone was in a heated discussion because of this activity. There's another event. I'm going to take off this time. It's mandatory to participate. It feels more dangerous than the last time. Did you see that there's air conditioning? I don't know how many points it costs. I don't know how many points the top 10 will get. Should I fight for this position? Then I'll have to work hard and try to get an air conditioner, so I don't have to worry about the temperature rising anymore. Don't let the benefits get to your head. Look carefully at the time and distance, and then think about the maximum speed of the car. 300 kilometers in 6 hours. Damn. You have to drive at 50 to reach the destination on time. The maximum speed of the car is only 60 kilometers per hour. According to, if I get off the bus and grab the treasure chests a few more times, will I not be able to reach the end? Damn. The hidden pit is here. If you don't tell me, I won't find it. It seems that these supplies are not easy to get. Did you see that in the end? Everyone will converge on one road. If we do this, it will be a mess. I robbed 2 fat sheep last time and spent 2 days in luxury. This time I must rob 2 more. Fat sheep. Wait for me. I was robbed of supplies at the last resource point event. I almost died of thirst. It won't happen again. Right? The people above are so unscrupulous and inhumane. Chapter 46 The Forgotten Seed. Li Sijing finished 33 leak boxes quickly, kept 13 for herself, and sent the other 20 to Zhou Qinghuan. The leak boxes I promised you. Li Sijing began to clean up the mess. Zhou Qinghuan's reply speed has always been very impressive. A lot. Thank you, sister. Thinking of the remarks of those people with incorrect values in the area just now, and Zhou Qinghuan's soft and cute personality, Li Sijing couldn't help but remind her. Be careful in the competition later. If you meet other people on the road, hide if you can. Got it. Thank you for your concern, sister. Zhou Qinghuan answered obediently. After a busy morning, Li Sijing was ready to take a break after the car was packed. Cut the frozen watermelon in half. Hold one half. And eat it with a spoon. The crunchy taste made her squint. But Li Sijing was lost in thought as she looked at the watermelon seeds dotted in the red watermelon flesh. She suddenly remembered that many fruit seeds grow inside the fruit, but they are so common that they are ignored by everyone. For example, the watermelon seeds in the watermelon in front of her should also be considered seeds. If she collects them and plants them in a planting pot, she should be able to grow a watermelon, so she doesn't have to wait for the seeds to come out of the box. In fact, many plants come with seeds, and the apple she opened on the first day also had seeds in them. But unfortunately, she threw them away. And the onions, ginger, and garlic she used up, and the blueberries she used to make ice cream yesterday. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Why didn't she think of it before? How much has she missed? Next, Li Sijing ate watermelon carefully, fearing that she would accidentally bite the watermelon seeds. She planned to collect these watermelon seeds and plant them tomorrow, so that she could achieve watermelon freedom. In the regional channel, everyone was still discussing the competition. She took a few glances and found nothing unusual. After carefully reading the rules of the event and watching other people's chats, her worries were half gone. Because this event was called competition. After all, it was a competition of speed. She didn't think anyone could be faster than her after upgrading her car. It was just a pity that her electric fan and sunshade were suddenly unsaleable. The temperature outside the car was 55 degrees now, which should have been the time when cooling products were selling well. But in a sudden event, it was clearly stated that points could be exchanged for air conditioners. So everyone hesitated, although it was not known how many points were needed to exchange for air conditioners. What if they could get enough points? Everyone was always full of expectations for the unknown. Cooling products are unsaleable, but everyone is rushing to buy other things. Li Sijing followed to take a look, and found that the big meat seller Louis Zhou was in action again. He was selling lion meat, still the same price as yesterday, and the quantity was decreasing rapidly. Is this to kill the large beast that appeared today? Is it so cruel? I heard that lion meat is not very delicious. Li Sijing thought for a moment and decided not to buy this meat, mainly because she didn't know how to cook it. Just after watching the excitement here, several people selling meat appeared in the channel one after another. Tiger meat, hippopotamus meat, zebra meat. Li Sijing was still among them and saw an acquaintance. Wu Igua. It seems that these powerful people have already taken action. Should she also go and get one? Li Sijing looked out the car window and saw a black bear appeared on the road at some point. Looking at the thick fur and two strong palms of the black bear, she shook her head directly. Forget it. Wake up a little. This is not something she can deal with. Anyway, she has enough food and drink, so she might as well stay alive. Seeing that everyone in the regional channel was discussing selling meat, she changed her position and prepared to check private messages. In the past 2 days, she has posted a lot of purchase messages, such as tools and ingredients for making ice cream, and farm tools, etc. And she doesn't know if there are any replies. After a while of searching, she traded 2 useful things. A 3x3 oilcloth was exchanged for 3 soda crackers, and a pair of white labor protection gloves was exchanged for 2 soda crackers. After finishing half of the watermelon in her hand in one breath, she carefully collected the watermelon seeds and put them away. Li Sijing was just about to open the 2 resource boxes she got in the morning, and the car stopped again. When she saw something in the distance, Li Sijing couldn't help but focus her eyes. A blue intermediate resource box. She got her weapon, put on a cool patch, and got out of the car after getting ready. She couldn't challenge the large beasts, but she was still very confident about the small beasts. When she came to the 3 steps of the resource box, the white mist was filled, and the animal gradually appeared. It was a turtle. The turtle shell was 2 meters long, and with the head and tail, it was estimated to be 3 meters. This turtle crawls very slowly, and is completely different from the animals she had encountered before. After waiting for a long time, the turtle did not crawl to her feet. So Li Sijing tentatively shot an arrow. This turtle moves slowly, but its head-retracting movement is as fast as lightning. The arrow aimed at the turtle's head missed, and finally fell on the road, creating a string of sparks. Seeing that the turtle did not stretch out its head and feet for a long time, and was completely retracted in its shell, motionless, she was speechless. She tried to shoot an arrow at the shell again, and as she expected, there was no trace left. The current situation is that the turtle moves slowly and cannot beat her. But she can't do anything about this turtle. Is it necessary to fight against this almost invincible defense? Or can she just take the resource box and leave? Thinking about it, Li Sijing decided to try another weapon. There is no need to think about the tang sword. Looking at the hardness of this turtle shell, it is not something she can break with a knife. I don't know if the electric baton is useful. Almost all animals are afraid of electricity. Its tortoise shell should not be able to defend against it. Li Sijing pressed the button tentatively with the electric baton against the edge of the tortoise shell. If it doesn't work, she will leave. It was about half a minute. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly found that the tortoise shell vibrated slightly. Is it effective? Li Sijing was delighted and decided to try again. After 5 minutes, the power in the electric baton was almost exhausted. Li Sijing finally got good news. Congratulations to the player for killing a beast turtle. Do you want to decompose it? Get a tortoise shell. I came to the game world and encountered several beasts. Today's tortoise is not the most dangerous, but it takes the longest time and is the most boring. For this turtle, she also destroyed her electric baton. You know, this is her most useful weapon besides the crossbow. After all the efforts, she only got a tortoise shell in the end, and she didn't know what it was for. Chapter 47. The competition begins. When Li Sijing got on the bus with the trophy turtle shell obtained at the cost of a scrapped electric baton, it was already past 11 o'clock. At this point, if she continued to drive forward and wanted to get the next resource box, she might be in a hurry. There was less than an hour left before the competition was about to start, so she decided to stop right where she was. Use the remaining time to rest well, so that she can be more energetic for the next activities. The temperature outside was 55 degrees, which was really terrible. After getting on the bus in a hurry, she checked the turtle shell in her hand. Turtle shell. Add turtle shell when making armor to double the defense effect. Li Sijing's eyes lit up when she saw the description. This effect is not bad. This is the second material related to armor that she has obtained. It seems that she has to get the blueprint as soon as possible. Put the turtle shell together with the previous snake skin, and then it will be the most enjoyable unboxing moment. The intermediate resource box just obtained, and the previous 2 low-level resource boxes are open together. 1 unit of gasoline. 100G*5 bananas. Electric blanket 120 by 180 centimeters. 20 units of gasoline. Glass *2. Rubber *5. 1 Portuguese egg tart. 1 golden crispy fried chicken bucket. 1 pearl milk tea. 30G*7 barbecue seasoning combination. 5 metals. 5 plastics. 22G pickled mustard tuber. Car sunshade blueprint. Car wiper blueprint. 30 units of gasoline. Cleaning kit. 250G pickled garlic. Electric blankets are something that Li Sijing would have disliked. But after knowing the type of the next natural disaster, she just wanted to say more. She had originally thought that she could get some basic materials such as wood and cloth. These should be stored to resist the next natural disaster. As a result, she had been complaining all the time before. But now she was looking forward to it. But there was none. It seems that she still has to go to the region to purchase. Of course, everyone's mind is on the competition activities now. So we have to wait until the evening. 51 units of gasoline came at once, and the tank could not hold it. The extra ones were placed separately in the trunk. There were 3 bottles in the shampoo set. Shampoo, shower gel, and laundry detergent. The things are not bad, but she can't use them now. After all, each one needs water. There are 5 bananas. Put aside. This can't be pressed. I was still talking about pickles in the morning. And now a bag of pickled mustard came. Although it was a small bag, Li Sijing was still very happy. A pound of pickled garlic is also a good thing, which can relieve greasiness and stimulate appetite. The barbecue seasoning is the kind that comes in a small plastic bottle, with cumin powder, pepper and salt powder, white sesame, 5-spice powder, chili powder, white pepper powder, and barbecue powder. A total of 7 kinds, and 20 iron skewers for barbecue. Looking at these seasonings, Li Sijing drooled, thinking that she must have a whole meal when she has free time. Although barbecue cannot be eaten now. Fortunately, other delicacies are available to comfort her overflowing saliva. Fried chicken bucket, Portuguese egg tarts, pearl milk tea. These foods, which are called unnutritious on Earth, attracted all of Li Sijing's attention. It has not been 5 days since she came to this game world, but she is missing these common delicacies on Earth in her dreams. Is the survival game being kind? Suddenly arranging such a good meal for her? With all her willpower, Li Sijing turned her eyes away from the food and looked at the most important drawings. Car sunshade, after loading. It can completely block the light inside the car. Materials required for manufacturing, cloth *8, plastic *2. Car wiper, after loading. It is used to clean the rain on the windshield. Materials required for manufacturing, plastic *3. Rubber *3. Car sunshade. If this drawing appeared before today, she would probably dislike it. Now it seems quite useful. But it's a pity that she doesn't need it much now. After all, there is no headlight. Car wiper. A must-have accessory for cars. But it seems to have no effect. There is no water wiper in this weather. Both drawings are car accessories, which seem to be useful, but not useful. Did she spend all her luck on food today? Anyway, it's all opened. No matter whether it's useful or not. All made. Next, it's time for her to enjoy a feast. First, I had an appetizer dessert. I held the egg tart in one hand and put it into my mouth, and held it under my chin with the other hand, fearing that it would drop a little. I took a bite, and the crispy outer skin, mixed with the tender and delicious inside, melted in my mouth with a slight sip. The egg tart was not small, and I finished it in 2 bites. And then it was time for the main meal. The fried chicken bucket was still warm, full of golden fried chicken, sprinkled with seasonings, and looked particularly tempting. 2 original finger-licking chicken, 1 golden crispy chicken, 2 spicy chicken wings. Li Sijing started eating directly. 5 minutes later, there were only bones in the fried chicken bucket that were not clean, and no meat was visible. Finally, drink a cup of cold pearl milk tea. The pearls are soft and chewy in the mouth. When she ate hot pot last night, she felt that it was the most comfortable meal in the game world. But she also enjoyed the lunch today. It seems that she still needs to work harder and live longer, so that she can eat more delicious food. After filling her stomach, Li Sijing prepared to rest and take a short nap. 5 minutes before 12 o'clock, she was awakened by Xingyao and rubbed some wind oil to wake her up. While waiting for the event to start, she also picked the second mature mushrooms and spread them in the steamer. At 12 o'clock, Li Sijing felt a flash in front of her eyes, and the surrounding environment changed instantly. Dear players, the competition officially begins. The space conversion has been completed. Please start from the current position and drive forward 300 kilometers to reach the end. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be eliminated. The game store has been opened. Please go to the World Channel to check. Li Sijing appeared on an unfamiliar road with her car, and the surroundings were still silent. Xiaokong, drive forward at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and stop when you see a treasure chest. After listening to the rules, Li Sijing gave the order immediately. Her car had been upgraded, and she had the engine blueprint from Zhou Qinghuan, with a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, using the maximum speed for a long time can easily damage the engine. So she decided to drive at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Compared to other people's 2-seater cars, she believed that even if she did not use the maximum speed, she would not fall behind others. The car kept moving forward under the control of Xingkong. Through the car window, Li Sijing watched the scenes that kept passing by. On both sides of the road, there were lush flowers, plants and trees, which made her, who was used to the desert scene, feel very fresh. The temperature outside the car did not drop a bit because of the change of space. As for how these plants survived in such a high temperature, Li Sijing was not curious at all. What she is more curious about now is what will appear in the mall mentioned in the game. Chapter 48 Pricing Disparity. Open the world channel of the survival game. After clicking on the mall icon, for categories are displayed: special resources, defense against natural disasters, skill books, and basic supplies. Li Sijing was originally most interested in skill books, but was attracted by the word special at the top. After clicking gently, it was not opened, and a sentence was displayed on it. This category will be opened in the last half hour of the event, so stay tuned. It was even mysterious. What kind of special method is this special? After complaining a few words in her heart, Li Sijing then clicked on the skill book category. The page was opened, similar to many shopping software, with pictures of the products on it, and the names and prices of the products below. Basic Combat Skill Book, 100 points. Li Sijing saw at first glance that this was a skill she already had. Following it, there are also Proficient Combat Skill Book, 1,000 points. Perfect Combat Skill Book, 10,000 points. It turns out that there are 3 levels of skill books, and the price has increased tenfold. Then she looked back and saw many types of skill books, such as Taekwondo, Muay Thai, etc. In the back, she also found weapon skill books, which are divided into 2 types: hot weapons and cold weapons. Among them, she already has a firearm skill book, which costs 800 points for basic, 8,000 points for proficiency, and 80,000 points for perfection. In the cold weapon category, she also took a fancy to a skill book, the swordsmanship skill book, which costs 500 points for the basic one. Before she got the points, Li Sijing was already struggling. What skill book should she exchange for? She really wanted all of these books. Fighting skills are very useful, but it feels that using weapons is more lethal. Gun skills are also very useful, but without bullets, no matter how good the skills are, they will not work. The sword skills should be quite brutal, and she just happened to have a tang sword in her hand. It would be great if all 3 skills could be exchanged for perfection, but in total, it would require 140,000 points. This number is a bit too big, and I don't know how much the value in each point treasure box is. It would be great if it could be the same as Thai currency. Thinking too far, Li Sijing shook her head and continued to read. At the bottom of the skill book, she also saw a category of more special products. Physical fitness, 100 points. 5 senses, 100 points. These 2 products can be purchased unlimitedly, and I don't know how much they can be enhanced after purchasing them once. If a person buys enough, can he directly crush the skills? Li Sijing's face was solemn. When she had points in her hand, she must try it out, so that she would have a clear mind. After understanding the skill book, she clicked on the category of resisting natural disasters. Many products were revealed, all related to cooling, and they were divided into 2 categories: permanent and temporary. Temporary, just like the cooling patch she had opened before, can only cool down for a short time. Less than 10 points can be exchanged for 1. And if there are free points at the end, she is ready to take a look. Permanent, that is, products that can be used all the time. It should be noted that each person can only buy 1 of them, so you must be careful when choosing. Try to choose the products with the best cooling effect within your ability. After searching on the page, Li Sijing couldn't help laughing when she saw the products with the best cooling effect. Advanced Air Conditioner, 1,000 points. Advanced Air Conditioner is the air conditioner that Zhou Qinghuan replaced for her. Unexpectedly, it is equivalent to a book of mastering fighting skills. Already have the best. There is no need to look at the remaining products in detail. Finally, there is the basic supplies category. There are very few products in it. Only 4 types, which can be read at a glance. Mineral water 550 milliliters, 1 point. Bread 250 g, 1 point. Gasoline 1 unit, 1 point. Car repair card, 100 points. After spending 10 minutes to roughly look through the things in the mall, Li Sijing began to think. She didn't expect that the point ratio between basic supplies and skill books would be so different. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the basic supplies were too cheap or the skill books were too expensive. What the hell is this survival game? She can only know after she encounters the points treasure chest. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Just as I was thinking about the points treasure chest, the car stopped. In the front of the car, there was a gold treasure chest that was about the same size as a low-level resource chest. Li Sijing got out of the car with a crossbow and approached the treasure chest carefully. There was nothing strange happening around. It seemed that there was no danger near the treasure chest. She picked up the treasure chest and quickly returned to the car. The car continued to move forward, and Li Sijing gently opened the points treasure chest. 10 points. The points were not physical, and they were directly displayed in Li Sijing's mall balance. Ding! The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it has been forced to rebound from the bottom. Please reopen the points treasure box. After hearing this, Li Sijing smiled happily. Xingyao, you really love me the most. 1,000 points. The balance of the mall account directly became 1,010 points, and a Mastery of Combat skill book was obtained. If there are more points treasure boxes like this along the way, she should be able to afford those skill books. Right? It's just that the difference between 10 points and 1,000 points is a bit big. It seems that her situation cannot be used as an ordinary standard. Thinking of this, Li Sijing opened the regional channel to see the situation of others. Have you looked at the mall? There are so many good things in it. I've taken a fancy to the perfect gun skills book. The photo of Luizhou killing a bison yesterday really excites me. I'm not that greedy. I just want to change to a high-end air conditioner. Fuck. Did you see that the mineral water in it only costs 1 point per bottle? Great. I'll drink my fill when I find the points. Damn. My mouth is bleeding. Have you encountered a points treasure chest? Yes. Wait for my good news. I encountered one too. I got 50 points. 50 bottles of mineral water. So cool. Ha ha ha. I got 180 points. Awesome. Fuck. Why do I only have 100 points? Why do you have so many? But I only have 20 points. It's so unfair. I got 500 points. Did I say anything? Are points so random? Just a matter of luck. So, isn't the European Emperor going to rise? As long as you have enough points, you can exchange for a few skill books and become a big boss in one step? Wouldn't it be possible to directly surpass big bosses like Luizhou and Wu Aigua? Live a life like Li Sijing? Li Sijing didn't expect to strive for herself as a goal. However, combined with the news she just got, she was even more puzzled about the pricing in the mall. It was really too cheap. Judging from the points everyone got just now, most people could exchange for enough mineral water to survive the natural disaster. She didn't believe that the survival game would suddenly be so kind and have such a big bug. There must be a pit in it. Chapter 49 Asking for Help. Li Sijing was puzzled by the strange pricing in the mall during the competition. Since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't plan to dwell on it too much. Anyway, she had plenty of food and water. After getting the points, she was ready to redeem the skill book first. At this moment, the car slowed down and she encountered the second points treasure chest. After quickly getting the points treasure chest in the car, Li Sijing looked at the itinerary. She had driven almost 40 kilometers, and the treasure chests were not very dense. 10 points. 1,000 points. It seems that the lower and upper limits of the points treasure chest are between 10 to 1,000 points, which will not change for her. I don't know if the spacing between the points treasure chests will change in the future. If she continues to follow this rule, she probably won't even get enough points for a perfect skill book. Of course, it's too early to worry about this now. So let's wait and see. Looking at the road that keeps spreading forward, Li Sijing is a little bored. This activity is no different from the survival road. She thought there would be a very exciting scene, but she didn't even see a shadow. Li Sijing, who doesn't have to drive, decided to find something to do for herself. Looking around in the car, she finally found a handful of rice ears that were dried yesterday and a piece of oilcloth that she had exchanged before. The pickled mustard has already opened, and in order to drink hot porridge tomorrow, she has to work hard to get the rice out. Wrap the rice ears with oilcloth, and she is going to find something to beat them, so that the rice grains can be beaten down. Li Sijing first picked up the scrapped electric batten next to her, beat it a few times, and found that it was not very useful. She searched everywhere in the car again, and finally found the novice stick in a corner. It really worked much better after beating with the novice stick. After beating it dozens of times, it felt like it was almost gone. She held the oilcloth in both hands and opened it. Before she could take a closer look, the car suddenly stopped with a hiss sound, and the tires and the ground rubbed against each other. making a harsh sound. Li Sijing was not prepared at all. If she hadn't been wearing the seatbelt, she would have flown out at this time. Her whole body was hurt by the seatbelt, and half of the rice in her hand was also scattered. She rubbed her red shoulder, looked at it with heartache, and scattered the rice on the driver's seat. Xiaokong, what's wrong? Did you encounter a points treasure chest? That wouldn't be so exciting. Li Sijing looked up at the front of the car. Huh? There's no points treasure chest either. No. She suddenly focused her eyes on the right front of the vehicle. There was a car parked there. A two-seater car that was a bit shabby. And the rear of the car was dented by a big block. The two cars were motionless. And Li Sijing stretched her neck to see if there was anyone sitting inside. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the glass suddenly came from her ear, which startled her heart. Reflexively looking in the direction of the sound, a magnified face appeared in her eyes through the glass. This series of shocks made Li Sijing's breathing skip a beat, and her heart almost jumped out of her mouth. Quickly took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and looked out of the car window again, only to find that there was a person standing outside the car, putting the half of the rice still in her hand aside. She complained, "There are other people. Xiaokong, why didn't you remind me?" After she finished speaking, she realized that Xiaokong couldn't speak yet. She quickly looked at the display screen next to the steering wheel, which showed a series of words. Master, there are other vehicles 500 meters away. Do you want to avoid them? Master, there are humans waiting at 100 meters away. Do you want to stop the car? Master, a human suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of the vehicle. Do you want to stop the car? Master, no response. To avoid accidents. Emergency stop. Li Sijing, who saw these words, finally understood what happened just now. It's not that Xinkong didn't remind her. It's obviously that she was too focused on the rice and didn't see the prompt. It seems that Xinkong should be equipped with a speaker as soon as possible. Otherwise it will delay things. Knock knock knock. A series of knocking on the glass interrupted her thoughts. Li Sijing turned her head to look out the window and carefully looked at the person outside the car. A pretty woman. Oval face. Big eyes with tears in the eyes. Long hair wet with sweat. Tightly attached to both sides of the cheeks. Looking pitiful. However, this image did not move Li Sijing at all. And she looked at the other party unhappily. If it weren't for this woman who suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, Xinkong would not have stopped suddenly. Then her rice would not have been scattered. And she would not have been frightened. She didn't have a good attitude towards the culprit. The woman said something, knocked on the car window with one hand, and kept pressing down with the other hand, obviously wanting her to lower the window. Li Sijing opened the car window glass a little. She wanted to see what the other party wanted to say. Sister, can you help me? The woman pleaded with Li Sijing through the gap. All my supplies were robbed and my car was damaged. Can you give me a ride? Please. The temperature is too high now. If I stay here, I will die. After looking at the other person from head to toe, Li Sijing asked, How long have you been waiting here before you met me? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Can you lower the window a little more? The woman looked a little confused and shouted loudly. Seeing that the car window was indeed slowly lowered, the woman's eyes showed joy, and she quickly moved her head forward. Just as she approached the car window, the woman suddenly stopped and slowly retreated with her whole body stiff. As she retreated, there was also an arrow sticking out of the car window. When it was fully exposed, it was Li Sijing's crossbow. The car window was completely lowered, and Li Sijing raised his left hand, holding the strung crossbow, facing the woman's face. Chapter 50 Counterattack. Sister, what are you doing? The woman looked at the crossbow pointed at her, and the smile on her face almost couldn't be maintained. She pulled the stiff corners of her mouth and said, I just want to ask for help. I really have no ill will towards you. And you see, I have nothing in my hands, and I can't threaten you. The woman waved her hands, as if to show her, I advise you not to move. Raise your hands. Li Sijing's face was calm, but the finger on the trigger was gradually tightening. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly raised her hands nervously, making a surrender gesture. Okay. I won't move. Don't be impulsive. I'm really just in trouble and asking for help. Just help me. If you don't want to give me a ride, you can give me a few bottles of water. The woman kept talking. How long have you been waiting here? Li Sijing asked the same question again. The woman was stunned and quickly replied, I waited here for almost 20 minutes before you showed up. So please help me. If I miss you, I don't know how long I have to wait before I can meet someone else. By then, I'll probably be dying of heat. 20 minutes? It's 55 degrees now. You haven't had any water for 20 minutes outside. But you're so energetic? Li Sijing's tone was full of ridicule, with an expression of I'll see how you're going to act. She didn't believe a word of what the woman said, although the woman's face was covered with sweat. Her top and pants were not completely soaked, and she didn't look like someone who had been outside for a long time. Also, although her car looked shabby, a large part of the back was hit, and it looked like a scene of distress. A closer look revealed that the vehicle was tightly closed. The door glass was intact, and there was no sign of a fight. Such a vehicle could only be said to have been robbed if she opened the door herself and let someone in. The woman was a little flustered when asked, and said hesitantly, "I'm just in good health, but I'm actually a little dizzy now." "You said you were robbed? Why don't you open the door and let me see?" Li Sijing suggested again. "Ah?" The woman couldn't keep up with her thinking. "If there's really nothing in your car, I can give you a few bottles of water," Li Sijing said tentatively. "Of course. Sister, you have to believe me. I really didn't lie to you." As the woman spoke, she slowly backed away and moved towards her vehicle. Li Sijing lowered the window on the other side, held a crossbow in her right hand, and held the steering wheel with her left hand, following the woman and moving slowly forward. The other party is a woman. Who dares to act as bait so boldly? She must have help. The road is in full view, and the only place that can hide people is this car. So she made this move. The car stopped on the left side of the other car. Watching the woman pull the driver's door and slowly open it, Li Sijing stared at the other car, with a high concentration, guessing who would come out of the car. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce engine sound suddenly came from behind, and gradually approached. Through the rearview mirror, Li Sijing could vaguely see that a car was approaching her car at a fast speed. Li Sijing was distracted, and the woman on the right quickly opened the car door, got in the car, closed the door, and turned the steering wheel to the right. The situation changed in an instant. The woman drove to the right to avoid the car behind her, which was getting closer and closer, and was about to hit her. At this time, Li Sijing didn't care about the woman who was running away. The steering wheel was turned to the left, and after the car changed direction, it turned right again, and the rear of the car drifted directly to the left. The direction of the car instantly changed from straight to across the middle of the road, avoiding the original position. Just after avoiding it, a car suddenly drove past her from the position she just had. The car stopped suddenly not far in front of her, and then with a beautiful drift, it turned the front of the car directly and rushed towards Li Sijing again. The other party seemed to be a racing expert, and Li Sijing had to be very alert. The two cars started to repeatedly spin and jump on this section of the road. As the culprit, the woman parked the car on the side of the road, took out a walkie-talkie from behind, and chattered non-stop. "Brother Xing, we must catch her. There are so many supplies in her car. I just saw her holding a lot of rice. There must be more rice in the car. And there is air conditioning in her car. When I opened the window just now, I felt a gust of cool air." Li Sijing guessed that this woman had an accomplice, but she didn't expect that the other party's accomplice was not in the car, but was lying in ambush behind. And the other party is quite good at driving. If she hadn't mastered the skills of a racing driver, she might have been killed here today. Of course, she was just caught off guard by the other party's sudden appearance at the beginning, so she was a little flustered. After chasing for a long time, she gradually adapted to it and prepared to counterattack. After all, her skills were not worse than the other parties. Her car was better than the other parties. Her speed was faster than the other parties. And she had also installed special steel body and bumper. If the other party had not taken the lead, she would not have been chased by the gap between them. When the other party wanted to hit him again, Li Sijing adjusted the car so that her hard bumper was facing him. The other party did not expect that the car that had been dodging would suddenly hit him head-on. It was too late to slow down for a while. Bang! The two cars collided violently, producing a huge sound wave. Li Sijing was prepared for this phenomenon, and retreated a few meters along the force of the collision. Then, without waiting for the other party to react, she stepped on the accelerator and hit him again. With a bang, Li Sijing's bumper hit the front of the other party's car. Because the other party's car was not protected by the bumper, The position of the engine in front of the car body was directly hit and twisted. For various reasons, Li Xijing's car body was not damaged, but the bumper was scrapped. However, as long as she could deal with the other party, Li Xijing would not care about this loss. She took advantage of the situation and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, while the other party did not react, hitting the other party's car and moving forward. The other party reacted quickly and wanted to turn the situation around, but the gap between the two sides was too big, and his car was not small. No matter how he stepped on the accelerator, there was no response. Li Xijing kept hitting the other party's car and came to the edge of the road with a bang. Finally, it hit the woman's car on the side of the road, who could not dodge in time, and the three cars formed a connected posture. The front of the woman's car was directly crushed by the impact of the two cars, and the whole person sitting inside was panicked, being sandwiched between Li Xijing and the woman's car. The car in the middle was like a sandwich, and no complete car model could be seen at both ends. Continuous collisions kept sparking, and Li Xijing also smelled the smell of gasoline from the open window. It's almost done. If I don't leave now, I might be implicated, Li Xijing thought in her mind, looking at the man in the opposite car, who looked a little panicked. Li Xijing smiled slightly and made a bye-bye gesture. Then the car backed up, turned around and headed forward, leaving without looking back. Behind Li Xijing's car, the severely damaged car sandwiched in the middle had begun to spark again. The man kept pulling the car door, trying to escape from the car, but unfortunately the deformed car body made it impossible for him to open the door. Behind his car, the woman opened the door in a panic, stumbled and fled, and the car gradually burned. There were two loud explosions, and the car was instantly engulfed in flames. The man, who had no way out, screamed in the flames. The woman, who was sitting on the side of the road, could not help but tremble in fear as she listened to the screams and watched the tragedy in front of her. Chapter 51 Thumbtacks on the Road. Li Xijing drove away, listening to the explosion behind her, and could guess their situation roughly. However, the actions of those two people made her feel no sympathy at all. One of them acted as bait to win the sympathy of others, and the other waited for an opportunity behind to seize supplies or even kill people for money. If she hadn't been careful about what happened today, she might have ended up like this. If Li Xijing hadn't mastered the racing driver skill book, she couldn't imagine what the final result would be. The other party's racing driver-like skills against ordinary people can crush others directly with a face-to-face encounter. He probably couldn't believe it until his death. Why was he so unlucky that he actually met a racing master? The car drove forward for less than 2 minutes, and Li Xijing encountered the third points treasure chest. After returning to the car with the points treasure chest, she handed over the driving rights of the car to Shinkong and prepared to do her own thing. Of course, she learned her lesson this time and would pay some attention to the display screen. Because of what happened just now, most of her rice was scattered under the driver's seat. It was impossible for her to just give up the fallen rice, so she could only pick it up one by one. Li Xijing looked at the rice under the driver's seat, which was like stars, and couldn't help but sigh. This was a big project. First, she picked up small piles of rice, and then she lowered her head to pick up the scattered rice grains. She lowered her head for more than 10 minutes. If she hadn't looked up at the display screen from time to time, her neck would probably have broken. Fortunately, she didn't have hypoglycemia. Otherwise she would have fainted here. Li Xijing rubbed her neck and sighed, put the rice she picked up together with the previous one and weighed it. It weighed about 1 kilogram. She planned to take out a handful or so and save it as seeds. She would shell the rest and cook porridge. After she packed up the rice, she shook her head to move her sore neck. She suddenly saw text flashing on the display screen and looked at it. Fortunately, there was no moth this time, but she encountered a points treasure chest. She took the points treasure chest up and opened it together with the previous one, and directly received 20 points. Because of the previous encounter, Li Xijing wasted a lot of time. When the time came to 1:30, she had only driven 80 kilometers. At this time, she also encountered her 5th points treasure chest, and the balance of the mall account became 5,050 points. Li Xijing found that as she moved forward, the distance between the points treasure chests was gradually shortening. It seems that the more points treasure chests there are, the more she will have. She doesn't know if the last points can buy the skill book she wants. While Li Xijing was thinking, she found that the display screen was flashing again. Master, There is an obstacle 500 meters ahead. Do you want to slow down? Slow down. Li Sijing agreed with Xingkong's suggestion. After saying that, she looked forward. Obstacle? What could it be? But as the distance got closer, she saw nothing. Could it be that Xingkong's radar had an error? Just when Li Sijing began to doubt, Xingkong reminded her again. Master, we found other vehicles 500 meters away. Do you want to give way? Other vehicles? Did she meet humans again? Before Li Sijing could think deeply, the display changed again. Master, there is an obstacle blocking the road ahead. We cannot pass through. We are forced to stop. Li Sijing looked at it in astonishment. The car slowly stopped. But there was no obstacle in front. Is there something wrong with the starry sky? Or is there something wrong with her eyes? Li Sijing looked around again, but still didn't see anything. After thinking about it, she lowered the window. She poked her head out of the window slightly. She blocked the sunlight with her hand and looked out carefully. This time she finally found a clue. There seemed to be something on the asphalt road surface, reflecting a dazzling light under the scorching sun. After staring at the target for a long time, Li Sijing saw clearly that the things on the ground were actually thumbtacks. The long thumbtacks. These metal thumbtacks were scattered all over the 1-meter area of the road, from left to right, and were spread out completely. When driving, most people would rarely keep their eyes on the ground. Not to mention that today was a race. Being in a hurry and looking for the points treasure chest made everyone rarely distracted and observe what was on the ground. Moreover, the thumbtacks were small, and with the 55-degree sun and the reflection of the glass, it was difficult to find them even if you looked carefully. The person who scattered these thumbtacks probably thought of all aspects and had evil intentions. Yes, Li Sijing was sure that these thumbtacks were man-made. Thinking about the warning from the starry sky just now, there were other vehicles a few hundred meters ahead from these thumbtack areas. The people in the car should be waiting for the rabbit, waiting for the uninformed people to drive by here, and the tires will be full of thumbtacks, and then burst and unable to move. Don't say that the tires will leak air, not burst. In such hot weather, many tires are on the verge of bursting after continuous driving. Just a slight poke will probably burst immediately. Li Sijing retracted her head and thought about the next countermeasures. If she wants to drive forward, she must clear a way out in front. But in such a hot day, she really doesn't want to get off the car. God probably heard her voice and sent someone to her. A tall man, carrying a novice stick, walked slowly from the front, shouting loudly as he walked. Brother, why did you park the car here? What happened? When he got closer, he could vaguely see the outline through the glass, which seemed to be a woman. The man's eyes showed a flash of surprise, but his face remained calm, and he stopped 2 or 3 meters in front of the car. So you're a beauty. I saw you parked here from a distance. Do you need any help? Li Sijing looked at the other person's eagerness to help and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. This man was probably too confident in his plan and never thought that she stopped the car because she found thumbtacks. There is something I want to ask you for help. Li Sijing sat steadily in the driver's seat and spoke with a smile. Tell me what it is. I will definitely help if I can. The man patted his chest cheerfully. Li Sijing raised his eyebrows at the ground. Help me pick up all these thumbtacks on the road. Chapter 52 The Winding Road. The man's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing Li Sijing's arrogant words. But he immediately returned to his calm appearance. So what if he was discovered? He didn't care about a woman, so he just made it clear. Since you have discovered it, I won't talk nonsense. I have been sweating a lot in the hot sun, spreading these thumbtacks. You should give me something to compensate me. I only want money, not life. If you hand over half of the supplies honestly, I will clear a way for you to pass. And you don't even need to get out of the car to do it yourself. How about it? Li Sijing listened with interest. She didn't expect that this man who robbed on the road actually had some bottom line. If your tire has been punctured, it doesn't matter. I have a tire repair drawing. As long as you give me some more supplies, I promise to help you fix it and let you go on the road without any obstacles. This is a business? Li Sijing was a little amused. This man is really a weirdo. Beautiful lady, I've said so much. Why don't you say anything? It's quite hot today. How about we make it quick? It's quite hot. Let's make it quick. Pick up the thumbtacks, and I'll spare your life. How about that? Li Sijing slowly stuck her head out. After hearing what Li Sijing said, the man was ready to get angry. After all, He said a lot of nice things, but the other party was so ungrateful. But before he raised the novice stick, he saw Li Sijing's face, and his expression suddenly became strange. Li Sijing. The man spoke in disbelief. Li Sijing was a little surprised to be recognized. Was she so famous in the area? She didn't show what she was thinking. But with a cold face, she raised her crossbow and aimed it at the other party. Since you know me, then take action. Don't let me waste my breath. The man, who was a little stage frightened because he recognized Li Sijing, completely gave up after seeing the crossbow in her hand. Pick it up immediately. The man smiled and replied, then squatted down honestly and picked up the thumbtacks one by one. The other party was so appreciative that Li Sijing saved a lot of trouble. Li Sijing sat in the car and watched quietly as the man picked up the thumbtacks and kept sending them to her car window. When all the thumbtacks on the road were picked up, Li Sijing's car had accumulated a pile of basketball-sized thumbtacks. The man was also soaked in sweat because he had been in a high-temperature environment for a long time. His face was pale and his lips were chapped. Looking at the man's panic, Li Sijing finally put away the crossbow. Just now you said that you only want money and not life. So I will spare your life. The man was delighted when he heard this, and thanked him repeatedly in a hoarse voice. Thank you. Thank you. Big boss. You'd better not do highway robbery in the future. How many people who can survive to this day will let you slaughter them? After saying this last piece of advice, Li Sijing raised the car window and directed Shinkong to leave. A large pile of thumbtacks was of no use to Li Sijing. She collected them just to prevent others from being killed. Find a container to pack the thumbtacks and put them in the corner of the car trunk. Thinking about the two things that happened just now, Li Sijing couldn't help but ponder. Today is the 5th day of their arrival in this survival game. As she said just now, everyone who can survive to this day is not simple. Everyone is gradually changing, either passively or actively, to adapt to this new world. The knowledge that has been learned, those three views, and the bottom line of morality have been gradually worn out by the word survival. Li Sijing can't judge anything. After all, in front of survival, everything is so insignificant. But if everyone really does everything to survive, can they still be called human beings? Li Sijing doesn't want to become like this. The car stopped again without letting Li Sijing think for too long. Fortunately, no one was encountered this time. But a points treasure chest appeared in front. Seeing this, Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief. As a social creature, she suddenly didn't want to meet other people now. Taking the points treasure chest back to the car, Li Sijing tried to adjust her mentality and didn't want to let herself fall into tangled emotions too much. It is now 2 o'clock. She has encountered 6 points treasure chests and has traveled more than 90 kilometers. This speed is much different from what she originally expected. Obviously, the two things just now have delayed too much time. She can't continue like this. Otherwise she will not only fail to get the first place in the event, but she will also have no time to find more points treasure chests. She is still thinking about getting the first place in the event to see how many points she can get, and whether it is enough to buy a skill book. Shao Kong, if you encounter humans next time, just bypass them. Unless you encounter a points treasure chest or threaten driving safety, you don't need to stop. Next, Li Sijing decided not to pay attention to the mess on the road and go full speed ahead. Take out the remaining ice cream from yesterday from the freezer, and eat it while waiting for the points treasure chest to appear. On the road afterwards, she met other people a few times. Some walked alone in silence, some waved excitedly, and some looked fierce. Li Sijing ignored all of them, just quietly blowing the air conditioner and eating ice cream. At 2:30, the mushrooms matured for the 3rd time, and she picked them again and hung them on the steamer. From then until 3 o'clock, her efficiency really improved a lot. She got 6 points treasure chests, and because of frequent getting off, she only drove more than 70 kilometers. But Li Sijing looked at the increasingly rugged road, and some uneasy emotions gradually rose in her heart. The road at the beginning was still straight, but as it drove forward, the road gradually turned. Until now, the journey has passed halfway, and the road has become winding, and it feels like it is constantly going uphill, and the driving difficulty is getting higher and higher. This road is almost as winding as a mountain road. For people who are not familiar with the terrain, it is almost impossible to drive faster. Shao Kong, if the road is more winding, what is the maximum speed you can maintain? Li Sijing asked with some concern. Master, There is a radar to explore in advance. The twists and turns of the road will not affect my speed. That's good. On such a road, even if she has the skills of a proficient racer, she can only maintain a speed of 70 to 80 miles per hour. She wasted some time in the front. If there was no Shinkong, according to her speed, if she wanted to reach the end, she probably wouldn't have time to get off the car and get the treasure chest. Li Sijing's expression relaxed, but suddenly tensed up again. No! She suddenly thought that even her skills could only maintain this speed. So others would be even slower. If she drove without taking the points treasure box, she could barely reach the finish line. Then, even if others drove at full speed from the beginning, whether they could reach the finish line in the end was still an unknown. But everyone was tempted by the points treasure box. And how many people could make up their minds to ignore the points treasure box and go full speed? Everyone would only calculate and reserve the time they thought was enough, and then keep getting off the car to get the points treasure box. Li Sijing was almost speechless when she thought about the consequences of doing so. This competition put such a big sinkhole in front. Is it to kill everyone? Chapter 53 Warning. How many points treasure chests did you encounter? 10 points treasure chests. Open 2,110 points. How about you? Wow. How many do you have? I have 11 points treasure chests. But I haven't opened 2,000 points yet. I encountered 8 points treasure chests. Open 2,600 points. Damn. I have 12 points treasure chests. And only open more than 1,300 points. My luck is too bad. Woo woo woo. I encountered a highway robbery. And all the supplies are gone. Fortunately, the points cannot be transferred. Points can't be transferred? I was thinking about whether I could buy some. I also encountered a robbery. But fortunately, I stepped on the accelerator quickly and escaped. There are more and more bad guys. It is recommended that you don't get off the car easily, so that you can drive away if you see the situation is not right. How can you get the points treasure chest if you don't get off the car? How can you become stronger without getting points? In the end, you are still too weak. Next, the topic in the area gradually shifted to those highway robbers. Li Sijing frowned and thought. It seems that no one has realized the pitfalls in the later stage of the event. Come to think of it, in 3 hours, these people drove while busy looking for the points treasure chest. How far can they go? Those who drove faster probably only walked 150 kilometers. Half of the total distance. And the twists and turns of the road also gradually began to change after 150 kilometers. So should she remind them? Li Sijing was a little entangled. Her reputation in the area was already high enough. And she didn't want to be in the limelight again. After all, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. She still wants to be low-key. Moreover, it is estimated that in half an hour, other people should be able to notice it. But the sooner this matter is discovered, the higher the chance that other people will reach the end. If too many people die because of this activity, she will be able to get less and less wool in the future. Li Sijing finally made a decision and prepared to warn everyone in the regional channel. It turned out that she was a step late. Just when she was struggling, someone had already announced the abnormality of the road behind to the public in the regional channel. The person who announced this news was still the old acquaintance, Wu Aigua. He published the abnormality of the road behind, the specific analysis, and some of his speculations without reservation. Finally, he suggested that everyone should hurry up and give up the points treasure box on the roadside when necessary. Li Sijing was quite relieved to see these pertinent suggestions. As a soldier, Wu Aigua is still as enthusiastic as ever for the people. He has not changed. Under Wu Aigua's message, everyone spoke. What? Is what the boss said true? After listening to the boss's analysis, I feel terrified. It's just a guess. Do you really believe it? The boss probably only walked a few dozen kilometers more than us. How can he be sure of the situation later? I was thinking that this event is simply a welfare. But it turns out that the trap is here. Do you really want to give up the points treasure chest? I'm a little reluctant. I only learned to drive after entering the game world. If the road conditions are too difficult, I can't drive through. What should I do? I know that the boss is kindly reminding you, but I don't really believe it. I feel that the further I go, the more points treasure chests I encounter. I can't just give up like this. But if I don't give up, I won't be able to reach the end within the specified time. If I can't reach the end, I will be wiped out. When you say that, I immediately made up my mind and moved forward at full speed. Yes, points are indeed very tempting. But I think my life is the most important. Thank you for the news. Boss! Boss! Do you have any substantial evidence for your analysis? Seeing this, Li Sijing couldn't help shaking her head. Sure enough, it's not so easy to be a good person. There are always some people who like to treat other people's kindness as donkey liver and lungs. She didn't want to read these doubts anymore. The more she read, the angrier she got. Next, let's focus more on the road. She found that although the road behind was more tortuous, there were indeed more treasure chests. Moreover, these treasure chests are often placed at a certain corner or uphill, which results in, if you park your car near a treasure chest, you will not be able to get on the road quickly when you start it again because of the sharp turn or uphill. If you want to park your car in a relatively flat place, it will be a distance away from the points treasure chest, and you will need to walk for a long time. This is not a disguised way to delay everyone's time. The traps of this activity are really varied. Fortunately, she has Shinkong, so she can start quickly no matter how complicated the road conditions are. So, she will not give up on every points treasure chest she encounters. While paying attention to the display screen of Shinkong, Li Sijing happily looked at the gradually increasing balance of the mall. Master, other vehicles are found 500 meters ahead. Looking at the latest news on the display screen, Li Sijing just glanced at it casually and didn't pay too much attention. After her previous instructions, Shinkong would naturally choose to deter, so she didn't have to worry about it. After a sharp turn, other cars really appeared on the road, and two people were fighting. Li Sijing had seen too many such scenes on the road before, and it was not new at all. The scene in front of her flashed by as the car drove fast and was left behind. However, the man just now looked familiar, as if such thoughts flashed through Li Sijing's mind, and she hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Shinkong, stop the car!" The car came to an emergency stop directly at a bend. This kind of technology is probably only Shinkong can do. Master, what do you want? The display screen flashed. Back up. Back to the place where we met the car just now. Okay. Master. Shinkong obediently started to reverse. The car gradually reversed, and as it got closer and closer, Li Sijing finally saw clearly that the familiar figure was really him. Chapter 54 Meeting Luizhou. Li Sijing was a little surprised to meet Luizhou in the competition, and his current state doesn't look too good. Luizhou was one of the two people who had just fought, and he was the one who was at a disadvantage. The two fought back and forth, and they were merciless, which made Li Sijing's eyes a little unsatisfied. They both had weapons in their hands. The weapon in the opponent's hand was a long-handled axe, and the weapon in Luizhou's hand was the gun he used to kill cattle. It's just that the gunmanship was a little soft, and such force could not kill the bison. The two people fighting were a little wary of the car that suddenly reversed, and their eyes looked over from time to time. After watching a few rounds, Li Sijing noticed that something was wrong with Luizhou. He had sword eyebrows and star eyes, a slender figure, wearing a white sportswear, and a familiar lucky necklace around his neck. But his steps were weak, his hands and feet were weak, and his reaction was a little slow. Was he injured? Or poisoned? Thinking of the beef he put in his freezer, Li Sijing thought about it and decided to help. Of course, without threatening her life. So she didn't plan to get out of the car, so that if something went wrong, she could let Shinkong drive away at any time. With Shinkong's skills, they would definitely not be able to catch up in a two-seater car. As for not getting out of the car, how could she help Luizhou? She has a crossbow. The more times like this, the more she can appreciate the advantages of long-range weapons. It seems that she still needs to get the pistol bullets as soon as possible, which are more powerful and have a longer range. The car window slowly lowered. Li Sijing raised her crossbow, leaned on the window, and looked at the two people. If you don't stop, I can't guarantee who I will hit with this arrow. Suddenly pointed it by the crossbow. The two people who were fighting didn't care about each other, and separated tacitly to defend themselves. Li Sijing, the man with the axe, recognized her at a glance. It's you? Luizhou also reacted, and his hands holding the gun moved. After the two stopped, Li Sijing found that the man with the axe was also familiar. Are you Guan Yuansheng? Li Sijing finally remembered who he was. Guan Yuansheng, the man who exchanged vegetables with her for a small freezer, contributed 2 vegetarian dishes to her hot pot last night, because they only traded once. She didn't recognize him at first, What do you want? Guan Yuansheng asked vigilantly. What was she going to do? She was going to help Louis Zhou deal with another person. Now she suddenly found that she also knew the other person. And he was her former client. At this time, it would be a bit bad for her to continue to attack. After all, she didn't know the specific grudge between them. While thinking about what to do next, Li Sijing looked at Louis Zhou. Are you injured? Or poisoned? Seeing that his condition was getting worse, Li Sijing couldn't help asking. There were no scars on his body. Could he be poisoned? She did have a snake gall, which could detoxify. Should she take it out? Li Sijing hesitated. Low blood sugar. Louis Zhou answered with a pale face. This answer was something Li Sijing had not expected. It was just hypoglycemia. Thinking of the fact that the other party had bought candy at a high price before, she suddenly figured it out. It turned out to be like this. Severe hypoglycemia is really a time bomb in this world. He is so powerful. By the way, I have candy in my car. Wait a minute. Li Sijing seemed to suddenly remember the lollipops she had opened last night. As she said that, Li Sijing put down her crossbow and searched in the car. Boom, boom, boom. When Li Sijing looked outside the car with a lollipop in her hand, she saw the exhaust gas of the car running away. It turned out that Guan Yuansheng, while Li Sijing was looking for the lollipop, went back to the car and drove away. Of course, this was exactly what Li Sijing expected. She deliberately let the other party escape. There was no conflict between her and Guan Yuansheng. They had dealt with each other before and were not strangers. She didn't need to kill someone she knew just for Louis Zhou. Without looking at the fleeing vehicle, Li Sijing handed the candy in her hand to Louis Zhou. Here you go. Louis Zhou didn't know if he had seen through Li Sijing's trick, but just walked over silently with his spear and took the candy. Thank you. 10 pounds of beef. You can cut it yourself, she said, and went back to her car. Li Sijing grabbed a handful of lollipops and didn't count them carefully. There were probably 6 or 7. It was impossible to exchange these few lollipops for 10 pounds of beef. Li Sijing understood that the 10 pounds of beef was mainly a thank you to her. Just reversed the car, simply showed his face, and got 10 pounds of beef for free. This deal was really worthwhile. Louis Zhou peeled a lollipop, put it in his mouth, then started the car, came to Li Sijing and said, I'm leaving first. Don't you want to take a break? Your hypoglycemia? Li Sijing asked in surprise. Nothing. I'm in a hurry to get revenge. As soon as she finished speaking, the car drove out. She didn't expect that Louis Zhou was still impatient. Li Sijing wanted to gossip about the conflict between the two and why they fought. It seems that there is no chance now. Both of them are busy. One is busy running away, and the other is busy chasing. Looking at the empty surroundings, Li Sijing shrugged helplessly. Shao Kong, keep going. 5 minutes later, Li Sijing encountered the points treasure chest and got off the car to take it back. 8 minutes later, she met Louis Zhou, who had driven away before. 12 minutes later, she encountered the points treasure chest again and got off the car to take it back. 13 minutes later, she met Guan Yuansheng, who ran away first. It's enough to meddle in other people's business once. Li Sijing doesn't want to meddle in other people's business for the second time. The rest is what happened between them. Whatever the final result is, it has nothing to do with her. Ignoring Guan Yuansheng's somewhat flustered car model, Li Sijing continued to move forward. She had just wasted a little time, and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2 hours before the end of the event. She had only driven 220 kilometers, and had obtained a total of 19 points treasure chests, and there were still 80 kilometers to go. Next, she was ready to drive at full speed. Otherwise it would still be a question whether she could get a ranking, and she couldn't underestimate others. Of course, there was a starry sky when driving, and she only needed to wait for the points treasure chest to appear. Imagining others driving hard with a tense expression, Li Sijing couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, she signed in and got the starry sky. Otherwise she would have been as miserable as everyone else. Recalling her initial disdain, Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh, and really couldn't underestimate anything. Well, I feel empty in my stomach, and I'm a little hungry. I had lunch at 11 o'clock, and I only had some ice cream in the middle, and it's almost digested now. Now I have to get off the car frequently to get the points treasure box, so I won't make staple food. I'll have some snacks after the event is over. I found all the snacks I like to eat, but there aren't many. I opened the last box of barbecue-flavored potato chips, took 5 packs of thin pork jerky, and a banana, and ate them all. I smacked my lips twice, but I didn't feel satisfied, so I opened another pack of Weilong spicy strips and tasted them slowly. The road became more dangerous as I got to the back, and I encountered a points treasure box. And there were more points as expected. Chapter 55, second place. When the time came to 5 o'clock, Li Sijing got her 30th points treasure chest, and there were only the last 10 kilometers left. After harvesting the 4th batch of mature mushrooms, she kept staring at the front without blinking. Finally, victory is in sight, and I don't know if she can get the first place. You know, she now has a total of 30,300 points, which looks quite a lot. It is estimated that she is the first person in the channel. However, these points are far from enough to reach the skill book she wants. Li Sijing stared at the display screen closely, hoping to meet 3 or 4 more points treasure chests in the last few kilometers. Master, other vehicles are found 500 meters ahead. She didn't meet the treasure chest, but she met other people. Li Sijing was a little surprised. Someone actually ran so fast and appeared in front of her. Could it be Zhou Qinghuan? Her engine acceleration blueprint was obtained from Zhou Qinghuan. I think the other party should have a better engine blueprint. As time passed, her car gradually caught up with the vehicle in front. Only then did she realize that there was not just one car in front of her, but 2 cars running side by side. Both cars were going very fast, about 70 or 80 miles per hour, and it seemed that they had engine drawings. The other car was running at about the same speed as her. So how did she catch up with them? Because the 2 cars were not in the same group. The 2 cars were chasing each other. You bumped into me. I bumped into you. And neither of them gave way. This way of advancing in a mutually obstructive manner made it impossible for them to use their speed to its maximum effect. It seems that these 2 people are also competing for the ranking, and they don't even care about the points treasure chest that appeared in front. At this time, Li Sijing's car has gradually caught up and fell a few meters behind the 2 cars. There is less than 1 kilometer left, and Li Sijing can't help but hesitate. Should she go to get the points treasure chest, or surpass them in one go and strive for the first place? Xiaokong, surpass them. Go full speed. Li Sijing finally made up her mind to speak. She decided to take a gamble, and bet that the bonus points for the first place will be more than 1,010 points. When Li Sijing's car was driving side by side with the 2 cars in front, the 2 cars that were fighting fiercely realized that someone wanted to overtake on the curve. The 2 cars didn't care about each other, and they all went at full speed, trying to stop this latecomer. Unfortunately, it was too late at this time. After Xinkong surpassed them, he went straight at full speed at 100 yards, leaving the 2 cars behind. When she was about to reach the finish line, Li Sijing found that there was a huge parking lot in front of her, and there was a small black dot on it. Before Li Sijing could take a closer look at what the black dot was, the game prompt had already appeared. Congratulations! You are the 2nd player to reach the finish line, and you will receive 50,000 bonus points. The car had stopped, but the astonishment on Li Sijing's face could not be dissipated. It was not clear whether she was astonished that the 2nd place had so many points, or she was astonished that she only got 2nd place. The bonus points for the 2nd place were 50,000, which was too unexpected. So how many points will the 1st place get? 60,000 or 80,000? Li Sijing drooled with greed, put the last cool patch on her body, then opened the car door and got out. At the finish line, no one can attack each other, so there is no need to worry too much. Looking at the black spot in the distance, she was still wondering what it would be, but now she has probably guessed it. The black spot is a little far away, but it can be vaguely seen that it is a car, and the 1st place should be sitting in it. Before Li Sijing went forward to check, there was a movement behind her. It turned out that the 2 cars behind arrived at the finish line one after another. Li Sijing turned around and looked over. After a while, a man and a woman got out of the 2 cars respectively. The 2 rolled their eyes and made faces at each other, while walking towards Li Sijing. This looks familiar. It turned out that there were 2 people I knew again. Although they were not familiar, they had dealt with each other before. The woman is Lu Hua, who is bright and generous. The woman who exchanged white sugar with her for a small freezer. The man is Lu Wenwen, who looks like a pretty boy. The profiteer who exchanged ice cream powder for her 1 liter of mineral water. Li Sijing, it turns out that you are the one who picked up the bargain. Lo Wenwen's words were as unpleasant as expected. Li Sijing, who had dealt with him before, knew his venomous tongue quite well. What do you mean by picking up the bargain? I am relying on my strength. With my speed? Can you catch up without this beauty? You? Lo Wenwen was like constipated, with nothing to refute. That's right. If you lose, you lose. What's there to quibble about? Seeing the other party being defeated, Lu Hehua was very happy. There's really nothing to argue about. If you lose, you lose. Lo Wenwen looked at Lu Hehua, his words meaningful. You? This time it was Lu Hehua who was speechless, and she stamped her feet in anger. She ran over and hugged Li Sijing's arm, shaking and acting coquettishly. Look at him. He's so hateful. Li Sijing remembered that although Lu Hehua looked like a queen, she was still a coquettish person. She was really a little uncomfortable with the sudden intimacy, but she couldn't avoid the other party's octopus-like arms. Helpless, she could only move her arms uncomfortably and look at Lo Wenwen. You are the third place? How many points did you get? Before asking others, shouldn't you reveal your own first? Lo Wenwen asked back, ignoring Lu Hehua's demonstrative eyes. Little sister, he won't tell you. I'll tell you. I got 10,000 points. Lu Hehua rushed to speak. Lo Wenwen was speechless when the other party sabotaged him like this, and could only say, 20,000 points. How about you? 50,000 points. After answering, Li Sijing seemed to be thinking about something. Combining the points of the three of them, the bonus points will decrease exponentially with the ranking. That is, the points awarded for the first place will be... Wow! So many? LV Hehua expressed her amazement at Li Sijing's points. Lo Wenwen got to the point directly. You are the second place. Right? How about the first place? Speaking of this, Li Sijing looked at the black spot in the distance. Will she be the first place? Chapter 56 Meeting Zhou Qinghuan. It was 55 degrees, and although she was wearing a cooling patch, Li Sijing was still sweating profusely. She used her hand to block the sunlight shining directly on her face, and took a look at the open space without any shelter, and couldn't help sighing. The temperature is too high, and I can't stand it if I stay outside all the time. LV Hehua let go of the hand holding Li Sijing and kept wiping her sweat. I'm still a little curious about who will be the first place. Let's drive over and see, Lo Wenwen suggested. Li Sijing nodded, and she was also very curious about whether the first place was the person she guessed. The three of them drove together, went to the middle, and stopped around the car. As a result, they lowered the windows and waited for a while. But there was no movement in the car in the middle. The window glass was also blocked by the car curtain, and nothing could be seen inside. What is this situation? Don't want to communicate? Refuse to communicate? The three looked at each other. Lu Hehua glanced at Lo Wenwen. Go knock on the glass and see. Why should I go? Lo Wenwen was not happy to be ordered around. Didn't you just say you were curious? Lu Hehua retorted. He did say that. So Lo Wenwen had no choice but to get out of the car, come to the driver's seat, and knock on the window. After waiting for a while and hearing nothing, Lo Wenwen knocked several more times. Who is it? A voice sounded, and there was finally movement in the car. It's good that there was movement. Otherwise, they would have thought that something supernatural had happened. The curtain was opened. The glass slowly lowered, and a slightly chubby face appeared from the car. The man rubbed his eyes, half asleep, and looked over slowly. When he saw Lo Wenwen's face in front of the car window, his whole face immediately fell. The soft and cute girl instantly turned into a cold and world-weary goddess. Is there something? The girl frowned and asked, looking up at the others. Zhou Qinghuan. Seeing this familiar face, Li Sijing finally couldn't help but shouted with a smile, looking in the direction of the voice. The girl directly performed a unique skill of changing her face, and her cold expression instantly turned into a smiling face. Li Sijing, sister. Zhou Qinghuan opened her mouth, but was embarrassed and didn't know how to call her. Calling her by name directly doesn't seem to show intimacy. Calling her sister feels particularly shameful. After all, it's not on the internet. Li Sijing also had this feeling. She didn't call her sister just now. Call me Sister Jing. Looking at the other person's baby fat, Li Sijing smiled and said, then Sister Jing. Call me Huan Huan. My family calls me that. Zhou Qinghuan said happily. LV Hehua, who was beside him, looked at the development in front of her and asked in surprise, do you know each other? Yeah. They were all social people. So Li Xijing introduced them to each other directly. The weather outside was too hot. After Lu Wenwen returned to the car, the three of them sat in their own car and talked with the windows open. The car was their last and only support in this world, and no one would invite others to get in. When did you reach the end? Li Xijing asked curiously. Zhou Qinghuan looked at the time and replied, it was no more than 10 minutes ago. It should be 4 o'clock. There was not much difference between the two. Li Xijing nodded and asked. It was quite fast. How many points treasure chests did you pick up? About a dozen. The points treasure chests at the back were not placed in a very convenient place. So I just left. Zhou Qinghuan answered. You are the first place. Right? How many points were awarded? Lvhua asked curiously. 100,000 points were awarded. Zhou Qinghuan told the truth. It was indeed a huge sum of money, which made the two women at the scene amazed and envious. Only Lu Wenwen did not express anything, but suddenly said, do you have any opinion about me? Seeing that Zhou Qinghuan smiled at the other two people and was cold to him, Lu Wenwen would not bear it. Seeing that Zhou Qinghuan turned his head away and did not mean to explain, Li Xijing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Sorry, Huan, she has male phobia. Not targeting you. Li Xijing certainly didn't know whether she had male phobia or not. She just dealt with it casually. Others have a disease. He can't force it. Otherwise it would be aggressive. When the atmosphere was a little awkward, the sound of a car came from a distance. It seemed that someone else had reached the destination. You guys chat. I'll go see. Lu Wenwen said, a little bored, and drove away. The atmosphere at the scene was a little subtle. Lu Hua looked at the two people, and suddenly said, I'll go see too. Seeing the two people leave one after another, Zhou Qinghuan felt a little embarrassed, looked at Li Xijing and whispered, Sister Jing, I'm not deliberately not giving you face, but I really have some man phobia. Zhou Qinghuan told the truth with some difficulty. Ah? Li Xijing opened her mouth in surprise. She just casually said a reason. But he guessed the truth? Really? It's a psychological shadow from childhood. Zhou Qinghuan hesitated and didn't know what to say. I believe you. Let's skip this topic. Li Xijing spoke quickly. She didn't want to expose other people's scars. Seeing that the other party was still a little depressed, she comforted him. I just met those two people just now. Between Zhou Qinghuan and them, Li Xijing would undoubtedly choose Zhou Qinghuan. Not just because of her European attributes. It's also because she and Zhou Qinghuan are more familiar. They have been in contact since the first day they came to this world. That's good. Zhou Qinghuan was relieved. By the way, are you hungry? I have a lot of delicious food here. As if to compensate Li Xijing, Zhou Qinghuan took out a lot of snacks and wanted to pass them through the car window. The distance was a bit far. She quickly adjusted the position of the car and finally stopped next to the right side of Li Xijing's car. Wanting to refuse, but afraid of seeing her frustrated face, Li Xijing took them all helplessly. Macaron cookies, sturgeon ham sausage, vegetarian steak, spicy dried tofu, konjac, etc. They were all small snacks. Not much in quantity, but many in variety. Such things may be very common on Earth, but in this game world, they are considered precious items. Li Xijing was embarrassed to eat her for free. So after thinking about it, she took out half a watermelon left over from the morning and handed it over. It's actually a watermelon. Thank you, Sister Jing. Zhou Qinghuan did not refuse, and took it with both hands with some surprise. So the two of them sat in their respective cars, eating snacks and chatting. Did you meet anyone else on the road? Li Xijing asked as she opened a bag of konjac. Zhou Qinghuan used a spoon to dig into the watermelon and shook her head. No one. No one. Was she too lucky? Or was she driving too fast? How many points do you have in total, including the 100,000 bonus points? Li Xijing couldn't hide her curiosity about how many points Zhou Qinghuan's points treasure chest could get. A total of 120,000. Zhou Qinghuan thought about it and answered. In other words, she got 20,000 points from the points treasure chest, and there were a total of more than a dozen points treasure chests. Fortunately, the difference was not very big, and Li Xijing finally felt a little comforted. Chapter 57, Exchange for Skill Books. While Li Xijing and Zhou Qinghuan were chatting, vehicles kept arriving at the destination. At first, they came one by one, gradually filling up the first 10 places, and then they arrived one after another like a convoy. At the empty destination, there were finally more vehicles. But there were still few people getting off. After all, it was really too hot outside. Li Sijing didn't pay too much attention to the increasing number of vehicles around her. She was now struggling with how to use the points. Huan, how are you going to use your points? What skill book are you going to exchange for? Li Sijing wanted to refer to the choice of the European emperor. I have used up all my points, but I have it exchanged for skill books. Zhou Qinghuan answered without raising his head while eating watermelon. All used up? You didn't exchange for skill books. So how did you use them? Li Sijing looked over in surprise. With so many points, what else could she buy besides the skill book that she could spend so much? I bought 500 times of physical fitness, 100 times of the 5 senses of sight, hearing, taste and touch. I exchanged the rest for some cooling patches, car repair cards, and some basic supplies, and used them all up. Li Sijing looked at Zhou Qinghuan, who was still eating watermelon, and was dumbfounded. She really couldn't even think of such a weird exchange method. And the other party had already done it. Why don't you exchange for a skill book? Li Sijing really didn't understand. It's too troublesome. And I can't use it. Zhou Qinghuan answered casually. Seeing that Li Sijing still didn't understand, he explained again, I don't usually encounter people and beasts, so it's useless. Can't you touch it? Li Sijing muttered to herself, unable to imagine what the scene would be like. Well, since I came to this world, you are the first living person I have met. Zhou Qinghuan answered seriously. After hearing this, Li Sijing covered her face and shut herself up. She was so shocked that she didn't want to talk. But she was unwilling to give up after thinking about it. So she looked up and asked, how many intermediate resource boxes can you encounter every day? Are there no beasts? Zhou Qinghuan didn't quite understand. Aren't they discussing the issue of points? Why did they talk about resource boxes again? But she still answered seriously. Most of the ones I encountered were intermediate resource boxes. Occasionally, 1 or 2 low-level resource boxes would appear. But there were no beasts. She wanted to die. Li Sijing was hit hard. Think about how she risked her life to kill beasts every day to get an intermediate resource box. But the other party kept killing them one after another. Can the gap between people really be so huge? Seeing Li Sijing's depressed face, Zhou Qinghuan asked with some concern, Sister Jing, are you okay? No. I'm just thinking about which skill book to change. Li Sijing pouted sadly. The gap between her and the European emperor is like a chasm. The other party's way of using points is obviously of no reference value to her. So how to use the points? She should think about it herself. On the way to the competition, Li Sijing encountered 30 points treasure chests and obtained 30,300 points, plus the reward of 50,000 points. A total of 80,300 points, compared with Zhou Qinghuan's 120,000 points. Although there is a gap. But thinking about the conversation just now, she is already very satisfied. However, these points are not enough to buy the perfect level of the 3 skill books of fighting, firearms, and swordsmanship. Then she can only make a choice. But she thinks seriously about what to choose and what to give up. If she buys the perfect firearms skill book, 80,000 points, then she will only have 300 points left. And she can't buy anything else. Pass. She already has the basic fighting skills. But she feels that it is somewhat dangerous to be unarmed. So let's wait and see. The perfect swordsmanship skill book, 50,000 points. She is still quite tempted. So let's decide. After making up her mind, Li Sijing no longer hesitated and clicked to buy directly. You haven't mastered the basic swordsmanship skills yet. So you can't buy it. Can't you buy the perfect swordsmanship without mastering the basic swordsmanship? This cunning survival game. Li Sijing cursed in her heart. But after cursing, she still had to buy the 3 swordsmanship skill books from the beginning. Basic, proficient, and perfect. A total of 55,500 points were used. After clicking on the learning card, she instantly mastered everything because of the student possession card. Most of the points were gone, leaving only more than 20,000 points, greatly reducing the room for choice. Looking at the remaining points, after hesitating for a moment, Li Sijing finally made a decision. Proficient Combat Skill Book and Perfect Combat Skill Book were all exchanged. A total of 11,000 points. Proficient Firearms Skill Book. Clicked on the exchange and used up 8,000 points. Firearms Skill Book. She still couldn't bear to give up. The best one couldn't afford it. So she bought a medium one. In this way, of the 3 skill books she was interested in, only the perfect firearms skill book was not bought because it was too expensive. 80,300 points. A total of 74,500 points were used, and only 5,800 points were left. What else can I buy? Li Sijing was going to exchange her physical fitness and 5 senses once to see what the specific effect was. 600 points disappeared, and the effect had been added to her body. But Li Sijing didn't feel much. Compared with her first sign-in, the physical fitness doubled. The difference was too big. Maybe it needs to be like Shou Qinghuan, using the number of times to accumulate to see the effect. Li Sijing shook her head. It seems that this can only be used as a backup, if there are endless points in the end. Come again! She then searched in the mall to see if there are any supplies worth exchanging. Suddenly, she saw the area that had been unable to open. The special area. So what kind of supplies will appear in it? Otherwise she will wait and make a decision after the supplies inside appear. Looking at the time, it is already 5:26, and she can't wait for a few minutes. After thinking it through, Li Sijing looked up and found that the finish line was already crowded with vehicles. However, these vehicles, compared with the total number of people in the area, were still a drop in the bucket, and it was not known whether there were half of them. In the surrounding vehicles, everyone was discussing those who were still struggling on the road. Some were gloating, and some were worried. Li Sijing opened the regional channel, which was full of messages asking for help. Help! The road behind is too difficult to walk, and my skills are not good enough. Oh my god! I haven't even driven half of the way. If I had known, I wouldn't get off the car and pick up those points treasure chests. There are still 60 kilometers to the finish line, but my fastest speed now is only 50 yards. What should I do if I can't get there? Boss Wuegua, I really regret not listening to you. Woo woo woo. I picked up 20 treasure chests and got more than 6,000 points, but I can't reach the finish line now. What should I do? Damn survival game. Why put so many points treasure chests on the road to tempt me? Chapter 58 Picking Up a Bargain. Li Sijing thought that after these few days of training, she had become cold-blooded enough. But when she looked at the dense requests for help in the area, she didn't know what she felt in her heart. Every message here was bloody, and every word of help was a living life. Li Sijing felt powerless for the first time. At this moment, all of them were powerless. Just when she was a little depressed, a sentence suddenly came from the car next to her. Fuck. Everyone, open the mall quickly and take a look at the special area inside. The voice was particularly excited. As the voice fell, different volumes of words came out from the cars in other directions. Look! Those people are saved. Damn! This survival game is really... It turns out that it's waiting here. Quick! Send the message out. Don't let those people do stupid things. Li Sijing blinked her eyes and opened the mall inexplicably. What on earth appeared in it that made everyone so excited? At this time, it was already past 5:30, and the special area that had to wait until the last half hour to be opened was finally open. Clicking in, there was only one item in it, divided into several levels. After looking carefully, Li Sijing finally understood why they were so excited. Teleportation card. The name of the item is called teleportation card. A teleportation card with 1,000 points can instantly teleport 50 kilometers away. 500 points can teleport 20 kilometers. And 300 points can teleport 10 kilometers. In other words, people who can't reach the end point within the specified time can spend points to teleport directly. The thousands of people trapped on the road can finally see the hope of survival. Seeing this, the expression on Li Sijing's face became much more relaxed, and she couldn't help but click on the regional channel. Oh my god! I just need 50 kilometers. 1,000 points to get it done. And I can finally survive. Points for teleportation cards? But what should I do if I exchanged all my points for food and water? Mine too. I should have kept the points earlier. Is there any kind-hearted person who can help me exchange a 50-kilometer teleportation card? And I will exchange it with food and water. Fortunately, I still have a lot of points left. I was going to exchange them for high-end air conditioners, but now I'll use them to save my life. The high-end air conditioner I just exchanged for a 50-kilometer teleportation card. Next, there were many messages about buying teleportation cards with various supplies. Li Sijing didn't expect that there would be another episode in the middle of the turnaround. Just thinking about it carefully, I understand it a little bit. These people are probably afraid of hunger and thirst, and they can't help but exchange their points for food and drink to feel safe. She had always wondered why the price of basic materials was so low. Now I finally understand that the survival game is to induce everyone to spend points. Of course, not everyone is so short-sighted. Most people still have some points in their hands. People with points exchanged for teleportation cards in time. So Li Sijing could see the huge parking lot where they were. From time to time, there was a place surrounded by white fog, and then a car flashed. Some of those who didn't have enough points continued to drive hard, while others sold in the area, which allowed Li Sijing to see a lot of good things. Unfortunately, there were not only her, but thousands of people watching the area now. The good things she saw were bought by others before she could ask. She was really quick. After watching for a long time, she only exchanged one thing. A small stone mill, which she exchanged for a 10-kilometer transmission card. She was able to exchange for a small stone mill probably because not many people needed it. Li Sijing exchanged for this small stone mill mainly because she thought of the rice she had just harvested and was going to use it to shell. Li Sijing, who had tasted the sweetness, continued to search. But when she was about to finish, she found another good thing. Waterproof fleece gloves, warm gloves, snowproof and waterproof. Material required for construction, cloth *5. Although this is a blueprint that can be made many times. Unfortunately, no one in the area is interested. After all, the temperature is as high as 55 degrees now. Is it funny to buy warm things? Some people with foresight want to buy at a low price, thinking that they can use them if they stock up. It's a pity that the person selling the blueprint now regards this blueprint as the last straw and refuses to lower the price. In the end, Li Sijing used a 20-kilometer teleportation card to exchange it, knowing the type of the next natural disaster in advance. She certainly doesn't think that this price is a loss. Just when Li Sijing was still thinking about picking up the bargain, the sound of the survival game echoed in the air again. The event will end in 5 minutes. Please stay in the car. Otherwise you will not be able to teleport out. Friendly reminder, after the event ends, the transmission card and the remaining points will be invalidated. As soon as this was said, people with points and transmission cards in their hands were anxious and wanted to spend them in a hurry. Li Sijing didn't care about picking up leaks. She still had 4,400 points in her hand. Don't waste them. First of all, the car repair card, for her who doesn't know much about cars, is simply an all-round auto mechanic. 100 points per card. First 10, a total of 1,000 points. Although mineral water is cheap, she doesn't want to hoard it. After all, there will be no shortage of water after 3 days. She is not short of food now. There are still dozens of kilograms of meat in the refrigerator. And there are also many buns and chai boxes. Then, there are only physical fitness, 5 senses, and temporary cooling supplies. After calculating in her mind, she finally used 400 points to exchange for 50 cooling patches. The remaining 4,000 points were exchanged for 10 physical fitness and 6 5 senses. And all the points were used up. After finishing what needed to be done, Li Sijing couldn't help but look sideways at Zhou Qinghuan, who was quiet beside her. We are going to separate, and we don't know when we will meet next time. So you should be careful. Zhou Qinghuan's eyes were suddenly blurred with tears after hearing this. Sister Jing, you should be careful too. And don't forget me if you have anything delicious. After hearing this, Li Sijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And the sadness she had originally felt because of the separation was immediately dissipated. Before she could say anything else, the entire parking lot was suddenly shrouded in white fog, and all figures disappeared from her sight. Chapter 59 Price Reduction. In a blink of an eye, Li Sijing went directly from the parking lot full of vehicles to the empty survival road. There was still an hour before dark. At this point, Li Sijing was not going to continue looking for resource boxes. She should have a good rest. After opening the car door, the temperature outside had dropped a little. 50 degrees. This temperature still made her uncomfortable. She had changed so many cooling patches, which was more than enough to use until the end of this natural disaster. She didn't have to pick so much anymore. After sticking one on her body and letting the temperature drop to 40 degrees, Li Sijing got out of the car to do her work. First, take out all the mushrooms harvested today and dry them. She harvested 4 crops, a total of 40 kilograms. There was also the last crop, which had to wait until 7:30 in the evening to mature. Then she took out the tang sword that had become a farm tool. She already had perfect sword skills, so she had to show it off. The tang sword, which was originally unfamiliar, was used by her with ease, and her fluency was no worse than those masters on Earth. After performing a set of knife skills, she was sweating profusely, and her body was completely active. She didn't plan to stay outside for too long on such a hot day, so she decided to eat dinner in the car. When she arrived in front of the car, she found that the front bumper of the car was completely scrapped, and there were also small scratches on the front of the car. These were caused by a collision with others before, and she didn't care about it during the activity. Although these damages didn't affect the car's driving, they greatly reduced the car's collision ability. It happened that she had exchanged 10 car maintenance cards before, so she took out one and clicked to use it, and the car was as good as new. After returning to the car, Li Sijing did not plan to make any complicated food. She just heated up 3 chive dumplings she made in the morning and ate them. While making dinner, she opened the regional channel and looked at the real-time data above. 6482/10,000, which was nearly 800 fewer people. In this event, there were obviously no beasts, but the number of deaths was still so high. Most of these people were directly killed by the survival game. The 5th day of the competition was over, but everyone's discussion about this event had just begun. Ha ha ha. I finally got a high-end air conditioner, and I don't have to worry about the natural disaster the day after tomorrow. The event was in vain, and all the points were spent on the transmission card. You are still lucky. Not only did I get nothing, but I also lost a blueprint. I lost a lot. Don't complain. Think about those brothers who were wiped out. We should be grateful. But when I think about how much others have gained, I always feel a little unbalanced. I heard that the first few people who reached the finish line were awarded tens of thousands of points. Really? How much can you exchange for? Less food and drink. The bosses are getting stronger, but we are living worse and worse. It's so sad. But we didn't get any supplies, and we didn't get any cooling products. How are we going to survive in the next 2 days? The temperature will probably rise to 60 degrees tomorrow. Without cooling methods, it will be really hot to death. I originally thought I could get an air conditioner, but now it seems that I should just change it to an electric fan. Let's go together. It was just wishful thinking before. Seeing this, Li Sijing could predict that the 2 drawings in her hand would once again usher in a hot selling period. But Li Sijing suddenly thought of a question. Ever since she knew the type of the next natural disaster, she has been worrying about what to use to exchange the cloth and wood in everyone's hands. But now, this question finally has an answer. The chive dumplings in the pot are already cooked, but Li Sijing doesn't care about eating them while they are hot. She organized her words in her mind and sent them to the regional channel. As a compatriot, in order to increase everyone's survival rate, the electric fan and sunshade in my hand are now discounted. Please check the trading area for the specific price. After saying that, she went directly to the trading area and changed the previous trading information. The materials used to make the items remain unchanged. What she wants to change is the reward later. The original plan was 5 basic materials: metal, rubber, glass, plastic, and cloth, and only one of them was used as a reward, as a material that cannot be used to make items. She previously excluded wood, but now she is ready to add it. After thinking about it, she picked out the cloth alone and marked that only 5 fragments were needed for exchange. In this case, most people would use wood and cloth as compensation. As for her words, although they were a bit hypocritical, they were okay and saved her a lot of trouble. After the price was changed, she made another batch of items and hung them up, and then picked up the chive box to eat. She was having dinner, and of course she couldn't forget her egg supplier. She made another bowl of plain noodles and sent it to Xiong Shuangyan in exchange for 2 eggs. After eating the chive box, she drank the last box of pure milk and peeled a banana. At this time, it was almost dark, and Li Sijing hurriedly took back the mushrooms that were drying outside. Although the sun was so strong that it lasted less than an hour, the moisture in the mushrooms was completely gone. The original pile of mushrooms shrank by more than half, and 40 kilograms of fresh mushrooms became 4 kilograms of dried mushrooms. After the final personal cleaning, Li Sijing got in the car, and it was completely dark. After last night's lesson, everyone didn't dare to do anything at this time, and they all stayed in the car and chatted online. in the regional channel. Because of Li Sijing's previous words, it was completely hot. She put another batch of goods on the shelf, and then opened the regional channel to see everyone's reaction. Fuck. Is Li Sijing such a conscientious person? He actually lowered the price. Only the cloth was reduced by half. But it's still good. I have enough cloth in my hand, so I will exchange it now. Wood can also be exchanged. What kind of god is this, boss? The wood in my hand is getting moldy. I didn't expect that one day I can exchange it. By the way, she suddenly collected wood. Did she find something that we don't know about? Is there any trap? What can wood do? Don't judge a gentleman by your own mean heart. That's right. Don't talk nonsense. What if the boss sees it and doesn't exchange it? Think about those who raise the price after the competition. And then look at our boss. He is really kind. Such a cheap price. No matter what trap it has. Just exchange it first. Boss, you are saving me from danger. Even if you find out it's a trap later, I will accept it. Chapter 60 Ice Maker. At 7:30 in the evening, Li Sijing harvested the last batch of mushrooms. The mushroom sticks in the planting pot were completely useless and turned into ashes. Next, she planned to plant watermelons. Just think about how happy it is to be able to achieve watermelon freedom in hot weather. As for the remaining 5 mushroom sticks, wait a little longer. It shouldn't matter if they are left for a day or 2. 1 square meter is not a large area, and the watermelon vine can grow very long. Li Sijing was afraid that the area was not enough, so she only planted 1 watermelon seed in the end. The growth cycle of watermelon is about 100 days, which means that at this time tomorrow, she can harvest several watermelons. After taking care of the planting pot, Li Sijing focused on the friend message that had been ringing several times. It turned out that it was her younger brother Zhao Xinyuan who sent her materials. Sister Jing, a few weapon blueprints have appeared in the area these 2 days, and the number of people buying machetes is not as high as the first day. So, I saved up for 2 days and sent it to you now. The basic material sent this time totaled more than 900 units, which was a little more than the first time, but it was the amount for 2 days. But Li Sijing could understand that there were only so many people in the area, and there were not many sellers to begin with, and someone else wanted to share a piece of the pie. I see. You change the price later and add the wood into the reward. What about the cloth? Do you want to reduce the price? Zhao Xinyuan obviously saw what Li Sijing was doing in the area, and asked directly. No. Let's keep it at the original price. Li Sijing thought about it seriously and answered. She thought that if the other party also changed the price to be exactly the same as hers, it would be a bit eye-catching. In a few days, when the next natural disaster occurs, it will be not good if someone with ulterior motives associates it with it. She will never underestimate the imagination of these stupid netizens. Moreover, she has traded a lot of fabrics before, so it should be enough. Received. Zhao Xinyuan answered concisely. Li Sijing believed that Zhao Xinyuan must be very curious about why she did this, but she was very satisfied that he could not help asking. Satisfied in her heart, she was more willing to care about the survival of her younger brother. How did you get today? Did you get a high-end air conditioner? If not, she could get one from Zhou Qinghuan for him. I got an ordinary air conditioner, which is enough, Zhao Xinyuan said, and sent the air conditioner information. Ordinary air conditioner adjusts the temperature by consuming energy, and can be adjusted up or down by 20 degrees at most, consuming 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline per hour. Li Sijing looked at it, and found that it consumed the same amount of energy as a high-end air conditioner. But this air conditioner could only adjust the temperature to 20 degrees at its maximum. That is to say, if the temperature is 60 degrees, it can only adjust the temperature in the car to 40 degrees. With the help of props such as sunshades, cooling glass, and electric fans, it can barely work. But who can guarantee that the temperature will only be 60 degrees on the day of the natural disaster? Wait, I will replace you with a high-end air conditioner. With that, Li Sijing went to find Zhou Qinghuan. When she was on Earth, she was just an ordinary girl who had never been a leader and didn't know how to lead subordinates. However, she still knew how to win people's hearts, and she used this method in a very decent way. Today, she got 10 kilograms of beef from Luizhou. She directly exchanged 5 kilograms of it for an air conditioner, and she didn't feel bad about it. After sending the air conditioner, Zhao Xinyuan did not click to confirm immediately, but sent a message. Thank you, Sister Jing. But I can't accept your things for free. I will exchange them with you as supplies. His intention made Li Sijing feel more comfortable. Seeing that the other party was in an attitude that she would not accept it. He would not accept it either. So Li Sijing had to click to accept it. She didn't look carefully at what it was, thinking that no matter what the other party used in exchange, she would also pretend to be very satisfied. What she got was a square machine. 30 centimeters. About the same size as an intermediate resource box. Small ice maker, can make square ice cubes. Ice making time 5 minutes. Can produce 10 ice cubes at a time. And store 60 ice cubes. That is to say, this machine can produce 60 ice cubes every half an hour. Li Sijing's eyes widened when she saw the instructions. She didn't expect that Zhao Xinyuan would give her such a big surprise. This is a magical tool for cooling down the summer heat. And of course, it is also a big water consumer. Generally speaking, she still made a profit. She originally just wanted to show favor to the other party. But now it seems that she got the advantage. Why did you trade such a good thing to me? The thing is good, but I don't have that much water. It's useless to keep it in my hand. Sister Jing, please accept it. Zhao Xinyuan replied. Li Sijing certainly didn't believe his excuse. But the other party was so generous. She couldn't be compared with her subordinates. Ah, I got it. She sent a message. Then let's do this. Starting from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Until the disaster is over. I will provide you with 10 ice cubes every hour for 12 hours during the day. In this way, there are only 240 ice cubes. And each ice cube contains 4 milliliters of mineral water, which is less than a liter of water at most. Thank you for your care, Sister Jing. Zhao Xinyuan finally stopped refusing. It seems that the subordinate's moral character is so good, which is also a bit troublesome. Li Sijing thought that she was getting a bargain and was still selling it. After getting a good thing, Li Sijing's desire to shop was also aroused. So she went shopping in the trading area. It's a pity that everyone's good things had been exchanged in the previous competition activities, and there was nothing left for her to buy. In the end, she only used the remaining 5 bags of soda crackers to exchange for 50 g of onion, ginger and garlic. Of course, this little thing was not enough for her. She was going to buy it as seeds. So this little bit was enough. Before Li Sijing could continue shopping, Louis Zhou's message came. He came to buy lollipops. And he probably guessed that she still had some from today's encounter. Li Sijing didn't mean to take advantage of the rare goods, and exchanged 20 lollipops for his 5 kilograms of beef. How is the lucky necklace you bought? Thinking of the necklace on his neck when she met him today, Li Sijing suddenly had an idea in her mind. It works pretty well, Louis Zhou replied. Do you still want it? How about selling this one in my hand to you? Li Sijing asked. The lucky necklace is useless to her, and it's a pity to leave it there. So it's better to use it to exchange for some supplies. Are you willing to sell it? Why? Louis Zhou was a little surprised. Didn't I say that you should keep all the beef you left with me? Li Sijing replied. Of course. She wouldn't say that this necklace was a bit useless to her, so she could only find an excuse at random. Okay. 50 kilograms of beef. How about it? Louis Zhou made a direct offer. Deal. Li Sijing was quite satisfied with the price. Chapter 61 Ordinary Air Conditioning Drawings. After what happened on the 4th night, no one dared to make any more trouble on the 5th night. So, these 6,000 people spent a relatively peaceful night. After dawn, Li Sijing immediately put a cooling patch on her body before opening the door and getting out of the car. In the early morning, the temperature had reached 55 degrees. Even with the cooling patch, the temperature of 45 degrees still made Li Sijing feel uncomfortable. She took out the mushrooms she picked after dark last night to dry them, and went to meet her physiological needs. She was already sweating all over. After wiping the stinging sweat that flowed into her eyes, Li Sijing couldn't wait to get back to the car. Going out to exercise in such a temperature is simply self-torture. But staying in the car for 24 hours a day, her body will be stiff. Besides, she doesn't want to slack off in her morning and evening exercises every day, no matter how good the skill book is. If she neglects to exercise, it is just a trick. In this survival world, it is not an exaggeration to say that strength is respected. Although she has a golden finger, she also needs strength to protect her. What should I do? Li Sijing thought with some distress, and suddenly thought of an item that might be useful. This item was opened on the first day. I put it away at that time, and now I don't know where it is. In the 5 or 6 days since she came here, she has accumulated some assets. The four-seater car without seats is also filled with half of the space. After some effort to search, I finally found it in a corner. That's it. Li Sijing stared at the item in her hand for 3 seconds. And after reading the description clearly, she showed a satisfied smile. Cooling spray. Press once to effectively reduce the temperature of 1 square meter by 10 degrees within half an hour. And the effect can be superimposed. Press once for 1 square meter. Press 9 times. And you can create a low temperature area of 3 by 3 meters. This is definitely an outdoor cooling artifact. And the most important thing is that the effect can be superimposed. In other words, facing an area. Press once. The temperature will be reduced by 10 degrees. Press twice. And the temperature will be reduced by 20 degrees. Absolutely unlimited. The spray is 300 milliliters in total. Press 1 milliliter once. And can be pressed 300 times in total. Which is definitely more than enough to deal with these 2 days. When they first came to this world, the temperature was not so extreme. So she didn't take this spray to heart. But it's different now. Fortunately, she has a good memory, and didn't forget that there is such a thing. It seems that she has to take some time to sort out the supplies in the car, to see if there are any other neglected supplies. After getting out of the car with the spray, Li Sijing directly sprayed a 3x3 meter square like a 9 square grid 3 steps away from the car door. After feeling it for a while, it was still a bit hot, so she sprayed it again to add up the effect, and used it 18 times in total. The temperature in this area instantly changed from 55 degrees to 35 degrees. And with the cooling patch on her body, it directly became 25 degrees. It was like being under air conditioning, with a suitable temperature. And the air was fresher than in the car. She took a deep breath, and didn't want to go back to the somewhat stuffy car. Before Li Sijing could enjoy herself for a while, Xingyu started to complain, "You are on oxygen." It was a pity. Li Sijing rolled her eyes, but did not argue. She could not argue with the other party. Taking out the Tang sword from the car, she began to exercise in the cooling area in front of the car. It was still half an hour. But this time after the exercise, she was no longer sweating. After the exercise, the cooling spray was effective for half an hour. And it had passed. In order to continue to enjoy this suitable temperature, she sprayed it again. After the conditions were met, she was going to have breakfast outside. She took out the parasol and opened it. And took out the folding tables and chairs, the electric cooker and food. And she began to prepare breakfast. Yesterday's rice was still not husked with a stone mill, so the hot porridge could not be eaten. So she steamed buns, taking advantage of this time to wash. She poured some water, wetted with a towel, wiped her body from head to toe, and then changed into clean clothes, socks and shoes. It has been 2 days since she took a shower or changed clothes. Although she wiped her body with wet wipes every day, she still felt sticky. After cleaning up her personal hygiene, Li Sijing finally sat down and prepared to have breakfast. 4 buns, a banana, and a cup of brewed milk were her breakfast today. These things were a bit too much for a girl, but they were just right for her now. While eating, she looked out on the road. The black bear from yesterday was gone, and today's large beast was a wild boar. Slowly savoring the food, Li Sijing put everything in the car when the spray was ineffective. This morning, she spent a long time outside the car. When Li Sijing got in the car, it was already past 8 o'clock. Next, she would start today's itinerary. However, the previous speed of 60 kilometers per hour was a bit slow. After understanding the power of the starry sky radar, she prepared to speed up. Xiaokong, go forward at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. And stop when you encounter a resource treasure chest. Received. Master. The starry sky display screen immediately replied. This speed was finally decided by Li Sijing after various considerations. It's not that she doesn't want to drive faster, but this damn weather is too hot. And she is afraid that the car will catch fire if she drives too fast. Then she took out the ice maker she got yesterday, put a bucket of 5 liters of mineral water directly on it, and prepared to start making ice. This ice maker is good in every way, but it's a bit troublesome. You have to collect ice cubes every half an hour. Remember it. The car drove forward steadily under the driving of the starry sky, and Li Sijing began the most anticipated moment of the day. Xingyao, sign in. I don't know what magical and practical props will appear today. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blueprint of an ordinary air conditioner. Blueprint of ordinary air conditioner. Adjust the temperature by consuming energy. The maximum temperature can be raised or lowered by 20 degrees. Consuming 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline per hour. Materials required for construction: metal *10, plastic *5, rubber *5, glass *5. This time, Lee Sejing didn't expect to get a blueprint after signing in. She always thought that the items in the sign-in system can only be used on herself or on the car. And this blueprint looks familiar. Isn't this attribute exactly the same as the one set by Zhao Xinyuan yesterday? Lee Sejing was a little disappointed that there were no magical items, like car upgrade cards and precognition cards. However, it is still good to see the blueprint of ordinary air conditioners in such hot weather. You should know that this is not a single material, but a blueprint, which can be used to manufacture many units and trade materials. In the absence of advanced air conditioners, ordinary air conditioners are already a very surprising choice for everyone. Chapter 62: Expensive Pricing. No! Lee Sejing suddenly realized. Who said there is no high-end air conditioner? The blueprint is in Zhou Qinghuan's hands. With a better choice. The ordinary air conditioner blueprint in her hand is not as good as she imagined. I don't know if Zhou Qinghuan has the idea of trading it. It seems that I still need to contact her. See how much she will price it. The effect of this ordinary air conditioner is only 2/5 of the high-end air conditioner. So the selling price should not exceed 1/3. Thinking in her mind, Lee Sejing clicked on Zhou Qinghuan's avatar and sent a message. Huan, I want to ask. Will your air conditioner be sold to the outside world? How do you plan to price it? This time Zhou Qinghuan's reply speed was a bit slow. It was not until 9 o'clock that Lee Sejing got the first low-level resource box of the day. And she replied, I don't want to sell it in the trading area. If Sister Jing needs it, I will make it directly and send it to you. Lee Sejing frowned after reading the reply. She didn't expect to get such an answer. Of course, Zhou Qinghuan's decision was also a good thing for her. Without high-end air conditioners, she could almost imagine how terrible the sales of ordinary air conditioners would be. But as a friend, she got a lot of benefits from Zhou Qinghuan. And she felt that she needed to remind him. It's so hot. Air conditioners are just the right time to use them. Isn't it a pity not to sell them? But there are too many people who buy them. It's too troublesome. Zhou Qinghuan replied. Besides, I don't lack ordinary supplies. The various delicacies I want to exchange are probably not available in ordinary people's hands. So I don't want to bother. This is too risky. What do you mean by not lacking ordinary supplies? You still want to exchange for delicious food? She thought it was a vacation. However, thinking about her situation, it is indeed similar to a vacation. Lee Sejing couldn't help but envy and hate. There are so many people in the area, and there are countless resource boxes opened every day. There must be a lot of delicious food in them. If you can't exchange for what you want, you can exchange for some basic materials. It's always good to have more supplies on hand. As a European emperor who can always influence Lee Sejing's luck, the better Zhou Qinghuan lives, the better it is for her. After thinking about it, Lee Sejing decided to persuade her again and implicitly reminded her to store basic materials. As for the next natural disaster, Lee Sejing didn't mean to tell anyone, but it was okay to remind her indirectly. As for the problem of too many people being too troublesome, you can set the time after dark. In a seller's market, they can only wait. Anyway, after dark, you can't turn on the lights or make any noise. There's nothing you can do. This earnest persuasion made Lee Sejing feel like she was persuading the richest man to buy a house and wait for it to appreciate in value, which was really awkward. I have something to do after dark. I unboxed it before and found a KTV sound source system, so I can sing karaoke. And I just found a TV series in the resource box, and I'm planning to watch it tonight. As for not turning on the lights or making any noise, I'm not afraid because I have these two drawings. Car blackout curtain, after installation. It can completely block the light in the car. Soundproof body, after installation. It can isolate all noise within 100 decibels. Lee Sejing thought that Zhou Qinghuan's words just now were already the top level of her sigh. But after reading the information she sent now, she was really impressed. Karaoke? Watching TV series? Is this something that should appear in survival games? She has never been so leisurely on Earth. As for the two drawings that followed, she could no longer be surprised. Is it strange that the European emperor has these two drawings? Li Sijing was shocked and didn't know how to express it until Zhou Qinghuan sent another message. But I know that Sister Jing advised me so patiently for my own good. So I decided to listen to you. Li Sijing knew herself. She had some selfish thoughts in her heart. But she was not as selfless as Zhou Qinghuan said. I'm not as good as you think. I just opened a drawing. Then she sent the drawing information of the ordinary air conditioner directly and left a message. It's a little bit different from the drawings in your hand. So I want to ask about your pricing. Sister Jing said she was not good. You could have sold it by yourself and occupied the market alone. But you bothered to persuade me. You are simply a great saint. Good people like you are very dangerous in this world. But don't worry. I will definitely try my best to protect you. This misunderstanding is a bit deep. Li Sijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really think too much. Zhou Qinghuan didn't take up this topic anymore, but told her plan. I will go to the regional channel later and send out the contents of the drawings. I will let everyone prepare the materials in advance. The specific sales will have to wait until the evening. When Li Sijing opened the regional channel, she saw Zhou Qinghuan's air conditioner drawings message after a while. And there were a few words. Pre-sale of advanced air conditioners. Each air conditioner is priced at 50 units of basic materials. And the construction materials are self-provided. In addition, if you have various delicacies, fruits and drinks, you can bring pictures to private chat. Sales time, 8 to 10 tonight. Only wait for 2 hours. No waiting after the time. The manufacturing materials required for advanced air conditioners are twice that of ordinary air conditioners in Li Sijing's hands. If you add the reward of 50 units of basic materials, this price is really a bit high. You should know that before. Louis Zhou exchanged 10 kilograms of beef for advanced air conditioners, which is equivalent to 50 basic materials. And he has not yet released the manufacturing materials. And the 2 advanced air conditioners exchanged by Li Sijing are equivalent to only exchanging at half price. And the manufacturing materials are not even released. Li Sijing pondered. Zhou Qinghuan offered such a high price. Is it to save trouble? Or to reserve the market for her? At this time, it is the time to drive to get resource boxes. And there are not many people who are still in the regional channel. And these few people, after seeing the news, began to swipe the screen, making it seem like there are many people. Damn. Isn't this the high-end air conditioner worth 1,000 points in the points mall yesterday? She actually opened this blueprint. This girl is going to be rich. I didn't get this air conditioner yesterday, and I was still regretting it. I didn't expect that someone would sell it now. That's great. I want to buy it. But it's too expensive. Fuck. It actually requires 50 units of basic materials. And I have to prepare the construction materials myself? This is too shady. There are so many construction materials. Plus 50 basic materials. Who can afford it? This girl. How can she be so shady? Can't she take care of us compatriots? Why should they take care of you? If you want it, don't complain about the price. If you could open such a valuable thing, it will probably be more expensive than what others sell it for. Before Li Sijing continued to look, the car suddenly stopped, and she encountered the second low-level resource box of the day. Chapter 63 Ranking. When Li Sijing took back the second resource box of the day from the highway, the temperature outside had already reached 60 degrees. If the resource box had not rebounded, Li Sijing would not have been willing to get off the car with the little resources she could get. The price of Zhou Qinghuan's advanced air conditioner has been determined. And Li Sijing has also made a decision on the price of the blueprint in her hand. The advanced air conditioner can adjust the temperature to 50 degrees. And Zhou Qinghuan offers a price of 50 basic materials. Ordinary air conditioners can adjust the temperature to 20 degrees. So it should not be outrageous for her to offer 20 basic materials. She has already made concessions on electric fans and sunshades. And she does not want to sell air conditioner blueprints at a low profit. However, there are not many people paying attention in the area now. So she will wait until noon when everyone is having lunch before sending a message. After the blueprint was dealt with, she opened the 2 low-level resource boxes she got. Wood * 1. Mineral water 5 liters. Hawthorn slices 10G * 25. An axe. Glass * 2. Rubber * 3. Metal * 2. Lotus root 500G. Orange 100G * 5. Raisins 20G * 10. Cloth * 3. Metal * 5. The food drop rate is so high today. Almost all of them can be eaten. The only thing that can't be eaten is an axe. She has a crossbow for long-range attack and a tang sword for close attack. This axe doesn't need to be used as a weapon, so put it away for now. Put the lotus root aside and see if it can be fried into a dish tonight. Since she came here, she has never eaten a fried dish. Put the orange aside too. She still has 2 bananas in her hand, which are more likely to go bad. After eating the bananas, she will pamper the sweet and sour oranges. She had opened raisins before, but she exchanged them all to Louijo in exchange for meat. She had never tasted them. Now she opened them again, and she was not short of meat. No matter what, she had to keep them for herself this time. And she would pick up 2 and put them in her mouth from time to time. Hawthorn slices, which are good for digestion and digestion, are probably not sold at a high price. After all, most people don't eat enough. So why do they need to digest food? Therefore, these hawthorn slices can only be digested by themselves, and put together with raisins as a snack. Another bucket of mineral water came, and Li Sijing was quite happy. The previous 2 buckets of mineral water had used up almost 3 liters of water yesterday, and this morning she used the unopened bucket directly to make ice cubes. The remaining water was barely enough for her to get through the day. So from morning to now, she made 120 ice cubes. And after sending 20 to Zhao Xinyuan, she put them all in the refrigerator. She only used a few of them herself, and didn't dare to sell them to earn supplies, for fear that after they were all sold out, she would be cut off from drinking water. Now another bucket of mineral water has arrived, and the ice cubes in her refrigerator can finally be sold. Of course, she won't sell them now. She plans to save more, and sell them at noon when there are more people. As for now, she took out the rice and the stone mill and prepared to husk the rice. Eating a bowl of porridge has almost become an obsession in Li Sijing's heart. The stone mill is small and exquisite, and it looks about the same size as a low-level resource box. But it is not light. It must weigh 20 to 30 kilograms. A kilogram of rice is not much, and it took Li Sijing more than 10 minutes to get it all done. In the end, 350 g of rice and 150 g of husks were produced. If it is cooked into porridge, it is enough for Li Sijing to eat for several meals. She didn't throw away the rice husks, thinking that drying them a little more would be a good way to make a pillow. When Li Sijing put away all the things, it was already 10 o'clock. She was ready to see what else to do next. At this time, the survival game came out again to show its presence. Dear players, the fact that you can survive successfully until now proves that you can get rid of the title of Survival Rookie. Then next, the game will enable the ranking function, and update the data in real time every minute to ensure that everyone can clearly understand the gap between everyone. The ranking list is divided into Popularity List, Combat Power List, and Comfort List. After each natural disaster, the top 10 players on the list will receive game rewards. For specific game rules, please open the World Channel. Ranking List. There are rewards for the top 10. Why is this a bit similar to yesterday's routine? Will the rewards be as generous as yesterday? At this moment, all the players in the survival game clicked on the World Channel at the same time. The mall that appeared in the World Channel yesterday has disappeared, replaced by the 3 shining big characters of the ranking list. Click on the ranking list. It is divided into 3 lists. As mentioned before, the popularity list, the combat power list, and the comfort list. There is also a line of small words on these lists. Li Sijing can't help but look at it. This list will end at 5 p.m. on the day of the natural disaster. The first place will be rewarded with 3 car parts blueprints. The second and third place will be rewarded with 2 car parts blueprints. The fourth and fifth place will be rewarded with 1 car parts blueprint. And the 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with some food. Car parts blueprints? That is, blueprints that can be used on cars. For example, she traded engines, tires, and special car body blueprints from Zhou Qingwan. The first prize is 3, which is almost a mid-level treasure chest for her, so she can compete for it. I don't know if the car parts blueprints can be selected by herself. What if she already has the reward blueprints? Among the 3 lists, Li Sijing first clicked on the combat power list. I don't know what criteria the survival game uses to rank combat power. The entire list has the ranking on the far left, the name of the person who obtained it in the middle, and a string of numbers on the right. The name ranked first was directly magnified by 1 time, and it was also accompanied by a flashing special effect, which was really eye-catching. She was particularly familiar with this name. Louis Zhou. It was within Li Xijing's expectation that he could get the first place in the combat power list. But what does the string of numbers 1190 behind him mean? Puzzled, Li Xijing continued to look down. The people ranked from 2nd to 5th were all unfamiliar names, and had never dealt with them before. The 6th place was Guan Yuansheng, who had a conflict with Louis Zhou on the competition road yesterday. Li Xijing didn't expect that Guan Yuansheng would rank so high. The 7th place was also an acquaintance, Wu Aigua, and the number behind him was 490. In the 9th place, Li Xijing saw her own name, and the number behind it was 290. As the ranking decreased, the number behind it was also gradually decreasing. Li Xijing quickly glanced down, and the number of people after the 100th place was not even 100. Li Xijing was not surprised that she could get the 9th place. She was more curious about the number behind her name. Do these values represent combat effectiveness? Then the difference between her and the first place Louis Zhou is too big. More than 4 times. Clicking on her own name, Li Xijing finally saw the detailed explanation of this value. Chapter 64 Ranking Analysis. It turns out that the battle power ranking list is ranked according to the number and quality of kills. Each small beast killed is 10 points, and a large beast is 100 points. Resource monsters and resource point activities, whether killed or cleared, are counted as 10 points. The most important thing is killing people. Killing one person can get 100 points, the same price as a large beast. Li Xijing shot Qian Long during the resource point activity, and killed another person in yesterday's activity, each of which got 200 points. The remaining 90 points were obtained by her killing small beasts and resource monsters. Comparing her own points, Li Xijing can almost guess how the scores of the top few on the list were obtained. Take Louis Zhou as an example. He killed large beasts the day before yesterday and yesterday, respectively, for a total of 200 points. As for small beasts, unlike Li Xijing, who can only encounter one every day, even if he encounters 5 every day, in total, you can encounter small beasts in 4 days, which is 200 points. Add the points from resource monsters, and you can count it as 5. In other words, a total of 450 points can be counted for the way here. So the remaining 740 points can only be for killing people. In 2 activities, he killed almost 7 people. Li Xijing didn't expect it. Is it so cruel? I think that those who can occupy the top 10 positions on the combat power list must have killed people. Thinking of this, Li Xijing quickly clicked on the top 10 on the list, remembering the names and appearances of these ruthless people. And be vigilant when you meet them in the future. After reading the information on the combat power list, Li Xijing then turned to the popularity list. It was still the same routine as before. The first place on the list was magnified, and the top 3 were all familiar faces. First place, Wu Aigua. Second place, Louis Zhou. Third place, Li Xijing. Li Xijing thought that this time would be similar to the battle power list, hovering around the top 10. Unexpectedly, she could actually rank 3rd. Thinking back carefully, it seems that she had quite a lot of eye-catching moments in the area. On the first day, she killed small beasts and sold meat, which was the first among the women. Later, she purchased food tools, showed various delicacies, and the first high-level resource box in the resource point. Of course, there were also the electric fan and sunshade drawings in her hands. The price reduction last night made her a lot of fame. It seems reasonable to be ranked 3rd. As for the 2nd and 1st place, Louis Zhou relies on the first kill of small beasts and large beasts, as well as various meat sales, which can be regarded as a display of strength. As for Wu Aigua, he is like a regional political commissar. Usually, he gives various tips and suggestions in the region, specific analysis of various things, and various crisis warnings. Many ordinary people in the region have benefited from his suggestions and analysis, and he has been able to avoid pitfalls. It is reasonable for him to get the first place. At the top of the ranking, there is a relatively small text. If Li Xijing had not been serious, it would probably have been ignored. In order to let everyone fully show themselves, the video function is now enabled. Everyone can post a video of no more than 10 minutes on the World Channel for everyone to watch every natural disaster. Video? The regional channel can only post photos. But I didn't expect that the World Channel can actually post videos. A 10-minute video for each person is equivalent to showing yourself, which is the same as canvassing for votes. If you want to hit the popularity list, the content of this video must be well shot. Originally, Li Sijing had no illusions about the first place. But now that the video function has appeared, she suddenly feels that she seems to have some hope. However, she needs to think carefully about what content this short 10-minute video should show. The two lists have been understood, and now only the last list is left. Is the comfort list what she understands? Li Sijing clicked it gently with doubts. The name ranked first is still shining, but this time, it makes Li Sijing very surprised. The first place is herself, with 3 big words Li Sijing on it, and a score of 1750 behind it. The second place is Zhou Qinghuan, with a score of 1480, which is not too far away from her. Lu Yizhou ranks 5th, with a score of 1120. The 9th place is Wu Aidua, with a score of 1020. And the 10th place is Wang Yulan, who has a lucky necklace, with a score of 990. Li Sijing glanced at the back, and most of the people she knew were in the top dozens. So how is the score of this comfort list calculated? Li Sijing clicked on her own avatar and checked it out. First, 30 points for eating enough and 30 points for drinking enough. A total of 300 points for 5 days. Then the temperature. 10 points for each degree drop. Li Sijing cooled down from 60 degrees to 25 degrees. A total of 350 points. Then, there is the car. 10 points for each accessory. She loaded a total of 10 accessories, 100 points. And her car was upgraded, adding 500 points. Finally, it is cleanliness, with a full score of 10 points every day. In 5 days, Li Sijing only came out of the resource point on the 3rd day and got full marks for taking a shower and washing her hair. 5 days in total. 38 points. All these scores add up to 1,288 points. No! Where did the 400 points come from? Li Sijing checked carefully and found that there was another evaluation score at the end of each day. That is, an evaluation of your quality of life in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation for a day, with a full score of 100 points. And the extra 400 points are Li Sijing's evaluation points for these 5 days. After sorting out the source of the score, Li Sijing also had a general understanding of the comfort list. Just looking at Zhou Qinghuan, who was not much different from herself, she couldn't help but sigh. The other party's car was not upgraded, and they should have a difference of 500 points. In this comparison, if she hadn't drawn the car upgrade card, she would have definitely lost. Without these 500 points, Zhou Qinghuan still had such high data. How comfortable should her quality of life be? Look at the 3rd place with only 1,200 points to know that this is the normal score level. In general, if you can get 1,000 points, you can live a life of luxury in this area. 800 points is the basic line of eating and drinking well and not getting heat stroke. In this area, the top 100 are at this level. Between 500 to 800 are ordinary people who struggle to make ends meet every day. As for those with less than 500 points, Li Sijing couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman life they had. Chapter 65. Take the opportunity to sell air conditioners. The survival game has been published several times in the World Channel, and the news rules and so on are announced. And this time, Li Sijing spent the longest time browsing the ranking rules. The news was announced at 10 o'clock, and it was not until 10:30 that she barely read all the content. At this time, she encountered the resource box again. This is the 3rd resource box today, and it is still white. However, Li Sijing's mind was not on this at all at this time. After taking the resource box, she put it aside. Thinking about the ranking list she just saw, Li Sijing calculated in her mind. Each first place will be rewarded with 3 car parts blueprints, which she is still quite envious of. Blueprints are only available in intermediate resource boxes, and as a non-African, she can only encounter 1 intermediate resource box at most every day. Encountering an intermediate resource box every day is probably the game's minimum setting. Otherwise she would probably only encounter low-level ones. For those in the area, crying and shouting, there are several intermediate resource boxes in a row. What should I do if I can't beat the beasts? Li Sijing is envious. If she can't cross over, she probably will rush to get on. Since she is coveting the blueprint, she will inevitably want to move up as much as possible on the leaderboard. Of the 3 leaderboards, the combat power list must be excluded first. Her ranking is too low, and her score is too far away from the top 5. The most important thing is that this score cannot be equalized for a while. As for the comfort list, she is already the first. But the 2nd place Zhou Qinghuan is a little tight. In the remaining 2 days, she still has to make herself live more comfortably. Excluding these two, there is only the popularity list left, and perhaps some work can be done. She is now ranked 3rd, and if she works hard to move up 2 steps, she can get 2 more blueprints. There is only one thing to note. She can analyze that the other 2 lists cannot be changed in a short period of time, and others are not stupid. In other words, all those who want to impact the list and get blueprints will work hard on the popularity list. If she is not careful, not only will she have no hope of moving up, she may not even be able to keep the current 3rd place. In addition to the popularity value generated in the region on a daily basis, the most important thing now should be the 10-minute short video that can be posted in the World Channel. This 10-minute video can be posted by everyone, so how to stand out from it is the most important issue. After sorting things out, Lee Sejing finally had a general idea in her mind. But before that, she still wanted to see what strange ideas the sand sculpture netizens would have. After clicking on the regional channel, it was much more lively than before. Almost everyone was blown away. Isn't this a survival game? Why are there so many things? After looking at the rankings, I realized how big the gap is between me and the big guys. Fuck. I just realized that there are so many big guys in the region. And some of them, I have never heard of. Isn't this ranking specially prepared for the big guys? It seems that we have nothing to do with it. That's right. But the reward is a blueprint. I want it too. Since I came to this world, I have encountered many intermediate resource boxes, but I only opened 3 of them, and only opened 2 blueprints in total. The first prize is 3 blueprints. I worked so hard for so long, but I only got 3 blueprints. It's so unfair. What's fair or unfair? This is not a world where everyone is equal. Then are ordinary people like us destined to have no way out? Isn't there a popularity list? Everyone can compete for it. The names of the big guys are already at the top. We are so far behind. How can we catch up? That's not necessarily the case. I used to be a blogger on a certain audio platform. I am the best at shooting videos. Wait for me to make a comeback. What video? Everyone can upload videos. It's written on the popularity list. Didn't you even read the rules clearly? The anchors on a certain audio platform are amazing. As an anchor on a certain hand. I won't let you go. Then let's compete. I didn't expect that even after traveling through time. These 2 companies are still fighting. Lee Sejing shook her head speechlessly. However, the area is very lively now. Can she take the opportunity to sell some things and brush up her presence? Lee Sejing immediately took action to count and see what she could sell. Ice cubes. From 8:30 to now. In addition to the ones given to Xiao Xinyuan, there are still 200 yuan in total. Some are too little, so I 1T buy them. Save some more and wait for the natural disaster to come tomorrow. And sell them together. It can maximize the profit and gain some fame. Toast bread. 1000 G was opened. But she didn't like it very much. In addition to the one she exchanged, she still had 400 G in her hand. This was opened the day before yesterday. The temperature in the car has been constant. It's not bad, but it's a little dry. Sell it quickly. And the most important ordinary air conditioner. She had high hopes for it, and directly put it on the trading area at the original price. Lee Sejing was a little distressed about the price of toast bread. Because of the appearance of large beasts, the price of meat has been reduced to 5 basic materials per kilogram. And ordinary food is a little lower. Toast bread that weighs less than 1 kilogram can only be exchanged for a few basic materials, which is a bit tasteless for her. As for exchanging other things, Lee Sejing thought seriously, and suddenly thought of what she still needed, and quickly marked the price. No one would come to the trading area at this time, and Lee Sejing ran to the regional channel to shout. Ordinary air conditioner for sale. Self-provided construction materials. 20 basic materials as compensation. Wood is also okay. The item has been put on the trading area. Hurry up if you want to buy it. I also bought a large pot, which can be powered by electricity or oil. After sending the message, Lee Sejing waited to see everyone's reaction. It's an air conditioner. I want it. I already have an ordinary air conditioner. I want a high-end one. Someone is selling high-end air conditioners tonight. But the price is very expensive. Yeah. I saved up the materials until tonight. And I don't know if it's enough. I have enough materials to replace the ordinary air conditioner. But I don't know if the ordinary air conditioner is enough to deal with a natural disaster tomorrow. This ordinary air conditioner can only cool down 20 degrees. And it requires 20 basic materials. The price is not cheap. That's right. You said yesterday that Mr. Lee's transaction is affordable. It turns out that he is waiting to make a fortune here. This is the normal price. You can't ask others to do charity all the time just because they do charity once. Please read the following carefully. What can also be traded? Isn't this affordable? If you think it's too expensive, just buy the cheap one. The electric fan and sunshade haven't increased in price. There is no shortage of nitpickers everywhere. Lee Sejing simply ignores the occasional disharmonious words. Chapter 66 Giant Mantis. After Lee Sejing sent out the information about the transaction of ordinary air conditioners, the news of successful transactions became more and more. Lee Sejing checked while replenishing the stock. Sure enough, most people traded with wood, which was exactly what she wanted to see. After the transaction was handled properly, the next step was to prepare for the video. Although Lee Sejing had never been a blogger, she had done a lot of blogging. At least she knew that there must be a theme first. This theme is her advantage. What she wants to show everyone. So what is her advantage? In terms of strength, she is definitely not as good as Luizhou. As long as the other party posts a video of killing a large beast, the popularity will not be low. When it comes to winning people's hearts, although she has a good reputation for small profits and quick turnover, she is not as good as Wu Igua. Half of the reason why she can have the current popularity is due to food. So she is ready to continue to work hard in this area. Of course, her cooking skills are average, and she is still far behind the real chefs. So she can only start with the variety. Hot pot was originally a good choice. Simple and delicious. But unfortunately, she had just eaten it the night before. In addition to hot pot, barbecue is also popular and familiar to everyone. And she happened to have barbecue ingredients. Although it was decided to use barbecue as the main content, it was just a matter of shooting a video. But it would have to wait. You know, barbecue is generally an outdoor activity because it is really smoky. So this video cannot be shot in the car, and it has to be shot outside. Lee Sejing decided to have barbecue as dinner today, and try not to delay the time to find the resource box. Naturally, some preparations can be made in advance, such as cutting the meat and marinating it on a string. During this period, she also turned on the video recording function, which is also the recorded material. As for whether to cut it in, we will see it later. Just after marinating the meat, the car stopped. It seems that she encountered a resource box again. When Lee Sejing looked up, she found that what she encountered this time was the intermediate resource box she was looking forward to. After looking at the temperature, Lee Sejing couldn't help but sigh. She wanted the blueprint very much, but the temperature was really life-threatening. It was already 60 degrees. Let's make a quick decision. It's just right to try out her new perfect sword skill book to see how powerful it is. She still put on the bulletproof vest, but this time she didn't bring the crossbow. She picked up the Tang sword, put a cold patch on herself, and got out of the car. The temperature of 60 degrees was reduced to 50 degrees because of the cold patch. But this temperature was also something Lee Sejing had never experienced on Earth. How to describe this feeling? It was like there was a fire very close to her, and the flames kept burning every inch of her skin. The sun was high in the sky, and the light was even more intense, so that she could hardly open her eyes. What should I do? I haven't even started fighting yet, and I'm almost blind. Lee Sejing couldn't put down her hand covering her eyes for a moment. By the way, there seemed to be a pair of sunglasses in her car, which were open from the only high-level resource box. They should be placed next to the windshield. I went back to the car and looked for them. And sure enough, I got a pair of ordinary sunglasses. It didn't matter whether the sunglasses looked good or not. Anyway, she was the only one here, as long as they were useful. After getting out of the car with the sunglasses on, she finally didn't have to cover her eyes with her hands all the time. Freeing her hands. Coming to the resource box, Lee Sejing pushed the sunglasses on her nose with her index finger, and after making sure it would not fall off, she took a step forward. A figure appeared in the white mist, which scared her again. Lee Sejing found that this survival game really refreshed her understanding of animals. What exactly is this thing in front of her that is 1 meter high and 2 or 3 meters long? It looks a bit like a bug. The half-meter-long inverted triangle head has a sharp mouthpart with volleyball-sized compound eyes on it, and 2 whip-like tentacles above the eyes. The prothorax is slender, covered with 2 pairs of slightly transparent wings. The abdomen is enlarged, and there are 4 legs as thick as a pole. with a pair of giant sickles with barbs erected in the front. Looking at this hideous-looking Zerg, and then looking at the two sickles on its chest, Li Sijing felt more and more familiar. This isn't Mantis. Yes, that mantis with two big swords. But it was magnified thousands of times to present its current appearance. Li Sijing had just guessed what kind of animal was in front of her. And the giant mantis had already launched an attack. It spread its wings, used its 4 legs to send its huge body directly into the air, and came towards Li Sijing. As the mantis leaped forward from the air, 2 giant swords chopped directly at Li Sijing's face. She quickly raised her tang sword with both hands to block it, and a huge force came through the tang sword. If it weren't for her good physical fitness, the sword would probably fall out of her hand at this time. After the mantis's attack in the air was blocked, it had no landing point and could only land in front of her. Li Sijing chopped the mantis's neck directly, where it was relatively slender. Then came the back and forth slashing. Both sides used knives. The frequency was extremely fast, and the sound made me think they were chopping meat. Although the giant mantis was huge, it was extremely flexible, and with 2 big knives, Li Sijing couldn't resist it before. Fortunately, she has mastered the perfect knife skills now, and is very familiar with the use of knives. With her own physique, she is more than enough to deal with it. The knife skills that were originally a bit fancy, but as she became more and more proficient in actual combat, she gradually gained the upper hand. When Li Sijing cut the right wing of the giant mantis with a knife, the battle was decided. Sure enough, because of the wings, the giant mantis's body was more than twice slower. The next thing was much easier. After Li Sijing slashed the giant mantis's neck 3 times in a row, it was finally killed. Looking at the green blood on the ground on the tang knife, Li Sijing couldn't help frowning. How could there be blood of this color? It feels like an alien creature. Oops. A drop of it splashed on my pants. I wiped it with disgust. But of course, it couldn't be wiped off. Congratulations to the player for killing a giant mantis. Do you want to disassemble it? Get a pair of mantis forelegs. Mantis forelegs? Aren't they its pair of big swords? Is she using them as swords? It feels a bit disgusting. Giant mantis forelegs can be fused with any sword weapon. The left foot increases firmness, and the right foot increases sharpness. Fusion with swords? Increase firmness and sharpness. This is possible. It's exactly what she needs. The fit is quite high. However, now is not the time to fuse. Li Sijing quickly picked up the intermediate resource box and walked back to the car. Chapter 67 Killing List. After returning to the car with the intermediate resource box, the car continued to move forward. Li Sijing opened a can of ice cola, took 2 big gulps, and half of it was gone. She burped comfortably. She wiped the sweat off her body with a towel, and then drank the rest of the cola. She then picked up the giant mantis's front legs and prepared to see how to fuse them. The 2 front legs were about the same size as the tang sword. Li Sijing tried to stack them together. Check for knife-like weapons. Should they be fused? She clicked twice in a row and prepared to fuse the 2 front legs into the tang sword. A white mist suddenly appeared in front of her, wrapping up the items to be fused, churning for a while, and then slowly dissipated. The 2 huge front legs had disappeared, leaving only the tang sword for her to pick up and look at. As soon as she got the tang sword, Li Sijing noticed the difference. The weight had increased slightly. It had a more textured feel, and the blade was smooth and flashing. I didn't dare to make any big movements in the car. I just waved it twice. It seemed to be more handy than before. As for how much stronger and sharper it is, I have to find an opportunity to fight it in practice to see the difference. Putting the tang sword aside, Li Sijing looked at the 2 resource boxes, one large and one small, sitting in a row, and opened them all. Pomegranate 250G, gasoline 20 units, coriander 100G, quilt 1000G, metal *5, rubber *3, 8 treasure porridge 280G, car lighting drawings, metal shelf drawings, peanuts 500G, strawberry flavored snow meringue 100G *2, plush warm clothes. Since the power was turned on, all electrical appliances have been converted to electricity, and there are still 18 units of gasoline in the tank. I added the 20 units of gasoline I just opened, and it became 38 units, which is definitely enough for today's run. There is only 1 pomegranate, but it is quite big. She always talks about drinking porridge, and now she opened a can of 8 treasure porridge. Li Sijing was very surprised to open coriander. She really loves coriander, but it is a little rare. She also likes snow mignon, which is soft and sticky with strawberry flavor. As for peanuts, they are good things. They can be steamed, boiled, fried, and they can also be pressed for oil. The most important thing is that they can be used directly as seeds, which means that she can have a steady supply of peanuts. In addition to food, she also opened 2 warm supplies, a 2-pound quilt, and a set of warm clothes. Of course, they are not used now, but they are the most scarce things for the next natural disaster, so they are all put away. Next, there are 2 drawings. Car lights, divided into interior lights and exterior lights, can be used for lighting after connecting to the power system. Materials required for manufacturing: glass *5, metal *5, plastic *2. Metal shelves. Shelves of various sizes can be manufactured. Height, length and width can be freely set. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *1 per meter of length, width and height. The car light drawing actually appeared when she got the blackout curtain yesterday. She was still complaining about it. It actually appeared today. With the blackout curtain, she can turn on the lights at night. Great. Manufacture and load it immediately. It's just that it's broad daylight now. The sun is blazing, and there is no way to see the effect. Let us go to the next drawing. Shelf drawing? You can make shelves of various sizes, which feels good. This drawing may not be useful to others, but it is somewhat useful to Li Xijing. This morning, she was still muttering that she wanted to organize the supplies in the car. It was too messy and difficult to find things. With this drawing, it is much more convenient to organize and store things. Let's put them away first. I looked at the time. It's already 11:30. Let's wait until we meet another resource box before making lunch. What can we do during this time? I opened the regional channel and saw that after more than an hour, the discussion in it has dropped a lot, and there is nothing new. Why not make ice cream? She ate all the ice cream she made before, and it's time to replenish the inventory, which can also be used as video material. Put the ice cream liner in the freezer and take out the ice cream powder. I made ice cream twice before, and I have used up a small half of it. It seems that the rest can be made 3 more times. Pour it according to the previous amount, and add 100 g of milk powder to 600 milliliters of mineral water, and stir it all evenly. While waiting, Li Xijing greedily opened a pack of Weilong spicy strips and saw 2 bananas that had begun to have spots on the skin. When Li Xijing's ice cream was almost ready, it was 12 o'clock, and she also encountered the 5th resource box. She was going to have a big meal for dinner, so she should have something simple for lunch. Fry 3 chive boxes. At lunchtime, the regional channel became lively, and the air conditioner she hung in the trading area finally ushered in the peak period. While taking care of the business, Li Xijing paid attention to the news in the regional channel. Hey! The ranking list is not worth watching. The more I watch it, the worse my mood becomes. I can't even eat. Yeah. The gap between me and the big guys is too big. Can you believe that the difference between my score and the number 1 is several times? Which score? If it's the battle power list, it only shows that you are too cowardly. I don't agree with you. I can kill 1 or 2 small beasts every day, but the score is only 90. I heard that killing a large beast is equivalent to killing 10 small beasts. The scores of the big brothers on the list should be obtained in this way. That's not necessarily true. Maybe they are all obtained by killing people. What do you mean? Killing people also has points? It seems to be the same as large beasts. But people are much easier to kill than large beasts. Fuck. Killing people is actually clear. Is it a fixed price? After saying that, I looked at the names on the battle power list again and felt a chill. That Su Yongkong who ranked 2nd. I saw him kill 5 or 6 people during the resource point activity. Oh my god. It's so scary. So the high scores on the battle power list are all from this. It's eye-opening. Is the survival game encouraging killing? It actually rewards these evil people? The world has become like this. Does it mean that the difficulty of killing people must be bad people? Maybe it's just self-protection. Whether it's intentional evil or for self-protection, I will stay away from these people in the future anyway. The fact that killing people can get points was finally spread. The originally majestic battle power list instantly became a killing list, making everyone avoid it. Chapter 68 Bad Signs. After Li Xijing finished her lunch, she couldn't help but take out a freshly opened strawberry-flavored snow meringue. The snow meringue was white and soft, and she held it with both hands, not daring to use force. She took a bite. First the elastic ice skin, then the cream wrapped with strawberry grains, with a smooth taste and pleasant milky aroma. Li Sijing couldn't help squinting her eyes in enjoyment, and after one was swallowed, she burped with satisfaction. She couldn't eat the ice cream anymore, so she put it in the freezer and waited until she had a lunch break before continuing the battle. Li Sijing, who was full and satiated, felt a little sleepy, but was interrupted by a friend's message. She clicked it, and saw that there were still 2 people. Sister Jing, do you still have ice cream in your hand? I want to exchange. This was sent by Zhou Qinghuan. This is really a coincidence. She just made it, and put it in the freezer, and the other party came to buy it. Li Sijing thought for a moment and replied, yes, the same amount as last time. She didn't want to trade at all. She worked so hard for a long time, so she might as well keep half for herself. Well, Sister Jing, do you drink? Can I trade with you for white wine? Zhou Qinghuan asked. You also know that I just became an adult, and have never touched alcohol before. This white wine is too strong. I dare not try it yet. If you don't drink either, don't force yourself. I will still trade with you for gasoline. White wine. It sounds like it has a high alcohol content, so it should be very spicy. I feel uncomfortable with it. Just when she was about to refuse the white wine, Li Sijing suddenly paused and finally sent a message. Okay. Trade with white wine. She suddenly thought that the next natural disaster would be extreme cold, and she didn't know how cold it would be. If she drank a glass of strong wine before going to bed, it should warm her body. Traded half of the ice cream, and got a bottle of 53 proof liquor. Then Li Sijing checked another message, which was sent by Lo Wenwen. Yesterday at the end of the competition, he left because of Zhou Qinghuan. But now the 2 of them sent messages at the same time. What kind of fate is this? Do you only accept large pots that use electricity or oil? Do you want this? Along with the message, there was also a drawing information. Movable firewood stove, for cooking, with a large iron pot, chimney, pot cover, spatula, fire tongs and other accessories. Materials required for construction: metal *20, plastic *1, rubber *1, plastic *1, firewood stove, and so many accessories? Some want it. However, this is a big one. If she buys it, although her car can fit it, it will become very crowded. She originally wanted to buy a pot that is bigger than the electric cooker in her hand. I was a little confused. Should I buy it or not? What's the price? Li Sijing was still a little tempted. If the price was right, it was not impossible to buy it. 5 liters of mineral water. Self-provided construction materials. Lo Wenwen offered a price. Impossible. You are asking too much. Li Sijing refused flatly. My mobile stove comes with a lot of accessories. 1 piece is equivalent to 6 pieces. This price is not expensive. You only talk about the advantages. Why don't you talk about the disadvantages? Your stove is so big. Except for my car. Other vehicles can't put it at all. Other people's 2-seater cars can't put it at all unless they can remove the passenger seat like her. In other words, the only person who will buy your stove at this stage is me. 1 liter of mineral water. Otherwise, I might as well choose those small pots that don't take up space. Since I know the other party's big shortcomings. Of course the price must be pushed down. You're cutting too hard. Add a little more. Otherwise, I can only keep it and wait for others to upgrade the vehicle. Thinking of the other party's treacherous appearance when trading ice cream powder last time, compared with now, Li Sijing's heart suddenly felt a lot better. However, he has a lot of good things in his hands, and he will have to deal with him again in the future. So it's okay to add a little. Then 1 liter of mineral water, plus 400 g of toast bread. This is the highest price I can offer. Toast bread is originally used to exchange pots, so it's not a loss to give it to him. Then Li Sijing quickly cleaned up the trunk and made room for the mobile stove. In this way, her 2 refrigerators and mobile stoves were lined up behind the driver's seat. As for the other supplies and machines, they were all moved to the right side of the trunk, leaving the passenger seat free for a folding bed at night. It seems that the shelves should be built as soon as possible to pack the supplies. Otherwise, there will be no place to put them in the car. After sorting them out, Li Sijing looked at the distance. There were still 10 kilometers to meet the next resource box. She decided to wait another 10 minutes to get the 6th resource box of the day, And then she would take a lunch break, opening the regional channel to kill time. I don't know how it turned out to be about Zhou Qinghuan. Who is this Zhou Qinghuan? Why haven't I heard of her before? Have you noticed that although she is second on the comfort list, she can't be found on the combat power list? Then how can she live so well without killing wild animals? She looks good. Is she hooking up with some big shot? The big shot she hooks up with should live better than her. But look who is ahead of her. Only Li Xijing. A beautiful woman hooking up with a female big shot? No way. By the way, Li's score on the comfort list is too scary. What kind of life does she live every day? It's a life we dare not even think about. I guess she eats a lot of meat and fish every day, drinks mineral water whenever she wants, and has no shortage of fruit snacks. My mouth is watering because of what you said. Do you think she takes a bath every day? I think so. I burst into tears. I'm so envious. I want to rob the boss. Robbery? Can you beat him? Let's try. Her score on the battle power list is not even over 300. Low score doesn't mean she's not powerful. It's probably because women are soft-hearted and timid and don't dare to kill people. Isn't this better? Looking at the direction of the message in front of her, which gradually became strange, Li Xijing couldn't help but frown. I can't let it go any longer. Otherwise, if some people really have signs in their hearts, there will be endless troubles. After thinking carefully for a moment, Li Xijing suddenly had an idea in his mind. So he sent the message out. You guys are overthinking. The reason why my score is so high is that my car has been upgraded and 500 points have been added. If you remove these 500 points, my score is actually not much different from Louis Zhou's. It's better to bring the topic to car upgrades than to let them discuss how extravagant they are. Car upgrades? 500 points. So many points? What does the car look like after it's upgraded? It's a 4-seater car after the upgrade? I saw one at the finish line of the competition yesterday. So, Zhou Qinghuan, the second place, also upgraded his car? I said. I asked myself that I was living a good life every day. Why is the score so different? It turns out that it's because of the car upgrade. How to upgrade a car. What resource box can be opened? Chapter 69 Reflection. In the regional channel, everyone's attention to Li Xijing was gradually replaced by other things. At about 12:40, she also encountered the 6th resource box of the day. It should have been lunchtime next. But she was so absent-minded that she almost forgot about it. Li Xijing was reflecting. After getting the sign-in system, she always reminded herself to be low-key. She also always thought that she was low-key and cautious enough. But now it seems, there are so many people on the list. And almost everyone on the list is being talked about. But they are just being talked about. Only when the name Li Xijing was mentioned, they suddenly had an idea to rob. Why is this? Because she ranked first on the comfort list? Because she lived the most comfortably? Of course. It's not just these reasons. It's also because she bought useless materials in the area. Because she showed off her food and drinks. Because she was high profile. Because everyone only knew that she had a lot of materials, but didn't know how strong she was. When Li Xijing was on Earth, she was just an ordinary person. Once she got the golden finger, she became a strong man. But no one has ever told her that there are so many rules in the world of the strong. She shouldn't do so many meaningless and wrong things just because she's lonely and bored. And for her little vanity. Before this, Li Xijing always felt that she was doing well. She got the golden finger. But she was still working hard. Still struggling. And didn't indulge in pleasure. It wasn't until now that she realized that these were not enough. And she needed to do better. She kept reflecting on her mistakes in her heart. And suddenly, she wanted to talk. But she didn't know who to find. The previous lesson has not passed. Of course she can't make the same mistake again. So she should find someone who is not risky. Xingyo? Am I really bad? Yes. I am bad. But you don't have to be sad. I have met worse hosts before. Xingyu said calmly. After hearing the first words, Li Xijing was really sad. But she was stunned when she heard the latter. Have you met other hosts? What about them? What do you think? Xingyu asked back. According to her thinking, there are only 2 possibilities for the system to leave the host. The task is completed in death. But since she got the sign-in system, there has never been a task. So it can only be dead? How did he die? Li Xijing asked in a panic. Anyway, he didn't die of old age. Xingyao gave an answer that was not really an answer. Li Xijing's face turned very serious after hearing this. If it wasn't death, Then what could it be? People with a sign and system would not lack water and food resources. If they didn't die of starvation and thirst, could they be killed? At this moment, Li Sijing suddenly felt very fortunate that she had realized her problem. It was still early, and she still had time to make amends. If she continued, she would only become more and more careless and more proud until it was irreversible. Facing her mistakes calmly was a little uncomfortable for Li Sijing, but she could definitely do it. But she suddenly thought of a question. Should she still shoot the video at night? According to her original plan, she would shoot a barbecue video at night and add ice cream, fruit, and drinks to make a luxurious meal. In this world of survival with little food and clothing, she believes that she will definitely be able to become popular and top the popularity list. But after what happened just now, it is obvious that this video cannot be shot. Or it cannot be shot like this. A simple feast will only make everyone envious, then jealous, and finally have thoughts that they shouldn't have. But if you don't shoot it, it doesn't seem to work. She has already topped the comfort list because of her previous inappropriate behavior, which has led to excessive attention to her daily life. If she doesn't shoot a video and send it out, it will only cause everyone to doubt and discuss. And finally, it will be more and more intense. She never dares to underestimate the imagination of netizens. Instead of letting them guess, it is better for her to express it herself. It's just that how to express it, and how much to express are all questions worth pondering. How should this video be shot? Li Sijing touched her chin and thought carefully. What is the most effective way to prevent others from coveting your supplies? Show your strength. Yes. Li Sijing clapped her hands fiercely, her face showing joy, and finally figured out the key. The main purpose of this video is to show strength. As for daily eating and drinking, just briefly mention it. As for how to show strength, Li Sijing turned her head and looked outside the road, chasing her wild boar. So far, there are no more than 10 people in the entire area who can kill large wild animals. If she can kill this wild boar and make a video and send it out, it should be able to make many people put away the thoughts that they shouldn't have in their hearts. Looking back and looking at her white hands, Li Sijing hesitated in her heart. Can she kill this wild boar? Thinking of her perfect sword skill book, thinking of her ease just now, she touched the porcelain bottle containing the golden wound medicine. Li Sijing's face gradually became firm, and she gritted her teeth and decided. Damn it! It's just a wild boar. When she didn't even know how to use a knife, she dared to kill monkeys and mice. Now that she has so many trump cards, it doesn't make sense for her to become timid. With a decision in her heart, Li Sijing's mood relaxed instead. Of course, it's not the time to kill wild boars. She must face it with the best mental outlook. She just finished lunch. Her stomach hasn't digested it yet, and she feels a little sleepy in the middle of the day. It's obviously not a good time. It's better to take a nap first, and then go all out when you have enough energy. After making the folding bed, she waited for a few minutes and met the resource box again. Put this resource box together with the previous two, and didn't open it. Li Sijing fell asleep. Of course, before going to bed, she didn't forget to remind Xingyao to call her when she met the resource box again. When Li Sijing was woken up by Xingyao, it was already past 2:15 p.m., and she had received the 8th resource box of the day. Looking at the 4 unopened resource boxes, Li Sijing decided to wait until she had dealt with the wild boar before taking a closer look. After putting on a cooling patch, putting on sunglasses, carefully checking whether the bulletproof vest was properly put on, and picking up the reinforced tang sword, she resolutely got out of the car and walked out to the road. Chapter 70 Killing Wild Boars. Standing on the edge of the road, Li Sijing carefully observed the wild boar in the distance through the invisible barrier. This wild boar must be 2 meters long, and it should be able to reach her chest. It is fat and strong, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it weighs 500 kilograms. The hair on the whole body is light brown, and only underage wild boars have this color. The darker the hair color, the older it is. If so, it is more beneficial to Li Sijing. After all, underage wild boars have not had time to turn their skin into hard armor. She was ready in her heart, and there was no need to hesitate at this time. Li Sijing directly crossed the barrier without any obstruction and appeared outside the road. After walking 5 or 6 steps forward, she stopped, turned on the video recording, and prepared to set the battlefield here. It was not far from the road. If she was defeated, she could escape quickly, which was also a way out for herself. As Li Sijing walked out of the road, The wild boar that was digging sand in the distance suddenly ran straight here, as if it had smelled some tempting food. As the wild boar got closer and faster, Li Sijing could almost feel the hot wind rushing towards her. Quickly dodging the strong impact, Li Sijing also wanted to chop the wild boar's neck hard. As a result, the wild boar rushed too fast, and the blade landed on its back, leaving a red mark. Li Sijing could feel the skin broken, but she didn't know if it was because the wild boar's skin was too thick, so she didn't see any blood flowing. The wild boar paused slightly, stopped directly and turned around, and the pig's nose kept arching forward. Although this wild boar was young, it had a fast reaction speed, and Li Sijing was dodging most of the time. Occasionally, she would take the opportunity to chop with a knife, but because of the rush or lack of strength, it was ineffective. This was not a solution. If she kept wasting time, she would be exhausted and defeated sooner or later. Seeing the wild boar rushing over again, Li Sijing made up her mind and rushed forward instead of retreating. With a sideways turn, Li Sijing raised her legs and sat on the back of the wild boar, holding its long hair tightly. The wild boar obviously did not expect that the human in front of it was so bold that he actually rode on it. It kept shaking its body, trying to throw Li Sijing off. Li Sijing lay on the back of the wild boar, holding the hair on its neck with one hand and holding a tang sword with the other. Her legs tightly clamped the wild boar. Although she was wearing long pants, she was still pricked by the wild boar's hair, which was unbearable. But at this time, no matter how painful it was, she did not dare to let go, and just wanted to nail herself firmly on the back of the wild boar, realizing that the enemy was still on top of her and unable to shake her off. The wild boar started charging and kept running in circles. Li Sijing gritted her teeth and persisted. She knew that as long as she persisted for a while, when the wild boar was exhausted, she would have a chance of winning. She didn't know how many circles she had turned. When Li Sijing began to feel dizzy, she suddenly felt that the sound of wind in her ears was much quieter. She couldn't help but feel happy. Is this because she is exhausted? Li Sijing took the opportunity to slowly sit up and keep moving her numb hands. Feeling that she had recovered almost, she held the tang sword with both hands, slowly raised it and aimed, and finally used all her strength to stab down. Finally, through the greatest resistance, Li Sijing continued to move down along with the force until half of the blade was immersed. And then she stopped powerlessly. Roar! Roar! The wild boar raised its head and let out a violent scream, using all its strength to get rid of the pain. Li Sijing was holding the knife with both hands at this time, and was thrown out without checking for a moment, and fell heavily to the ground. Her entire back hit the ground, and she groaned in pain. She opened her eyes, and found that the wild boar, with half of the tang knife inserted into it, did not fall down, but was rushing towards her. Li Sijing's face changed drastically. It was too late to stand up at this time. She could only roll on the ground to buy time. In this way, she avoided the wild boar's mouth, but her left arm was kicked, which made her cry in pain. At this time, she had no time to worry about her injured left arm. While the wild boar turned around, she quickly got up and ran towards the road. The wild boar chasing behind her was getting closer and closer, and the road that could protect her was close at hand. Now it depends on who can be faster. In order to race for her life, Li Sijing used all her strength. This was definitely the fastest she had ever run in her life. Seeing that she had returned to the place where she had just left the road, and the road was 4 or 5 steps ahead, Li Sijing felt relieved. However, at this moment, there was a sound of boom, and a huge force came from behind, directly knocking her 2 meters away. This made Li Sijing feel that her internal organs were about to be knocked out of her body, and blood surged in her mouth. However, it was also because of this collision that Li Sijing's upper body appeared directly on the road, with only her calves still outside the road. She immediately turned over and raised her legs in a hurry. Even if this action caused great pain all over her body, she did not hesitate. With a thump, the wild boar hit the invisible barrier, almost touching her raised legs. With a violent collision, the tang sword inserted into the wild boar also vibrated continuously, and a lot of blood spurted out from the wound. The wild boar took 2 steps back, shook its dizzy head, and finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground motionless. Li Sijing returned to the road, and at this time, she didn't care about the wild boar whose life or death was unknown. Her left arm couldn't move, so she could only support the ground with her right hand, endure the pain in her back, and slowly sit up. After sitting and resting for a while, Li Sijing barely supported her body to stand up, moving step by step, and it took several minutes to get to the front of the car. She got into the car with a grin, and then she breathed a sigh of relief, finally saving her life. She didn't expect the result of this battle to be so tragic, and she still underestimated the lethality of large beasts. Her left arm couldn't move, and she didn't know whether it was dislocated or fractured. She fell off the wild boar and hit her back. She was in unbearable pain when she was walking just now. She didn't know what happened. Did she hurt her spine? Her right hand, which had just supported the ground, was red and had several blisters because the ground temperature was too high. If there was no golden medicine, even if she returned to the car today, she would probably need several months to recover. She didn't want to wait any longer. So she picked up a golden medicine with her right hand and put it in her mouth. The golden medicine, like a sugar bean, melted in her mouth and turned into a warm current, soothing Li Sijing's painful internal organs. Chapter 71 Difficult Decomposition. The golden wound medicine was indeed magical. Li Sijing could feel that her physical condition was recovering little by little and getting better. After 10 minutes, her back was not so painful. And after 20 minutes, her left arm could finally move. While waiting for the injury to heal, Li Sijing ate snacks to replenish her energy. She ate all the remaining bags of pork jerky and ate an orange. When half an hour passed, it was 3:30. On her body, only the palm of her right hand, where the blisters had appeared before, had 2 marks left. The effect of the medicine was indeed magical. She recovered from such a serious injury in half an hour, and even her exhausted physical strength was restored, since it was completely healed. Then the next step was to deal with the wild boar. I don't know if it's dead or not. Her tang sword was still stuck in the wild boar. Driving the car to the wild boar, Li Sijing got out of the car to observe and test it, and finally confirmed that the wild boar was really dead. Then let her harvest the fruits. Li Sijing began to prepare for the decomposition of the body. First, take out the cooling spray and spray a 3x3 area on the wild boar, and cool it down to 30 degrees 3 times. Then put on the labor protection gloves that were exchanged before, and take out the parasol and open it. Then he came to the wild boar, drew out the tang sword, and blood immediately gushed out from the wound. Holding the tang sword that was still dripping with blood, Li Sijing gestured horizontally and vertically, but didn't know how to start. Are you dancing awkwardly? Xingyo couldn't stand it and complained. I don't know where to start. How about you teach me? Li Sijing was also a little speechless. She was just an ordinary girl on Earth. She would avoid seeing pigs being slaughtered. How could she know how to decompose wild boars? Cut it open. Take out the internal organs, and split it into pieces, Xingyu replied. This is too abstract, but I feel that the general direction should be correct. Li Sijing has no other choice. So just do it as it says. Cut it open. It should be from the belly. Li Sijing put the tang knife on the wild boar's belly and slowly exerted force. She only felt that the knife was soft and tough. After a few scratches, the skin was cut open. Blood stains continued to seep out from the edge of the white fat inside. Overcoming the fear in her heart and taking the first step, the movements were much more agile. After cutting open the belly, because she was not familiar with the specific location of the internal organs, Li Sijing took them all out and threw them away. Then she was ready to chop off the head and split the body in half. But it was stuck at the bone and couldn't be split. By the way, she got an axe today. She didn't have the opportunity to use it as an attack weapon, but now she can use it. With the axe, it was finally much easier when facing bones. Finally, there were no obstacles, and she successfully cut the wild boar into pieces. The hair of the wild boar was too hard, and she didn't know how to remove it. So she couldn't keep the pig skin. So she cut it all and threw it away. The pig head, tail, and feet might be good things on Earth, but for her now, it was all bones and hair, and there was no way to clean it up. So she had to throw it all away. The wild boar weighed about 500 pounds, and she finally got 150 pounds of meat, 50 pounds of ribs and various bones with meat, and about 10 pounds of pig fat. For these things, she spent more than an hour, and even sprayed the cooling spray for the second time. After the decomposition was completed, she slumped down in the car, her hands shaking with exhaustion. It was almost 5 o'clock, and she still had a lot of things to do outside. It seemed that she couldn't continue looking for resource boxes today. Taking advantage of the rest time, She opened the 4 unopened resource boxes one by one. Hairband asterisk 10. Mineral water 5 liters. A military shovel. A set of pajamas. Metal asterisk 5. Wood asterisk 5. Glass asterisk 1. Gasoline 20 units. Puff 250G. Cucumber 100G asterisk 2. Glass asterisk 3. Metal asterisk 5. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Melon seeds 500G. Flour 5 kilograms. Rubber asterisk 3. Plastic asterisk 5. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Honeysuckle dew 300 ml asterisk 2. Lemon 50G. Cloth asterisk 2. Wood asterisk 5. The gasoline that was added to the tank before. Only 13 units were used. And now 40 units suddenly came. And it was filled up directly. Scavenging was quite welcome to the 2 barrels of mineral water. Although the natural disaster was about to end. If she couldn't use them all, she could sell them. The military shovel was foldable, with a sharp front and a serrated side. It looked like a sharp tool for digging holes. The pajamas were ordinary long-sleeve trousers. It was hot to wear them now, but it would probably be cold to wear them in the next natural disaster, so they would not be used for the time being. A brightly colored hairband was probably useless for scavenging with short hair. There were about 10 puffs. Scavenging didn't think about where to put them. She just took them and ate them. The intense exercise just now made her exhausted. The cucumbers were put away. They were good for cooking, mixing with vegetables, or eating them raw. Scavenging tasted one of the 1-pound melon seeds and immediately felt sorry. These were actually cooked, so they couldn't be used as seeds. She had used up 10 pounds of flour to make steamed buns and chive boxes before, and only a little more than 1 pound was left. Now she had another 10 pounds. The honeysuckle dew came at the right time, and she could finish 2 bottles tomorrow. There was only a small lemon, which could be wrapped in one hand. Save it for soaking in water. In general, today's harvest was good. Although killing the wild boar delayed the rest of the time, there was no way to find more resource boxes. But she also sped up today, and it didn't feel much different. After looking at the resource boxes, scavenging had almost rested. And next, it was time to do things. First, select an area and lower the temperature. Scavenging then pushed the mobile stove in the trunk off the car. She was going to stew all the 150 pounds of wild boar meat she harvested today. As we all know, unlike bison meat, wild boar meat is not delicious. It has a rough skin, thick meat, and a strong smell. If it is not cooked well, it is simply difficult to eat. It just so happens that she opened the marinade package before, so it is better to do it all at once and put it away after it is processed. Moreover, the process of marinating meat can also be filmed and used as material to replace the barbecue process she originally prepared. After she releases the video of killing wild boar, everyone will know that she has wild boar meat. Then recording a video with wild boar meat that everyone knows will not be more high profile than barbecue. At that time, a few pieces of marinated meat can be put up for trading, which can shut them up. In this way, she can share her daily life and satisfy everyone's curiosity without being too high profile. However, whether she can get the first place in the popularity list is an unknown. As for the marinated meat she prepared early, she can just make it into barbecue at night. But there is no need to shoot it into a video. She has learned a lesson. Chapter 72 Braised Meat. The pot on the mobile stove is quite large. Scavenging poured a 5-liter bucket of mineral water into it. But it was only half full. With such a large space, 50 kilograms of meat should be enough. She plans to stew 150 kilograms of meat in 3 times. Put the meat in the pot. Put all the braising herbs in it. Cover the pot. And start the fire. From the manufacturing board, she exchanged dozens of wood fragments and gestured to the stove. A 20-centimeter wide wooden board can be stuffed in at an angle, but it can't fit many pieces in this way, which is a bit troublesome. It is still necessary to split the wood fragments to make it easier to burn. So, the axe that had just chopped the meat and bones was used to chop wood again, which is also widely used. The wood is only 1 finger thick. For her now, it is effortless to split it, and it can be done in a few strokes. But when it comes to lighting the fire, it stumps her. The wood in the game was quite dry and easy to burn, and she also had a lighter in her hand. However, it was a bit difficult to light the wood with a lighter. The most important thing was that it was a waste of time. Just find something to start the fire. What should I use? Clothes? No. Toilet paper? It seems that it can be used. Just as Li Sijing was preparing to start the fire with toilet paper, she suddenly saw something under the planting pot. It was a handful of straw, which was left after threshing the rice. At that time, I thought that it might be useful someday. So I stuffed it under the planting pot. Now is the time to use it. The fire starter was found, and the fire in the stove was lit quickly. After the wood was set up, there was no need to worry about it. Li Sijing sat on a folding chair, eating ice cream while checking the video of killing wild boars. This video is a bit long, more than an hour, and she wants to edit it into a short video of less than 10 minutes. And it should be noted that she cannot be included in the scene of falling or getting injured. The wild boar should be shown to be more majestic, and she herself should be shown to be more powerful, so that people will be scared. This is the first time to do this kind of thing. Li Sijing is not very good, and it took more than half an hour to barely edit a video. At this time, the first pot of braised meat was cooked. Li Sijing tasted it, and it tasted good. The only regret was that it was not spicy. After the second pot of meat was braised, she watched the video she had just edited from the beginning. After watching the video, Li Sijing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The effect she wanted was there, and it felt good. The video is 8 minutes long. As for the remaining 2 minutes, we can use the vegetarian ingredients for the braised meat now. After finishing what needs to be done, Li Sijing is relieved. It is already 6 o'clock, and it is time to make dinner. Bring out the beer barbecue seasoning and marinated meat. Oh! And there is also a portable grill, which is her barbecue grill today. This portable grill was made during the previous event when she was trying to kill the rice resource monster. Borrow a little fire from under the braised meat pot and light the grill. Take out the iron skewers that come with the barbecue seasoning. String up all the marinated meats, and you can start grilling. At the beginning, I was not skilled enough. I had to brush oil, sprinkle 6 or 7 kinds of seasonings, and flip over. I was so busy that I felt that 2 hands were not enough. The skewers of meat that were grilled were all burnt to varying degrees. But of course she would not dislike her own skills. After grilling a few skewers and having a basic foundation, she became proficient, gradually became handy, and the taste became better and better. After sipping ice beer, Li Sijing quickly ate several skewers to satisfy her cravings. And then she slowed down. When she had eaten almost half of the marinated meat, the second pot of braised meat was ready. It was already past 6 o'clock, and according to the time of half an hour for 1 pot, it was still in time to cook another pot. After the third pot of meat was braised, Li Sijing did not return to the chair, but went to the car to look for something. When she got off the car, she was already twisting a lot of things in her hands, including 2 pieces of lotus root that she had opened before, a small handful of coriander, and pickled garlic. Eating meat all the time was still a bit greasy, so she planned to grill some vegetarian dishes to change the taste. And with the pickled garlic, she could continue to struggle for a long time. There was no paring knife, and it was not easy to peel the lotus root with a kitchen knife. So Li Sijing simply ate it with the skin, without much care. Roasted coriander is her favorite, but it's a pity that these corianders have no roots. Otherwise she would have tried to grow them. Li Sijing's stomach was almost full, so she slowed down completely, opened the regional channel to check, and took a few bites from time to time. Have you watched the video posted by Zhang San? That's just me. It's so similar to my situation. Wang Xi's is explosive. He actually drank some liquid he released into his stomach. This Wang Xi, in order to gain popularity. He is too hard. What's the big deal? I just saw a beautiful girl wearing a bikini dancing in the sun. Tut tut. I saw it too. The little girl is so hot. Sweat is dripping down her neck. Shameless. You men are so dirty. You work so hard. I have seen that the popularity of several people is rising, and they are about to enter the top 10 of the list. Now it depends on what kind of videos the big guys will post. The competition is too fierce. If the big guys don't work hard, they will probably be squeezed off the list. Have you all filmed? I feel that the videos you posted are so eye-catching. I don't know how to shoot them. Yes, I filmed my daily eating and drinking. But it seems that not many people watched it. You eat bread and drink mineral water. Of course no one will watch it. You have to eat good food. Otherwise, eating bad food is fine. Look, Qian Wu is eating fried chicken in the video. And there is a big watermelon. He is the emperor of Europe. I am so envious. I always thought that everyone lived the same life. But it turns out that I am the only one at the bottom. I am at the bottom. Crying. It seems that many people have already filmed and sent out videos. It's just right. Let her watch other people's videos and learn from them. So as to learn from each other. Click on the World channel. Below the ranking list, there are videos sent by many people. And each video has a popularity value. Lee Sejing clicked on one of the videos at random, which is a daily video, which condenses the life of the person involved in a day. He encountered a resource box, opened it, ate lunch, and fled from a small wild animal. The video was very ordinary, even a little boring. No wonder it was not very popular. Just when Lee Sejing wanted to watch another video, her friend message rang. Chapter 73 Planting. Clicking on the friend's message. It turned out to be sent by Xiong Xuanyan. Boss, these are today's eggs. Lee Sejing then remembered her task every night, and quickly sent a message. Okay. Wait 2 minutes. Take the electric cooker from the car. Cook a handful of noodles. Sprinkle some salt, and it's almost done. While waiting for the noodles to cook, she couldn't help but send a message. Haven't you found the pot yet? Feeling that the time now is not enough. This long-term transaction. She wants to end it early. I just met one today. Xiong Xuanyan replied. Lee Sejing's eyes lit up. Then our transaction will end after today. If I want eggs again in the future, I will exchange them with you for other things. Okay. Boss. If you want eggs, just find me anytime. Xiong Xuanyan answered without hesitation. She sent the noodles over and got 2 eggs in return, as well as Xiong Xuanyan's thanks. Thank you for taking care of me these 2 days. After completing one task, Lee Sejing's dinner was almost done. Seeing that the braised meat in the pot was about to be cooked, she immediately sped up. After eating the last few skewers of meat and lotus roots, and finishing 2 cans of beer, she put away the remaining half of the pickled garlic and turned off the fire in the oven. After the last pot of braised meat was cooked, she took it out and sent it to the car together with the previous meat. She was reluctant to throw away the braised soup, so she poured it all into a bucket and pushed it into the car together with the mobile stove. After putting everything away, there were only a few minutes left, so she quickly washed up before getting in the car. Today, there was a battle first, and there was a wild boar decapitation. The sweat and blood on her body were entangled, which was really sticky. Unfortunately, the only set of clean clothes had been changed yesterday, and now I can't wear the dirty clothes again. Lee Sejing frowned and sniffed the smell on her body, and decided to wait and see if she could buy a few sets of clothes. It was really difficult for her to sleep in such clothes. It was completely dark outside, and the car suddenly became pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The braised meat that Lee Sejing brought up has not been arranged yet. If it was before, she would probably have to deal with things with the weak light of the blue screen. But now she doesn't have to do this. You know, she has opened the car light drawings today, and the previous blackout curtains have been installed. The blackout curtains are fully automatic. Lee Sejing gently pressed the switch, and the curtains on the glass were all closed, airtight. She stood up and checked again, making sure that the front, back, left and right were blocked, and then tried to turn on the interior lights. The interior lights are installed between the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat. After turning on, they immediately illuminated the entire car. The front of the car was brighter, almost the same as during the day, but the back was a little dim. But it was enough. Next, she had to deal with a pile of wild boar meat. Otherwise she would not even have a place to sleep today. A small freezer can hold 200 kilograms of meat, one of which contained 85 kilograms of Luizhou's meat. In the other freezer, she put 89 kilograms of her own beef, 3 kilograms of pork and roe deer meat, a total of 95 kilograms of meat. In other words, she could put a total of 120 kilograms of meat in the 2 freezers. But she couldn't fill both freezers. After all, she also needed to put ice cubes, ice cream, etc., and occasionally iced drinks. She needed to leave some space, so she could only put 100 kilograms of meat, 150 kilograms of meat, about 100 kilograms left after braising, which was just right to put in. But don't forget, she still has bones. After thinking about it in her mind, Lee Sejing finally decided to put 80 kilograms of braised meat and 20 kilograms of bones in the refrigerator. The remaining 20 kilograms of braised meat can be sold tonight, or exchanged for something she needs. As for the 30 kilograms of bones, There is not much meat, and it can't be sold at a high price. So just keep it for yourself. Marinate it with salt. Take it out to dry tomorrow morning, and make it into bacon, which should be able to be preserved for a while. By the way, there are 10 kilograms of lard. Don't forget. Boil it all into lard tomorrow morning. After processing the wild boar meat properly, Lee Sejing had time to edit the previous braised meat materials into the video. The 10-minute short video was finally completed. Although it was still a little behind those big bloggers, it was the best effect Lee Sejing could achieve. After carefully observing it and making sure there was nothing wrong, she clicked to send it out. Because it had just been sent out and no one discussed it, Lee Sejing did not pay attention to it. But she still had things to do, which was to harvest watermelons. That's right. The watermelon she planted at this time yesterday had matured after a day of 100 times acceleration. Through the planting pot, you can see that in the small space on the watermelon vines that have shrunk to the same thickness as a thread. There are 3 watermelons that are slightly larger than ping-pong balls. Lee Sejing reached in and carefully picked the 3 watermelons one by one. After leaving the planting pot, the 3 watermelons suddenly enlarged 10 times, weighing 4 or 5 kilograms. Planting a watermelon seed. Harvesting 3 large watermelons in one day. It is really worthwhile. The planting pot is empty again. So what should she plant next? She has a lot of things that can be planted now. Leek seeds, mushroom sticks, rice seeds, onions, ginger, garlic, watermelon, pomegranate, peanuts. There are already leeks in the low-level planting pot. Rice is too water-consuming, so it is used to just planting. And a lot of mushroom sticks were planted yesterday, which are also put aside. Although pomegranate seeds can be planted, it takes too long. It takes 10 years from seed to fruit. Even if it is accelerated 100 times, it will take more than a month. It is not worthwhile. So just give up. Then, there are only onions, ginger, garlic and peanuts. As for peanuts, there is no rush now. She does not have the tools to extract oil. And she just got 10 gene of lard. She doesn't lack oil for the time being. So she'll put it aside. After calculating this way, only the seasonings such as onion, ginger and garlic are left. As a universal seasoning, whether it's cooking or making various pasta, adding a little can make it more delicious. So it's necessary to reserve some. In an area of 1 square meter, she planted 1/3 of onion, ginger and garlic, which should be enough as seasoning. The growth cycle of onion is 150 days. If planted in a medium-level pot, it will mature the morning of the day after tomorrow, which is the morning of the second natural disaster. Ginger and garlic will grow longer, about 200 days, which will take 2 full days, which is the night of the day after tomorrow. After calculating the time in her mind and writing it down, Lee Sejing put the planting pot in place. By the way, she also looked at the low-level planting pot next to her. The chives in it were already growing lushly, and they could be harvested at noon tomorrow. Chapter 74 Exchange of Supplies. Almost 10 minutes after the video was sent out, all the things that needed to be dealt with were dealt with. Lee Sejing couldn't help but open the regional channel. As for the video she sent out, she didn't know how effective it was, and whether it had the effect she wanted. The regional channel during this time period was still very lively. There is no hope for the combat power list and the comfort list. And I don't know what the final result of the popularity list will be. I don't know if there is anyone among the general public who can pull down the big guys and take the position themselves. Don't count on it. The popularity of the previous videos was just a small fight. Now that the big guys have taken action, the previous hits have been directly compared. Have you seen Lee Sejing's video? She actually fought a wild boar alone. She is a woman, but she can kill a wild boar alone. It's really surprising. I always knew that she had a lot of supplies, but I didn't expect her skills to be so good. Don't think about it. Why do people have so many supplies? Of course, she has good strength to get it. Is it possible? That's not necessarily the case. Maybe it's just luck. It's not that great. There are obviously cuts in the middle, and I don't know how long it took. Isn't this great? Why don't you kill a wild boar and show us what greatness is? Don't want to have cuts? Can you kill a large beast in 10 minutes? As the first woman to kill a large beast, she beats 99% of the men. Do you think this Lee boss can get the first place in the popularity list in the end? I think it's a bit uncertain. Although she is great, she is a woman after all. Compared with the other bosses, there is still some gap. I agree with you. I'm waiting for other big guys to post videos now. I don't know how long I have to wait. I'm more curious about how many people will hunt large beasts today. Has anyone counted them? Go and see. Big guy Louis Joe's video has been posted. It's really exciting. Fuck. It's too explosive. Compared with Louis Joe, everyone else is scum. The discussion about Louis Joe's video immediately attracted the attention of others, and everyone couldn't help but sneak away to watch it. Has Louis Joe's video been posted? Scavenging was also looking forward to it. But before that, she still has some things to do. The ordinary air conditioners hanging in the trading area have been sold out, and she has to make a new batch and hang them up. These people, although they keep shouting that they are expensive, they still have to buy when they should. After all, they are all people who have survived in this world until now. Even if a resource box only opens 1 unit of basic materials, now there must be 30 or 40 basic materials. Grit your teeth. You still have to buy air conditioners. After dealing with the ordinary air conditioner, she started to browse the trading area again, trying to see if she could find something useful. Thinking carefully, she wanted a lot of things, and the braised meat that couldn't fit in the refrigerator also needed to be dealt with. After browsing the trading area thoroughly, she finally found a few items she needed. 2 sets of summer clothes, 1 camouflage and 1 casual, were purchased from 2 people respectively. The price was the same, half a caddy of braised meat, and the 2 sets of clothes cost her a total of 1 caddy of braised meat. She didn't find any underwear, but she saw a box of disposable underwear, which contained 2 pairs of underwear. The price was a bit harsh, and they insisted on a pound of braised meat. So Scavenging finally changed it. A folding clothes drying rack, when folded, is like an umbrella, and when opened, the pole is 2 meters long. This length is enough for Scavenging alone. And the most important thing is that 10 clothes hangers are also delivered, because it is not something that can be eaten or drunk. The whole set only cost Scavenging half a pound of braised meat, which is still very cost effective. In addition to these, she also met a person who sells stainless steel containers. The other party has a drawing that can make containers of various sizes and shapes. Scavenging actually has a set of personal tableware, which is enough for her simple use. But if she makes some complicated food, it will be a little worse. You can't always use buckets. Since she encountered this opportunity, Scavenging was not polite and customized a lot of bowls, plates and basins according to the size she usually uses. Adding up the big and small, there are a total of 20, which cost her a whole pound of braised meat. Afterwards, she also found a machine she liked very much. A manual noodle press. The noodle press can press the dough into a uniform thickness. With this machine, it saves time and effort, and the rolling pin is useless. The pressed dough can be cut into noodles, or made into dumpling skins or wonton skins. This noodle press is manual, which makes Scavenging a little regretful. But it is also good. It saves electricity. Although the manual noodle press is a machine, it is not popular in this survival world, and there are too few people who need it. It only cost a pound of braised meat, and Scavenging took it. In addition to these useful supplies, Scavenging also saw a lot of warm supplies in the trading area. It turns out that the survival game has already released the supplies needed for the next natural disaster so early. Unfortunately, people who don't know the truth will only curse angrily when these supplies are released. So, should she buy the bottom? Scavenging made a decision immediately without thinking, and did it. If you don't take advantage of the bargain, you are a fool. After some operations, she got 10 warm baby stickers, 1 pair of woolen socks, 1 woolen sweater, 1 pair of warm knee pads, water-filled warm handbags, 1 pair of snow boots, and 1 scarf. These warm supplies cost a total of 3 kilograms of braised meat and 1 liter of mineral water. And the price is really cost-effective. These things can almost form a complete set of warm suits. But unfortunately, the cotton for making cotton clothes still did not appear. 20 kilograms of braised meat, 7.5 kilograms were used to exchange supplies, and 12.5 kilograms were left. She was going to sell them all. Ordinary meat costs 5 basic units per kilogram, but the meat in her hand has been braised and has shrunk by half. In such a hot day, you could eat it cold, which means that the person who bought it doesn't even need to light the fire. In this place where salt and oil are scarce, seasonings are still very scarce, and her braised meat should also be priced higher. Then double it. 10 basic units of 1 caddy of braised meat can still be exchanged for wood. In this way, she can stock up on wood again, and she can live more comfortably during the next natural disaster. After putting all 12.5 caddies of braised meat on the shelves and marking the prices, Li Sijing stopped paying attention. It's just that she didn't find all the things she wanted, so she had no choice but to go to the regional channel and send a purchase message. Receive car audio drawings, bullets, armor drawings or OEM, price and picture private chat. After sending the message, Li Sijing salted all the 30 caddies of bones that were still outside. Finally, take out the clothes you just changed and prepare to change. Put the dirty clothes together with the previous set and wait for the next natural disaster to wash them. The current water resources are really not suitable for washing clothes. Chapter 75 Learning. After packing up, Li Sijing took out strawberry snow meringue, 2 oranges, and 2 packs of spicy strips. Putting the snacks in front of her, she then opened the World Channel, ready to eat while watching other people's videos. After opening the World Channel, the first thing she saw was the video she sent out. After more than half an hour of fermentation, the popularity has been very high. In the first few videos, in addition to her own, she also saw several familiar people. Clicking on one of them, the video playing was Lu Yizhou. The other protagonist in the video was a tall zebra. His video content was indeed shot to kill large beasts. Watching the fight scene of the big guys up close, Li Sijing watched it very seriously. It would be good if she could learn a little from it. The video starts from Lu Yizhou leaving the road, until he approaches the zebra, fights fiercely, and ends. The whole process is included. The fighting process was smooth and neat, and he seemed to be able to predict the opponent's movements. This should be an excellent combat awareness. It can be seen that the entire video has not been edited, and the whole process is only more than 8 minutes. Not even 10 minutes. I thought of seeing someone discussing in the regional channel before, who can kill a large beast in 10 minutes. Now it seems that someone really did it. Lu Yizhou probably doesn't care. 1 minute more or 1 minute less. Once his video is released, it will definitely be popular. It took less than 10 minutes to kill a zebra, which formed a sharp contrast with the embarrassment when he killed a wild boar. And in this short 8-minute video, there are so many things worth learning from her. Li Sijing couldn't help watching it over and over again, trying to absorb the knowledge in it. After watching it 3 or 4 times in a row, she finally understood the opponent's movements roughly. And then Li Sijing turned to the next video. Clicking it, it was Wu Aigua. And the content of his video was also killing large beasts. Wu Aigua's opponent was a wolf that was as big as a man. And the whole video was 10 minutes long. After watching for a few minutes, Li Sijing clearly felt that there was a clear difference between his fight and Lu Yizhou's. Lu Yizhou's fight was gorgeous, and people without some basics would only feel dazzled, and they would only understand the meaning after thinking carefully. Wu Aigua was completely different. His movements were clearly rhythmic and easy to understand, so people could understand them immediately after watching them. After watching it once, Li Sijing had a deeper understanding of her previous omissions in the fight. Once was not enough. Li Sijing couldn't help watching it again, and she followed and gestured twice while watching. It was also killing large beasts. But Li Sijing could feel that she could learn more from Wu Aigua. Although Lu Yizhou was probably a little more powerful, he was just too powerful. She felt that he was too different from her, and could not learn anything. It took more than half an hour for Li Sijing to watch it several times. In some important time periods, she watched it no less than 10 times. She kept thinking about it from beginning to end, and finally learned everything she could learn from it. After learning the knowledge, Li Sijing could not help but have an impulse in her heart to practice or show it. Unfortunately, it was dark now, and she couldn't even get out of the car. She could only suppress this impulse in her heart. In order to divert her attention, she was going to continue watching the video. There must be more than 2 people who killed large beasts. Since she can learn something from Wu Aigua, others should be able to learn from him. At this moment, Li Sijing, who had been away from the campus for a long time, suddenly burst out with an unprecedented passion for learning, watching and learning at the same time. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Sijing had already watched all the videos of killing large beasts in the area, including her own. There are a total of 16 people, of which there are only 3 girls. Herself, Wang Yulan, and a strange girl. After watching these videos, Li Sijing only felt that she'd benefited a lot and had a general understanding of the top strength in the area. Of course, in addition to these videos, there are also some videos of killing small beasts, which are also worth watching. Li Sijing hesitated a little. Should she continue to watch or go to bed on time? Tomorrow is the last day of the extreme heat disaster. And the countdown to the disaster is 10 hours 52 minutes and 33 seconds. She still has a lot of things to do tomorrow. So she should go to bed on time. Ensure adequate sleep to welcome the disaster with a better mental outlook. At the last moment before going to bed, Li Sijing looked at the number of people in the area. 6130/10,000. Fortunately, not many people died today, and there were still 6,000 people alive. I don't know how many people will survive after tomorrow. The next day, after Li Sijing was awakened by Xingyo's alarm, she immediately turned on the blue screen. The countdown of the natural disaster on it showed 1:59. After confirming the time, Li Sijing looked at the temperature again. It was just dawn, and the temperature outside was already 60 degrees. Opening the car door, she used cooling spray as quickly as possible to reduce the temperature in front of the car to 20 degrees. Then she took the necessary things out of the car to prepare for today's breakfast. With rice, she could finally eat the rice porridge she had missed for a long time this morning. First, she cooked the porridge, and then took out the clothes drying rack she exchanged yesterday. She was going to hang the bones pickled yesterday to dry. With such strong sunlight, it would take about 10 minutes to dry the bones and then store them. But Li Sijing looked at the already stretched clothes drying rack, and then at the clothes hanger and bones in her hand, and was a little speechless. She had considered everything, but forgot how to hang the meat up and hook the bones with the clothes hanger. She didn't have the skills. If she had known earlier, she would have changed a few ropes. She had seen them in the trading area yesterday, but she didn't think about it. Li Sijing searched around in the car, but couldn't find a replacement for the rope. The previous straw was also burned. Otherwise it could be used. Now there is no time to go to the trading area to look for it slowly. If it doesn't work, she can only wait until this afternoon. But today is the natural disaster day, and I don't know what the process will be after that, and whether there will be time to dry the meat bones for her. It would be best if it can be done now. If it is left for a long time, it will become tasteless. When Li Sijing was about to get off the car with some regret, she suddenly saw something when she walked to the door, which made her eyes light up. Chapter 76, Breathing Underwater. Li Sijing was thankful many times that she had short hair, so she didn't have to worry too much after coming to this world. So when she made the hair tie before, she was still thinking about when she could use it, but she didn't expect to use it now. Tie a corner of the bone with a hair tie and hang it on the hanger. Fortunately, the quality of the hair tie is good, although it was pulled long. At least it didn't break. The bones are processed, and there is still lard waiting. Push the mobile stove used yesterday off the car. Cut 10 pounds of lard into pieces. Throw them all into the pot. And finally light the fire. Let the lard in the pot boil. And Li Sijing started her daily morning routine. Physical exercise. She is looking forward to this link. Last night, she learned a lot of skills from other videos and was waiting to practice. While practicing, Li Sijing recalled what she saw yesterday and kept combining them. Half an hour later, the physical activity started, and the knowledge points she wanted to learn were almost learned. Overall strength. It can't be said that it has been greatly improved, but there is still a small improvement. After putting away the tank sword, Li Sijing came to the mobile stove. The lard in the pot has been boiled, and almost 6 pounds of oil have been produced. It happened that yesterday, a lot of stainless steel containers were exchanged, and a suitable size was taken out from them to hold the lard. The lard residue was put in another scoop, sprinkled with some salt later, and it would be great to eat it for breakfast later. At this time, the rice porridge that had been cooked all morning was almost ready. Stir it. It was smooth and thick, and the fragrance of rice came to the face. It must be 3 or 4 bowls to be served. It is definitely impossible to drink it all in one morning, and you have to stop to go to the toilet. 2 bowls of porridge can be saved for lunch and dinner. It doesn't need to be heated. It's okay to drink cold porridge in this weather. It's definitely not okay to drink porridge only in the morning. Li Sijing took out 3 buns and put them in the steamer to heat them up. After washing up, she can finally sit down and have a leisurely breakfast. There is still about an hour before the natural disaster comes. I don't know if there will be any resource boxes today, and she doesn't plan to find them after breakfast. Who knows what the specific rules of the natural disaster are? She's still waiting for the natural disaster to start. Anyway, there's not much time left. 3 buns, a bowl of oil residue, a large bowl of white porridge, the last pickled garlic and 2 oranges, and a bottle of honeysuckle dew are her breakfast today. While eating breakfast, Li Sijing looked outside the road. Yesterday's large beast, the wild boar, was killed by her. Today's large beast appeared again, an adult rhino. Today she is not going to challenge again, and is going to save her energy to survive the unknown natural disaster. While eating, Li Sijing opened the blue screen and checked it. First, she came to the trading area. The few kilograms of braised meat that were put up last night had all been sold. As expected, most people traded with wood. In one night, all the ordinary air conditioners were sold out. So she added another batch. After checking the trading area, she checked the private messages again. I don't know if there is any news about the material she asked to buy yesterday. Unfortunately, after screening all the private messages, she didn't find any useful information. Then, there are 3 rankings: the combat power ranking and the comfort ranking. There is no change in the top 10. On the popularity list, Louis Zhou successfully topped the list by squeezing out Wu Aigua with his 8-minute video of killing a zebra last night. Wu Aigua dropped from 1st to 2nd, but Li Sijing's 3rd place remained unchanged. From 4th to 10th, the competition was fierce, with several rankings fluctuating up and down. She also saw Wang Yuan and another girl Wan Minghua who had killed large wild animals, also appearing on the list. I don't know if they can keep their current rankings? Li Sijing couldn't help but worry. Finally, when she came to the regional channel, she realized that everyone's attention was not on the rankings at this time, but on discussing natural disasters. The weather is too hot. I can't stand it. I changed to a regular air conditioner. I also opened a heat-insulating glass before, bought a sunshade, and added an electric fan. Finally, I stopped sweating. The upstairs is good. I only have a high-end air conditioner, which is enough. The 2 Versailles upstairs. Shut up. There is not enough water to drink. Does anyone have extra water? I will exchange it with food. I don't even have it myself. I have enough to drink. So why would I trade it with others? I do have enough mineral water, but I dare not trade it with you. Who knows how hot the disaster will be? Yes, it is better to store more supplies to be safe. By the way, there is still half an hour before the disaster, and I don't know what it will be like. I didn't expect to survive in such a difficult environment. It turns out that human potential is infinite. After this disaster, I don't know how many people can survive. The future is confusing. Don't be discouraged. There will always be someone who will go on. How do you know that person won't be you? Although I know this is a bowl of poisonous chicken soup, I still drink it first. By the way, who of you has a car tire? My car suddenly had a flat tire. I don't know if it's because of the hot weather. In this horrible weather, it's normal for a car to have a flat tire. It doesn't have to be a car tire. A car repair card will also work. I used all my points the day before yesterday to exchange for a transmission card, but not a car repair card. Now my car can't move. What should I do? See who has a car repair card and exchange it with supplies. Make sure to repair the car. Otherwise you probably won't survive this natural disaster. Which kind-hearted person has a car repair card? I'll exchange it with all my supplies. Please. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The disturbances in the area did not cause any waves in Li Sijing's heart. Although she had several car repair cards in her hand, the other party's supplies were really not good enough. This transaction was too unequal. After breakfast and watching the excitement, Li Sijing began to pack up. The natural disaster was about to start, and she had to get ahead of it and make sure she was in the car and ready at all times. Of course, the most important thing was that the cooling spray had lost its effect for the 3rd time, and she had run out of cooling spray in her hand. So of course she had to get in the car as soon as possible, under the scorching sun of 60 degrees. It was almost dried after being exposed for almost an hour. Of course, it would last longer in this way, but it was just the taste. People with bad teeth may not be able to bite it. It seems that when cooking these bones in the future, they have to soak them in water in advance. After everything was packed up, sitting in the driver's seat with the car door closed, Li Sijing said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the underwater breathing skill. Chapter 77 The Natural Disaster Begins. Underwater breathing. After possessing the skill, you can breathe freely in the water and transform into an amphibious creature. Li Sijing did not expect to get such a skill by signing in. It was a bit inexplicable. She was not trying to survive at sea. Your luck got better today? Xingyo was a little surprised. Better? Li Sijing tried to understand the meaning of this sentence. Are you saying that this skill is good? Or rather, it came at the right time? Li Sijing did not care about Xingyo's answer. Through this sentence, she began to think deeply. When is the best time for the underwater breathing skill to appear? Naturally, when there is water, and you need to go into the water. Today is an extremely hot natural disaster day, and water resources are seriously lacking. Obviously, this situation will not occur, so it can only be the next natural disaster. But the next natural disaster is extremely cold. She thought it would snow, and there would be no shortage of water. Do you still need to go into the water? Thinking of going into the water on a cold day. Li Sijing shuddered. It seems that she needs to stock up not only cloth and wood, but also warm-keeping artifacts, like hot packs, as soon as possible. Of course, these are just her speculations. No one knows the specific situation now. Let's talk about it after we pass this level. At this time, the time has gradually come to 9 o'clock, and the extreme heat disaster has finally begun. Dear players, congratulations on your survival when the disaster arrives. This disaster heavenly fire is officially launched. During the disaster, there are no resource boxes on the road, and the road barriers disappear. Please pay attention to the attacks of large beasts. The disaster lasts for 8 hours, starting at 9 in the morning and ending at 5 in the afternoon. You can reach the end of the disaster by driving 300 kilometers. Players who reach the end early can end their own natural disasters in advance and receive rewards related to the next natural disaster. After the natural disaster ends, players who are still alive but have not reached the end are also considered to have passed this natural disaster. But no rewards will be issued. This natural disaster has begun. Dear players, please enjoy the carnival of the sun god. When Li Sijing heard the second sentence said by the survival game, her face changed directly, and she hurriedly ordered Xiaokong, drive immediately. The words were too hasty, and she was afraid that Xingkong would not understand. So she added, drive at an average speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and pay attention to avoid large beasts. Li Sijing's car has been moving for less than a minute. The rhino, which was originally outside the road, suddenly chased at full speed like a cat that smelled fish. Fortunately, the speed of the rhino is not as fast as the car, and it seems that the fastest speed is only 60 kilometers per hour. Because Li Sijing took the lead, the distance between them became farther and farther, so there was no need to worry too much for a while. There were no resource boxes during the natural disaster, which was within Li Sijing's expectations. She had already gained experience from previous activities, but she didn't expect that the barrier on the road that blocked large beasts would disappear. If she reacted a little slower, she would be caught up. 8 hours, 300 kilometers, so there was still plenty of time. But this natural disaster is called the coming of the sky fire, and this name should not be aimless. So will the sky fire fall? When? Li Sijing looked out the window and saw no movement. She didn't know when there would be a reaction. It was useless to worry too much now. Let's continue to read the rules. As I said just now, there will be rewards for arriving early, and I wonder if the first prize will be better. Thinking of the first prize Zhou Qingwan got during the competition, Li Sijing couldn't help but be tempted. And the reward was related to natural disasters, so she wanted it even more. And she didn't know if there would be cotton among them. Li Sijing glanced around and saw that there was nothing going on the way. So she opened the regional channel to see what was going on with other people. Fuck. This ghost game is too insidious. They even removed the road barrier. Fortunately, I reacted in time. What if I didn't check for a moment and was caught by a lion? It's roaring on the roof of my car now. It's too scary. Drive at full speed. Throw it off. Then step on the accelerator and kill it. It's a big beast for free, which is a great deal. Your method doesn't work. I was blocked by an elephant. I stepped on the accelerator and hit it. It was fine. And my car was smoking. Fuck. It's too reckless. You dare to hit an elephant? Aw. I'm about to be caught by a tiger. Who can save me? Car. The engine is broken, and a cheetah is waiting outside. Fortunately, the car windows are bulletproof. I want to survive until the disaster is over. This is a good idea. Anyway, if you don't reach the end, you can still be considered to have passed the level. But the reward for reaching the end is related to the next disaster. Don't you want it? Of course I want it. But the most important thing is to save my life. By the way, those of you who have reached the end, can you tell me what the next disaster will be? Yes. The greatest test for mankind has begun. Of course. We must unite to allow more people to survive. Haha. I got the information by my own strength. Why should I tell you? Not interested in watching those people argue. Li Sijing took a look at the number of survivors and turned off the blue screen directly. 5980/10,000. Just now, the road barrier disappeared, and more than 200 people died. I don't know if there will be 5,000 people left after the natural disaster. While sighing, Li Sijing searched for her own supplies. The natural disaster has begun, and she has to deal with some cooling items now. Otherwise, after this time, when the next natural disaster comes, they will not be able to be sold. First of all, ice cubes. Yesterday's bucket of 5 liters of mineral water took more than 10 hours to make, and a total of 1,250 ice cubes were obtained, excluding the ones for Zhao Xinyuan and the ones she used yesterday. There are still about 1,000 left. She didn't make any last night. After all, she had to get up every half an hour to collect ice cubes, which she couldn't stand. When she woke up today, she immediately put another bucket of mineral water forward. In a few days, she should be able to harvest 1,000 ice cubes, which means she can sell a total of 2,000. All her mineral water is used to make ice cubes, and there are more than 2 liters left, which is only enough for her own use and not for sale. She also has a lot of cooling stickers, which are great tools for cooling down. If the price is right, she can sell some of them at her discretion. Of course, if the price can't go up, she can keep them, and maybe she can use them someday in the future. In addition to these things that can cool down, she also has ice cream powder and 3 watermelons. The ice cream powder can be made twice, but she is a little reluctant to give it up, and she doesn't know if she can find it again in the future. Then just make it once and eat it yourself today. Keep the rest and make it when you are hungry. She can finish one of the 3 watermelons herself, and as for the remaining 2, she can sell them. After all, it will be extremely cold after today, and no one will eat watermelons by then, so it would be wasted if she kept them. Besides, she already had watermelon seeds in her hand, so if she wanted to eat them in the future, she could just plant them herself, and there was nothing to be reluctant about. Chapter 78 Dangerous Skyfire. After taking inventory of the things to be sold, Li Sijing was worried again about how many pieces to sell and how to set the price. She now has 1,000 ice cubes, and there will be another 1,000 ice cubes until the disaster ends. 2,000 ice cubes. 6,000 people share, which means that every 3 people can get 1 ice cube. Of course, in such hot weather, her ice cubes will definitely not be sold very cheaply. Then some people don't even have enough drinking water for daily use, let alone exchanging ice cubes to cool down. So she can't sell them one by one, and she has to focus on the upper class people. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing made the final decision. 5 ice cubes are 1 piece, and each piece has 1 basic material, or wood. 1 ice cube is 4 milliliters of mineral water, and 5 ice cubes are only 20 milliliters. It is simply a huge profit to exchange with 1 basic material. 5 ice cubes can barely make a large glass of ice water, which is still okay to cool down for 10 minutes after drinking. In this way, 2,000 ice cubes can be divided into 400 portions. As for these 400 portions, how to sell them? She decided to sell them in batches, releasing some every hour, so that she could earn more popularity points and keep her 3rd place, which would be the best. After making the decision, Li Sijing directly posted a message in the regional channel. I will put 50 portions of ice cubes on the shelves at 10 o'clock. 5 pieces per portion, and the price is 1 basic material. After that, 50 portions of ice cubes will be put on the shelves every hour until the disaster ends. So hurry up and buy. At this time, some people were desperately racing with the big beast, while others wanted to finish 300 kilometers as soon as possible and get rewards. Compared with the excitement at the beginning of the natural disaster, the regional channel has become much quieter. Only those who are still in place for various reasons are still chatting. After Li Sijing sent out the message, these people talked a lot. Wow, there are ice cubes. I want them. This price is a bit expensive. I can't afford it. What are you thinking? Even if you can afford it, You may not be able to grab it. Didn't you see that there are only 50 copies every hour? Scarcity makes things expensive. I understand. 10 o'clock. Not much time. While few people know now, you can try to grab a wave. That's right. The more people know about it later, the less chance there will be. Looking at these people chatting, Li Sijing couldn't help but feel fortunate that she sent a message in advance. Otherwise, when it's 10 o'clock, it will be directly put on the shelves. And there will probably be few people who know the news. That's not good. There are still more than 10 minutes before 10 o'clock. It's boring to wait like this. So Li Sijing decided to make ice cream. Now is a good time to eat ice cream. The previous ice cream was eaten yesterday. Still according to the previous amount. 200 g ice cream powder. 100 g milk powder. 600 milliliters mineral water. But this time, Li Sijing also put 2 slices of lemon in the mineral water to soak. So the taste should be better. A lemon is small. Li Sijing simply cut the rest and soaked it in mineral water, which can be regarded as a heat relief. Although the lemon is small, it also has seeds inside. Li Sijing did not throw it away and put it all away. Maybe it will be useful later. The ice cream is ready and put it in the freezer to freeze. It was already 10 o'clock, and there was an hour since the disaster began. Her car had driven 70 kilometers. Li Sijing followed the previous notice and hung 50 ice cubes in the trading area, then switched to the regional channel to check the situation. Ha ha ha. I got the ice cubes. It's so cool to drink ice water at this time. I got it too. But it feels so little. It's a basic material. I took a few sips, and it was gone. It's a bit extravagant. Ah. How can your hands be so fast? I hesitated for a moment, and it was gone. Someone actually sold ice cubes. And I just saw it. Why are they sold out? Are they still on the shelves? Boss, put some more on the shelves. I want it. But I didn't see it just now. Sold out? Li Sijing raised her eyebrows. It seems that there are still many rich people. It is estimated that if she puts 100 more on the shelves now, they will be sold out instantly. However, since it has been agreed before, she will not change her mind at midnight. So she sent a message. At 11 o'clock, the second batch of ice cubes will be put on the shelves. Friends who need it, please wait patiently. If you have drawings, you can chat privately. At the end of the words, Li Sijing couldn't help but add a sentence. If she could use ice cubes to exchange for a few drawings, she would really make a fortune. If she didn't, she wouldn't be disappointed. Just when she was about to see other people's reactions, many calls for help suddenly emerged in the regional channel. Fuck. Fireballs are falling from the sky. Help. My car is on fire. What should I do? Wow. It's so spectacular. Is this the so-called sky fire? It's a close call. A fireball almost hit my car just now. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged it. Skyfire is coming? Is it finally coming? Li Sijing immediately put on sunglasses and dared to look at the sky outside the window this time. The originally calm sky suddenly became turbulent, and something kept falling from the sky. Through the sunglasses, Li Sijing could see that those things gradually grew larger, from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a basketball. The color also changed from the original fiery red to orange red due to the high-speed descent. Those fireballs gradually descended, getting lower and lower from the ground, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. There were many of these fireballs, like flowers scattered by a fairy, covering all the areas that Li Sijing could see. Some fireballs fell in the desert, and because there was no burning material, they gradually went out, and the fireballs that fell on the road, because of the high temperature, had melted the asphalt on the road before they went out. A loud noise suddenly came from a distance, interrupting Li Sijing from watching the sky. She looked over in the direction of the sound, and saw that not far in front of the road, a fireball hit directly on the right. The ground that came into contact with the fireball was directly burned and melted, blocking Li Sijing's way forward. Chapter 79 Transaction. Master, there is a disaster on the road ahead. Do you want to stop the car? Because of the appearance of the fireball, the display screen of the starry sky immediately responded. It is not safe to stop the car now. Who can be sure that there will be no fireballs landing where you stop? Don't stop the car. Go around from the left directly. Be careful to avoid the fireball. After saying this, Li Sijing thought about it and felt uneasy. So she gave another order. From now on, I will always pay attention to the ground, and I will control the steering wheel when necessary. From the appearance of the starry sky to now, her performance has been remarkable. She does not distrust the starry sky, but the current situation is really dangerous. In this critical moment, she still believes in herself more. Even if she commands with her mouth, she will be a beat slower. Only by putting her hands on the steering wheel can she react immediately when the crisis comes. Looking at the road ahead with a serious expression. This is the first time she has looked at the road so nervously since the starry sky appeared. Just after bypassing the fireball in front, Li Sijing suddenly found that there was a fireball in the sky, coming towards her. It was about to hit, and she was about to make a move. But the car, under the control of the starry sky, instantly increased its speed. Before the fireball hit, the car rushed forward a long distance and avoided the danger. Without waiting for the car to slow down, another fireball suddenly fell in front of her car, directly igniting the ground in front. Li Sijing made a sharp turn, narrowly avoided the road ahead, and then continued to move forward. On the road afterwards, Li Sijing did not dare to relax for a moment, staring at the front with her eyes ready at all times. Because of the continuous falling of fireballs, more than half of the road ahead has been destroyed. If Li Sijing had not mastered the skills of a racing driver, there were several places that were too dangerous, and according to her previous skills, she would probably not be able to pass. Just when Li Sijing was tense and had no time to care about other things, the fireballs that were originally falling in the sky suddenly disappeared. Did it stop? Because she was still uncertain, Li Sijing's hands still did not dare to loosen from the steering wheel. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, seeing that there were really no more fireballs falling, Li Sijing was really relieved. The road ahead was destroyed by the raging fireballs. But as long as there were no fireballs, Shinkong could open it. Slowly loosening her stiff hands, and giving a detailed instruction, she handed the steering wheel to Shinkong. Looking at the time, it was already 10:40. The fireballs started at 10 o'clock and ended at about 10:30. Was it only half an hour? She felt like several hours had passed. The time just now was too hard to bear, and she didn't want to think about it. After relaxing, Li Sijing realized that in the car, with a constant temperature of 25 degrees, her whole body was wet with sweat. After drinking a big sip of ice water with lemon, Li Sijing felt a headache and needed to replenish energy. She ate some raisins and hawthorns, but it didn't seem to work. She searched again and finally took out the canned yellow peaches. She ate half of the can in such a big bottle in one go. And then she felt better. She put the rest away and took out the melon seeds. While eating them, she opened the regional channel to see how others were doing. Is this fireball from the sky over? The sky fire is finally over. There won't be any more. Right? This has already cost me half my life. If it happens again, will I still be able to survive? Damn. It was too thrilling just now. I was almost hit by the fireball. Woo woo woo. Who has a car repair card? My car is burned. My car accidentally crashed into the melted asphalt. Now the tire is broken. What should I do if I can't move? Hee hee. I'm so lucky. Because the engine is damaged. I have been parked in the same place and was not hit at all. Really? This is the emperor of luck. You said that? I am tempted. I am tempted too. Otherwise, I will stop and wait for the natural disaster to end. Yes. The road is too dangerous. I don't even want the reward for reaching the end. Fuck. Look at the number of people. Almost 1,000 people died just now. It's terrible. Seeing this, Li Sijing hurriedly looked at the number of people above. 5011/10,000. In the regional channel, half of the original 10,000 people have died. Are there only 5,011 people left? She had thought that it would be good to have 5,000 people after the disaster. It was only a little over 10:40 now, and the disaster had only started for less than 2 hours. But she had already achieved what she wanted. A friend's message interrupted Li Sijing's thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder, who wants to talk to her at this time? She clicked on it, and saw that it was Luijo. The lollipops are good. Do you have more? 20 or so lollipops. It's only been one night? Did they all get eaten? No way. After thinking carefully, Li Sijing knew it was impossible. As for why he had candy in his hand, he still wanted to buy it. Maybe he wanted to store more. Li Sijing didn't care about these, since the other party wanted it. The lollipops in her hand were useless, so she naturally wanted to trade. She counted and found that she had 92 lollipops in her hand. The price last time was 5 caddies of beef for 20 lollipops. After thinking about it, Li Sijing decided to trade an integer and keep a dozen lollipops in her hand for emergency use. Okay. It's still the original price. 80 lollipops for 20 caddies of beef. She sent the transaction directly, and Louis Zhou on the other side instantly clicked to agree. Just as she was about to close the chat, she suddenly saw a watermelon on the side. Her eyes turned, and she immediately had an idea in her mind. Didn't you want a watermelon before? I have one now. Do you want it? Remembering the watermelon that Louis Zhou opened from the resource box at the beginning, she originally wanted it, but she was reluctant to give it up. So she kept it. This time she wanted to take out 2 watermelons for trading. She was originally going to cut them into pieces for retail, but this method was a bit troublesome. If you can find a big customer like Louis Zhou and sell the whole thing, it will save a lot of trouble. Yes. How do you want to exchange? Louis Zhou did not hesitate at all. It seems that he is obsessed with watermelon. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing offered a price. How about a 1-to-1 exchange? The watermelon weighs 5 kilograms, and I will exchange it for 5 kilograms of beef. Although meat can fill the stomach, her watermelon can also relieve the heat. This price should be okay. Okay. You can deduct the beef yourself. Louis Zhou is always straightforward. Li Sijing smiled immediately, and when she was calculating how much beef the other party had left with her, Louis Zhou sent another message. By the way, do you still have ice cream? I'll trade it at the price last time. Li Sijing glanced at the freezer and said that she would keep all the ice cream for herself this time. But she couldn't keep it. Okay, Li Sijing said, and traded half of the ice cream directly. You originally had 85 kilograms of beef with me, and you exchanged 30 kilograms for lollipops, watermelons, and ice cream. Now you have 55 kilograms left. Right. Well, it seems that what you said before is about to come true, Louis Zhou replied, thinking of what he said before. He would keep all the beef he left with him. And it was almost done. After the transaction with Louis Zhou, it was already 11 o'clock. Li Sijing put 50 ice cubes on the shelf again. This time, before she closed the trading area, the 50 ice cubes were sold out directly. This speed is much faster than the first time. It seems that many people are waiting. Chapter 80. The sky fire descended again. It was 11 o'clock in the morning of the 7th day. Li Sijing had just sold all the ice cubes on the shelf, and had not had time to check other people's reactions. There was a sudden loud boom in the sky, and the terrifying fireballs fell from the sky again, hitting the desert and the road one after another. What is this? The sky fire descended? Wasn't it over? Why are there more fireballs falling? Without time to think about it, Li Sijing's first reaction was to hold the steering wheel tightly with both hands and enter the battle state again, while dodging the fireballs falling from the sky. Li Sijing also had to avoid the messy road conditions on the road. At this time, there was no way to take care of anything, and how to ensure that he would not be hit by the fireballs was the biggest thing. Li Sijing tried hard to dodge the fireballs, but found that this time, the fireballs were even denser than the last time. Driving with great difficulty, Li Sijing felt that time was passing very slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the fireballs in the sky finally stopped. Li Sijing looked at the sky with lingering fear. Did it stop? Still a little worried, he still put his hands on the steering wheel and took a look at the time. It was already 11:30, and the fireballs had been falling for another half an hour. So were there any regular patterns in the falling of these fireballs? After waiting for a few minutes and realizing that there were really no fireballs falling, Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief. In just half an hour, Li Sijing felt that his brain cells were rapidly consumed and he was extremely tired. Leaving the steering wheel to Shinkong, Li Sijing picked up the half-remaining can of yellow peaches to replenish his energy. While eating, I opened the regional channel to see what was going on. Oh my god! This fire came, and it came back as a surprise. It really caught me off guard. It's terrible. There are more fireballs this time than last time. My car was hit. What should I do? I'm unlucky. I didn't have time to enjoy the ice I grabbed with great difficulty before this damn fireball came. Yeah. The ice has all melted. One basic material was wasted. Oh. Don't worry about those material possessions now. As long as you are fine. You are lucky. Yeah. No one thought that this fireball would appear again. The roof of my car was burned through by the fireball. Although I am fine. I have been completely exposed to the scorching sun and will be dehydrated. I am even more miserable. The car and supplies were burned. Although I escaped, Now, I can only wait to die. I just watched. The first fireball appeared from 10 to 10:30. And the second fireball from 11 to 11:30. Do you think there will be more fireballs falling at 12 o'clock? Yes. I also found out. It turns out that the real routine is like this. Did you find out that the second fireball was denser and faster than the first one? You mean the difficulty is increasing? So, when the third fire comes, the speed will be faster? Too insidious. These rules are not even explained clearly. So many people died this time. If this goes on, how many people will be alive after the natural disaster is over? Seeing this, Lee Sejing glanced at the number of people on the regional channel. 4621/10,000. Did another 400 people die? It turns out that the previous activities were just appetizers. And the natural disaster day was the real horror. Lee Sejing also agreed with everyone's analysis in the area just now. Every half an hour, there will be a sky fire. Each time for half an hour. And it will be more difficult each time. If this is really the case, the longer the time is delayed, the lower the chance of survival will be. With her skills, plus the cooperation of the stars, it is more than enough now. But what about later? It will only get harder and harder later. And she dare not guarantee that she can pass safely every time. If you want to solve the current dilemma, you can only reach the end, so that you can live better. Thinking of this, Lee Sejing took a look at the itinerary. She started at 9 o'clock. With a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. There was no sky fire in the first hour. And it was exactly 70 kilometers at normal speed. From 10 to 11 o'clock. Because of the half-hour sky fire, her speed was seriously delayed. It was supposed to be 70 kilometers. But in the end, she only traveled more than 50 kilometers. From 11 o'clock to now, although an hour has not passed, the sky fire just now has become more serious. And her speed will only be slower. I think by 12 o'clock, she will have traveled at most 170 kilometers. So there are still 130 kilometers to the end. 130 kilometers. At the usual speed, she can reach it in less than 2 hours. But now, because of the sky fire, she estimates that it will take 3 hours to reach it, which is full of difficulties. In other words, she will have to wait until 3 p.m. at the earliest to reach the end. According to the rules, she will have to experience 3 more sky fires. And these sky fires will be more dangerous each time. After figuring out the situation, Lee Sejing suddenly had a serious face and began to think about countermeasures. But after thinking about it, there is no effective solution. She can only try her best to maintain her physical strength and strive to be in the best condition every time to deal with the arrival of the sky fire. If unfortunately, she is really hit by the fireball, Lee Sejing looked at the stack of car maintenance cards in her hand. And she would rely on these cards at that time. By the way, someone in the regional channel just now said that the melting of ice cubes is also a problem. If it is not solved, it is estimated that her ice cubes will be unsaleable. After thinking about it, Lee Sejing directly issued a notice on the regional channel. Due to the sky fire problem, the selling time of ice cubes will be advanced by 10 minutes. Please pay attention to the time if you need it. Lee Sejing decided to hang the ice cubes at 10:50, so that it will not collide with the sky fire and give others some reaction time. Now, there are less than 2 minutes left. Lee Sejing waited for a while, and when she saw that the time was up, she directly posted it on the trading area. Seeing the number of ice cubes disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lee Sejing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this speed is not as fast as before, it is already very good to be able to sell out quickly. There are only 10 minutes left before the next sky fire, and Lee Sejing simply doesn't think about other things. Crack melon seeds, relax, and wait for the crisis to come again.